Hashtag C3748-9 Eyes of the Domain. In the sea of consciousness, King Ming appeared, glanced at the cave passage in front of him, and his face turned cold immediately. Humph. How dare you block my lord's way, lord? Don't be polite to them, just break into the formation. When these words fell to the ground, King Ming's spiritual body was as powerful as a tide, his eyes were as bright as torches, and he had the aura of ancient power. That is to say, to Chu Yan, as the touring of the 9 realms, except for the Lord and a few old friends, he would be polite to others. Good. Of course, Chu Yan would not retreat, and burst out of breath directly, raising his hand and punching out. Boom. The entire cave, including the mountain peak, shook violently, and all the clouds and mist in front of it were turned into powder under the earth shattering. 9 domain souls. Chu Yan directly used one of the secret techniques of the 9-region star atlas, and the entire 9-region star atlas rushed out of the sea of body consciousness, suspended around him, and merged the 4 directions into an independent space, releasing a powerful breath. Hum. Under the vibration of the breath, all the restrictions and formations around were constantly rumbled and shattered, revealing an entrance monument in the stone cave passage. This entrance monument, all major sect forces have, generally represents the core land boundary of sect forces, sets some rules, arranges formations, identifies identities, and so on. No matter how many people there are, Chu Yan broke in directly with his spiritual consciousness, erasing some of the restrictions in the entrance monument. The next moment, the passage opened, and Chu Yan stepped into it. The void channel flashed, and Chu Yan appeared in a brand new world. I saw that there was an image of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of me, the sun was hanging high in the sky, and the city below was huge, with pedestrians coming and going, and it was very lively. Chu Yan's consciousness swept across a radius of 10,000 miles in an instant, sweeping all people and buildings into his eyes. There are quite a few people in this family of thieves. His eyes flickered slightly, his body turned into a shadow, and he flew forward, and the hidden secret technique was activated, invisible and intangible. In the huge city, in the surrounding mountain peaks, and at the bottom of the lake, one can sense powerful auras, all of whom are strong men above the Taoist realm. The 100 Aperture clan is said to be in decline, and it ranks at the bottom of the top 100 ancient clans, but after all, from the era of the 4 great Kanges to the present, the background and accumulation are also extremely terrifying. It is normal to have these few Taoist realms. Chu Yan's speed is as fast as electricity, and within 100 breaths, he swept across most of the inner world. Wherever he passed, there were various caves, fairy palaces, treasure lands, and secret realms, as well as some trial places, and the basic settings required by the sect were complete. Under the big sun in the sky, there are a large number of spiritual clouds covering the sky, reflecting the colorful colors in the sky, and the spiritual energy is rising. In the void of the sky, there was a wave of coercion, and the spiritual consciousness swept the sky and the rays of the sun, but it was impossible to penetrate into it. Chu Yan slowly slowed down and approached there. This is. As far as the eye can see, there is an incomparably huge altar on the sea area in front of him. The whole altar stands in the sea water, and it is infinitely taller than the mountain peak. The altar is densely covered with carvings, talismans, divine patterns, and the breath is messy, but they are connected to each other and have a sense of unity, just like a group of ants running around in disorder. With just one order, they can gather at any time into a neat army and become one. On the surface of the sea around the altar, there are a large number of jade platforms floating on the surface of the sea. On each piece of jade platform, there are dead bones sitting cross-legged, with different shapes and appearances. Each dead bone is extremely complete, and it seems that it was placed on purpose. At a glance, there are about 9 of them, all of which are in the invincible realm, and the remaining 20 or so are all of the Taoist realm, of course before sitting. Brother Bo, look at this situation, doesn't it look like? King Ming seemed to have some spiritual fluctuations, and stopped halfway through his mouth, as if hesitating. That's right. The altar is real. This altar is the top altar, it's called the Temple of Heaven. After careful observation, Bo Wang finally nodded and said, Seniors, what do you mean by the real person in the altar of spirits and the altar of heaven? Chu Yan asked. It is rumored that this spiritual altar real person was sent to one of the 7 ancient families. It seems to belong to the Su family, with a very high seniority. It is said that it is one of the rare first-generation strongmen of the Su family in the ancient times. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. The Su family? This is inside the land of the Baiqiao clan. How could the founder of the Su family set up such a huge altar here? This is totally unreasonable. For the 100 Thieves, these 7 ancient families are foreign forces. How could they allow this? This spiritual altar real person was also a different kind in the ancient times. He didn't take the usual way and concentrated on studying death. The way he walked was somewhat similar to the ancient tomb. Later, he failed to attack the Zhangzhu realm with the way of life and death, and then he fell into decline. Already. After that, he disappeared for a long time, and when he reappeared, he made a shocking statement, announcing that he had found a shortcut to break through the Zhangzhu realm. Ming Tian was ordered to investigate the matter at the time, and later learned that this real person in the spirit altar is also a different kind, and he actually collected corpses in the Zhangzhu realm in the land of 10,000 sources, and based on this, he wanted to create a body that could be seized. Flesh. The way of seizing homes must be someone who is good at this way, and there is another necessary condition, that is, the gap in cultivation. It is impossible for someone with a weak cultivation level to win a house with a strong cultivation level. And this real person in the spiritual altar wants to use the invincible realm to take away the body of its Zhangzhu realm. This move is against the sky. Speaking of this, King Ming laughed and said, although he has really mastered a set of special formations and secret skills, even if he succeeds in seizing the body, it is only the physical body entering the Zhangzhu realm. The spirit, will, rules, etc. are still the same as before, and the meaning is not great. So later, he concentrated on opening up again, merging the physical body and the soul together, trying to forcibly fuse the severed soul and willpower in the body, so as to fuse the corpses of the Zhangzhu realm, and completely get rid of the power of the soul and will rules before the fall. Become the Zhangzhu realm. Having said that, Chu Yan frowned and was about to speak, but King Ming seemed to know what he was going to say, so he spoke directly. My lord, don't underestimate this real person in the spiritual altar, he is naturally not stupid. Of course he will not let himself become the other party. According to his original method, first take away the physical body, and then integrate the will and rules of the soul, so that, in the end, it doesn't matter who takes the house. It's like sacrificing yourself, and bringing the body of the Tsang Lord back to life. My lord, this real person in the spiritual altar is naturally not that stupid. Therefore, his key point is that before the final step of fusion, he will leave Zhangzhu's body, and then comprehend and break through on his own. Chu Yan understood this sentence instantly. This method is tantamount to referring to everything about the opponent. With such experience, it will be much easier to re-understand the power of breaking the rules. After all, it is self-evident that the power of rules is easier to break through if you have never seen it before. #C3749 Temple of Heaven. For these real people from the ancient times, Chu Yan was completely convinced. All kinds of whimsical ideas, all kinds of unconventional paths, can't you practice hard and try your best to break through to the Zhangzhu realm? After all, it is only one step away, and in the ancient times, it was possible to break through to the Zhangzhu realm, unlike now, where the rules are limited. The invincible realm is the pinnacle of martial arts in the mainland. The Temple of Heaven appears here, could it be? Chu Yan looked at the altar towering like a giant peak, and a thought flashed in the sea of consciousness. It's no wonder that you are the inheritors of the two great kanges. Now that the 100 Thief clan is closed, you can still come in. You sneaked here, I admire it. Suddenly, a strange sound sounded from behind. Chu Yan's mind tightened, and he turned his head to look behind him, only to see a figure standing there, wearing a robe and holding a flute, with a calm and gentle smile on his face, like a gentleman. Appearance is one thing, but Chu Yan can clearly feel that there is an incomparably powerful force in this person's body, containing a powerful rule force. As long as it erupts, it is enough to destroy this world. This person is definitely the most peak existence in the invincible realm. Beside this person, there are two figures on the left and one on the right. One of them is an old man in a long robe with a spirit pattern, black hair like a waterfall, and a face like withered bark. The other person, with a mighty face, looked at Chu Yan imposingly, holding two jade ruies. Chu Yan looked at the three of them, and his figure slowly emerged from nothingness. The three of them didn't do anything directly, they should have something to say, and Chu Yan was also very interested in their origins. Little friend Chu Yan, I'm hunting Soul Invincible. His name is Xuanhuan. He was the former head of the Su family, but now he's just an old man. This Xuanhuan, the head of the Su family with the title of Invincible Hunting Soul, finished speaking, then pointed to the people around him, and said. These two, one is Sima Nan and the other is Sima Bei, they are both former patriarchs of the 100 Thieves clan. Having said that, the two Sima bowed their hands to Chu Yan as a greeting. Chu Yan also bowed his hands in return, and the two sides were still polite. Obviously, the other party did not come here for tit for tat. Seniors, it's really helpless to come here rashly this time, please return Han. Chu Yan opened his mouth, after all, he smashed someone's entrance tablet and broke in. Sima Nan shook his head, and said, it's okay, if you can come in, that's my skill. Little friend Chu Yan, you came this time for that Chang Tianhe, right? Sima Bei next to him asked directly. The utterance of this sentence shows that they, people of closed clan, are well aware of the outside affairs. After all, it has not been long. If they really want to close the clan, they probably won't know it at all. That's right. Chang Tianhe is my closest relative and friend. I can't ignore him and let him be the puppet of heaven. I must recast his soul. Chu Yan nodded, and said with a serious face. Whether it's language or expression, give the other party a firm attitude, that is, tell the other party clearly that there is no need to discuss this matter. The Hollow clan can be wiped out by the 7 great ancient clans, so can I. If it was before, Chu Yan would not act like this, but it is different now, it is a battle of great power in the world, and it must not be benevolent. Hearing this, the three of Sima looked at each other, with bitter expressions on their faces, shook their heads, and said. Little friend Chu Yan is a person who values love and righteousness. I have heard about this. If the world is like this, then. Before Sima Nan could speak, Sima Bei interrupted directly, rushing to speak. Little friend Chu Yan, this matter is not impossible for the 100 Aperture clan, but now, the opinion of hunting Soul Invincible shall prevail. Chu Yan was not surprised when he heard the words. He turned his head to look at Xuanhuan in the middle, and looked at the invincible soul hunter. Haha, little friend Chu Yan is gentle, so I won't say much. My Su family and the 100 Thieves have already formed an alliance. This Temple of Heaven is also a basis for the cooperation between our two parties, and it is an attempt to find a way to break through the Cangzhou realm. But this method has been unsuccessful and has not been successful. Hearing this, Chu Yan said impatiently on his face. Whatever you want, just say it. Xuanhuan was startled for a moment, and then the smile on his face suddenly brightened. Little friend Chu Yan is happy. The three of them looked at each other, and there was joy in their eyes. After Su Changhe thought about it, he said again. Next month, the land of myriad origins will open. Can Empress Xiantian and Taoist Lingjue help us out? Also, if the 100 thieves help each other this time, it will be tantamount to offending heaven, so can you let the young people from the 100 thieves and the Su family enter Kunlun Immortal Mountain? Also, I want 3 drops of your blood. At this time, Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring at Su Changhe with a happy face, but communicated with Bo Wang and King Ming through sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. Give him blood, is there any problem? King Ming thought for a while, then shook his head and said, with your current situation, don't say it's him, even if you get it from Songzhu realm, it's useless at all. That's right. Take 10,000 steps back, no matter what nature they use, if you have Qingyin in charge, no force in this world can break in, and your soul, will, and sea of consciousness will be safe, so you don't have to worry about your body. Baoang also opened his mouth to answer. Hearing this, Chu Yan also nodded. Together with the warriors, at his level, the physical body is of little significance. If you want to recast it at any time, the most important thing is the soul and the sea of consciousness. Then the land of 10,000 sources, what help does your Su family have? Chu Yan looked up at Su Changhe and asked. Also, if you send people into Kunlun Mountain, they are only allowed to enter but not to leave, unless the world is settled, and everyone who enters must make an oath of heavenly power. Chu Yan is not worried about the Kunlun Fairy Mountain. This is one of the foundations of Emperor Wu Tian. After tens of thousands of years of management, plus the mountain spirit Baoang, let alone them, even Songzhu would not dare rash. Okay, no problem. Sima Nan's face was overjoyed, and he agreed without thinking. And Su Changhe also opened his mouth to answer, this time we entered the land of 10,000 origins, our Su family has 2 goals, one is to break through the Songzhu realm, but this matter will not be easy, if. Next, Su Changhe talked a lot and talked about many details. After all, this is a variable matter, so he can only speak out in detail, discuss with Chu Yan, and the 2 sides reached a consensus. Afterwards, Chu Yan's spiritual sense contacted Empress Xiantian and Lingjue Daozu and others, and discussed it carefully. Haha, happy cooperation, the next thing will be left to you, I will leave first. Su Changhe's face was full of joy. After bowing his hands to Chu Yan, he explained to Sima, and the 2 turned around and flew to the Temple of Heaven. Little friend Chu Yan, please. Sima Bei stretched out his hand to signal, and at the same time turned to lead the way, and the 3 of them flew in one direction. #C3750 Stealing Heart Sutra. While flying forward, Sima Nan spoke to Chu Yan at the same time. Little friend Chu Yan, let me explain to you first. In Chong Tianhe's situation, the opponent is the heavenly jade demon after all, and his strength is strong. Even if my brother and I attack at the same time, I'm afraid we can only suppress 30% of his soul, which will have little effect on the result. Actually, as soon as this happened, our clan started discussing it. In the end, we decided to pass on the clan-suppressing exercises in the clan to you. If you cultivate to the peak, you can hold our clan-suppressing treasure, Baiqiao xylophone, with your strength, you should be able to suppress more than 50% of the spirits of the heavenly jade demon. Situnan kept introducing the situation. I'll make a move. Chu Yan was startled. Looking at the 2 of them, Chu Yan's eyes flickered and he reacted immediately. The 100 Aperture clan came up with this strategy, probably for the sake of retreat, in case they couldn't suppress it, or if something went wrong, they were afraid that Chu Yan would implicate them with anger, and at the same time affect the Su family's plan. Therefore, let Chu Yan take action now, even if the result is not good, he can't blame them, but he should be grateful to them. Although the Tianwei oath can solve some of these problems, but Chu Yan has the inheritance of the 2 Songzhu. The Songzhu realm has fully grasped the power of the rules, and exists on an equal footing with the rules of the heavenly Tao. If there is no effect, they will be finished. Okay. Let's do it. Chu Yan thought for a while, nodded and agreed. He was worried about these ancient tribes, and it was also a good thing that he could get a secret skill. Afterwards, the three of them flew all the way, and soon arrived at the sealed place of the Baiqiao clan. Little friend Chu Yan, my family's township skill is called the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra. It is not a method of asking questions, it is rather special. Peak. However, next month will be the opening of the Land of 10,000 Origins. In order not to affect it, our family has specially opened the secret array of our clan's town and clan for you, the great array of 100 Stealing Heart Sutras. With it, you can increase your power by more than 3 times speed. Hearing these words, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched suddenly. Town clan skills, town clan treasures, town clan forbidden areas, town clan secret formations, so many town clans, and they even opened them for themselves. This is too obvious. Chu Yan shook his head, without thinking too much, and looked straight ahead. There is a stone forest, jade trees piled up with jade stones, each with spirit patterns and jade pilgrimage. It seems that a lot of resources have been invested. The faint breath overflowed, making Chu Yan fascinated, which obviously had some benefits. At this time, the Jade Forest Formation, or what Brother Sima called the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra Formation, had begun to operate. Little friend Chu Yan, this 100 Stealing Heart Sutra is on top of the Jade technique in the early center. Please comprehend it by yourself, and you can come to us at any time if you need anything. Sima Nan spoke, and at the same time raised his hand to signal the eye in the middle of the formation. Then thank you very much. If you can restore my brother, there must be a big thank you. Chu Yan bowed his hands to the two and thanked them. Sima and the two also returned the salute. With a smile on their faces, they turned and walked to the outer area, as if they were preparing to protect the Dharma. Chu Yan didn't say much, and rushed forward directly into the Jade Forest. Almost instantly, a huge thunder shook in the Sea of Consciousness, and the entire Sea of Consciousness buzzed and trembled. A large force of will and spirit flooded in like a flood, instantly surrounded Chu Yan, and fell into an illusory world. The scene in front of him has changed drastically. It is no longer a jade forest, but a whole new world, mountains, rivers, and Lingfang forest. Some monsters with 3 eyes, hundreds of feet tall, appeared in groups above the pink one in the distance, roaring endlessly, attracting other monsters around to flee in all directions. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan first smiled lightly, disapproving, but when he was about to look away, his heart trembled suddenly. A sound like the bell of heaven and earth sounded, as if above the entire sky. It resounded like thunder, and the sky and earth roared. The way of the soul is independent of the way of the body. It is also connected with the martial arts. It is the heart of the warrior, the soul of the Tao, and the heaven and the earth. Anyone who cultivates the soul needs to. Dreams are like illusions. The world is mysterious. The big dream is the great mystery. The great mystery is the great enlightenment. The way to ascend to heaven, whoever has. Each of the 3-eyed giant monsters kept violently breaking their bodies, and the flesh and blood powder that exploded scattered in all directions. The sound of explosions was like a sound of heaven and earth, resounding through the entire sky. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is introverted, his mind is clear, he puts down all his consciousness, and his mind follows these voices, constantly feeling. Time passed like a gap, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. This 100 Thieves' Heart Sutra array continuously taught Chu Yan the way of the soul, from the most basic to the operation and display of secret skills, and then the matching skills with the 100 Thieves' xylophone. During Chu Yan's cultivation, he was also extremely surprised by the person who created the Heart Sutra. This technique allows the soul to be regarded as the third eye, that is, the eye of the heart, which is called the heart thief, and once it is opened, it can be opened, and in the end it can even be opened to the top of 100 thieves. The different numbers of pilferages also represent the strength of the cultivation method. Such a secret technique. Chu Yan has collected so many Taoist secret techniques, almost none of them are the same as this one. Other Taoist secret techniques are basically deepening or extensions based on a certain cultivation basis, but this 100-stealing heart sutra exists completely independently, and has nothing to do with Taoist cultivation. Even an ordinary person can practice, but the willpower is too weak, and it is estimated that he can open 2 thieves, which is already at the extreme. This ancient era is indeed the era of the peak of martial arts, and it is miraculous that someone has created such a skill. According to the method of this Heart Sutra, when you have practiced to the great success of stealing, you can turn your soul into substance, and when you fight the enemy, it can become an attack method. Call. 5 days later, Chu Yan finally exhaled a long breath of turbid air, formed seals with both hands, and began to perform for the first time. At this time, the first domain of God's domain continent, Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Call out. The figure pierced through the air like an electric shuttle, and the breath was not weak. Mother, please help me. Empress Xiantian had just landed in the city when she saw a figure rushing towards him on the street in the distance, and when those eyes looked at her, they were shining brightly. Xiaoyun, if you dare to find your mother, you will be fined twice as much today. Not far behind Chu Yan, Lin Meng followed him closely, carrying his gate sword. When he got close, he gave Chu Yan, who was hiding behind Empress Xiantian, fiercely, then looked up and said with a smile. Sister, why are you back? Empress Xiantian nodded, and replied, well, I have something to do, so I came back. What's wrong with Xiaoyun? This brat doesn't learn well all day long, and he just comes up with some weird ideas. Didn't he just kill the monsters of the Sana sect and make them into barbecue? When I went, he even let me eat them, don't know how to repent. #C3751 Two Mothers. Before Lin Meng finished speaking, Chu Yun was not happy, and rushed to talk with a grieved face. Nyang, didn't you eat it too? Besides, the meat is so delicious, I asked you if it was delicious and fragrant. Well, it's more delicious, it's a bit fragrant. Bah. Brat, is this something delicious? After subconsciously replying, Lin Meng woke up suddenly. She let this kid lead him into a ditch. She was furious and wanted to grab Chu Yan again. Empress Xiantian was also taken aback when she heard it, but immediately the corner of her mouth slightly raised, which is extremely rare, and she stretched out her hand and took out a jade talisman. This is the jade talisman I just refined. It contains the power of the source and the power of the rules. Protect Xiaoyun. As soon as these words came out, Lin Meng's expression changed. The amulet refined by the power of the rules and the power of the source, is this used to deal with the strong in the invincible realm? Such a little guy, who hasn't even awakened his martial soul, is giving him such an amulet now, and he is surrounded by a bunch of snot-nosed kids. Is it useful? Sister, would it be too, within the range of Kunlun Mountain, even Songzhu realm can't get in. If he knows how powerful this is, I'm afraid everyone will go to heaven. Lin Meng looked at Empress Xiantian, and she felt bad. As an invincible realm, I don't even have such a treasure, but my sister gave Chu Yun such a treasure, which is enough to see her attitude towards Chu Yun. No problem. Empress Xiantian smiled, reached out and touched Chu Yun's head, and after asking Lin Meng a few more words, she turned and left, appearing to be in a hurry. When she flew straight to the third mountain of Kunlun Mountain, after a long howl, several figures flew over from the deep mountains in the distance. The leader is by gang. Miss Xiantian, why are you looking for us? By gang took several commanders of the Henggu army to meet Empress Xiantian. At present, the leader of the Henggu army in Kunlun Mountains is naturally Chu Yan, and apart from Chu Yan, the only one who has the right to mobilize the Henggu army is Empress Xiantian. Even the Lord Xuanhuan was not recognized and could not command the eternal ancient army. As for Empress Xuantian's ability to mobilize the eternal ancient army, it was recognized by Bo Wang's identity. As for the identity recognition, it doesn't matter. There is one thing that I leave to you to handle, but you can't tell Chu Yan about it. The few of you make an oath of heavenly power." As soon as these words came out, Bai Gang and the others were stunned. "Can't tell, the Lord." Bai Gang and the others had a sudden change in their hearts, and looked at Empress Xiantian in disbelief, but when they saw Empress Xuantian's resolute and dignified expression, their hearts suddenly trembled again. Just as Bo Wang had the same trust in Empress Xiantian, Bai Gang and other Eternal Army commanders had the same trust in Empress Xiantian. So seeing her speak so resolutely, I knew it must be a big deal. "Miss Xiantian, we are connected with the Master Spirit and Soul, and we usually practice well. If we burst into battle, the Master will definitely know." Bai Gang opened his mouth to explain. "It's okay, I have a solution." Empress Xiantian thought for a while, before answering. Hearing this answer, Bai Gang's face was still slightly gloomy, and he turned his head to look at the several commanders around him. After the exchange of eyes, he cupped his hands again and said, "My Lord Xiantian, I am afraid that this matter will be difficult to obey. After we join the Eternal Ancient Army, we will swear the oath of Tianwei, and we can only take the Lord." Without waiting for Bai Gang to finish speaking, Empress Xiantian waved her jade hand, and a large ice flower shone, wrapped in a trace of regular power, instantly wrapped the 6 people and disappeared on the spot. Whenever Empress Xiantian patiently explained something to someone, if she didn't listen, she would do it directly. This is her style. A few days later, among the 100 Thieves, it was a forbidden place. At this time, Chu Yan formed seals with both hands, and waved a large piece of divine and soul breath, and the entire 100 Thieves Heart Sutra array picked up a frenzy, turned into a storm, and finally turned into a huge vortex, with the center pointing directly at Chu Yan. In an instant, the endless array of power, madness poured into Chu Yan's body. At this moment, Chu Yan's figure was brighter, like the stars above the sky, more radiant. After reaching the peak, it turned from being as bright as ever to being distorted and blurred, as if he was about to disappear from this world, and turned directly from reality to reality. Imaginary. At this moment, Chu Yan looked extremely unreal, like flowers in the water and the moon in the mirror. Such a situation took place for a full half a day, and finally the golden jade pillar in the eye of the jade forest formed an extremely rich glow and submerged into Chu Yan's body. Boom! The breath is like a tide, surging thousands of miles. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and the power of the soul burst out instantly, turning into a jade glow, completely illuminating the entire sky. As soon as the jade glow appeared, it displayed astonishing power, soaring straight into the sky, shaking the sky under the rumble. In the next moment, twisted evolution. A sword made of jade appeared above the sky, with jade as its body, shrouded in glow. Immediately afterwards, the rays of the sun spread out, and thousands of miles were like the sea, and the whole world was covered by the rays of light. The whole world was full of colors, as if the world of holy light had descended. Chu Yan's will and soul are fused in the glow between the heaven and the earth, and he can instantly perceive the whole world with infinite joy. Hum. 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 3 concussions, the roar of heaven and earth, Chu Yan's soul and will were collected together, and the thousands of miles of sunlight instantly flowed back like a sea, gathering on one point, twisting like a cloud of glow water, and pouring into the glow of the jade sword again. In an instant, 3 color rays of light rushed out from the jade sword, illuminating the sky. These 3 colors of light represent the golden color of my soul, the black color of the immortal god and demon art, and the blue color of the eternal holy body. The 3-color sword soared into the sky, releasing infinite power. This power is the fusion of soul and will. It is extremely powerful, no less than true qi and kung fu. The swordsman is the emperor, hurting the enemy and himself at the same time. This is my soul. A strange light flickered in Chu Yan's eyes, and enlightenment rose in his heart. The will is the front, the soul is the body, the sword has become powerful, can it be combined with the Haoyan sword? One is real and the other is empty. In that case, the power should still increase. Constantly pondering and thinking, Chu Yan kept having new ideas in his mind. Now that the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra has been completed, Chu Yan began to think about the issue of displaying and using it. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan gained a little bit, and when he began to restrain himself, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. I saw that the green seal in the sea of consciousness suddenly burst out of breath, like a fierce beast suddenly awakened from sleep, releasing an incomparably powerful breath and sweeping out. What happened? Both Bo Wang and King Ming were awakened at the same time, and Chi appeared beside Chu Yan. Call out. Qi Ying trembled, and all the blue light burst out and swept across the entire sea of consciousness and gathered together, forming a large light curtain. What is this for? This is the first time for Qi Ying to do this. Chu Yan opened his mouth, as if asking Bo Wang and King Ming, or talking to himself. This situation is definitely not right. #C3752 Shuttle World. A fairy-like and illusory picture appeared. Among the green mountains and green waters, a lonely figure stood quietly on the top of the peak. Standing on the cliff with a long sword in his hand, this person stands facing the wind, indescribably leisurely and dusty, as if he is integrated with the surrounding mountains and rivers, and merged with this world. He is just a green pine tree in this world, a strong grass. Suddenly, the figure moved, the sword came to his body, and a sword slashed out. Crack! The light of the sword is like a shadow, traveling through the world. Everything was silent, but the majestic momentum had surged between heaven and earth, as if heaven and earth were making a move, cutting out this sword. This? Chu Yan's mind suddenly tightened. This sword is different. Since practicing kendo, Chu Yan's own sword, the countless swords he has seen, has never been like this, completely different. This sword is not any kind of sword energy, sword power, or sword force, but will. Incomparably powerful will, turned into substance. He seems to be the great Dream Lord. King Ming's voice was full of surprise and trembling. Qi Ying trembled slightly, as if agreeing to a clear guess. It turned out to be the great Dream Lord. King Ming took a long breath, looked at Chu Yan and said, Chu Yan, the great Ming Song Lord was the most famous swordsman in the ancient times. Meng Songzhu. Immemorial swordsman. Chu Yan was slightly stunned. That's right. Ordinary cultivators use the method of asking questions and the power of rules to break through the invincible realm and become the lord of the Tsangzhu, but this great dream Tsangzhu has achieved the lord of the Tsangzhu by breaking through with the way of the sword. Although the power of the rules is the same after the breakthrough, the process and the breakthrough method are completely different. Hearing this, Chu Yan was surprised. It is equivalent to saying that this person is a double cultivation of soul, will and swordsmanship, without the power of cultivation rules, and broke through the Tsangzhu realm. In this way, this person is tantamount to saying that he is the number one person of spirit and will. Brother Qingyin, thank you. Chu Yan reacted and quickly expressed his gratitude to King Xian. When he got the bluestone seal before, Chu Yan felt that it was useless at all, and he had to keep it, and even attracted robbery. But now, Chu Yan is extremely excited. Fortunately, he got the green seal back then. For Chu Yan's thanks, King Xian ignored him as always, and didn't even tremble. This is different from the situation where King Xian would respond to King Ming's guest before, how much I can't wait to see Chu Yan. If you don't want to see it, you still stay in your own sea of consciousness every day, eating and drinking. It's fine to mix food and drink, but a little professionalism is okay. Never mind. Chu Yan's reaction to the bluestone seal is considered to be used to it, and he ignored it. Then Chu Yan took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, completely immersed in the sword of will in the light curtain. It's rare for Qingshi to be so generous that he actually taught me such a secret technique. Can you see that the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra may not be very effective? Seeing Chu Yan's cultivation and comprehension, Bo Wang and King Ming discussed it in a low voice. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's a good thing, the Lord has the help of Qingshi, and nothing is impossible. King Ming didn't think so much, he looked at Chu Yan with shining eyes, and his face was full of excitement. This is the big dream, Songzhu's trump card trick. Can ordinary people learn it? This is such a good thing, as for the others, don't be afraid. King Ming is the Turing of the 9 regions star map, and Chu Yan has the will of the 2 great masters, so he is a bit unscrupulous and domineering. Next, Chu Yan tried his best to comprehend the Sword of Will, and another few days passed in a blink of an eye. The light curtain in the void also gradually turned into an illusion from its original essence, getting weaker and fainter, as if it had lost a lot. Finally, the great dreamed Songzhu in the picture retracted the jade sword, stood up with the sword, and breathed out like a dragon's breath shaking the air. Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes sparkling. This Sword of Will, after a few days of comprehension, became more and more different. Although at present, Chu Yan has only comprehended 50%, learned the first sword, the second sword just fell to 1 point, and the final third sword has not been seen yet, but Chu Yan has already discovered that the will of the great dreamed Songzhu the sword is several times stronger than the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra. In a few days, I realized the first sword, and the remaining 2 swords are not a big problem. After all, Chu Yan will not be slow to practice any kind of secret skills. In the current God's Domain continent, anyone who can walk out of his own way is regarded as a peerless genius, not to mention that he created a completely original way of the soul. In this ancient era, he is really ordinary. Chu Yan felt infinitely emotional in his heart, and he had learned something about this great dream lord and the ancient times. If you were born at an untimely time, if you were in the ancient times, you might be able to see more glory in martial arts. #C3753 Sword of Will. After everything was done, Chu Yan summoned the Sima brothers. Little friend Chu Yan, so fast. Sima Nan and Sima Bei arrived, looked at Chu Yan, looked up and down, their faces were full of astonishment. This is the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra, their clan's township secret skill. Even with the help of the Heart Sutra array, they will not know how long it will take. 2 brothers, Sima Nan and Sima Bei, one lived for 1 year and the other for 9 months. This was the shortest time in their clan. But now, how long has this Chu Yan been? 6 days. Although both of them know that Chu Yan's talent is amazing, and the time may be much better than them, but this gap. Can you accept it? Accept what a ghost, have you learned the Heart Sutras of our 100 Thieves a long time ago? You too, where is this 100 stolen xylophone now? Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to the dull and puzzled eyes of the 2, and asked directly. Some are ready for little friend Chu Yan. Sima Nan was taken aback, but immediately reacted, quickly waved his hand, and took out a black xylophone. An astonishing ancient aura hit, causing Chu Yan's soul to tremble, as if a piece of music appeared automatically in the sea of consciousness, echoing the sky. Good violin. Unexpectedly, just seeing and sensing breath can affect his soul. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Without further ado, he took Yuqin and put it in the Rakshasa space. Thank you. I will take my leave first. Chu Yan handed over the 2 of them, left the sealed place, and flew towards the outside of the clan. There is nothing to say, it is a transaction between the 2 parties, whether it is the Heart Sutra or the xylophone of Taiga Daobao, they are all bought by themselves. So, there is no need to be grateful for anything. When Chu Yan came out of the 100 Thieves clan, among the Jade Talismans, Xiaotian Daozu and Lingjue Daozu and others, but the consciousness came from them. So urgent. The communication Jade Talisman kept vibrating, and it seemed very hasty. Chu Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly checked. Chu Yan, I just received news from the Sun family that Heaven and the Heavenly Jade Demon broke through to the Supreme Realm in the First Realm, and now they are in the Land of Asking, forcing the Wenwen mountain range, preparing to harvest the Dao fruit and hit the Dao Master Realm. Chu Yan, hurry back to Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Heaven sent an edict to invite you to break through the Tsangzhu realm with him in the Land of Myriad Origins next month. There are a lot of conditions for you to decide. Seeing these messages, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. Time, too fast. He had expected these situations before, but he never expected that he had just practiced the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra, and the movements on the side of heaven were so fast. Judging from this situation, I am afraid that the battle in the Land of 10,000 Origins will not be easy. Moreover, Heaven also hijacked Chang Tianhe as a whole card to threaten him, which is also very troublesome. Although he has now found a way to save Chang Tianhe's soul, the premise is to get rid of Heaven's control first. While thinking about it, Chu Yan hurried back to Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Soon after, Kunlun Fairy Mountain, the main hall. Several people gathered in the hall, waiting for Chu Yan to come back. Empress Shantian, Yu Linglong, Xiaotian Daozu, etc., as well as Ji Chongqing and Mo Dongqing, there were hundreds of them. In the entire hall, there was a tense and dignified atmosphere, which made the void feel a little oppressed. Came back. Suddenly, a figure flashed past and appeared in the main hall. Chu Yan, look at this first. Daoist Xiaotian didn't talk nonsense at all, just waved his hand, and pulled out a large phantom of the light curtain. Among them, a figure appeared, which made Chu Yan's eyes tremble instantly. Tianpa. But with a sweep of breath, it was obvious that something was wrong, not Tianpa at all. This is Heaven taking away the heavenly soul. Chu Yan frowned suddenly. This sky circled around a lot, and in the end it turned out to be Tianpa who seized the house. Chu Yan. The person in the picture turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised. Now that I have opened the Dao mountain range, it will take up to 3 days before I can become the master of Dao. Whether it's me or my daughter, I have to thank you for being able to improve my cultivation. After all, I heard that Zissou broke through invincibility before, and you also helped. Hearing the word Zissou, Empress Xuanhuan's expression turned cold instantly. It seems that the mountain range is a bit stubborn. It has to wait until the time. Even if it is advanced, it will not be within a month. In that case, why don't you and I work together to restore the heavenly cauldron? It's good for both of us. To show my sincerity, I will be responsible for the restoration of the Tsangqiong, and you will provide the materials. In this way, I can guarantee that both of us can be promoted to the invincible state before the start of the Land of 10,000 Origins. Presumably, you won't refuse. I think you are also trying to find a way to break through the invincible realm. I can tell you clearly that there is only one way. One last thing, Kunlun Fairy Mountain, after thousands of years, I want to see it again. Speaking of this, the Tianpa in the phantom smiled brilliantly, and the figure gradually blurred. Humph. It's a beautiful idea. Bo Wang was not polite, and directly yelled at him. There are really not many people present who can talk about their seniority on an equal footing with the Tsangzhu realm. Not to mention that this Heaven is still Wu Tiandi's life and death enemy, who has been fighting for so many years. Senior, what is this Heaven doing in Kunlun Mountain? Can you let him in? Chu Yan thought for a while, frowned, and asked. The current situation is very bad. It seems that Heaven has completely taken the initiative, and he is being suppressed by Heaven, completely following the opponent's thinking and progress. Of course it's not good to let him in. The original rules of his cultivation, the Kunlun Immortal Mountain is bred by the original source, and this is the secret he most wants to explore. Bo Wang's face was serious, full of displeasure, but in the current situation, there is no way to let him in or not, you have to make the decision. Anyway, if you let him in, Ming Wang, please help me when the time comes, so that he can't see anything. Talking about letting Chu Yan make up his mind means that he really regards Chu Yan as the master of this Kunlun Fairy Mountain, but Bo Wang also knows that Chu Yan can only agree. Okay. Senior Baoang and King Ming, please take care of me, this is the best. After Chu Yan answered, he turned and looked at the people in the hall. Everyone, is there anything else? Daozu Shoutian thought for a while, and said, Chu Yan, it is not a big problem to join hands with the Daojing mountain range and heaven. There are also many people on our side who can break through. In addition, we should prepare those materials together, so it should be no problem. When the other Taoist ancestors heard this, they also nodded in unison. Now that the three sects are united, the power is overwhelming. Among all the forces in the Xinyu continent, they are very clear that the Kunlun lineage is absolutely capable of competing for the power to dominate the world. Now, the biggest problem is, Chang Tianhe. With a word from Shoutian Daozu, the audience fell silent. #C3754, the biggest problem. The words of Shoutian Daozu were straight to the point, and it was also a question that everyone in the temple was worried about before Chu Yan came back. Other things are easy to deal with, at least there are countermeasures, but Chang Tianhe's matter, there is really no way. After all, among current cultivators, there is almost no way of cultivating the spirit and will. Even if there is one, like the Pufa sect, it is only stronger and used for some secret skills. It is impossible to use it as a separate way of asking for special cultivation. And Chu Yan cared very much about Chang Tianhe, and heaven seemed to be sure of this, so he was completely wary. It can be said that other things are easy to talk about, but if Chang Tianhe's problem is not resolved, there is no way to let go of Tian. Chu Yan, have you ever thought that if heaven takes Chang Tianhe as a hostage and asks you to hand over Kunlun Xianshan, Qiling, etc., as well as your secrets, and even abolish your cultivation, how would you deal with it? The words of Shoutian Daozu immediately made everyone in the hall look at Chu Yan. All of them looked dignified and nervous, full of worry. This is the most important thing, and when they discussed it before, it became a deadlock here, almost a situation where they must lose. Not to mention all of them, even one or two of Chu Yan's whole cards, would be a heavy blow. As one of the four heavenly masters, heaven can't be shrewd. Constantly testing Chu Yan's bottom line, as long as Chu Yan lets go, even if it is a key treasure, it will affect the final result. In my opinion. Seeing that everyone was staring at Chu Yan, Yu Linglong spoke first. Let's talk about Qi Ling first. We got two pieces, but they are not owned by Chu Yan, but shared by everyone in the Kunlun lineage, so they are not considered Chu Yan's. If God takes this as an example, it can be dealt with completely. Besides, in Kunlun Fairy Mountain, there is Senior Baoang here, and it is not Chu Yan who can decide it alone. The treasure has a spirit, and choosing someone to return to, this is not just what the sky says. As soon as these two words came out, everyone was startled. They all looked at Bo Wang and nodded endlessly. It really is. Not to mention Kunlun Fairy Mountain, the treasure of God's domain continent, as long as there is a weapon spirit, if the previous master falls, other people will grab it, and the weapon spirit will leave on its own if it doesn't approve. This is completely reasonable. If God uses this as an example, it is not reliable at all. What Miss Yu said is true. But I am afraid that this heaven will take Chang Tianhe as a hostage, and will continue to test the bottom line here in Chu Yan, and get the most benefits. No matter what the benefits are, I am afraid it will be a big deal for Chu Yan and us. Loss. 8 Desolation Invincible, the Tao Patriarch of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect also nodded, saying, just received the news from the Sun family that Chang Tianhe has now recovered to the Taoist realm. At this rate, he must be invincible in the land of 10,000 origins. If you break through the invincible realm in the land of myriad origins, it will be Sangzhu. Speaking of this, Huang Wudi's face was slightly heavy. In the world of martial arts, chances like this, it is fair to everyone, someone on your side can break through, and the enemy's side can also break through. Who can finally break through depends on strength and chance. Senior, do you have an idea? Chu Yan also frowned slightly, and asked. I've thought about it, and two ways are safe. 1. If that heaven comes to Kunlun Xianshan, according to the agreement, he will be the only one, so he and Chang Tianhe will be separated. This is an opportunity. 2. Wan Yuan, before the chance of the god of heaven appeared, when heaven tried its best to grab the opportunity to break through, there would be no time for him, we can attack Chang Tianhe. Having said that, Huang Wudi thought about it carefully, then raised his head and looked at Chu Yandao. In my opinion, these two methods are the safest. As soon as these words came out, all the bigwigs present nodded in unison. What Huang Wudi said was exactly what everyone had thought about. There is a time gap between these two methods, and it is completely possible to carry out both. So we have two chances. It's just that if you fail the first time, you will startle the snake, and it will be even more difficult the second time. Daozu Xiutian added. Hearing this, Chu Yan also nodded slightly, saying that it is not bad, that's the way it is. Then take the first step first, please help seniors, I hope it will succeed once. Chu Yan cupped his hands and said. No problem. It should be. Rest assured. Good. Several invincible bosses in the hall nodded in unison, the seriousness on their faces gradually receded, and they smiled at the same time. Things are not afraid of trouble, but they are afraid that there is no solution. Now that there is a solution, it is not a problem. After all, the alliance of three sects has now become the Kunlun lineage, even in this world, it is one of the best in strength. Everyone, this time it's all because of my personal affairs, and I've worked hard to mobilize everyone. I'm here to express my solemn thanks to everyone. If this can be done, I will be grateful to everyone. Chu Yan stood up and thanked everyone again. The bosses here are all Taishan Beidu of various sects and forces, lacking treasures and resources. Of course there is no shortage. So I want them to do their best. Compared with treasures and resources, Chu Yan's favor is extremely precious. These old monsters who have lived for thousands of years naturally know this truth. This is also an opportunity for them. If Chu Yan is fine, if you want Chu Yan to owe you a favor, it will be as difficult as heaven. No need. We are all together, we will prosper and suffer together, this is what we should do. Xiutian Daozu and the others quickly spoke politely. Afterwards, Chu Yan and them started to discuss some details again, and discussed thoroughly repeatedly. Who is the opponent? That's God. One of the Fort Songzhu of the year, the initiator of the Battle of the Fort Songzhu, and Wu Tiandi, the most likely to become the existence of the master. Against such an opponent, no matter how careful one is, it cannot be overstated. This discussion took several hours, and everyone had the bottom line in their hearts, and they were also determined, so they split up and prepared to go. After replying heaven and agreeing a time to come to Kunlun Mountain, Chu Yan was also anxious to see Chu Yun. Therefore, Chu Yan, who was in a hurry, did not see the distressed expressions on the faces of Bai Gang and the others, especially when he saw Empress Xiantian standing in front of him. At this time, Chu Yan had already reached the first mountain of Kunlun Mountain, looking at the small figure below with a smile on his face. Yu Linglong was beside him, and she kept looking at the little figure below, her eyes were full of tenderness. How big is this? When I was his age, I didn't even have a martial spirit. This kid has already reached the martial emperor realm. Really? Chu Yan looked at it, full of emotion. Are you being lazy? Lin Meng stared at Chu Yan with doubts on his face, as if looking at a monster. Don't you know your talent? #C3755 arrange. Everyone present knew about Chu Yan's talent, so they didn't believe it at all, and Chu Yan couldn't explain anything, so he just shook his head and smiled wryly. If you're lazy, you'll know if you look at this kid. If you're not too lazy, you might have broken through to Emperor Martial Realm now. So this laziness is just following your father. Lin Meng would not let go of such a good opportunity, and continued to criticize Chu Yan. On the other hand, Yu Linglong just smiled, looking at Chu Yan and remembering the scene when she first met Chu Yan. It seemed like a lifetime away. How talented is he? Chu Yan didn't care about Lin Meng's words, and asked with a smile. Ask again. Didn't you say it? Follow your father. Lin Meng seized another opportunity. The martial soul has already merged with the divine soul, and now I'm starting to practice the method of asking. No matter what kind of Taoist secret skills, as long as I practice for a few days, I can't beat him basically, and I can master it at one point. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes were full of astonishment. This talent completely surpassed him. Talent is good, but there are also many bad things. Laziness is just one of them. This kid doesn't take the usual path. He is always different from other kids. His ability to fool people, the kids from the cities near Kunlun Mountain, are all very impressive. He foolishly joined the Great Chu sect. If this goes on like this, when he grows up, he will harm many beautiful girls, definitely more than you, a father. Hearing this, several people present all pursed their lips and snickered. Bo Wang and King Ming directly turned into phantoms and disappeared on the spot. The two of them thought of Wu Fei back then, that was also famous. Moreover, the most important thing is that Chu Yan, who became a father, was mistaken by the people in the world for Wu's return from the very beginning, and he was convinced. You said that there is no connection between the two. Bo Wang and King Ming had met Wu Fei before, so they couldn't help it, so they hurried away. It's normal. Chu Yan's current conditions and environment are not comparable to mine back then. It's just that this aspect of character must be restricted. Chu Yan thought seriously this time, and looked up at Yu Linglong and Lin Meng after a while. Well, I think so. Above the void, a group of parents began to discuss Chu Yan's cultivation plan, but Chu Yan, below, had no idea. At this time, he climbed up a big rock exhaustedly, lay down with a whoosh, and began to complain. Nyang is too cruel. These big monsters are so easy to kill. How long has it been? Sooner or later, I will escape, With the prestige of my great Chu sect, I can't go anywhere in this world. No. If the great Chu sect becomes famous in the God's domain continent, Nyang will be able to find me. I have to change my name so that he doesn't know it at all. When I become the #1 sect in the world, I will scare them, ha. Okay, let's do it. Just when Chu Yan was very excited about his great plan, and was thinking about when to call his great Chu Zong's elder pavilion to discuss this matter, suddenly, a wave of aura hit. Looking up, I saw 3 figures not far away. They were Chu Yan and the others. Great Chu Zong. Is there a position for me? Chu Yan laughed. Father. Chu Yan was dumbfounded on the spot, but when he saw Chu Yan appearing, he was immediately overjoyed, rushed over with a whoosh, and threw himself into his arms. Chu Yan touched Chu Yan's small head with a smile on his face. Father, you don't care about Nyang, she let me fight monsters here for a month. I was almost eaten by big monsters several times. Father, you are only my son. If I die, the Chu family and the great Chu sect will be broken. The world will be in chaos. When these words came out, the 3 people, including Chu Yan, were all dumbfounded. Little fart doll. These words directly made Lin Meng a sinner in the world. It's like saying that if Lin Meng lets him fight the big monster here, the world will perish. This big hat can kill Lin Meng several times. It's okay, Dad is in charge today, you don't need to fight the big monster, tell Dad what you want to do. Chu Yan laughed. Really? Daddy's the best. I want to go out and play. This Kunlun mountain is boring. I heard that it is very big outside, so much fun. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and he said quickly. Okay. Then go out and play. Chu Yan nodded. You have grown up so much, Dad has never been with you for a day, let Dad spend a good day with you today. Let's go. Immediately with a wave of his hand, the figures of the two disappeared on the spot, leaving only Yu Linglong and Lin Meng standing there, and after a long time, they took a deep breath and turned to leave. The next moment, the figures of the two had left Kunlun Mountain and headed straight for the nearby Daiyu. A father and a son were in the 7th domain, and they started to play. Chu Yan also took Xiaoyun to the big cities, scenic spots, and even some safe secret places, which made Chu Yan very addicted. There are also cities and secret Kunlun mountains, but with Lin Meng in charge, Chu Yan is free to do so. It's different now. After the initial trial, I found that Chu Yan really didn't care about himself, so he didn't fly to the sky, and wherever he went, he was flying like a dog. Chu Yan didn't blame him, and helped him clean up all the way, completely following Chu Yan's temper. The happy time is always short. In a blink of an eye, the sun rises and the moon rises, and a day has passed. Punlai City, Yunxian Restaurant. This is the largest restaurant in the largest city in the 7th domain. Chu Yan has reserved the top floor, and all kinds of delicacies are served on 2 tables, all of which are placed in front of Chu Yan. Growing up in Kunlun Mountain, Lin Meng and Yu Linglong took care of her to death, so she has seen so many delicacies from mountains and seas. Children, they are always greedy when they are growing up, so even if Chu Yan didn't move his chopsticks much, Chu Yan still ate like a cloud. After waiting for a long time, seeing Chu Yan hiccuping all the time, Chu Yan turned serious and asked. Xiaoyun, do you know what the situation is between Kunlun Mountain and me now? As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan was startled, then his face darkened slightly, he nodded his head and said. Well. I know, Ernyang told me that the big villain Heaven is going to deal with Dad, and even took away Dad's friends to threaten Dad, and Kunlun Xianshan is also in danger. Speaking of this, Xiao Chuyun waved his fist and said with a fierce face. Father, don't worry, when I grow up and become stronger, I will bring De Chuzong to help you defeat the bad guys, then you will have time to accompany me and Mother. Father, I am still too weak to help you, but I will practice hard and not cause trouble for you. When these words came out, Chu Yan was stunned on the spot. Before, he always thought that Chu Yan's mind was immature, because of his status, he might still be a bit of a dude. But looking at it now, Chu Yan is quite sensible and smart. But Yu Chuyan's heart suddenly warmed up. It seems that this dude is not only because of his identity and environment. At this point, Chu Yan immediately thought of Lin Meng, which really made her give up. #C3756 Kindness. From Chu Yan's birth to growing up, Chu Yan didn't have time to be by his side at all, so Yu Linglong was always in charge of Chu Yan's teaching. But Yu Linglong knew that Chu Yan was born to her, and worried that she would not be able to discipline him cruelly, so she handed it over to Lin Meng. In the past few years, no matter how distressed she was, Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and never intervened. Today, the little Chu Yan, who appeared in front of Chu Yan, finally did not disappoint Chu Yan. It even made Chu Yan a little satisfied. After all, at this age, it is very good to have such a mind and mentality. So, after Chu Yan thought about it, he said directly. Xiaoyun, since you know the current situation, I want to tell you as a father that neither your mother nor I, nor the Kunlun Fairy Mountain can protect you for the rest of my life. You have to grow up and face your own world. And now, if you keep you with us, maybe it's not the best choice. It's also for your safety. Chu Yan's expression completely changed when he said these words. Daddy, I was anxious, but Chu Yan was too young after all, he didn't know what to say, he was just anxious. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, Chu Yan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, don't be afraid, after the things here are over, my father and your mother will take you back. Take this." Chu Yan took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yun. With a big wave of his hand, the jade talisman turned into a stream of light and disappeared between Chu Yan's eyebrows. With both hands forming a seal, all the breath in Chu Yan's body circulated crazily at the same time, and even the green seal was awakened by Chu Yan for the first time, releasing a trace of green light, which merged into the fingerprint. With a light press, Chu Yan heaved a long sigh of relief after placing a spiritual seal on Chu Yan's brow. "In this jade talisman, I have learned all my life, as well as the insights I have cultivated along the way, including some ways of dealing with things as a father. I hope it can play some role in your future path in life." The method of cultivation here. It allows you to practice all the way to Zhangzhu realm. Wait until the day of domination, imagine that even if something happens, we can still meet. At that time, being a father depends on you. Remember. From now on, your name will not be Chu Yun, but Gong Yunyue. Only when we meet again will you be called Chu Yun again. Everything in Kunlun Immortal Mountain, including everything before you, don't treat anyone mention it. Having said that, Chu Yan was a little breathless, and he touched Chu Yun's head while panting. Dad, I. This time, Chu Yun was really frightened, tears started to appear in his eyes, and he looked at Chu Yan with helplessness and fear. Chu Yun, who is so talented and smart, seems to already know what will happen next. Xiaoyun, you are great. Although it is the first time I meet you as a father, I am very pleased, you are very good. I believe that in the future, you will not let me and your mother down, will you? A smile appeared on Chu Yan's face, and above the palm of his hand, a faint xinqi began to move, causing the void around him to continue to surge, like a big wave was approaching. Father. Chu Yun glanced at Chu Yan's palm, his expression changed drastically, and he yelled anxiously. Go. You have to walk on your own in the future. Always remember, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, father and mother will always support you. Always be with you. After saying a word, Chu Yan pressed down with his big hand, and the thunder exploded in the sky. The dragon and the tiger roared at the same time, and the sky trembled. The next moment, all the violent breath disappeared in an instant, and all gathered in front of Chu Yan, turning into a gate of time and space. Looking in through the gate, you can see a Xuanhuan avenue, surrounded by crystal jade, extremely stable. This gate of time and space was built by Chu Yan for his son. Unlike other gates of time and space, there is no trace of chaos and turbulence inside, and it is absolutely safe. The entire passage is hundreds of thousands of miles away, and it is transformed by all the power and true energy of Chu Yan. As long as Chu Yan does not fall, this passage will never be closed. Will collapse. The gate of time and space opened, swallowing Chu Yan's small figure directly, and pulling it into the channel of time and space. Father, I wouldn't, never, let you down. When Chu Yan was pulled into the passage of time and space, his eyes were full of tears, spilling across the void, mustering all the strength in his body, and shouting loudly, until the small figure completely disappeared into the depths of the passage. Little Chu Yan's voice was still echoing throughout the passage, and Chu Yan sat there with blurred eyes. MMM. As father knows, you are great. His eyes just stared at the space-time channel, standing there for a long time, unable to let go. I'm sorry, it's because of my father that I put you in danger and did such an irresponsible thing. However, from this moment on, as a father, he will hold his sword against the sky and cut off the sky. Even if he falls, he will split the sky and the earth for you. Success, the world is full of benevolence. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan completely closed the door of time and space, took out the prepared spirit array, and pressed it on the ground. Let's go. Go through all the hardships. I believe that one day, you will be better than being a father. Go out, your own way. With a whisper, Chu Yan's whole body exploded, and his figure shot straight into the sky like a cannonball, exploding a series of sonic booms. Wherever he passed, the void was completely shattered, and the stars in the sky trembled. The next day, Kunlun Fairy Mountain. After Chu Yan came back, he returned to the first mountain, and began to run the 9 Realms star map, covering the entire mountain, releasing the mighty splendor of the Sea of Stars. Knowingly standing beside Chu Yan, his breath was like a tide, and he raised his hand to light up the stars. Baoang floated in the sky, and also activated his whole body's strength, urging the aura of the entire Kunlun Fairy Mountain to the extreme. A large area of thick fog appeared, covering the entire Kunlun Fairy Mountain like a fairyland. Chu Yan and Bo Wang shot at the same time, coupled with the cooperation of King Ming and the 9-region star map. How amazing the power is. A straight Xianxia avenue appeared, from the first mountain to the 4th mountain. At present, what Chu Yan has broken through is the 4 mountains, and at this moment, they are all connected. As the current owner of Kunlun Fairy Mountain, Chu Yan took full control of Kunlun Fairy Mountain for the first time at this time, with the full cooperation of Kunlun Mountain Ling Baoang. The 3 of them put in so much effort for one purpose, God. After all, they are the 4 great masters, and they are in a hostile relationship when they visit Kunlun Xianshan. It is impossible for Chu Yan and the others not to take precautions. Therefore, the layout of Kunlun Fairy Mountain is definitely the top priority. On the other side, Empress Shantian, together with all the Dao ancestors, are also doing their best to spread all over the Kunlun Fairy Mountain, constantly arranging various spiritual formations and restrictions. Most of these spirit arrays and restrictions were provided by King Ming and Bo Wang, at least they were of the ancient ranks, and they were only arranged after confirming that they would have a certain influence on the Tsang Lord. Chu Yan, it's almost there. Not long after, Baoang said through voice transmission. #C3757 Covenant of Heaven. After Boang's news came, Empress Shantian and other Taoist ancestors also sent news one after another, saying that it was basically completed. After waiting for the message from the last person, Chu Yan answered them. Trouble seniors, then I'll start. As soon as a word came out, Chu Yan's figure flashed directly to the main hall of Kunlun Fairy Mountain. On the one hand, Chu Yan needs to contact heaven, and at the same time, he has to go out from the main hall, so that everyone can see that he has been staying in the main hall and has not done anything. There are so many people in Kunlun Immortal Mountain now, there may be spies there, it's better to do things in a small way. At present, only a few Dao ancestors and Chu Yan are the only ones who know the plan. The next thing is to wait. Chu Yan is not in a hurry. After waiting for 2 days, news came soon. Chu Yan, God has answered. Shoutian Daozu was responsible for relaying the news, and told Chu Yan immediately after receiving the summons. Tian just came out of Wendao Mountain Range, so he should have already asked, so let him wait in the river boundary of the 2nd domain. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he replied. Okay. I'll keep an eye on him. Daozu Shoutian replied. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and after thinking for a while, he sent out a few more thoughts before setting off. When Chu Yan left Kunlun Mountain, a full hour had passed, and when he came back again, there was already one more person beside him. This man, Zhang Ba Tal, was dressed in a red robe, with fiery red hair, entwined with golden silk dragons, and looked extremely domineering. A pair of eyes with a faint smile, the eyes pass by, giving people a sense of warmth and tranquility. The appearance is 90% similar to the previous Tianpa, but those eyes give people the impression that they are obviously not Tianpa. Even if Chu Yan stood in front of him, he couldn't feel the breath of Tianpa at all, and was completely replaced. Warm and sunny, but with a hint of dominance, this feeling makes Chu Yan a little incomprehensible. These two breaths, how did he appear at the same time? Look, that is heaven. One of the four heavenly lords. Such a strong aura. It's not the deity, it's just a clone of will, it has such a strong aura, it's scary. I heard that his cultivation base is not strong now, and he is at the Taoist realm at most. It seems that he is just reincarnated and has not recovered to the peak of his strength. This is amazing. The appearance of Kunlun Xianshan to Chu Yan, and at the same time brought a person, immediately attracted all eyes. Some Tao ancestor realm brought strong men, scattered all over Kunlun Mountain, all staring at this heaven. Songzhu realm. It will always be a legend in the hearts of cultivators, an existence that people look up to. Although the Lord of Kunlun Mountain, Chu Yan, is also the reincarnation of the Songzhu, and he is also the reincarnation of the Tu Songzhu. However, the situation of his reincarnation is completely different from that of heaven. The latter is reincarnated by himself in this world, not even reincarnation. Compared with the deity and the reincarnation, the difference is huge. Therefore, as for heaven, one of the four great lords, who has never seen the legend of 10,000 years ago, who would not want to see it with his own eyes. This Kunlun Mountain is really different. I didn't expect it to be so lively after 10,000 years. Tian's eyes swept across the whole area, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he muttered. But without waiting for Chu Yan to speak, he went on to say. So many ants, don't they desecrate the origin of Kunlun Mountain? What qualifications do these rubbish have to enter Kunlun Mountain? The two words were uttered in a low voice, with a smile on them, but they spread across the world, but everyone heard them, and Chi-Chi's expression changed. Ants. Rubbish. All the cultivators who were watching the scene with interest, all of them froze and were stupefied on the spot. It is estimated that with the identity and status of the four great masters, except for the invincible and the Taoist realm, they are all rubbish in his eyes. But in today's God's domain continent, there are only so many invincible realms and Taoist realms. There are as many as phoenix hair and scaly horns, and more of them are ordinary practitioners, like them, disciples of the three sects who came to Kunlun Mountain to practice. 99 out of 10 are about respect. In this way, they all became garbage and ants in the mouth of heaven, and all of them had hot faces. Is the prestige very poor? It is also a high-level strength in the God's domain continent, much stronger than the God King realm, okay? However, those who are present are all three alliances after all, and now they are considered to be from the Kunlun lineage. When outsiders come, they point their noses and scold them as ants and garbage. 10 days ago, you seemed to be still snatching other people's bodies, and you didn't even have the cultivation base of the God King realm. How is it compared to ants? Chu Yan opened his mouth, with a wider smile on his face, looking at the sky, and replied. When this sentence was spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned, and then everyone understood what Chu Yan meant, and they all looked at heaven with a smile on their faces. You're right. After pausing for a moment, Tian finally nodded. The smile on his face remained unchanged, and his expression was indifferent. This Songzhu realm is strong, and the heart is naturally not weak. Ordinary verbal attacks would have no effect at all on a person like him, it was all just fun. Are the materials ready? Time is running out, and the land of myriad sources will open in 5 or 6 days. It is necessary to cultivate the treasure of the sky as soon as possible to avoid accidents. Tian looked at Chu Yan and said directly. Certainly. Chu Yan waved his hand, threw out the storage jade talisman, and said. Follow me to the main hall. There are too many people here, and they are all looking at you. Hee. With this smile, Tian finally frowned slightly, glanced at Chu Yan, nodded without saying a word, and took the jade talisman. Originally, he thought that Chu Yan was an honest man, but he didn't expect to be so eloquent. The first sentence turned against himself, saying that he was also an ant garbage, and the second sentence actually compared himself to a monkey, and he was still a monkey watching by everyone. But heaven also knows that this is just a verbal dispute after meeting, strong or not strong, it doesn't make much sense. That's all. We still won't go to the main hall. After receiving the storage jade talisman, Chu Yan was taken aback by Heaven's answer. Haha. Little friend Chu Yan and brother Baoong, I'm afraid that this time, I'm not a good person. In fact, as a small cultivator in the Taoist realm, what powerful means do I have to covet you? Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Heaven laughed, and then said. I came here this time, one is to meet Zissou, the second is to meet you, and the third is also because I fought with that guy Wu for countless years, but he didn't even touch the edge of Kunlun Fairy Mountain. See, so I got it, but it's just a wish. After all, the relationship with you is not bad now, and it's not at the point of life and death. Friends, Chu Yan, don't you think so? When these words came out, Chu Yan frowned slightly. It's so easy to say, maybe the real purpose is more troublesome than I originally thought. This heaven is really hard to deal with. #C3758 1 backhand slap. Speaking of this, Tian seemed to become more and more excited, his eyes swept across the Kunlun 9 layers mountains, and his chin slightly raised. Little friend Chu Yan, 10,000 years have passed, things and people have changed, but I am a little narrow-minded, even if 10,000 years have passed, I still can't forget what happened that year. This? Chu Yan seemed to understand a little bit. Little friend Chu Yan, you say that I am standing here now, in Kunlun Xianshan, one of the 2 great treasures of that fellow Wu, do you think I have won? Or, did you feel that I won and stepped on that guy Wu? Boom. While speaking, Tian stomped his feet vigorously, shaking the first mountain under his feet slightly. That expression was like that of a child showing off, with excitement on his face and glowing eyes. He said these words to Chu Yan, and Chu Yan is the reincarnation of Wu Tiandi. Under such circumstances, it would be interesting. Shan Tian may not want to see you. Chu Yan didn't answer, but directly answered his first purpose. Why? Tiani was stunned and asked subconsciously. Because she hates you. Chu Yan replied directly. That's right, I'm not qualified to ask her anything, I owed her all that year. I'm not worthy to be her father. At this moment, Tian's original complacent expression disappeared without a trace, and his face looked sad. As for me, including Wu Tiandi, we also don't like you, which can be regarded as disgust. Chu Yan smiled and looked at the sky. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. This sentence made Heaven react, laughed out loud, and even said 2 good words. So, among the 3 goals today, only this trip to the Kunlun Immortal Mountain is slightly possible. Boom. While speaking, Tian raised his foot again, and stepped on the first mountain again twice. This time, the faces of all the practitioners around him changed, and they felt a sense of oppression in their hearts at the same time. Songzhu realm. Even if the strength is only restored to the Taoist realm, Kunlun Xianshan can be shaken, this strength is indeed terrifying. Everyone present was stunned, but there was one person with an angry expression on his face, who spoke directly. God, how can you say that you were also one of the 4 great masters of the past, are you so shameless? Boing's voice sounded like thunder, resounding through the entire sky. Hearing this, Tian turned his head and glanced at Bo Wang, but smiled, not intending to argue with him. At this moment, Tian's face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look in the direction of Chu Yan, but before he could see him, he saw a big hand, which reached out instantly and grabbed his neck directly, all of a sudden. Is this so? Does it still feel like stepping on your feet? Chu Yan's whole body was full of momentum, with gold and silver lines shining in his eyes, looking at the sky that was held up in the air, he questioned. At this time, Chu Yan was expressionless, just staring at the sky, and all the breath in the surrounding void instantly froze and became extremely tense. And in all directions, everyone's eyes looking here are all dull. Chu Yan actually attacked heaven. Good, very good. From the squeezed throat, Tian uttered the same voice again, and said two good words again and again. The next moment, his breath surged, and his true energy turned into a voice, and he said loudly, Chu Yan, you are very good. No one has dared to treat me like this in the past 10,000 years. Even Emperor Wu would not dare. Tian's tone can't hear any tone at all, and can't hear happiness or anger, it only gives people a peaceful feeling. It was as if he hadn't been strangled by someone and carried in midair. I'm looking forward to it now, and I believe it. You are qualified to receive the inheritance of Emperor Yuan and Wu. I hope that the land of 10,000 origins will open in a few days, and you will surprise me. You must know that your best friend, Chang Tianhe, is still waiting for your rescue. Ha ha ha. If my guess is right. Is the Perilla already gone? However, little friend Chu Yan, have you thought about it yourself, should you become Emperor Wu, or Emperor Yuan? Ha ha ha. The last words were not spoken directly to the outside world, but transmitted to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan frowned slightly. The next moment, the sky in Chu Yan's hand began to dissipate like light smoke, and soon disappeared without a trace. This is the deity of heaven, who took the initiative to dissipate this Wu clone. After all, it's really not pretty to be held in such a dignified position as the fourth Songzhu. Chu Yan, you did a great job. Ha ha ha. Bo Wang's face was full of smiles, and he directly praised Chu Yan loudly. This time, Chu Yan gave him a lot of anger, so Bo Wang was much happier than everyone present. At the very beginning, he was unwilling to let heaven enter the Taoist mountain range, not to mention that after this heaven came, he made insulting words again, and even stepped on Kunlun mountain. This was basically a slap in the face of him and Wu Tiandi, but Bo Wang wanted to put the overall situation first, so he could only endure it. But I didn't expect that Chu Yan's move completely made him vent his anger, and even turned it around, and slapped heaven in the face in front of everyone on Kunlun mountain. This is so cool. What a face. Ha ha ha. Bo Wang looked at Chu Yan and kept nodding, unable to close his mouth when he laughed for the first time. Senior Haihan, now for some reason, this is the only way to go. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he glanced at the place where the sky disappeared just now, with murderous intent on his face. Of course, those present could understand what he said. Chu Yan. Not far away, Empress Shantian, Daozu Xiutian and others also rushed out from the hidden place and flew towards Chu Yan. Heaven has gone, and it's over, so they naturally don't need to prepare anything. Failed. Empress Shantian looked at Chu Yan and said directly. That day should have been prepared long ago, Chang Tianhe couldn't find a trace at all. Hearing this, Chu Yan and the others just frowned slightly, but they didn't feel much surprise. This time, we cannot accompany the supreme covenant of the heavenly treasure, so you have to be more careful. Ba Huang Wudi looked at Chu Yan worriedly, and exhorted him. I know. Chu Yan nodded. This chance is considered lost, and then there will only be a second chance. This also shows that heaven is not easy to deal with as they expected. Chu Yan glanced at Empress Shantian, and then glanced at the crowd. After nodding his head heavily, his figure flashed, and he flew directly to the third mountain in the distance. Yu Linglong, the master of the three sects, and others also followed behind him, heading towards a teleportation formation on the third mountain. There are still a few days left, and they must leave and arrive early to avoid the other party's tricks. Everyone, this time the land of 10,000 origins, we have to prepare well. Daoist Xiutian said. Good. Empress Shantian, Xiutian Daozu, and other invincible powerhouses all nodded their heads and then scattered away. This time, whether it is the covenant of 10,000 venerables of the heavenly treasure, or the beginning of the land of 10,000 origins, it is the most important thing. #C37591 solved. Among the crowd, only Dao Patriarch Xiutian looked downcast, and said to Pawang Dao Patriarch through sound transmission. "Ba Huang, I have something to do with you." Immediately after the two of them went to a large hall, Ba Huang Taoist asked, "What's the matter, you still want to find me alone?" Daozu Xiutian laid down a layer of enchantment casually, and said to Daozu Ba Huang with a solemn expression. "In a few days, I plan to use my will to go to the land of myriad origins, so I won't go there myself." Hearing this, Ba Huang Daozu was taken aback, and said, "Fellow cultivator, what do you mean? The land of 10,000 sources is of great importance, we should do our best." As the Dao ancestor of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, the patriarch of Ba Huang Dao is regarded as the core of the Kunlun lineage, and he is also the most important boss of Chu Yan. Now, the Kunlun lineage is facing the world situation, there are many crises, and the most important thing is unity. Therefore, as soon as Daozu Xiutian said this, Daozu Ba Huang's heart suddenly sank. Don't create divisions, or split people's hearts at this time, it will be troublesome. This time, after the land of 10,000 origins, the situation in God's domain continent will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. If it is important, it is absolutely important, and there must be no problems in any link. However, what Pawang Daozu didn't understand was, if Daozu Xiutian really had any plans, why would he tell himself? These people, I've thought about it for a long time. Our Kunlun lineage is absolutely doomed at this time, especially after the appearance of heaven today. Shantian and the others didn't even find Changtian his shadow. In a few days, the land of 10,000 sources will be opened. If Changtianhe really becomes the bargaining chip of heaven, Chu Yan must be deeply affected. From this point of view, Chu Yan is too young after all, and that heaven, he has experienced the battle of the four great lords, and he is good at calculating. I am afraid that this point was calculated by heaven 10,000 years ago. Regardless of the strength of Wu Tiandi and Yuan Wang's reincarnations, in terms of calculations, there is no way to compare with this Song Lord himself. For him, this is a huge advantage, but for us, it is a huge passive. So. Hearing this, Ba Huang Daozu seemed to understand a little bit, and suddenly his face changed. You don't mean to. Good. Daoist Xiutian Daozu's face was instantly solemn, full of determination, and he said softly. If at that time, Chu Yan was really under the control of heaven, I would secretly take action and kill that Changtianhe directly. As soon as these words came out, the two fell into silence for an instant. The words of Xiutian Daozu made Ba Huang frown immediately. Compared with Xiutian, he knew Chu Yan's character better. Therefore, what Xiutian is worried about is not excessive worry, it is really possible. And with the scheming of heaven, this opportunity that was laid out in advance 10,000 years ago must be magnified to the limit before it is used. When it is so critical, it is used at an even more critical time, and the result can be imagined. At this time, even if it is the patriarch of the Eight Desolation Dao, he has to think about whether the Eight Desolation Xuanhuan sect will be completely exterminated in his hands, and the entire sect will be wiped out. This is a situation that must never happen, and the consequences are extremely terrifying. But, in this case, fellow cultivator. Ba Huang Daozu pondered for a long time and finally spoke. It's okay. It's just a chance, as long as the land of 10,000 sources is opened, we won this time, then there will be more opportunities in the future. It's just that after this matter, Chu Yan, I hope you can help me take care of it. Daoist Xiutian bowed his hands in salute, and said to Ba Huang with a serious face. Well. This is no problem. I called Xuanhuan and Manhuang, plus Shantian, it's not a big problem. It's just that the gap may be inevitable. After all, we can all understand this matter, and only Chu Yan may not be able to understand it. It's okay, we wait for the cultivators to step into the martial arts practice, and we don't have to pay too much attention to the details and everything, and the martial arts is the most important thing in everything. The words of Dao Patriarch Xiutian also made Ba Huang Dao Patriarch deeply think it. It seems that this heaven cultivator Dao Patriarch deeply believed in his chance to break through the Cangzhou realm in the land of myriad origins, so he wasn't too worried. After all, if he can really break through to Cangzhou realm, Chu Yan's attitude towards him will be reduced to the minimum. On the other side, what attitude? Ba Huang thought for a while and asked again. I've also communicated with Lin Jue, and they didn't say anything. Xiutian Daozu replied. All right. Hearing this, Ba Huang knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion, and the arrow had to be fired. Since Chu Yan fell into this misunderstanding, let the bad guy accept them to do it. Maybe after this time, Chu Yan can really let go of it completely and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Then this time, we must attack the Cangzhou. If we fail, we will be benevolent. Ba Huang gave a heavy drink, bowed heavily to Taoist Xiutian, turned around and left. On the other side, the Supreme Covenant, Sunset Canyon. Found it, those two guys have joined forces with Tianpu long ago. Beast Emperor Invincible came out of the void, revealed himself, and said to the figure in front of him. Haisha's face darkened, and he said, Tianpu was taken away, by heaven. Now these two people should be under control. They will repair this Wu Tianzu and tripod soon. When the Supreme Covenant is opened, it will hit the invincible territory. In this case, will Chu Yan come over too? Suemo Wudi said with disdain on his face, of course, Chu Yan is now at the peak of the Taoist master, and the land of 10,000 sources will soon be opened. The foundation has been laid, the only thing missing is such a breakthrough opportunity, which is similar to that sky. Speaking of this, he glanced at Haisha, and then said, at that time, we will definitely fight against each other. It's a pity that we have to go to the land of 10,000 sources. Otherwise, we can take a look here and review the 4 major battles. The Battle of the Cangzhou is also interesting. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people present all changed. God, Wu, my lord. Except for an unreliable week, the gathering of the 3 Cangzhou, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small battle of the 4th Cangzhou. Haisha kept his face sullen, and listened to what they were saying without chewing. Seeing that they were silent for a long time, I opened my mouth and said, everyone, our plan is about to change. Beast Emperor Invincible immediately said with a cold face, Haisha, what are you going to do? You said it was safe before, but now you say you want to change it. Haisha shook his head and said, Beast Emperor, it was the original plan, just adding some details. Speaking of this, he glanced at the angry Beast Emperor Invincible, and said indifferently. My subordinates, of course, can't see the Lord being restrained by others. It just so happens that neither I nor the Jade Demon that day need to go to the land of 10,000 sources. If there is a chance, I can help the Lord solve this trouble. Sharing the Master's worries, isn't it my duty to wait for the subordinates? In this way, my Lord will be even stronger. As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent. #C3760 Supreme Covenant. The next day, God's domain continent shook. All the sect forces in the entire continent, as well as countless cultivators and strong men, all set their sights on the 28th domain. Among these cultivators, most of them are in the respected realm, and their strength is not strong, but they are very concerned about Xing Ke this time. The bigwigs from all sides want to join forces to attack Cangzhou realm, and the final result will definitely make the entire Xinyu continent stable for thousands of years, and undergo earth-shaking changes. This grand event, from ancient times to the present, affects everyone. However, this day has only just begun, and there are various news coming in, which amazes the already nervous masters of the Taoist realm, and shocks the sect forces of all parties. The Supreme Covenant. How is it possible? It's only been a few days since the Supreme Covenant initiated by Empress Xiantian last time. That's right, I heard that the Haotian tripod has been destroyed, so it is still possible to activate the Supreme Covenant. This news came from Kunlun Mountain. It must be correct. It should be that the Haotian Ding has been repaired, so it will be activated again. Sure enough, it's Chu Yan again. This Chu Yan is far from invincible. I heard that it is only one step away, and the land of 10,000 sources will open soon, so we must attack the invincible state within this period of time. This is too scary. How long has it been since he broke through to the Taoist realm, and he is invincible? Immediately, he will attack the Zhongzhou again. He opened the Supreme Covenant at this time, and avoided the heroes of the world, so it will be much easier. Forget it, don't worry about him. If I want to break through invincibility, I'll do it. We must focus on the land of myriad sources now, and the Zhongzhou realm is the key. From now on, the invincible realm will no longer be the pinnacle. It makes sense. How clever are the strong and big bosses of all forces, and they can analyze the matter clearly after a little calculation. Of course, except for the Sun family, none of them thought that this matter had a lot to do with heaven. After all, among all the realms of God's domain continent, to break through to the venerable realm, heaven entered the first dangerous place, and broke through to the Taoist realm in an instant in the Wuhun Mountains, but very few people knew the news. At present, the Sun family can only know the news, because Sun Feiyang is the descendant of Daojing mountain range. Some of the Taoist realm experts from all sides are happy, some are sad, and some are scolding, but no matter what, they can only wait for the retreat before rushing over. It's hard to say if it's too late. Time passed, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. This day is getting closer and closer to the opening of the land of 10,000 origins. Pass down the order, and from today, the whole sect will retreat. All things in the clan are stopped, and all the branches and branches of the clan are all disbanded on the spot. Close to the original plan, each hall and artery, scattered to the target area, dormant for half a year. The days are getting closer and closer, and the various forces and powerful clans are starting to implement the original plan to prepare for the coming continental storm in the future. Go, let's go. It didn't take long, after all the plans started to run, and the entire clan and sects started to act in an orderly manner, the bigwigs of various sects began to explode with shocking momentum, tearing apart the void, and rushing into the passage. In the 28th domain, Xuanhuan Palace was peaceful, the palace gate was closed tightly without any movement, but a faint holy brilliance was released, penetrating into the 4 directions. At this moment, Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Chu Yan, everyone, let's go. Shoutian Daozu, Bahuang Daozu, Linjue Daozu, Qingxian Wudi, Xiantian Empress, and others stood in front of Chu Yan and looked at Chu Yan. This time, I wish all seniors, breaking the ban in one fell swoop, and ascending to the sky. Chu Yan and a group of disciples from the Kunlun lineage clasped their hands in unison, performing a great ceremony, and the sound of mountains and tsunami was earth-shattering. The time from the establishment of the Kunlun lineage to the present is very short, but all the elders and disciples of the 3 sects have moved into it, especially those who have experienced the cultivation of the former 3-level mountain of Kunlun, and their cohesion is extremely strong. Haha, if I can ascend to Lord Lingtsong this time, I will preach in the sect for a month. Linjue Daozu and others laughed loudly. Amidst the roar of the mountains and the tsunami of the disciples, they all soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. Okay. Let's set off, to Sunset Canyon. Chu Yan turned around and shouted to a group of Taoist masters. Then, besides him and Yu Linglong, a group of people including Ji Chongxing, Mo Dongqing, Lord Xuanhuan and more than 20 Taoist realm experts all wanted to go to Sunset Canyon. Of course, Lord Xuanhuan and others have only reached the Dao Ancestor realm, and this time they hit the Invincible realm, they just went to help and feel it casually. By gang, Hai Lao, you don't need to go to the early stages of the Daoist realm, the most important thing is to guard the Kunlun Immortal Mountain together with the Henggu army. Chu Yan said to them. The two of them are now the chief and deputy commanders of the Eternal Ancient Army, and their military strength has initially formed. Even if they come from the invincible state, their Eternal Ancient Army and the defensive strength of Kunlun Mountain itself are enough to deal with it. Moreover, in the current situation, apart from the sky, who in the entire God's domain continent would dare to provoke Kunlun Immortal Mountain? Lord, don't worry. Hai Lao bowed his hands and saluted, with a serious face. It is obviously a kind of great trust that Chu Yan handed Kunlun Xianshan to them. Scholars died for their confidence, not to mention their relationship as masters and ministers. It is also a great honor to gain such trust, and of course they will do their best. Chu Yan nodded and ordered everyone to set off. Passing through the teleportation array arranged in advance, the group arrived at Sunset Canyon in less than an hour. The masters of the Taoist realm of the Kunlun lineage passed on their consciousness and attracted the masters of the same sect who came first to join them. For a time, the lineup of the Kunlun lineage was stronger than ever, and its power enveloped the world. This time, the Supreme Covenant happened suddenly, and the time was extremely tight. Most of the parties and sects did not get the news, so only a very small number of people came to participate. Now, Tianayamai holds Wu Tianzu and Ding, where exactly will it be activated? They have not received specific news, so they can only wait for the time being. Anyway, once the Supreme Covenant is opened, there must be a vision of heaven and earth, and you will know it when the time comes. Swish! Two figures flew over from the distant horizon, descended into the setting sun canyon, glanced at them, and their expressions changed drastically at the same time. These two people are none other than Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou, who were escorted by Chu Yan when he entered the Sunset Canyon last time. I didn't expect it to be so long, less than a year. Chu Yan is already about to hit the invincible realm. Wang Kuan sighed. During this year, because of Chu Yan's relationship and good luck, the two of them also gained a lot of opportunities, and their cultivation base finally broke through to the peak of the Taoist realm. However, even now they know that the same level of cultivation as Chu Yan is very different. Forget it, Chu Yan is not something we can compare to. His battle is also dangerous. The opponent is terrifying. Chen Zhou also said. Do you want to help him? Wang Kuan asked tentatively. The last time they got a benefit, it was equivalent to betting on the right treasure, otherwise how could they have reached the peak of the Taoist realm so easily? #C3761 offend. Both of them are casual cultivators, and if they really rely on their own strength, I'm afraid that the peak of the Dao Master realm is already their limit. But, are you willing? Of course they are not reconciled, especially after they had an intersection with Chu Yan last time and tasted the sweetness, they will not be reconciled. After practicing martial arts to their level, who doesn't have any ambitions? If you really have no ambitions, when you reach the God King realm, you will go directly to the lower realm to become the Emperor of the Earth. Chen Zhou, you think too much. With our current strength, we don't even have the qualifications to participate, not to mention whether we can help or not. Haven't you ever thought that if you help Chu Yan, you will be offended? God. As soon as these words came out, Chen Zhou nodded immediately. The reason couldn't be simpler. Just like last time, the two of them also bet, but passively bet, but this time they can only choose actively. Of course the safest way is not to choose, not to help each other, there is no risk at all. However, that also means that there is no chance. This is a Maodun. Look, Chu Yan is here. Suddenly, as soon as the two looked up, they saw a figure appearing in the distance. Not only the two of them, but the entire Sunset Canyon's powerhouses looked up at the sky. I saw that on the large void, Chu Yan, Yu Linglong and others were walking on the clouds with overwhelming momentum. What a strong momentum! This Chu Yan has the reincarnation of the Tutsangzhu. It is really extraordinary. I didn't see those Yu Linglongs. It is said that they were also famous peerless geniuses in the God's domain continent back then, but they followed Chu Yan later, and rarely showed up again. That kind of power, our plan is still. The appearance of Chu Yan instantly reversed the original atmosphere of Sunset Canyon, and all eyes and attention were focused on Chu Yan and the others. Moreover, many of them just received news that Chu Yan's cultivation had broken through to the Taoist realm, but they didn't know the details. Just thinking about the past, Chu Yan can stir up the entire God's domain continent with his respectful cultivation. Now it is even more Taoist realm cultivation base, so needless to say, I am afraid it is even more terrifying. In particular, the prestige of the Kunlun lineage and the eternal ancient army he created resounded throughout the entire God's domain continent. Those who came here are all Taoist realm cultivation bases, but the gap between them is really not ordinary. Chu Yan hung above the sky, swept across all the Taoist realms present, looked at Wang Kuan and Chen Zhou, paused for a moment, and nodded. For a moment, the whole scene fell into dead silence. All the Taoist realms were looking at Chu Yan, but Chu Yan closed his eyes and didn't move at all. This made them all Taoist realms dumbfounded. What is this for? The forces of all parties and all the Taoist realms began to speculate and communicate, and various consciousnesses flew around. After a while, Chu Yan opened his eyes and announced. Heavenly General Wu Tianzuanding, put it in the southern district. As soon as the words landed, they took Yu Linglong and the others and flew towards the southern area. They had already made an agreement with Heaven before, and in addition to the relationship between him and Wu Tianzuanding, they only needed a little induction to find out the location. Go. Let's go too. The other Taoist realm powerhouses present all flashed and followed suit. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to lead the crowd to the depths of the southern district. If it wasn't for Chu Yan rushing to the front, directly crossing a forbidden area and a dangerous area, and forcibly breaking those restrictions, the people behind could only take a detour, which would take at least twice as long. Chu Yan can thoroughly detect and sense all the dangers and forbidden killing intentions here, and then directly rush away or avoid them. After all, he possesses the will of the Tutsangzhu. Even if this Sunset Canyon has gone through 10,000 years, he is still afraid of the will of the Tutsangzhu. The great battle back then almost turned the entire Sunset Canyon into a wasteland, and even the rules of heaven and earth here were severely damaged. Under such circumstances, remembering the aura of the two is what the new rules must do. Look ahead. As they approached the depths, the faces of the Taoist realm powerhouses from all sides changed slightly. Because, they saw, above a mighty mountain range in front, Wu Tianzuanding had already hung high, sprinkling countless brilliance, completely changing the surrounding void. Everyone knew that this mountain range was the third most dangerous place in Sunset Canyon. The third dangerous place is extremely dangerous, ranking among the top 10. Even ordinary Taoist masters who come to the Sunset Canyon to practice will stay away from the top 5 dangerous places. If you accidentally fall into it, it will be a big loss. Moreover, according to the Supreme Covenant that has been activated for tens of thousands of years in the Sunset Canyon, it is opened every few decades, and has never been opened in the first 5 dangerous places, all of which start from the 6th dangerous place onwards. But now, the Supreme Covenant is actually opened directly in the 3rd dangerous land. This is definitely the first time in the world. Good opportunity. This time, it is definitely an opportunity. All of the Taoist realm powerhouses present were full of vigor. This 3rd dangerous place, because very few people have entered it for 10,000 years, all kinds of treasures, chances, natural materials and earthly treasures, etc., are almost like treasure houses compared to the sixth dangerous place and other dangerous places. After all the dangerous places after the sixth dangerous place have been raided countless times in the past 10,000 years, so what good things can there be? This time, under the Supreme Covenant, all the treasures in the third dangerous land will emerge. At that time, as long as you can get a small part, you will definitely have a huge opportunity to hit the invincible realm. The most important thing is that due to the sudden occurrence of the Supreme Covenant this time, the number of powerful people from various sects and forces who came here is probably not even 1/10 of that of the last time Empress Shantian. Chu Yan, seniors, let me tell you that the sky is reborn from the house, and his memory is complete, so some secrets about this world, including some things in the ancient times, and even some ancient monsters may belong to him. Yu Linglong opened the mouth and said, I know. That's why he chose the third dangerous place. Chu Yan nodded after hearing this. This is no surprise. Chu Yan thought about it before. Tian is good at calculation. It is impossible to really join forces with him with good intentions to break through the invincible state. Therefore, it is completely normal to choose a place like Third Guatemala. What surprised Chu Yan was why he didn't choose the more terrifying first dangerous place. Perhaps, the sky 10,000 years ago left some whole cards in this third dangerous land. Haha, Chu Yan, you are here. Not far away, a voice sounded, and I saw Tian walking from a distance, walking in the void, with his hands behind his back, and said with a smile on his face. This Wu Tianzuanding is really a good thing. Wu liked this treasure back then, but it's just a little troublesome. How about you help the leader and fully mobilize it, so that we can start earlier? Chu Yan pondered for a moment, glanced around, and then flew forward, following the sky. Chong Tianhe hasn't shown up yet. What the hell is this heaven planning? Chu Yan wouldn't believe it, he couldn't move Wu Tianzuanding. #C3762 Heavenly Soul. This time, the purpose of activating the heaven-swallowing sovereign cauldron and opening the Supreme Covenant is naturally to break through the invincible realm. Not only Chu Yan and Tian, Chong Tianhe also needs to break through. Therefore, Chu Yan believes that Tian will not keep Chong Tianhe hidden because of need, and prevent him from breaking through. Heaven. Tianpa. As Chu Yan left, some of the Taoist realms present were shocked when they saw the figure that had just appeared. Isn't it dead? The last time I asked about the mountains, didn't Chu Yan kill Tianpa with a single sword? Even if they didn't die, the relationship between these two people is so good. No. I heard that during the reincarnation of the heaven, 3 people were taken away in a row. With his inheritance of the Zhangzhou realm, the person who chooses reincarnation should first pay attention to talent, and secondly, a strong physical body, which can carry his willpower. Not. A strong man in the Taoist realm pondered for a while, and all of them thought of a possibility, and all of them changed their faces drastically. Afterwards, these Taoist realms all took a breath of air conditioning, and their minds were all shaken. The aura released by Tianpa this day is only at the peak of the Taoist realm, which is obviously different from before. In this way, there is only one possibility, that person is not Tianpa, but heaven. This time, the Supreme Covenant was opened by Chu Yan and heaven together. In an instant, an invisible chill enveloped everyone present. It seems that the entire void between heaven and earth has become a state of heavy pressure, making it impossible to breathe. What a joke! One has the inheritance of the will of the 2 Zhangzhou, and the other is the Zhangzhou himself. The 3 most powerful Zhangzhou in the era of the 4th Zhangzhou have all come. What is the meaning of this Supreme Covenant? What are they doing here? Could it be? Did they come here just to make up for these 2? At this moment, everyone present, looking at me, and I looking at you, all twitched. This Supreme Covenant is clearly a confrontation between Tian and Chu Yan, and it is estimated that the confrontation will not be weak. Forget about them. Great opportunity. That's right. It's okay to wait a few more decades for the Supreme Covenant, but the confrontation between the three great lords can only happen once in 10,000 years. Ha ha ha, let's see who is stronger this time. The masters of the Taoist realm, after a second thought, all returned to normal, with joyful expressions on their faces. The next moment, everyone was taking out the communication jade talisman to pass on the news here. After approaching Wu Tianzuanding, Chu Yan directly operated the eternal holy body, pouring a mighty force into it. Wu Tianzuan tripod vibrated, dazzling light was released from it, and the power of the entire treasure in the sky soared hundreds of times in an instant. Tian, who was standing on the side, also made a move, waving a long river of brilliance. Boom! Wu Tianzuanding was stimulated to the extreme, and the power released was even stronger, as if a catastrophe exploded, constantly impacting the rules of heaven and earth in the third dangerous place. All of a sudden, various terrifying auras surged between the void and the heaven and earth. Boom! 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 The entire third dangerous earthquake shook, the mountain trembled, and airwaves rolled in all directions, causing all the monsters that were dormant here to start fleeing frantically. Also, some of the forbidden places and ancient horrors around Third Guatemala keep waking up from their slumber. The mighty coercion swept the world. All the masters of the Taoist realm changed their faces and kept retreating. This kind of power is really not something they can participate in. This moment means that the Supreme Covenant is about to officially begin. On the other side, the west end of the first domain. Giants such as Wan Yuan Tian, Zhou Tiandi, Diffing Wudi, etc., were all performing terrifying tricks, blasting into the void in front of them. Various Taoist instruments were operating, and talismans were being used, releasing a sky full of brilliance. After a full hour of bombardment, with a bang sound, a huge void crack exploded. Wan Yuan Tian and the others, with their eyes bright, rushed directly into the cracks in the void without any hesitation, breaking into the endless darkness. Traveling through the dark time and space, led by Wan Yuan Tian, a group of people advanced rapidly. After a full hour, a light began to appear in the darkness ahead. Everyone slowed down and looked at the light, but there was a huge gate of light standing. On the left and right sides of the gate, two huge crystal statues, one dragon and one tiger, stood guarding the gate full of divine patterns and talismans, releasing monstrous power. Pressure. Land of myriad sources. Behind the gate, there is a large amount of profound light surging. As far as the eyes can see, it seems to be a sacred world. 10,000 years have passed, and this land of 10,000 sources is finally about to open again. Wan Yuan Tian let out a sigh of emotion, and without saying anything, jumped straight into it. The big man behind them all looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they rushed in together. On the other side, Sunset Canyon. During the period of time when Wu Tianzuanding was opened, powerful Taoist masters from all directions continued to arrive. Earth-shaking changes took place in the entire third dangerous land. Mountains, rivers, forests, lakes and rivers, etc., all began to emit bright light, and various powerful auras surged. It was as if in an instant, the whole world came alive. Look, there is an ancient Taoist tool born. Oh my God, another one, this is the 8th one, I guess there will be more. Then, isn't that Taoist artifact Long Xiangtian? It was one of the ancient treasures back then. This is too scary. The Taoist masters at the scene were all amazed and dumbfounded. In all directions, the entire third dangerous land is full of strange lights, and countless treasures and opportunities are constantly born. Such a scene has never appeared in God's domain continent. With the continuous appearance of a cultivating Taoist artifact, some powerful golden bodies, inheritance of will, and Treasureland secrets are also constantly appearing. There was a rumbling sound, and the 10,000-meter-high mountain peak drilled from the ground, releasing the 9-colored spirit peak. The body of the peak was completely transformed from crystal jade, and there was a breath flowing like liquid inside, which was extremely shocking. The majestic coercion hit, and the newly born treasures of heaven and earth, treasures of Taoism and other places in all directions paled in an instant, and were all suppressed by the 9-color spirit peak. All eyes were on the 9-color spirit peak, all of them were shocked. 9 Wu Mountains. When King Ming saw this 9-colored spiritual peak, he was shocked. This Jiuwu mountain is still there. My lord, I must take it, I must. After reacting, King Ming quickly reminded Chu Yan with his divine voice. For understanding, Chu Yan absolutely trusts. Although it is not easy to ask more questions now, but after making a note in his heart, after nodding his head heavily, he transmits the sound to Yu Linglong and the others again. 9 Wu Mountains. Although I don't know its information, but what can make King Ming so excited is definitely not a mortal thing. Moreover, as soon as the 9 Wu Mountain came out, all the newborn treasures and chances in the entire third dangerous land all lost their color in an instant, which is enough to explain the problem. I am afraid that many people are staring at it now. #C3763 Tianqi Jade Belt. Boom. A monstrous power exploded, without any warning, it broke out suddenly, and the airwave went straight into the sky. In all directions, there was a sound of water-like flow in the void, as if the water was in a tide. Chu Yan swept his eyes, and found that on the plain not far away, there were spring-like drops of water appearing extremely quickly, and instantly converging into a stream. The stream grew rapidly, and within a few breaths, it merged into a river. God, Chi Yudai. My God! Isn't this the legendary treasure of heaven and earth? How is this possible? There really is a jade belt from Tianqi Lake in this world. Terrible. The Taoist realm powerhouses present were all terrified, with expressions of shock on their faces. This is the Tianqi Jade Belt, the kind of legendary existence that everyone knows, but no one has ever seen. The rumors even said that as long as anyone refines this Tianqi Jade Belt, even if they are masters of the Taoist realm, there is a 30% chance of breaking through to the invincible realm. 30%. This probability is frighteningly high. Even a 10% chance for an ordinary treasure is considered against the sky. The birth of such a treasure is enough to shock these Taoist masters. But then, more strange treasures were born one after another, and various exclamations came and went. Tao Treasureland, Invincible Secret Realm, Heavenly Immortal Supreme Treasure, etc., and even the Power of Rules, asking for inheritance, etc. Moreover, this situation lasted for half an hour before it began to slow down. The current third dangerous land has almost become a terrifying treasure land. Click. The Haotian Zunding, which was silent above the sky, finally shook. The terrifying mysterious light soared into the sky, turning into a golden tide. Surging in all directions, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. This is the scope of the Supreme Covenant, and any cultivator above the Taoist realm cannot enter at all. The power of rules in Haotian Zunding began to fall asleep, and an illusory figure evolved. Chu Yan and Tian turned their eyes together, and looked at Haotian Zunding at the same time, and instantly felt a regular force covering their bodies. It's about to start. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Next, it didn't take long for its Sanggu voice to resound between heaven and earth. According to the rules of the sky, the covenant of the earth, the sky will come again, and the blessings of the gods will come to the world. This supreme covenant begins. When this sentence fell to the ground, it turned into a thunderbolt, and the heaven and earth resounded. All the Taoist masters burst into breath, rushing straight to the range of Haotian Zunding like a rainbow of surprises. After waiting for so long, I can't wait any longer. Especially seeing so many treasures and opportunities, who can bear it? Boom. 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 A burst of chi explosions exploded, and the powerhouses from all sides collided with each other to explode the monstrous power, and a scuffle broke out in an instant. At this moment, when the battle had just started, everyone's eyes were red, and they had used all their tricks. With so many rare treasures and so many opportunities, as long as you grab a few of them, you might be able to break through the invincible realm. Even after laying a solid foundation, if you go to the land of 10,000 origins in the future, you might have a chance to hit the Zhangzhou realm. This point is quite different from when there was no land of 10,000 origins. At that time, even if everyone was desperate for the Supreme Covenant, they still had reservations, and they would not risk their lives just to break through the invincible realm. After all, the invincible realm is the pinnacle of the continent. As long as one breaks through it will be fine. But now, it's different. The Xuanhuan Palace is born, and the opportunity of the Zhangzhou is right in front of you. How can you not blog? At this time, within the area covered by the entire Haotian Dingdang, the battle was extremely terrifying, but only within a few miles around Chu Yan, there was silence. No one rushed to Chu Yan at all, his place was like a vacuum. Sure enough, no one dares to provoke the Lord. In the secret and the void, Xie and the supreme demon god, seeing this scene, felt emotional at the same time. Next, in the eyes of the two of them, the pupil light flashed, and they began to explore the surrounding void, looking for Chang Tianhe's figure. As long as Chang Tianhe appears, at the critical moment, he will be beheaded to help the leader. It seems that besides us, there are others waiting. Xie muttered to himself while probing. This third dangerous land, when I was waiting, I felt something was wrong. Now that the Supreme Covenant has started, a great war broke out, and there is no scruple to use various methods, so Xie used the pupil technique immediately, and he made a discovery. Moreover, there are still some terrifying existences, who are thousands of miles away, using the technique of reaching the sky with their hands and eyes, watching this place from afar. In this battle, there are not many Taoist masters, so they are nothing more than Tian and Chu Yan. Little friend Chu Yan, do you know what it was like when I met Wu for the first time? Song didn't care about the scuffle around him, he just stared at Chu Yan, and asked with a gentle smile on his face. Tell me. Chu Yan's face was watery. At this moment, the golden and silver spiritual seals flickered in his eyes, the breath in his whole body was agitating, and the surrounding space was constantly merging. With the Haotian sword in hand, the long sword points to the ground, and the sword intent has been completed, standing between the sky and the earth like a magic weapon. At that time, as soon as Tian opened his mouth, he seemed to be trapped in memories. At that time, it was almost the same as now. It was also a big battle. Wu Du and I were just little supreme beings, but we were geniuses after all, and we still had a bit of prestige. That time, Wu and I fell in love with a treasure at the same time. It was not eye-catching at all, and no one else looked at it, but Wu wanted to fight with me, so we fought together. Speaking of this, Tian's body began to burst out of breath, like a mountain fire bursting out, rumbling continuously. Compared with Chu Yan, the breath of heaven at this moment is even worse, and there is even a feeling of the general trend of heaven and earth, condensed in one body. Shua. The next moment, he waved his hand, a golden light flashed, and a golden dragon sword appeared in his hand, and with a single finger of the blade, it slashed towards the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. The sound of Long Ling resounded, and the sound of the sword trembled, but the hand holding the sword was as steady as Mount Tai. This is the terrifying phenomenon that the sword power and sword spirit are self-contained, and the person who uses the sword power is one, and the heaven and the earth are one. The power of rules. The mighty power came, and Chu Yan was instantly overwhelmed by the power of the rules of heaven and earth. One sword. Chu Yan swung the long sword in his hand, and there was a shocking sword light. The silver light and the golden dragon erupted at the same time, and the sky and the earth were filled with two colors of gold and silver like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth, as if the golden dragon was broadening the sea, wanting to swallow the sky and eat the earth, suppressing the sea. However, with the strength of the sea, it was so easy to be suppressed, and it turned back in an instant, blocking the golden dragon. Chu Yan squeezed his left hand, and the seal came out, pressing forward. Whoosh! There are Tao seals appearing continuously, blasting towards the sky like a tidal wave. When the method of asking questions is cast, a large flood of attacks turns into a long river. As the long river passed by, Tian's figure was instantly blasted into dust, and disappeared completely. A stream of light flashed in the void, and several miles away, Tian's body condensed again. It's so familiar. It was the same back then, every sword and knife, I was the first to strike, ha ha ha. In Tian's tone, there was obviously a hint of excitement. #C3764 Then. Tian's face was full of smiles, and he seemed to be getting more and more excited about the confrontation just now. Wu and I didn't decide the winner, we had a tie, but, ha ha ha. I got something. Even after tens of thousands of years, when Tian talked about this matter again, he was still as happy as a child who snatched candy, smiling very happily. At the same time, with his excitement and agitation, the aura in the surrounding space became stronger and stronger, as if turning into a tidal wave. This wave of tides, without a trace of stagnation, rushed directly to Chu Yan as soon as it took shape, flooding the void around it. The strength and state of mind of the Zhangzhu realm are far from comparable to ordinary cultivators. It's enough if you don't make a move, how can it be as simple as a knife? So the moment the knife is released, all kinds of killing methods and secret skills are shot at the same time, and the surrounding void world around Chu Yan is all submerged. Eternal Eucharist. Chu Yan's long hair flew up, and the eternal power in his body exploded, directly facing the whole world. At this moment, the fighting power of the entire battlefield exploded to a peak again, and the atmosphere became more intense. On the other side, on the Sunset Canyon battlefield, in the corner, a beautiful figure made a move, holding a pagoda and Daobao. Wherever it passed, dazzling power and aura erupted from the pagoda. This pagoda is absolutely extraordinary, the aura released looks soft, but it has a strong sense of power, and its penetration is also extremely terrifying. There is a powerful mysterious force that wraps around and protects her whole body. If a Taoist realm peak powerhouse held this pagoda, he would definitely be able to fight against the invincible realm. However, the person holding this pagoda now is only a supreme realm cultivation base. Moreover, with her cultivation level, even with Baoyu's body protection, she was able to force her way into such a fierce battlefield, but she was still attacked by many waves of energy, and her body was covered with blood and scars. This person is none other than the first genius of the Sanha sect, Zhao Qing. Not long ago, her cultivation was only at the God King realm, but what happened later almost caused her entire soul to collapse. Especially when she heard that Chang Tianhe turned out to be the reincarnation of Tianyu demon. Originally, to her, it didn't matter who Chang Tianhe was in reincarnation, but this day the Jade Demon is invincible and has completely occupied Chang Tianhe's sea of consciousness. Her love for Chang Tianhe has penetrated deep into her bones. However, this time Chang Tianhe wants to be an enemy of Chu Yan, and he is still a mortal enemy. Although she doesn't care about Chu Yan, she can't talk about any camp, but she knows Chang Tianhe's attitude whenever he talked about Chu Yan before. She found out about Chang Tianhe's affairs. She was alone and had no blood relatives. She almost regarded Chu Yan as the only important person. So, if Chang Tianhe recovers and knows that he has become Chu Yan's mortal enemy, and even caused great harm to Chu Yan, what a blow it will be to him. Including when the Sanhedrio decided to join the alliance of three sects before, Qing'er passed the news to Chang Tianhe, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, showing a rare smile. The current Zhao Qing broke into the Supreme Covenant battlefield alone with a cultivation base of the God King realm, suffered hundreds of injuries, forcibly refined the treasure, and broke through to the Supreme realm. Now holding the treasure and rushing into the battlefield, everything is for Chang Tianhe. Do your best to wake up your beloved. Even if her cultivation base is low and weak, she is like an ant in the dust on the battlefield of the Supreme Covenant, but she believes that Chang Tianhe will not forget her. So, facing the storm, she resolutely stepped into it. Smelly stone, rotten stone, do you remember me? Wake me up, I want to be with you. Roaring in his heart, his eyes twinkled like stars, and like two flames in the night sky, they blazed vigorously. Holding the pagoda, step again. At this moment, in the third dangerous area, in the middle of the battlefield, Chu Yan's body was impacted by the continuous burst of air, the eternal saint body kept trembling, and the pain came. The eternal Eucharist has not been broken, and the defense is still there. It's it again. It's still an extremely annoying feeling. Tian's right hand is the palm, and the left hand holds the knife, the silver knife and the golden palm, and violently kills. This monstrous power is all in one knife and one palm, and all kinds of visions explode, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains. This sword technique is a top-level sword skill created by the master of swordsmanship, who exhausted all his life's knowledge before his fall, and integrated all swordsmanship in the world. Thinking about how prosperous martial arts were in the ancient times, how can the power of this sword skill be so weak that it can combine all the sword arts into one? In order to obtain this sword skill back then, Tian also used countless means, and finally got the skeleton, and with the power of the original rules, he pulled out this sword skill. At this time, Chu Yan's soul was tense, and the chill in his body surged. Now with the eternal Eucharist, if you want to resist it, you may also be injured. One sword. The strange fire rushed out of Chu Yan's eyes, releasing the mysterious power, cutting out the tide like a knife light, and smashing it into powder. In the next moment, all the power of the vision disappeared instantly. When Chu Yan looked up again, a huge palm print came across the sky in front of him. This palm contained monstrous palm power, even with a trace of saber intent, it hit Chu Yan's chest directly. Spirit attack. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and his face changed slightly. He didn't expect that this heaven would have 3 attacks in one. That knife just now was so powerful that I used the strongest sword power to shatter it, but I didn't expect that there was a soul attack in that knife, which actually affected my soul and consciousness, causing me to have illusions feeling. The real killer move of this heaven is simply this palm. The devil's domain. Chu Yan's whole body erupted, and the endless magic breath rolled out, picking up a large wave of magic breath. The immortal god and devil art in his body was running, and the powerful magic power boiled like a sea of blood, and instantly burst into a monstrous devil's anger. Boom! The two collided, shaking the ground. The endless sky and the earth, based on the central point, where the shockwave passes, everything will be reduced to dust. Standing in the violent wind, Chu Yan's body stood tall like a mountain, blocking all the mighty waves of wind from the sky. Ha ha ha, it's almost time to test it. You're only doing your best now. Sung laughed wildly, seemingly very satisfied, and at the same time his figure flashed, but when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the jade belt of Tianqi, his whole body turned into a whirlpool of suction, frantically devouring the spiritual breath in the long river. One sword. Chu Yan followed in a flash, holding the long sword high in his hand, and slashed it down with one sword. When the sword fell, the sky with a radius of 10 miles trembled suddenly, thousands of thunderbolts exploded in the sky, and the rules of heaven and earth in this small world collided. Dao Tu, come out. With a soft shout, the stream of light in his body shot up to the sky, and the Dao map came out across the sky, slowly unfolding above the sky. At this moment, all the majesty in the sky stopped, and Dao Tu's mysterious light shot into the sky. Hashtag C3765 The Power of Domination. Oh. Seeing the power of Dao too, Tian showed surprise on his face, and then formed seals with his hands, and a long knife emerged behind him. The knife rushed towards Jiuxiao, blasting away thousands of knife shadows, flying like 100 golden snakes, forming a knife array in an instant. Boom! 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 The sword was powerful, and the explosion of air blasted thousands of miles of clouds and waves, resounding through the world. God, this is not your strongest strength, don't hide it. Chu Yan's body surged with power, his eyes shot golden light, and while looking at the sky, he opened his mouth and shouted. Full strength. Ha ha ha. You think too highly of yourself. In my opinion, 50% strength is enough to deal with you. There was a joking smile on Tian's face, but there was still a warm smile on his face, as if the elders were instructing the younger generation to practice genius. Oh. Chu Yan heard it, but the corners of his mouth lightly raised. Then try it. Chu Yan also had some understanding of Tian's strength, otherwise he wouldn't let him go all out. Since Tian is so confident, there is no need to talk nonsense, just do it. With the next knock, the Dao map above Chu Yan's head rushed straight down, and instantly merged with the aura on Chu Yan's body. After Dao 2 entered his body, Chu Yan's upward aura of gods and demons skyrocketed crazily. The crackling sound was endless, as if a seal had been broken under the explosion. At this moment, in Chu Yan, the power of gods and demons and the eternal breath erupted at the same time. The two forces collided with each other and merged with each other, and a very strange phenomenon appeared. Before Chu Yan's cultivation base broke through, these two powers naturally improved, but Chu Yan never used it. Once it erupts now, the power of Eternal Ancient will naturally increase, while the power of gods and demons will directly break through the next layer of seal and become stronger. In the next step, if Chu Yan can get more power of the source, then he can raise the immortal god demon art and the eternal saint body to another level. By the time, if the two are merged into a new power, the power may be more than doubled. At this time, Sung on the other side was stunned when he saw the two auras on Chu Yan's body. For the first time, the smile on his face gradually frozen. How did you do it? There was a hint of shock in Tian's pupils. Did you get the green seal? The next moment, Tian seemed to think of something, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he stared at Chu Yan fiercely, his eyes were bloodshot. Okay. If that's the case, it's worth my all-out shot. With a wave of his hand, a red talisman rose up behind him, and the golden talisman on it shone with a dazzling red light. Each character is a talisman, and a total of 29 talismans are concentrated on a talisman. If it is a treasure, it is rare in the world. You must know that the talismans with talisman spirits are all at the level of Dao Bao, not to mention that there are 29 talisman spirits on this talisman, which can reach the level of one word and one spirit, which is almost the same as that of the sky. Bao is not far away. An astonishing coercion rose, and the aura released from Tian's body clearly carried the power of dominance, as if he could control the life and death of all creatures in the world with just a gesture of his hand. Beyond the mortal world, above the 9 heavens. This is no longer the way of a king, but the way of true domination. Chu Yan is careful, he is the way of domination. He is a double cultivation, and he cultivates the way of Wan Yuan and the way of domination at the same time. There is a fusion of the two. Seeing this scene, King Ming and Bo Wang hurriedly opened their mouths to remind them. They are still familiar with heaven, and they also know that his way of domination is the main attack. One step is ups and downs, 9 days I am the only one. The sky stepped out, the color of the thunder behind him changed, the sea of spiritual clouds collapsed, everything turned into dust, and ceased to exist. He raised his hand and slapped Chu Yan. In this palm, there is actually the power of heaven's punishment, as if the God of heaven and earth is judging all living beings. An unimaginably powerful power rushed towards Chu Yan, and the power carried in the palm was enough to destroy this world. Break! The power of Chu Yan's will exploded, and the breath of his whole body rose to the extreme again. At this time, all the power is integrated into the Haoyan sword in his hand. This sword has gathered all the power, which is enough to represent his strongest combat power. Moreover, it was the first time he used it after breaking through to the peak of the Taoist realm. And the opponent is its Song Lord realm, which is completely suitable. Boom, boom. Terrifying power erupted in all directions, and the entire sky was boiling. This is terrible. Is this the power that Taoist practitioners can exert? The strong men who were fighting in the melee in all directions were all stunned when they saw this scene. Their scattered consciousness, as long as they touch the battle range, will instantly be turned into powder, making their hearts cold and lifeless. With their current strength, if they entered the battle range of these two, they would be turned into flesh and blood within a few breaths. This level of battle is simply not something they can participate in, and it is even dangerous to get close. Not far away, Yu Linglong stood there, always maintaining a certain distance. At this time, she was fully on guard, and her true energy was being cultivated to the extreme, and the eternal lotus in the sea of consciousness had been activated to the extreme. Be ready at any time, as long as there is a difference, take action immediately. The next moment, a strand of consciousness sank into her sea of consciousness, causing her complexion to change instantly. He is here too. The next moment, Yu Linglong felt a powerful aura rushing from afar at an astonishing speed, directly plundering a treasure, and snatching it with a raised hand. With a glance, it was Chang Tianhe. Tianhe. Chu Yan glanced over instantly, his pupils shrinking sharply. Courting death. When Tian saw Chu Yan at this time, he still dared to be distracted, so he snorted coldly. The next moment, the power of Wan Yuan also gushed out like a tide, turning into a huge peak in the air, and thousands of golden lights shone on the top of the peak. Lingfeng Jinding. The golden brilliance added to the body, and the body of the sky was shrouded in thousands of golden lights, giving him the aura of dominating the world. 9 Territories Star Map. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, an endless sea of stars emerged, and the sky instantly turned into a sea of stars in the night sky, with countless stars twinkling. Break your golden roof, you can do it back then, and you can do it now. Knowing that the figure floated in the 9 realms star map, roaring and roaring, his body was full of starlight, condensing all the starlight into one. A great sword of starlight appeared, the Haoyan sword blended into it, and slashed out fiercely. Boom! That was the golden peak of Lingfeng. Facing such a powerful starlight giant sword, he couldn't make an inch of progress. Ming Wang, I let you lose this time. There was no longer a trace of smile on Tian's face, it was full of cold killing intent, and the aura of dominance surged all over his body. At this time, Chu Yan's figure turned into a phantom, and a series of talismans flashed out. His figure disappeared instantly on the spot, and Yu Linglong reappeared, holding a jade sword and crossing his fingers. God! Fight me! At this moment, Yu Linglong is holding a jade sword and stepping on a green lotus, her body is full of eternal breath, and behind her are 3 talents of gods and ghosts gathered, turning into 3 beams of light soaring into the sky. Going to save Chang Tianhe? Tian's expression changed instantly. #C3766 Ask My Knife. With disdain and contempt on his face, he glanced at him and said with a smile. It's just you, a little girl, and you still want to block me. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to save Chang Tianhe, and you will take your life? Tian's words are obviously punishing, not only a threat, but also a kind of alienation technique. It might be effective for others, but it has no effect on Yu Linglong at all. You're right. But an hour is still fine. With a turn of the body, the long skirt is like a flag, the jade palm is stretched out horizontally, and the eternal power surges, and it is shot directly. 3 talents of gods and demons. The large formation turned the void into reality, blended into the palm prints, and attacked. The pupils of the sky shrank suddenly. What's the situation? Eternal power. A female doll actually has eternal power. At this time, on the edge of the battlefield, not far away, Chu Yan descended from the sky and appeared near Chang Tianhe. Under the surging power of the tide, the expressions of the strong men around him changed at the same time. Chu Yan. Chang Tianhe turned around and looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of black breath. I'm Tianyu Demon, not Chang Tianhe, you want to save him. Hee. With a smile on his face, he looked as annoying as heaven, but there was still a hint of evil in Chang Tianhe's smile. Let me tell you the truth, Chang Tianhe's sea of soul and consciousness has been polished, and from now on I will only have one identity. Sky Jade Demon. After saying this sentence, the breath of the heavenly jade demon's whole body exploded, and his body rose against the wind, instantly increasing by more than 10 times. Drink. With a roar, he raised his hand and punched out. The fist as big as a small house smashed into the void, and magic patterns emerged, like a black dragon, opening its bloody mouth to attack Chu Yan. Seeing this, Chu Yan's face was icy cold, and he didn't use any secret skills. Even lowering the Haoyan sword, it just keeps mobilizing the true energy in the body, releasing stronger power to strengthen the body protection. Boom! The Qi gang gripped the sky, and the black dragon seemed to hit a mountain, shattering every inch of it, and instantly turned into black powder and scattered in all directions. With one move, Tian Yuma's face changed drastically, and his gaze towards Chu Yan changed instantly. With a swish sound, a Taoist token appeared in front of the Tianyu demon, releasing a powerful aura, turning into a wall of mighty power to block in front of him. With a loud bang, the force struck and sent the Sky Jade demon flying 100 steps backwards, with a look of astonishment on his face. He is no more than the Sky Jade demon, and he has not recovered to his peak state. Just because the power of heaven was exhausted just now, it was only a tie with Chu Yan, not to mention his Tianyu demon. Chu Yan's current cultivation base is only at the peak of the Taoist realm, which is not considered strong, but the premise is that the same level is invincible. How can a heavenly jade demon block Chu Yan's sharpness? Not bad. You are very strong, but what can you do? Kill me. Come on. The Sky Jade demon's face was full of coldness, and there was a smear of anger on his face. He roared sharply, under the blood all over his face, he looked extremely pervasive. However, before he could finish speaking, a huge guqin flew out of the sky and floated directly in front of him. Buzz buzz. The 6 strings vibrate at the same time, and the sound is resonant, and the entire body of the piano releases circles of ripples, impacting all directions. The Sky Jade demon, who was still smiling ferociously just now, was instantly froze when he was enveloped by the sound of the piano, and his whole body was sluggish on the spot. 100 Stealing Heart Sutras. Chu Yan formed seals with both hands, and the will of the soul in his body was shaken, urging the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra to display it with all his strength. At this moment, all of Chu Yan's willpower rushed out like a tide, enveloping the heavenly jade demon. Under the sudden impact, the Sky Jade demon's face changed drastically, and then he reacted, clenched his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and he began to resist and resist. The heavenly jade demon is an ancient strongman, and his own willpower is not too weak. Heaven on the other side took a look at the situation here, still said with a smile on his face. That's right, in just a few days, I have actually learned the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra. But, does it work? Having said that, Tian still had a joking smile on his face. He glanced at Chu Yan, and then looked at Yu Linglong in front of him. This is the plan of these 2 people. One person is responsible for dragging, and Chu Yan appears, and uses the Heart Sutra of 100 Apertures to take down Chang Tianhe within a certain period of time. Is it that simple? Humph. Although I don't know where the eternal power in your body comes from, even Wu's eternal body can't stop me. Whether it is simple or not, Tian will not take risks, let alone let two little dolls lead him. So next, Tian's body was shaken, and a sudden change occurred. I saw a dazzling red light soaring into the sky, and on the golden summit of Lingfeng Mountain not far away, thousands of golden lights surged like water and merged with the red light. Every ray of white light rises from the celestial body, and a piece of golden light merges with it. In the blink of an eye, 20 groups of golden and white light distorted and evolved, and appeared in human form. 20 light groups turned into human shapes, lined up in a row, with a monstrous momentum. I am in charge of all laws, and the heavens and the earth are invaded by dragons and clouds. As soon as Tian opened his mouth, the 20 light groups lined up in a row spoke at the same time, and the sound was like a Sanskrit sound, resounding through the sky. Yu Linglong's complexion changed, her figure retreated sharply, the eternal lotus under her feet was bright, and the 3 talents behind her also pushed their luck to the extreme. With these 2 kinds of treasures, not to mention a tie with the sky, it should be no problem if it has been delayed for a while. Soon, 20 light men attacked together, all kinds of secret techniques broke out, forming a torrent of attacks, directly attacking Yu Linglong, drowning it in an instant. Such a scene fell into the eyes of other strong men, and everyone was stunned. De Mingwan's magic circle. King Ming let out a roar, and his whole body burst into aura, and when he raised his hand, he pressed down with a paw. Humph. Oppose me. Do you think it's the same as before? The sky let out a cold snort, and under 2 violent bangs, a spear and a mountain peak appeared at the same time, and 2 ancient Taoist treasures rushed out at the same time, held by the illusory weapon spirit, and rushed towards the 9 realms star map. The spirit of the Taoist weapon against the spirit of the Taoist weapon, this is a fair fight. Even if your Jiuyu star chart is stronger, 2-on-1 is always fair. Tian didn't even look at it, he turned around and pointed the golden saber in his hand, and slashed towards Yu Linglong. This knife, the blade light is invincible, coming out of the sky, it can almost destroy the world. But just as the sword light was about to cut off, 3 bloody sword lights suddenly rushed out from the opposite side, directly attacking his body. Tian's face changed, and the blade swept across, cutting towards the light of the 3 jade swords. Boom! 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 3 violent bangs sounded, and the light of the sword and the light of the jade sword exploded at the same time. Who? Tian stood up with the knife back, raised his head to look at the empty sky opposite, and shouted sharply. At such a critical time, someone dares to make trouble. In the midst of this questioning, ripples surged in the void opposite, and a beautiful figure stepped out, wearing a long skirt flying. It's from the Chu family. My aunt's name is Lin Meng. Those who dare to bully my Chu family, first ask about the knife in my hand. With a whoosh, the saber, as huge as a door panel, waved, stirring up a gust of wind. #C37660 Crazy. Lin Meng, titled Mad Saber Supreme. Of course, now it is Mad Saber Invincible. From the day she woke up, this terrifying existence whose killing power shook the ancient times, as long as she disappears for a while, her cultivation level will directly break through. So, I told Chu Yan last time that I need to make a breakthrough, then turn around and leave, and when she comes back, she will be invincible. He has a great reputation, but after getting to know Chu Yan, he completely changed his nature, and almost rarely kills again. Even recently, she has devoted herself to the education of her children. According to her words, the door planks are almost rusting. In the past, she was able to care for her husband and teach her children with peace of mind because she had absolute confidence in Chu Yan. But this time, she felt a little crisis. So, here she is. Whether it is Chu Yan's crisis or his own crisis, he must prove himself again, or let the world remember the great reputation of the Mad Saber Supreme. As for her crisis, thinking about Chu Yan's side, a stunning and beautiful Shantian empress known as Invincible, and Yu Linglong, who is also a peerless genius, as the third wife, of course she feels in danger. So, get stronger. Therefore, after Chu Yan sent Chu Yan away a few days ago, Lin Meng went back to the place where her coffin was, and when she came out again, she cultivated her own way and took all the ancient inheritance return. Hurrying all the way, I arrived at the Sunset Canyon. Hurrying slowly, I finally let her catch up with the critical moment. 100 Madness, with one knife. After Lin Meng said a word, he raised his hand with a big knife, and the shadow of the knife was crisscrossed. The void in all directions was cut into pieces, and the knife was terrifying, covering the world. Whoosh! The sword light soared into the sky, and 100 war swords danced in the sky, converging, merging, and even exploded with the roar of tigers and beasts, as if the ancient beast tide was coming and rushing into the sky. This knife is Lin Meng's way of continuing his ancient sword. It's interesting. Chu Yan's side is really envious of others. Compared with Wu back then, he is really much stronger, ha ha ha. Facing Lin Meng's 100 swords Dao, Tian didn't show any nervousness, instead he laughed. However, he made a handprint with both hands, and quickly formed a handprint, pressed it on his chest, and stared at Lin Meng closely. The Cangzhu is the Cangzhu, but now it is not the real Cangzhu, but the peak of the Taoist realm. On the other hand, this beautiful woman with a murderous body is a real invincible in ancient times, and she is also in existence with a terrifying reputation from the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood. Are you really not nervous? After all, the Lord, face is still important. The previous one, Chu Yan, was tied, and after that, Yu Linglong, who fought for a long time without any results, and now there is another beautiful girl. It is impossible for others to think that if a practitioner comes here at random, he can draw with himself. This is too embarrassing. So, I said it was easy, but my heart still trembled a little, and the handprints turned like a whistling wind. The dominant cloud. When the handprint was pressed, a large piece of golden light erupted like a wave of clouds, enveloping Tian's body, and soon formed a tight layer of golden light armor. This kind of body protection secret technique is extremely powerful. Although it is not as good as the eternal holy body, it is also the top existence in defensive Taoism. Moreover, this dominator's cloud, after the changes of the sky, has been integrated with the power of the source and the power of dominance. Not only is it invincible in defense, but also very aggressive. Eternal Trinity Formation. Yu Linglong flipped her hand, forming a three-color lotus in her palm, pushing forward, smashing the torrent of 20 Guangtuan people into powder. The Henggu Sankai Ilian was suspended in the air, buzzing and spinning, without any damage. The powerful eternal power scattered, stirring up the wind in the sky. At this moment, Lin Meng stood in front of Yu Linglong with a big knife in his hand, and with a slash of the big knife, he killed the sky with mighty power. Behind her, Yu Linglong was stepping on a green lotus, and above her head, the three souls were suspended, and her power was equally overwhelming. The combination of these two beauties is enough to resist the sky. On the other side, the confrontation between Chu Yan and Tian Yuma is still going on. With one move, the heavenly jade demon retreated 100 steps, and when he looked up at Chu Yan again, his eyes were black and red, bloodshot, and he roared sharply. Chu Yan, you want to attack my soul, you are not qualified yet. While speaking, a large number of divine lines appeared all over his body, like tattoos on his skin, shining at the same time. A large amount of breath was released from the divine pattern, forming a large cloud of mist, covering the 10-step range of his body attack. In the next breath, the 10-step divine mist began to shrink, and when it was about a step in front of him, it turned into a cocoon-like appearance, tightly enveloping the sky jade demon. Original breath. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils swept across, instantly recognizing the essence of the silkworm cocoon, and immediately frowned. Sure enough, my god. I was prepared. That is to say, as King Ming said, Tian actually knew about the 100 Thieves clan long ago, and when it was time for Chu Yan to practice the 100 Thieves Heart Sutra, he arranged means on Tian Yuma in advance. Although this original breath is not pure original power, after deliberate changes, the Sky Jade Demon can transform it into any power, including the power of the soul. In this way, when Chu Yan's 100 Heart Sutra attacked again, it hit the silkworm cocoon, and its power was greatly reduced. Hee, come again. Come, someone will attack my sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, with the original power of the Lord, your means are meaningless at all. The Sky Jade Demon laughed wildly again, with a ferocious smile on his face. As the reincarnation of the heavenly Jade Devil, the accumulation of thousands of years, coupled with the fact that the sky did not hesitate to use the original power, has vigorously recovered him during this period of time. Now, the original power on his body is no worse than that of a decree Jade Buddha. In other words, such a thin layer of silkworm cocoons is the original power that connects a realm with a decree Jade Buddha. Such power, not to mention the invincible realm, even if the Zhangzhou realm came, it would not be able to break through in a short time. But now, for Chu Yan, the most precious thing is time. After all, it is impossible for you Ling Long and Lin Meng to join forces to block the sky for too long. On my own side, we must make a quick decision. At this time, outside the third dangerous place, a figure, hidden in the void, shuttled quickly, constantly approaching the battlefield. None of the strong men who watched the battle from all directions noticed the existence of this figure, and even some of the terrifying existences peeping here did not notice. This person is none other than the Taoist cultivator of heaven. He used a powerful secret technique to hide his aura to the extreme. The time was not long, but it was enough. Little friend Chu Yan, I don't have much time, and there is still an hour. If you can't take down Chang Tianhe, I have to take action. Feng Liang. Thinking silently in his heart, Daozu Xiutian began to prepare. #C3767 slump. For the Tao Patriarch Xiutian, although Chang Tianhe only has the cultivation base of the Tao Master Realm, he is the reincarnation of the heavenly Jade Demon after all. Coupled with this original aura, it is not easy to kill with one blow. Moreover, the third dangerous place, the area covered by Haotian Sovereign Cauldron, is the Supreme Covenant battlefield. If he wants to enter it with an invincible level cultivation base, he must suppress his cultivation base, and it will be even more difficult to kill Chang Tianhe. In addition, the sky is also nearby, and it may be blocked at a critical moment. In any case, cultivating the Heaven Dao ancestor is a headache. However, at this time, Xiutian Daozu didn't know that he was not the only one who had a headache. There were also a few figures on the other side of the battlefield, quietly approaching the edge of the battlefield, with the same ideas and plans as him. Supreme. It's almost there, let's go in from here. After sweeping his gaze, Haisha said to the Supreme Demon God, while making seals with both hands. Good. The Supreme Demon God's eyes shined, and the magic breath surged from his whole body, condensing a ball of pure black magic breath, and waved towards the regular barrier in front of him. They have been waiting for a long time, and now that the battle is raging, it should be a good opportunity. Myriad demons are trapped in the sky, and the 9 nether springs are decreed. The two continued to cast secret spells, and there were magic flames rising from all over their bodies, surging in all directions, rushing towards the rule barrier of the Supreme Covenant in front of them like a tide. After a while, after Mo Yen corroded the barrier in front of him, the two took out a jade talisman and put it in their arms under the urging. The next moment, the surrounding magic flames rushed towards the bodies of the two of them like an ebbing tide, burning their bodies. Soon, under the burning of the magic flame, the two of them were completely reborn, no matter their appearance or breath, great changes had taken place. Like Xiutian Taoist ancestor, their goal is to kill Chang Tianhe. Therefore, the main purpose of changing the appearance of the breath is to prevent Chu Yan from recognizing it. Otherwise, Chu Yan is their master after all. Once blamed, the two of them will be finished. Set off. Haisha and Supreme Demon God sized each other up, and nodded in satisfaction. Rushed towards the Supreme Covenant battlefield. Huh. The sudden intrusion of these two people made the expressions of Xiutian Daozu and the strong men present change at the same time. False sect. His gaze and consciousness swept over him one after another, and he recognized the two figures in an instant, and immediately withdrew his gaze and consciousness. This time the Supreme Covenant happened suddenly, and many sects and forces received the news very late, so it is normal for strong people to come one after another, and it is not worth paying attention to. But at this time, the beautiful figure holding the pagoda passed through many restrictions, and kept approaching the center of the battlefield. It was extremely difficult to walk, and was even swept by some fighting power from time to time, flying backwards for several miles in an instant, and started again. At this time, the core of the battle. Heavenly magic shines on the earth. Yu Tianma roared, and a large number of divine patterns emerged, coiling around his body. There were hundreds of them, and each divine pattern was a treasure. At the same time, the power of the outbreak was astonishing, and they blasted at Chu Yan together. Boom! The guqin shook violently, releasing six-tone Sanskrit music, which is extremely powerful. The 100 Stealing Heart Sutras did not stop for a moment, turning into countless sound blades, and slashing towards the Sky Jade Demon. Seal up! Chu Yan's mind was concentrated, and the new power fused in his body broke out, like a mountain, suppressing the Sky Jade Demon. There was a rumbling sound, and those divine patterns couldn't be stopped at all, and they shattered instantly. The silkworm cocoon formed by the original aura of the Jade Demon was very strong at first, but it also became weaker as time passed. Blood flowed from the eyes of the heavenly Jade Demon, and his face was filled with ferocious terror, roaring incessantly. Chu Yan, this is no way. Bo Wang spoke hastily, reminding him quickly. Although the effect is there, the time consumption is too great. Every time more time is consumed, Lin Meng and Yu Linglong will be more dangerous. Okay, I know. Chu Yan's face was gloomy, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. If it continues, I don't know when the Sky Jade Demon's soul will be wiped out. If the sky breaks through to the invincible state before then, it will be even more troublesome. However, it is not surprising that Chu Yan is also prepared for such a situation. As one of the four heavenly masters, Tian must know Chu Yan's thoughts and plan on Tian Yuma in advance. It's the last resort. Chu Yan took a long breath, and his mood continued to calm down. The aura of the whole person began to change drastically, and the aura around him began to flow violently. Including those strong fighters in the melee on the battlefield, they suddenly discovered that their secret skills and tricks were actually being pulled by some force. Such strong soul power and willpower, this. All eyes fell on Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan's Haotian sword was trembling constantly, releasing a monstrous light. This. Heaven, the heavenly Jade Demon, and the powerhouses of all forces, including Xiutian Daozu, Haisha, Supreme Demon God, etc., have all discovered that Chu Yan at this time has completely changed. Heaven and God are one, and the soul is clear. Chu Yan said a word, and the power of the soul fluctuated in everyone, completely uncontrollable. What is this? Everyone's complexion changed. Even if they were far away from Chu Yan, they all looked shocked when they saw the jade on Chu Yan's long sword. This is the sword of will. The ones who were most shocked were Tian and Tian Yuma. Their faces were full of shock, and they couldn't believe it at all. How can this be? The sword of will only exists in legends, and it is also a legend from the ancient times, where Chu Yan learned it from. Impossible. The 100 Thieves don't have the sword of will at all. They are not qualified to practice it. Could it be Stone Seal? The sky sea of consciousness trembled, and consciousness flew like flying. No matter if it is Wu, Emperor Yuan, or the 100 Thieves, it is impossible for them to have such secret skills. This point, of course, is clear. So, there is only one possibility. Call out. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes were exposed, and the jade-like pupil light blasted out like thunder, directly covering the heavenly jade demon in front of him. Almost at the moment when the pupils were shrouded in light, the sky jade demon's whole body trembled, and his eyes lost focus for an instant. He clearly felt that his soul was frozen, as if frozen, completely frozen. Fix the soul, seal the consciousness. Sky jade demon, you can die. At this moment, Chu Yan broke out completely, and all the willpower of the whole body was concentrated in one point, fused with the Haoyan sword in his hand, completely transformed into jade, and poured out. Sword chi, soaring to the sky. There are no sword spirits and sword gangs, only the watery jade light flowing through, but it is this kind of jade light that makes everything in the world lose its color. At this moment, all the powerful people in the audience, including Tian, Haisha, Xiaotian Daozu, and other top leaders, felt a sense of crisis in their hearts at the same time. The sense of crisis in the dark kept telling them that if they were hit by the sword, they would die. #C37670 Crazy. Lin Meng, titled Mad Saber Supreme. Of course, now it is Mad Saber Invincible. From the day she woke up, this terrifying existence whose killing power shook the ancient times, as long as she disappears for a while, her cultivation level will directly break through. So, I told Chu Yan last time that I need to make a breakthrough, then turn around and leave, and when she comes back, she will be invincible. He has a great reputation, but after getting to know Chu Yan, he completely changed his nature, and almost rarely kills again. Even recently, she has devoted herself to the education of her children. According to her words, the door planks are almost rusting. In the past, she was able to care for her husband and teach her children with peace of mind because she had absolute confidence in Chu Yan. But this time, she felt a little crisis. So, here she is. Whether it is Chu Yan's crisis or his own crisis, he must prove himself again, or let the world remember the great reputation of the Mad Saber Supreme. As for her crisis, thinking about Chu Yan's side, a stunning and beautiful Shantian empress known as Invincible, and Yu Linglong, who is also a peerless genius, as the third wife, of course she feels in danger. So, get stronger. Therefore, after Chu Yan sent Chu Yan away a few days ago, Lin Meng went back to the place where her coffin was, and when she came out again, she cultivated her own way and took all the ancient inheritance return. Hurrying all the way, I arrived at the Sunset Canyon. Hurrying slowly, I finally let her catch up with the critical moment. 100 Madness, with one knife. After Lin Meng said a word, he raised his hand with a big knife, and the shadow of the knife was crisscrossed. The void in all directions was cut into pieces, and the knife was terrifying, covering the world. Whoosh! The sword light soared into the sky, and 100 war swords danced in the sky, converging, merging, and even exploded with the roar of tigers and beasts, as if the ancient beast tide was coming and rushing into the sky. This knife is Lin Meng's way of continuing his ancient sword. It's interesting. Chu Yan's side is really envious of others. Compared with Wu back then, he is really much stronger, ha ha ha. Facing Lin Meng's 100 swords Dao, Tian didn't show any nervousness, instead he laughed. However, he made a handprint with both hands, and quickly formed a handprint, pressed it on his chest, and stared at Lin Meng closely. The Zhongzhu is the Zhongzhu, but now it is not the real Zhongzhu, but the peak of the Taoist realm. On the other hand, this beautiful woman with a murderous body is a real invincible in ancient times, and she is also in existence with a terrifying reputation from the mountain of corpses in the Sea of Blood. Are you really not nervous? After all, the Lord face is still important. The previous one, Chu Yan, was tied, and after that, Yu Linglong, who fought for a long time without any results, and now there is another beautiful girl. It is impossible for others to think that if a practitioner comes here at random, he can draw with himself. This is too embarrassing. So, I said it was easy, but my heart still trembled a little, and the handprints turned like a whistling wind. The dominant cloud. When the handprint was pressed, a large piece of golden light erupted like a wave of clouds, enveloping Tian's body, and soon formed a tight layer of golden light armor. This kind of body protection secret technique is extremely powerful. Although it is not as good as the eternal holy body, it is also the top existence in defensive Taoism. Moreover, this dominator's cloud, after the changes of the sky, has been integrated with the power of the source and the power of dominance. Not only is it invincible in defense, but also very aggressive. Eternal Trinity Formation. Yu Linglong flipped her hand, forming a three-color lotus in her palm, pushing forward, smashing the torrent of 20 Guangtuan people into powder. The Henggu Sankai Ilian was suspended in the air, buzzing and spinning, without any damage. The powerful eternal power scattered, stirring up the wind in the sky. At this moment, Lin Meng stood in front of Yu Linglong with a big knife in his hand, and with a slash of the big knife, he killed the sky with mighty power. Behind her, Yu Linglong was stepping on a green lotus, and above her head, the three souls were suspended, and her power was equally overwhelming. The combination of these two beauties is enough to resist the sky. On the other side, the confrontation between Chu Yan and Tian Yuma is still going on. With one move, the heavenly jade demon retreated 100 steps, and when he looked up at Chu Yan again, his eyes were black and red, bloodshot, and he roared sharply. Chu Yan, you want to attack my soul, you are not qualified yet. While speaking, a large number of divine lines appeared all over his body, like tattoos on his skin, shining at the same time. A large amount of breath was released from the divine pattern, forming a large cloud of mist, covering the 10-step range of his body attack. In the next breath, the 10-step divine mist began to shrink, and when it was about a step in front of him, it turned into a cocoon-like appearance, tightly enveloping the sky jade demon. Original breath. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils swept across, instantly recognizing the essence of the silkworm cocoon, and immediately frowned. Sure enough, my God. I was prepared. That is to say, as King Ming said, Tian actually knew about the 100 Thieves clan long ago, and when it was time for Chu Yan to practice the 100 Thieves Heart Sutra, he arranged means on Tian Yuma in advance. Although this original breath is not pure original power, after deliberate changes, the Sky Jade Demon can transform it into any power, including the power of the soul. In this way, when Chu Yan's 100 Heart Sutra attacked again, it hit the silkworm cocoon, and its power was greatly reduced. Hee, come again. Come, someone will attack my sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, with the original power of the Lord, your means are meaningless at all. The Sky Jade Demon laughed wildly again, with a ferocious smile on his face. As the reincarnation of the heavenly Jade Devil, the accumulation of thousands of years, coupled with the fact that the sky did not hesitate to use the original power, has vigorously recovered him during this period of time. Now, the original power on his body is no worse than that of a decree Jade Buddha. In other words, such a thin layer of silkworm cocoons is the original power that connects a realm with a decree Jade Buddha. Such power, not to mention the invincible realm, even if the Zhangzhou realm came, it would not be able to break through in a short time. But now, for Chu Yan, the most precious thing is time. After all, it is impossible for Yu Linglong and Lin Meng to join forces to block the sky for too long. On my own side, we must make a quick decision. At this time, outside the third dangerous place, a figure, hidden in the void, shuttled quickly, constantly approaching the battlefield. None of the strong men who watched the battle from all directions noticed the existence of this figure, and even some of the terrifying existences peeping here did not notice. This person is none other than the Taoist cultivator of heaven. He used a powerful secret technique to hide his aura to the extreme. The time was not long, but it was enough. Little friend Chu Yan, I don't have much time, and there is still an hour. If you can't take down Chang Tianhe, I have to take action. Feng Liang. Thinking silently in his heart, Daozu Xiutian began to prepare. #C3768 slump. For the Tao Patriarch Xiutian, although Chang Tianhe only has the cultivation base of the Tao Master Realm, he is the reincarnation of the heavenly Jade Demon after all. Coupled with this original aura, it is not easy to kill with one blow. Moreover, the third dangerous place, the area covered by Haotian's sovereign cauldron, is the Supreme Covenant battlefield. If he wants to enter it with an invincible level cultivation base, he must suppress his cultivation base, and it will be even more difficult to kill Chang Tianhe. In addition, the sky is also nearby, and it may be blocked at a critical moment. In any case, cultivating the Heaven Dao ancestor is a headache. However, at this time, Xiutian Daozu didn't know that he was not the only one who had a headache. There were also a few figures on the other side of the battlefield, quietly approaching the edge of the battlefield, with the same ideas and plans as him. Supreme. It's almost there, let's go in from here. After sweeping his gaze, Haisha said to the Supreme Demon God, while making seals with both hands. Good. The Supreme Demon God's eyes shined, and the magic breath surged from his whole body, condensing a ball of pure black magic breath, and waved towards the regular barrier in front of him. They have been waiting for a long time, and now that the battle is raging, it should be a good opportunity. Myriad demons are trapped in the sky, and the 9 nether springs are decreed. The two continued to cast secret spells, and there were magic flames rising from all over their bodies, surging in all directions, rushing towards the rule barrier of the Supreme Covenant in front of them like a tide. After a while, after Mo Yan corroded the barrier in front of him, the two took out a jade talisman and put it in their arms under the urging. The next moment, the surrounding magic flames rushed towards the bodies of the two of them like an ebbing tide, burning their bodies. Soon, under the burning of the magic flame, the two of them were completely reborn. No matter their appearance or breath, great changes had taken place. Like Xiutian Taoist ancestor, their goal is to kill Chang Tianhe. Therefore, the main purpose of changing the appearance of the breath is to prevent Chu Yan from recognizing it. Otherwise, Chu Yan is their master after all. Once blamed, the two of them will be finished. Set off. Haisha and Supreme Demon God sized each other up, and nodded in satisfaction. Rushed towards the Supreme Covenant battlefield. Huh. The sudden intrusion of these two people made the expressions of Xiutian Daozu and the strong men present change at the same time. False sect. His gaze and consciousness swept over him one after another, and he recognized the two figures in an instant, and immediately withdrew his gaze and consciousness. This time the Supreme Covenant happened suddenly, and many sects and forces received the news very late, so it is normal for strong people to come one after another, and it is not worth paying attention to. But at this time, the beautiful figure holding the pagoda passed through many restrictions, and kept approaching the center of the battlefield. It was extremely difficult to walk, and was even swept by some fighting power from time to time, flying backwards for several miles in an instant, and started again. At this time, the core of the battle. Heavenly magic shines on the earth. Yu Tianma roared, and a large number of divine patterns emerged, coiling around his body. There were hundreds of them, and each divine pattern was a treasure. At the same time, the power of the outbreak was astonishing, and they blasted at Chu Yan together. Boom! The guqin shook violently, releasing 6-tone Sanskrit music, which is extremely powerful. The 100 Stealing Heart Sutras did not stop for a moment, turning into countless sound blades, and slashing towards the sky jade demon. Seal up! Chu Yan's mind was concentrated, and the new power fused in his body broke out, like a mountain, suppressing the sky jade demon. There was a rumbling sound, and those divine patterns couldn't be stopped at all, and they shattered instantly. The silkworm cocoon formed by the original aura of the jade demon was very strong at first, but it also became weaker as time passed. Blood flowed from the eyes of the heavenly jade demon, and his face was filled with ferocious terror, roaring incessantly. Chu Yan, this is no way. Bo Wang spoke hastily, reminding him quickly. Although the effect is there, the time consumption is too great. Every time more time is consumed, Lin Meng and Yu Linglong will be more dangerous. Okay, I know. Chu Yan's face was gloomy, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. If it continues, I don't know when the Sky Jade Demon's soul will be wiped out. If the sky breaks through to the invincible state before then, it will be even more troublesome. However, it is not surprising that Chu Yan is also prepared for such a situation. As one of the four heavenly masters, Tian must know Chu Yan's thoughts and plan on Tian Yuma in advance. It's the last resort. Chu Yan took a long breath, and his mood continued to calm down. The aura of the whole person began to change drastically, and the aura around him began to flow violently. Including those strong fighters in the melee on the battlefield, they suddenly discovered that their secret skills and tricks were actually being pulled by some force. Such strong soul power and willpower, this. All eyes fell on Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan's Haotian sword was trembling constantly, releasing a monstrous light. This. Heaven, the heavenly jade demon, and the powerhouses of all forces, including Xiaotian Daozu, Haisha, Supreme Demon God, etc., have all discovered that Chu Yan at this time has completely changed. Heaven and God are one, and the soul is clear. Chu Yan said a word, and the power of the soul fluctuated in everyone, completely uncontrollable. What is this? Everyone's complexion changed. Even if they were far away from Chu Yan, they all looked shocked when they saw the jade on Chu Yan's long sword. This is the sword of will. The ones who were most shocked were Tian and Tian Yuma. Their faces were full of shock, and they couldn't believe it at all. How can this be? The sword of will only exists in legends, and it is also a legend from the ancient times, where Chu Yan learned it from. Impossible. The 100 Thieves don't have the sword of will at all. They are not qualified to practice it. Could it be Stone Seal? The sky sea of consciousness trembled, and consciousness flew like flying. No matter if it is Wu, Emperor Yuan, or the 100 Thieves, it is impossible for them to have such secret skills. This point, of course, is clear. So, there is only one possibility. Call out. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes were exposed, and the jade-like pupil light blasted out like thunder, directly covering the heavenly jade demon in front of him. Almost at the moment when the pupils were shrouded in light, the sky jade demon's whole body trembled, and his eyes lost focus for an instant. He clearly felt that his soul was frozen, as if frozen, completely frozen. Fix the soul, seal the consciousness. Sky jade demon, you can die. At this moment, Chu Yan broke out completely, and all the willpower of the whole body was concentrated in one point, fused with the Haotian sword in his hand, completely transformed into jade, and poured out. Sword Chi, soaring to the sky. There are no sword spirits and sword gangs, only the watery jade light flowing through, but it is this kind of jade light that makes everything in the world lose its color. At this moment, all the powerful people in the audience, including Tian, Haisha, Xiaotian Daozu, and other top leaders, felt a sense of crisis in their hearts at the same time. The sense of crisis in the dark kept telling them that if they were hit by the sword, they would die. #C3769 Only one sword today. Facing this sword, Tian suddenly woke up with a start, and let out a wild laugh that shook the sky. Ha ha ha, good, Qing Yin, you really did a good job, you even taught Chu Yan, the sword of will. I don't know if it's a real compliment or anger. But, so what? I'm afraid this sword of will has just been cultivated, it's not even 50%. Tian's voice was full of jokes, as if he had already decided on Chu Yan. What about the sword of will? Is my original power worse than it? At this moment, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. I saw that in the third dangerous place, a large number of bright light spots continuously emerged from the void. There are so many of these light spots, as if countless colorful stars appeared, getting brighter and bigger. Stars of light appeared all over the sky, constantly surging, getting stronger and stronger, and began to move towards Changtian's body, rushing towards Changtian's body like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. In addition, 2 Taoist artifacts emerged, as well as various treasures of heaven, material and earth, rushing towards the heavenly jade demon like a tide. In an instant, the aura of the sky jade demon surged like a tide, with the momentum of a volcanic eruption. Boom! At the same time, in the third dangerous land, a forest suddenly exploded with a torrential wave and exploded. A large amount of original power gathered together like star points, and evolved into a huge altar above the disappearing forest clearing. This altar is hundreds of feet high, with a white body and a golden roof, and thousands of golden lights are released, and all the golden lights are also rushing towards the sky jade demon. Boom! The altar was running, and the aura and power became stronger and stronger, and the golden light injected into the body of the sky jade demon became stronger. At this time, Chu Yan could clearly feel that not only the true energy and physical strength in Tianyu demon's body, but also his soul and willpower were also crazily improving. In just a few breaths, his willpower has more than doubled. Wonderful earth altar. The moment Baoang saw the altar appear, the whole person's face changed, and he hurriedly said to Chu Yan through sound transmission. Chu Yan is not good. That is the altar of perverting the law. The treasure of life that was invincible in the past, was nourished with will and blood for 3,000 years. It is said that the invincible fell, because there were too many spirits and blood from this altar. This altar is basically piled up by the power of the soul of the essence and blood. It can be defended when retreating. No one can break through the guarding of the soul. It can be attacked when advancing. Breaking through the enemy's sea of consciousness is like cutting a boulder with soldiers. This day, I placed this treasure here long ago. No wonder I chose to open the Supreme Covenant here. After these words resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Chu Yan's face immediately sank. This day is indeed insidious. As the opening place of the Supreme Covenant, the third dangerous land really has ulterior motives. No matter what, now we can only attack hard. The sword of will in Chu Yan's hand didn't mean to restrain himself at all, but it skyrocketed by 3 points again. Even if you have all kinds of schemes today, I only have this sword. The gold and silver double spirit patterns in the eyes are bright, the Heart Sutra, the Guqin, and the sword of will are all operating to the extreme, and the new power in the body is pouring out like a tide, continuously pouring into the sword. Cut. One word was uttered violently, and the roar of dragons and tigers resounded like rolling thunder. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky trembled, the earth trembled, the sun, moon, and stars dimmed at the same time, and all wind and earth stagnated. The powerful willpower erupted, forming a shock wave, centered on the sword in Chu Yan's hand, rushing towards the surroundings. The altar of perverting the law, support. Sky Jade Demon's eyes were red, his blood was bursting, and under the roar, the altar of perverting the law in the distance erupted like a volcano, spewing out a large amount of golden light, all covering his body. At this moment, the heavenly jade demon seems to be made of gold, and it also looks like a god and demon in the world, protected by golden light. At this moment, all the scuffles on the entire battlefield stopped, including the battle between Tianyu Linglong and Lin Meng, which also stopped. All eyes were on Chu Yan and Tianyuma. The next moment, the sword of will was as heavy as a Tsongshan mountain, and finally slashed down fiercely, directly attacking the golden jade demon opposite. Boom! When the two forces collide, the outcome will be determined. The soul attack and the duel of willpower are not as powerful as the raging chi, but under the collision of the two forces, they can be separated at the touch of a touch. When everyone raised their heads, they saw the face of the heavenly jade demon, which was hideous and frightening, and blood was overflowing all over his body, almost like a blood man. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you failed. This sword only cut off 30% of my willpower. If you want to save Chang Tianhe, you are dreaming. The heavenly jade demon was bleeding madly, and his aura was like a rainbow. Treasures from heaven and earth kept pouring out from all around, pouring into his body like mortal stars, making his damaged body and spirit constantly recover. Moreover, the strong man can feel that there is a special energy mechanism surging in his body, which seems to be similar to the breakthrough energy mechanism. In other words, after going through this life and death battle, the heavenly jade demon even showed signs of breaking through. After all, this is the battlefield of the Supreme Covenant, and any peak Taoist realm has a chance to break through. It's just the beginning. Regarding Tian Yuma's words and momentum, Chu Yan's eyes were like stars, without any surprise. On the contrary, he said calmly. At the same time, he waved the jade sword in his hand again, and the sword energy rushed out like a jade dragon. This sword was slashed out again, and the face of the sky jade demon, who was still laughing wildly just now, froze instantly. Even Tian, who was not far away with a gentle smile on his face, twitched his eyes hard. What? There is another sword. Isn't it one sword? How did it become two swords? Wrong. Could it be said that his sword of will can attack continuously? When this doubt appeared, Tian Yumo and Tian stood on the spot at the same time, and they were instantly dumbfounded. Yes. From the beginning to the end, no one said that the sword of will is just a sword skill. Boom. Boom. The next moment, the jade sword in Chu Yan's hand seemed to come alive, and he slashed out crazily. Every time the sword hit the sky jade demon, it exploded a large area of will and soul. However, to everyone's surprise, the power of each sword has not decreased, but the impact on the sky jade demon has become smaller and smaller. Not good. The sky jade demon is about to break through. Among the strong men present, someone reacted and said loudly. The cultivator breaks through, and the power of the rules of heaven and earth is added to the body. Under such circumstances, no external force can attack. Although with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, he will not be backlashed, but under the protection of the power of the rules of heaven and earth, it will be more than 10 times more difficult to break through the sea of consciousness of the heavenly jade demon. This is troublesome. King Ming and Bo Wang looked at each other, both of them had dark eyes. Not far away, Taoist ancestor Shoutian, who was hidden in the void, had his aura rolling faintly, as if he was about to make a move. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, thank you so much. Without you, I couldn't break through so quickly. The loud laughter of the sky jade demon resounded through the sky again. #C3770 Destroyer. At this moment, Chu Yan's hand holding the sword was icy cold, and his eyes were full of anger. Unwilling. However, there is no way, and no one would have thought that the sky jade demon would suddenly start breaking through at this moment. This is chance, everything is determined by God. In this case, Chu Yan has no way to save Chang Tianhe again. Moreover, once the sky jade demon breaks through to the invincible state, his soul power will become even stronger. If Chang Tianhe was only suppressed before, then when he breaks through to the invincible state, it is really possible to completely grind Chang Tianhe's soul to death. At this moment, looking at the heavenly jade demon laughing wildly in front of him, Chu Yan's aura became weaker and weaker. Powerlessness. This day, it is clear that he is against him, obviously on purpose. Humph. You want me to give up, you want me to believe that the way against the sky is wrong. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes turned from dark to bright, and instantly brightened like a vast moon, releasing endless flames. Save Tianhe. Destroy the heavenly jade demon soul. The anger in his eyes and the anger in his heart turned into shouts at the same time. Roar. Chu Yan's roar contained almost all the power in his body, like a storm, rolling out. Soaring into the sky, the jade sword in his hand erupted. If it was only the light of the vast moon, it is now 100 times the light of a star, turning the entire sky into jade, as if the third dangerous place had turned into jade at this moment. The quality of the world is average. Everything is surging like a raging tide, pouring into the jade sword with a momentum visible to the naked eye. The original stream turned into a big river at this moment, rushing on, just the sound of this power pouring in, rumbling through. Chu Yan. Husband. Yu Linglong and Lin Meng were far away. Seeing this scene, they all looked anxious. They know. Chu Yan has exploded at this moment. Everything, even the power of the physical body and the power of blood essence, has been poured into it. This sword seems to be stronger than before. It's okay, but, is it useful? Tian Yuma stared at Chu Yan, and laughed wildly for a moment, but his eyes still showed disdain and mockery. Next, he continued to mobilize the power of the altar of perverting the law to protect his whole body. After all, it was time to break through, and he didn't want any accidents to happen. Boom, boom. Chu Yan drew out his sword, and at the same time as he slashed down, all the power exploded instantly. All strong men could feel that the entire sky and the earth were shaking and trembling. The power of this sword is amazing. The illusory shock wave surged away, spreading like ripples, and the power of the sword dissipated. The heavenly jade demon was intact, without any damage. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and the tiger's mouth burst open with the sword, and the blood gushed like a pillar. However, Chu Yan didn't even look at it, his blood-red eyes just stared at the sky jade demon tightly. Cut. Chop. Chop him. In the entire sea of consciousness, there is only one voice echoing, like a demon, like a curse. The next sword, behead him. The voice became even crazier, and the will also exploded crazily. This kind of will, at this time, almost turned into obsession, making Chu Yan sink into it. This. King Ming, Bo Wang and a group of big shots all changed their faces and frowned. In Chu Yan's state, there is obviously a danger of becoming possessed. The two looked at each other, made eye contact, and had almost the same meaning. They were going to stop Chu Yan, and they couldn't let him continue. However, just when the two were about to make a move, they suddenly froze at the same time. Qingyin. An extremely weak energy mechanism appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, so weak that only King Ming and Bo Wang, who existed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, could feel it. Anyway. You are my master now. Even a small piece of trash can't be beaten to death, and I'm also ashamed. Forget it, let me try. Qingyin's voice was extremely small, like the voice of a baby. Boom. 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 The next moment, an earth-shattering breath erupted in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, like a mountain torrent and a huge wave, surging to the sky. If it turned out that Chu Yan's willpower was only the size of a house, then now, at least it is as huge as a mountain peak. In an instant, the sky and the earth paled, and the wind and clouds dispersed. What? At this moment, Tian Yuma's expression completely changed. What's happening here? To use the power of will to influence the rules of the world. This. In the sky not far away, the whole person was sluggish on the spot, completely blindfolded, eyes full of shock and disbelief, staring at Chu Yan. Sky Jade Demon, die. After the words are uttered, thunder rolls from the sky, and thousands of thunders explode, just like the wrath of heaven and earth. It is the will that affects the world again. The next moment, the jade sword skyrocketed, and the strength of the sword increased tenfold in an instant, and the sound of the sword chi waving was like a lightning strike. Master, help me. There is no longer a sense of crisis in Tianyu Demon's body, but a strong sense of death, so much that his whole body is cold, and his eyes are full of despair. However, at such a distance, Chu Yan's sword has already come out, and even Tian, one of the four great masters, has no time to rescue him. When the sword fell, Tian stood there, motionless. The loud noise exploded, and everyone felt a thunder in their hearts. It was not an illusion at all, because everyone's sea of consciousness was trembling, obviously being impacted by will. As for the heavenly jade demon who was actually receiving the sword, first it protected its body with its astral energy, which collapsed in an instant, and then it was the golden armor of perverting the law, which also disintegrated at the touch of a touch. Without these two layers of defense, the heavenly jade demon's own will protection had almost no blocking effect. He watched helplessly as the sword light cut into the center of his eyebrows, broke through the sea of energy, and rushed into the sea of consciousness. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, resounding through the sky like howling ghosts and wolves. Like a meteor falling from the air, it fell to the ground, smashing out a pit, the scattered rules of heaven and earth scattered in all directions, and black breaths gushed out and flew away from his body. At this moment, the spirit of the sky jade demon, after sleeping for thousands of years, just woke up not long ago, but it began to dissipate. That sword just cut off 90% of his soul power. Under such circumstances, his soul can only fall into a deep sleep again in order to keep it from falling. However, he is now the body of someone else who has seized him, and there is another soul and will in the sea of consciousness. Let him sleep peacefully to protect his soul. It's done. The faces of King Ming and Bo Wang were full of joy. Including Yu Linglong, Lin Meng, Xiutian Daozu, and others, they all looked happy. Little friend Chu Yan, you are really strong. Xiutian Daozu began to restrain his breath, and at the same time opened his mouth in surprise. Such a dangerous and passive situation was abruptly reversed by Chu Yan. No one can do it. Wonderful, wonderful. Not far away, Tian, who had recovered from the sluggishness, instantly restored a warm smile on his face, nodding repeatedly, as if praising a family junior, with a look of relief on his face. But, do you think this will work? Tian smiled, and his hands began to seal. #C3771 Popular Law. Tian's reaction like this, coupled with the seal in his hand, clearly predicted the fall of the Tianyu demon. As expected of the Zhangzhou realm, he has calculations for all kinds of results. However, before he could do anything, suddenly, the mutation regenerated. Immeasurable honor. A Taoist Sanskrit sound sounded, echoing weakly in the silent void. The way of seizing homes is not tolerated by the heavens. Everyone can punish such behaviors. Little friend Chu Yan, there is still a trace of the spirit of the jade demon. I will help you to kill him completely. In the distant sky, an old Taoist man, wearing a patched Taoist robe, came stepping out of the void, with monstrous Tao lights flashing on his body, one step at a time. It looked slow, but the speed was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the heavenly jade demon. Press down with one palm. False sect. The people around were stunned for a moment, and even the sky was stunned. You dare! Chu Yan's eyes burst into flames, and he shouted loudly, his killing power surging like a cloud. At this time, the heavenly jade demon's willpower is 80% to 90%, and there is no need to intervene at this time. Chang Tianhe will definitely resist immediately, suppressing and devouring the heavenly jade demon's soul. That is to say, in the sea of consciousness at this time, 80% is not Tianyu demon, but Chang Tianhe is leading. If he made a move at this time, of course Chang Tianhe would be injured too. Violence. Chu Yan took a step forward, and a wave of majestic power surged in. Under the fusion of terrifying power, he directly punched out. Don't say anything. The old Taoist saw Chu Yan punching him, but he didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. Instead, he used Taoism, and the palm print changed into a fist, and continued to punch. The law of the heavens, all demons subdue. As the fist passed by, a phantom of the original Tianzuan appeared, sitting cross-legged in the void, uttering the truth. The radiant Tao light released is like the brilliance of the sun and the moon, covering the world. Boom. 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 The fists were like a storm, they collided together and exploded the torrential waves. The old man retreated dozens of steps in the air, before he stood still. At this time, Chu Yan's combat power has reached its peak, not to mention the same level, even in the invincible state. Even if bound by the heaven and earth rules of the Supreme Covenant, even an ordinary invincible room here would not be able to withstand Chu Yan's punch at all. However, the old man in front of him only took 10 steps back. Huh. Interesting. The smile returned to Tian's face, and he half closed his eyes and smiled. One sword. In Chu Yan's eyes, the flames of war are like smears. At this time, his will power is still integrated with the rules of heaven and earth, and he can easily draw a large amount of power from heaven and earth, and integrate it into the sword force. One sword cut is Tianwei. Boundless scripture. The old Taoist's face was heavy, his Taoist robes were flying, and the Buddha dust in his hands waved thousands of streams of light, but they condensed and did not disperse, gathering into a big earthquake. At the same time, his physical body swelled rapidly, turning into a giant of 100 feet, pressing down with both hands. It was as huge as 2 lakes. The lake was glowing with golden light, and scriptures of Taoist mantras were evolved, all of which released powerful power. Dripping water forms the sea, sand gathers without restraint. All the Taoist scriptures are combined together, and the power is extremely terrifying, astonishing like a raging tide. When these 2 palms are pressed down, the power is overwhelming, and the airwaves are rolling for dozens of miles. Little friend Chu Yan, why bother? The devil is the devil, and he must be punished. As soon as the old Taoist said these words, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void not far away, and another figure rushed out, holding a circle of heaven and earth, and a figure in Taoist robes stepping on a strange fire, rushing straight to Chang Tianhe. Besides, the complexions of the strong men around them all changed. One method can change the sky, and all demons will be covered in dust. Seeing the new Taoist, Chu Yan's face changed, his consciousness was split into 2, and the eternal power burst into a dazzling light, turning into a blue light, and directly attacked the newly rushed old Taoist. At the same time, the power of immortal gods and demons on the other side turned into a black tide and attacked the original old way. The fusion power is decomposed and reformed into 2 powers of the Zhangzhu, 1 against 2. Boom. Boom. The explosions on both sides sounded at the same time, and Chu Yan only felt 2 extremely powerful forces coming back, hitting his body and soul, causing the blood in his body to tremble. This Taoist priest is so powerful. Bo Wang and King Ming looked at each other, and their expressions changed slightly at the same time. Pufazong has such a strong Taoist realm. With Chu Yan's strength, those who can win a 2-on-1 fight can be counted on one hand in this God's domain continent. Now, the 2 Taoists who suddenly appeared in the Pufa sect have such a strong power. Ox-nosed, looking for death. Lin Meng got angry on the spot, swung his sword horizontally, raised the sword and rushed towards the later Qianquan Circle veteran. King Ming didn't hesitate, and rushed forward with Lin Meng. Snort. Seeing that Lin Meng was going to deal with the old Taoist, Tian snorted coldly, raised his hand and waved it, and a large mysterious light appeared behind him, covering all directions directly. Chu Yan, don't worry, we are here to help you. Not far away, Ji Chongqing, Mo Dongqing and other Taoist masters also reacted suddenly, and shouted at the same time, turning into streamers and hitting them directly. The magic cloud is 90,000 miles away. The old Taoist shouted, and a large amount of black breath gushed out from his body, turning into a black cloud wave and fluttering. After a few miles, a huge black claw suddenly rushed out of the black cloud and attacked Chang Tianhe. Click! With a crisp sound, Chang Tianhe was wrapped by a pair of dazzling Dao maps that suddenly appeared, which was exactly the Dao map sacrificed by Chu Yan before. 10,000 demons subdue, heavenly venerable returns. The next moment, the later Qianquan Circle veteran shot out a golden light and turned into a phantom, sitting cross-legged in the void. As soon as he appeared, he immediately closed his eyes and practiced. His hands kept forming seals, and each seal was condensed together, thick and scary. Not good. Chu Yan's eyes flashed violently, and his face changed drastically. He was entangled by the old Taoist in front of him, and there was no time to rescue him. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as the Dao seal in front of the phantom sitting cross-legged continued to fall, attacking Chang Tianhe. Boom! Chang Tianhe's chest was hit by Daoyin, and a mass of flesh and blood suddenly exploded. In the huge pit of flesh, life flowed away like a tide. With this move, Chang Tianhe's internal organs were almost smashed into powder, severely injured. Chu Yan's pupils shrank sharply, and his killing intent became solid, and he looked at the old man in the Qianquan Circle. Chang Tianhe has fallen. Looking for death. You all have to die. Ji Chongxing and Mo Dongqing arrived and glanced at Chang Tianhe. They were also furious, the whole body was raging with anger. Under the shout, they used all their killing moves. It's done. The two veterans didn't care at all, and looked at each other from the air, their eyes were full of joy. Walk. Without any hesitation, the two turned around at the same time and rushed towards the void passage they had come from. At this moment, Chu Yan stood sluggishly, looking at Chang Tianhe, whose blood was gushing from his chest, completely stunned. Appeared beside Chang Tianhe in a flash, squatted down, and helped him up. Tianhe. Under a soft call, Chang Tianhe didn't respond at all. Roar. Chu Yan raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, and the sky trembled. #C3772 Xingshi Avenue. Chu Yan's roar was earth-shattering, and the clouds and waves rolled over the sky. Yu Linglong, Lin Meng, King Ming, Bo Wang and others around saw this scene, and at the same time their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley and their faces were full of sadness. In this world, there is nothing more unacceptable than this. Great ups and downs, great joy and great sorrow. It has obviously succeeded, and Chang Tianhe can regain control of his body and destroy the soul of the Sky Jade Demon in just a little time. In that case, Chu Yan's plan will be completely completed. However, no one would have imagined that at this moment, two strong men from the Fa sect suddenly appeared. Their strength was terrifying, and they severely injured Chang Tianhe within a few strokes. The grasp of this opportunity is the moment when everyone relaxes their vigilance. Waiting for Yu Linglong and the others to hear Chu Yan's roar, they were all extremely worried, almost, just a little bit. Not good. This is troublesome. King Ming and Bo Wan kept staring at Chu Yan, and they were the quickest to feel the existence of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness and spirit state, and they were shocked at the same time. At this time, Chu Yan changed from the inside to the outside at an extremely fast speed. Rolling magic rushed out of his body, sweeping the world like a wild cloud, surging in all directions. At this moment, black, darkness, and magic breath became the main colors of the world. Accompanied by the killing intent, together with the magic cloud, they flocked in all directions. Not good. I'm really going to be enchanted. The Tao Master realms present are all existences who have practiced for more than 1,000 years. This kind of situation in martial arts cultivation is not uncommon. Therefore, when most people practice retreat, there are guardians outside, or emergency measures are prepared quickly. But now, Chu Yan's magic breath is terrifying. Even in the invincible realm, he has never seen such a terrifying magic. Ha ha ha, great. Xie and Supreme Demon God, both of them felt the changes on Chu Yan's side, and they all looked ecstatic. Their previous plans. It really worked. Under such agitation, Chu Yan was about to be possessed. It can even be said that it was better than their original plan, and they took advantage of the moment Chang Tianhe was about to recover. However, just after the joy appeared on the faces of the two of them, they suddenly froze at the same time, and their whole bodies felt icy cold. Murder. The extremely terrifying murderous intent completely enveloped the two of them. Prosperous Avenue. Xie and the Supreme Demon God, after all, are the existence of the 10 great gods in ancient times, and the powerhouses of the heaven-defying level have experienced countless battles. So almost instinctively, the moment the murderous intent appeared, he reacted and took the initiative to resist. Daoguan burst out from the two of them like a tide, and a phantom of a city appeared, and the prosperity of the city could be vaguely seen. Such a method can definitely be called against the sky. It is not difficult for ordinary strong people to evolve phantom visions, but it is difficult to evolve visions with living beings. Not to mention, like this city, how alive the creatures in the whole city are. Such a prosperous city is more than just a road, it can be said that it already has a strong power of rules. These two people were strong in the way of demons. Now that Taoism is so strong, it doesn't mean that they really practice both ways of magic. People. Therefore, it is precisely for this reason that these two people pretended to be strong Taoists today. Boom. 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 The magic breath in Chu Yan's body made a flood-like sound, and the murderous intent became more and more intense. Even in the vision of the city of prosperity that just appeared, the creatures in the city were also affected by it, and suddenly became sluggish. The collision between the power of the rules and the power of the rules, naturally the strong wins. Xie and the Supreme Demon God must have not reached the Zhangzhu realm. Their power of rules cannot be compared with the rules of immortal gods and demons at the same level. Moreover, Chu Yan has just increased his willpower, and the power of rules has been strengthened by more than several times. Good. Great. Xie was suppressed, but there was no trace of displeasure, instead his face was full of surprise. Chu Yan's current power of gods and demons in his body has reached its peak. Just add a little more power to break the balance of the two powers in his body. Hearing this, the Supreme Demon God also had a look of surprise, and hurriedly continued to act. This action is not to resist Chu Yan's power, but to use his own power to pull Chu Yan's power of gods and demons to make it stronger. Originally, I was planning to run away, but now this opportunity is great. Wan Dao Chao Jing. Xie and the Supreme Demon God looked at each other and nodded their heads heavily at the same time. The demon breath in their bodies boiled like a tide, and under the effect of a secret technique, they frantically mobilized. In an instant, the sky in a radius of 10 miles became even darker, and the entire third dangerous land seemed to have turned into a demon world. The tall phantom stood above the sky, with thousands of golden lights on his body, indescribably holy, and the ancient Taoist coercion burst out of the sky. Such a strong Taoist majesty, but it doesn't match the background of the devil world. The tall phantom sat upright in the void, and the ancient scriptures he sang stirred up a cloud of spiritual breath between the heaven and the earth, like the momentum of mountains and seas, surging and endless. All of this is like a large tide, rushing towards Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan was full of magic power, like a demon god of heaven and earth. Facing the monstrous waves, most of the magic power was wiped out in an instant, but like bamboo shoots after a rain, the moment the magic power fell, it readjusted and glowed, even stronger than before. 1 point. Good. Great. Seeing this, the attackers, Xie and Supreme Demon God, became more and more excited. However, before they got excited, deep down in their hearts, there was a strong sense of crisis in their souls, which also increased suddenly. Roar. Chu Yan roared, and the world trembled. A shocking scene appeared, and the magical power released by him began to change. Moreover, a flame suddenly rose from his body, burning violently, turning into a blaze soaring into the sky, as if it was going to burn the whole world. Call out. The next moment, Chu Yan moved suddenly like a furious demon god. All kinds of Taoism, sword energy, and secret skills were like a tidal wave, overwhelming the phantom sitting upright, like a violent storm pouring down. In less than a breath, the tall Taoist true figure was instantly smashed to pieces and collapsed on the spot. The bodies of Xie and the supreme demon god shook violently at the same time, and a look of shock flashed in their eyes. In just one breath, the alliance between the two of them was broken. Although they have all suppressed their cultivation in order to enter the scope of the Supreme Covenant, they are still the second of the 10 gods in ancient times. When the two join forces, there is only one breath of time. No. We have to hurry. Xie transmitted the voice of the Supreme Demon God, with an urgent voice. He knew in his heart that by now, Chu Yan's plan to become a demon had basically been carried out to the extreme, and they would have no effect if they stayed here. Moreover, the immortal god and devil art in Chu Yan's body suppressed the two of them too much, and if they continued to fight, they might reveal their identities in an instant. #C3773 Trouble. The purpose of Xie and Supreme Demon God is to make Chu Yan completely bewitched. At that time, the two willpowers of Emperor Wu Tiandi and Emperor Yuan in the body, and the power of God and demon of Emperor Yuan will occupy the upper peak, suppressing and devouring the power of eternity. This is their purpose. Of course, they can't let themselves die in Chu Yan's hands for the purpose, so it's not worthwhile. Trouble. King Ming and Bo Wang could not only see the state of Chu Yan outside, but they could also clearly see the changes in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. At the same time, they whispered in their hearts. If this continues, the balance in Chu Yan's body will definitely be over. At that time, not to mention which force is stronger, just the mutual impact after the loss of balance is not something Chu Yan can bear. Moreover, according to the current situation, once Xuanhuan's magic way occupies the upper peak, it is certain that Chu Yan will become a demon. Wake up! Wake up now! The two ancient great powers began to display all their supernatural powers, shouting sharply in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, shaking his soul. That's right. These two little Taoist priests are a little bit interesting, so it's a present for him. Tian, not far away, looked at Chu Yan's situation with a smile on his face. Originally, he was ready to take action and directly kill the heavenly jade demon whose soul had been beheaded. At that time, Chu Yan might go crazy, staring at him and fighting all the time, which would be a bit troublesome. It's all right now. The appearance of the two little Taoist priests helped him solve this trouble, and the goal was achieved. Seeing Chu Yan's state, the cultivators in all directions were so shocked that their faces changed suddenly, and they all backed away. Everyone is worried that Chu Yan, in this state, will suddenly go crazy and kill people indiscriminately. With their cultivation base, they couldn't resist Chu Yan's move. If they were killed at that time, there would be no place to cry for injustice. Stone, stone. A choked voice sounded hastily, rushing quickly from a distance. All the masters of the Taoist realm looked stunned when they glanced at them. Supreme realm. Such cultivation. How did it get in? Moreover, because of the activation of the Supreme Covenant, this third dangerous place has a boundary wall. Except for the Taoist realm, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky for other strong cultivation bases to enter. Of course, it is relatively easy for those who are higher than the Tao Master realm to suppress their cultivation, but it is too difficult for those who are lower than the Tao Master realm to increase their cultivation to the Tao Master realm. Therefore, the powerhouses present were more surprised to see a supreme realm appear here than to see an invincible realm appear. Sure. Stone, how are you? Zhao Qing's eyes did not pay attention to the astonishment around him at all, but just stared closely at Chang Tianhe in front of him, tears bursting from his eyes instantly. While she hugged Chang Tianhe, as a cultivator, she naturally sensed Chang Tianhe's current situation to some extent. Life keeps passing. Almost instantly, Zhao Qing's entire beautiful face was completely covered with tears. Sobbing softly, he opened his small mouth a few times, but it was difficult to say a single word. Zhao Qing, as the top Tianjiao of the Sana sect, she was so beautiful back then and had countless suitors. But Zhao Qing thinks highly of himself, and doesn't care about these suitors at all. He has a special liking for searching for various secret treasures while practicing. Among these suitors, there are naturally some who are infatuated, and they pursue Zhao Qing to the death, follow each other all the way, and even block life and death crises for her on some secret treasures, and abolish her cultivation. After this happened 2 or 3 times, the number of suitors around Zhao Qing began to gradually decrease, and in the end, there were even more hateful eyes. Some people even invited some masters of secret skills to calculate Zhao Qing's life, but the final conclusion was love tribulation. In other words, Zhao Qing will eventually be trapped by love in this life, and even give everything in life. Zhao Qing didn't believe this at the time, and didn't care at all, until he met Chang Tianhe, who was as stupid as a rock. And today, a word of robbery may really come true. The appearance of Chang Tianhe surprised Zhao Qing. In the entire Sana sect, there is only one male cultivator who treats himself like nothing. In the subsequent contact, Yu Qing found that this man not only ignored him, but even disliked him a little. He only wanted to cultivate and wanted nothing else. But let alone, every time Zhao Qing sees Chang Tianhe concentrating on his cultivation, he will feel a strange feeling in his heart. As time went by, this strange feeling became more and more obvious, like a seed sprouting teeth. At this moment, watching Chang Tianhe's life flow in his arms, the feeling that had been lurking deep in Zhao Qing's heart erupted like a sky crashing, as if it wanted to rip her heart apart. This feeling is painful and suffocating. Stone, wake up. We agreed to break through to the Supreme together. I have already broken through now. You waste stone is too slow. If you don't get up, hurry up and practice. By the way, I found the material for your knife, and it can be upgraded. Have you always said that you want to upgrade it? Now you have the material, get up quickly, let's go. And Chu Yan, don't you say you want to see him? He's here for you, open your eyes, and have a look. You and I. When it came to the end, Zhao Qing's mouth was full of vague voices, which were completely unrecognizable, and he had no idea what she was talking about. Even at the end, Zhao Qing's mouth was only sobbing, and there was no air at all. Under such circumstances, she couldn't even make a sound, so she could only shake Chang Tianhe in her arms constantly, whimpering. Tears were pouring down like rain, and a strong breath gushed out of her body. She didn't even notice that the spiritual pagoda behind her was continuously releasing mysterious light as soft as water, gushing out of her body. These profound light powers were integrated into her aura, and then released, enveloping him and Chang Tianhe. I don't know when it started. Suddenly, Chang Tianhe's eyes trembled suddenly, and his eyelids twitched slightly. At this time everyone's attention was on Chu Yan, and no one paid attention at all. Even Zhao Qing, who was holding him, had tears in his eyes and lost his mind, so he didn't notice. On the other side, the battle continues. King Ming and Bo Wang continued to use their supernatural powers to forcibly suppress Chu Yan's magic power, but it didn't work at all. At this time, Chu Yan's demonic power emanating from his body was so terrifying that everyone was stunned, and even after the demon's breath reached its peak, it began to change continuously. Roar. The voice from the throat was like a ferocious beast in the world, with a pair of eyes completely blood red, and a sense of explosive power on his body, as if all the power to destroy the world was sealed in it, and it would explode wildly at any time. The next moment, Chu Yan turned his head suddenly, his blood-red eyes staring straight at Xie and the supreme demon god. A tsunami-like sense of crisis erupted in the two of them in an instant, causing their bodies to tremble violently. Trouble. #C3774 Scared to death. When the monstrous demon power struck, Xie and the supreme demon god were so frightened that their scalps exploded. Without any hesitation, they directly threw out the two ancient treasures that had been prepared in advance. Boom! Boom! The two top ancient treasures of the Divine Realm continent were directly blown into powder after being impacted by Chu Yan's magic power. True seal of Wanlong. The pupils of the two dilated in an instant, and their faces turned pale green. They hurriedly made another move, and they blasted out their whole cards at the same time. Boom, boom. The phantom of 100 heavenly dragons roared and howled through the sky, rushing out with a Taoist talisman and spiritual seal, but just like before, it was instantly smashed to pieces without any blocking effect. In the next breath, the demonic power struck and slammed into the two of them, sending them flying upside down. When they were thrown into the air, they opened their mouths and sprayed out a large amount of blood. Change the path. Without waiting for the landing, the two waved the seal again, condensed the handprint, and quickly pressed it out. Click. The sky of the third dangerous land could no longer withstand such a powerful force. The sky, which was already full of holes, burst into a large crack in an instant, and the power of heaven and earth poured in like a tide, pouring into the bodies of the two people. This plan was the worst-case retreat they had prepared before, and it was the safest way to leave this place. However, when the power of heaven and earth shrouded them, a large void rippled and connected to the space-time channel. A sudden change occurred. I saw that Chu Yan's blood-red eyes suddenly raised his head, looked at the cracked sky, and exploded with a roar, and the blood-red pupils in his eyes burst out, directly attacking the power of heaven and earth above their heads. In an instant, the two powers of heaven and earth shattered instantly, exploded into powder, and turned into remaining waves of energy, which scattered and surged away. Boom! On the far side of the sky, a huge pillar of air soared into the sky, and below it was a black mountain altar, which instantly exploded into powder. What? Xie and the supreme demon god were all dumbfounded. The altar of power of heaven and earth that they had arranged in advance was broken. This is thousands of miles away. Across the boundary wall of the Supreme Covenant. Chu Yan, how did he do it? At this moment, both of them were trembling with shock, although they knew that Chu Yan had the power of reincarnation of Emperor Yuan in his body, so his strength was naturally very strong. Even if Chu Yan fought against heaven by himself before, and the tie was tied, they were not even half surprised. But now, just relying on his breath, without even moving his hand, he blows up the altar of time and space thousands of miles away. This strength is too terrifying. Chirp. Chirp. At the moment when the two were stunned, two powerful claw marks broke through the void and suddenly appeared in front of them, grabbing their heads directly. Not good. The danger was in front of them in an instant, and the two of them were full of life and death, and they made a move in an instant, blasting out all kinds of secret skills and tricks crazily. At this time, the disadvantages of camouflage are reflected. Facing Chu Yan's attack, they dare not use magic skills at all, and can only use Taoist secret skills and tricks. Coupled with the fact that the two of them had suppressed their cultivation, they were completely passive in the face of Chu Yan's full force. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder exploded in Chu Yan's body. At this time, the transformation of the power of gods and demons in his body has reached a critical moment, and it only takes a few breaths to complete it completely. At that moment, the power of the Chu Yan god and demon has reached its peak, and Xie and the supreme demon god are absolutely dead. The two people not far away felt the change in Chu Yan's body, and their faces turned ashen at the same time. I don't know how many years, but this is the first time for the two of them to feel such a terrible sense of crisis, which made them hesitate at the same time, whether to throw away the disguise and directly use the magical skills. It's better to be discovered by Chu Yan than to be killed by him right now. However, if their identities are exposed, they will end up like Tianpa, become traitors, and be cast aside by the whole world. Even if he survived, he would not be able to make contributions with Chu Yan in the future. This time, the two of them just felt a splitting headache and wanted to die. At this moment, a beautiful figure in the distance has already started to cry. Chu Yan, wake up, wake up. You can't do this. Yu Linglong, who was facing the sky, had tears in her eyes, and she yelled at Chu Yan through the sound transmission of her spiritual consciousness. Husband. Lin Meng also had an anxious expression on his face, looking at the magic breath around Chu Yan's body that was as thick as ink sweat. His eyes were red. When these two voices sounded, Chu Yan grabbed the two hands of Xie and the supreme demon god, and he froze for an instant. His whole body shook violently, and the whole person froze there. The sky and the earth were tumbling and surging, and the magic cloud like thousands of thunderbolts also fell silent in an instant. The two voices were comparable to the strongest Kingsenju in the world, and the blood in Chu Yan's eyes slowly faded in an instant, and the monstrous anger all over his body began to subside slowly. Call. Seeing this scene, King Ming and Bo Wan heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, and raised their hands to wipe the thick sweat from their foreheads. Scared to death? If Chu Yan really fell into a demon, then the two of them are over. Fortunately, Yu Linglong and Lin Meng were able to wake up Chu Yan at the critical moment, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yan. Just as Chu Yan's eyes slowly recovered, a voice suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness, causing his whole body to tremble suddenly. This voice is so familiar. Even after so many years, when the voice sounded, Chu Yan's consciousness seemed to return to the place of the 10 Directions starfield in an instant. Go. Seeing that Chu Yan was stunned, Xie and the supreme demon god would miss the opportunity. At the same time, they roared violently, raised their hands to tear the void, rushed into the void passage, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Terrible. You can't use this trick again if you die in the future. Heaven. Tianhe. Chu Yan, with wide eyes, turned slowly and looked not far away. His eyes were full of hope and vigilance. If it was just an illusion arranged by someone, then he would really kill people. But the next moment, when his eyes touched the figure, leaning against a woman's arms, Chang Tianhe, who was pale and breathing weakly, Chu Yan's eyes instantly brightened. It's him. Not an illusion. Aren't you the reincarnation of the two great masters? Aren't you invincible at the same level as the Taoist master? Aren't you going to become the master? Chang Tianhe pulled the corner of his mouth vigorously, drawing an arc, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. For you like this, when you encounter such a small thing, cough cough, you just lose your mind and want to be enchanted. As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, the whole scene was silent. You. When Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across Chang Tianhe, the surprise that had just emerged was instantly annihilated, and he finally knew why there was silence all around and no one spoke. Because, although Chang Tianhe's soul has recovered at this time, the physical trauma is too severe. Vitality is still passing by, and it won't be long before falling. Well. Chang Tianhe sighed softly, patted Yueqing's hand, and said, "Let me stay alone with Chu Yan for a while." #C3775 Tianhe. When Zhaoqing left with tears in his eyes, Chang Tianhe took out a jade talisman from his bosom, gritted his teeth, poured some true energy into it, and crushed it lightly. With a buzzing sound, the mysterious light soared into the sky, and the surrounding scenes changed rapidly. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Chu Yan glanced around, and suddenly his body shook again. This is an illusion that is not too strong, but it has a great impact on Chu Yan when it is cast. At this time, Chu Yan and Chang Tianhe were standing in front of the main hall square of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, surrounded by silence and no one else. Speaking of which, it seems that we have known each other for a long time. Chang Tianhe looked at Chu Yan, and smiled lightly. I don't know why, recently I always think of the time when I was in the 10 Directions star field. At that time. As if completely disregarding Chu Yan's current state, Chang Tianhe smiled all over the sky, and just said it softly, recalling it, just like an old friend reunited. Tianhe, I can't afford it. I don't know when I heard it, Chu Yan's eyes were red, and he spoke softly. What are you sorry for? Why do you say sorry? Hearing this, Chang Tianhe's face suddenly became solemn, and he stared at Chu Yan with a serious face, even with a bit of anger in his eyes. I couldn't. Without waiting for Chu Yan to finish his sentence, Chang Tianhe directly opened his mouth and said. You don't know at all. You are still the same as before, taking everything on yourself. But, you don't know at all. Chang Tianhe kept shaking his head, interrupting Chu Yan's words. Although he knew Chu Yan's character very well and knew what Chu Yan was going to say, nothing was right. Do you know what I want to do when my soul is suppressed by the heavenly jade demon? I want to kill myself. But you don't know at all, because of the gap in cultivation base and realm, my soul has been suppressed to death. I don't even have the chance and strength to exterminate my soul. After speaking in a hurry, Chang Tianhe kept panting, his eyes still glaring at Chu Yan. After a while, Chang Tianhe spoke again. So, sometimes many things have nothing to do with you, nothing at all, like this time, you just thought you must save me, but have you ever thought about it, what about me? Am I willing to let you save me? You are a strong man who wants to take the road of dominance, but I am just an ordinary cultivator. Why do you have to pull me along? Even if you are saved, what will happen to me? I will live under your kindness for the rest of my life. Medium. If you fail, you will live in self-blame for the rest of your life. Also, like just now, if I let you be enchanted and cut off the way of domination, what about your relatives and friends around you? How do they live? In this case, you want me to die, and they will all be in hell. Are you blaming yourself? These words were even more hasty than just now, and almost consumed the little bit of energy that Chang Tianhe had accumulated with great difficulty. But when these words fell into Chu Yan's ears, he was startled suddenly. I know your character. It's useless for me to say this. If you want to save, you can save it. However, I hope you will think about it carefully. What you are burdened with is not only your own path against the sky, but also your relatives, friends, and even your children. Do your best. It's up to you. However, no matter what, if you end up possessed by a demon, then I will really feel so guilty that you will be reincarnated in the next life, so the result of this is that loved ones will be hurt, and enemies will be fast. At this time, Chu Yan was completely silent. Chang Tianhe is right. Of course. But Chu Yan's heart is in chaos now, and he can't figure out anything. What kind of temperament do you have? Of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't have chased all the way from the 10 Directions starfield to this God's domain continent, but I still overestimated myself. This God's domain continent is too strong. Don't talk about the rest. If you really want to help me, then help me get revenge. That day, and those two bull-nosed ones. Kill. At the end, Chang Tianhe's eyes flashed a gleam, and he shouted sharply. This Lingguang flashed and fell into Chu Yan's eyes, and Chang Tianhe's eyes quickly returned to normal. Good. He just showed it to Chu Yan, so that Chu Yan really thought that he cared about revenge, but in fact, he didn't care whether he wanted revenge or not. This is a good excuse to let Chu Yan find an outlet for his anger, instead of holding it back and finally letting himself be possessed. Tianhe, don't worry. The murderous intent in Chu Yan's eyes instantly became real, and he nodded heavily at Chang Tianhe. That's good, I hope that after reincarnation, I can still know you. With a smile on these words, Chang Tianhe's figure began to blur, and the surrounding scene also began to dissipate. When everything dissipated, Chang Tianhe, in front of Chu Yan, was lying on the ground, his face was pale, and his vitality was passing faster, but there was a smile on his face. This smile fell on Chu Yan's heart, which made his heart inexplicably hurt, very painful. At this time, Chang Tianhe's eyes gradually loosened and closed slowly, the vitality in his body was exhausted, and his vitality was completely cut off. Stone, stone. Zhao Qing let out a long howl and flew towards him, his face full of tears in an instant. Beside Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and others stood there, all of them looked downcast and their whole bodies were tense. Especially Chu Yan, his mind was constantly shaking, and his breath was completely uncontrollable. Fall. Where the rules of heaven and earth lie, unless one can really break through to the master realm above the Cangzhu realm, maybe the rules can be changed and reincarnation no longer occurs. But now, Chu Yan and the others are naturally unable to achieve the goal that even Cangzhu realm is pursuing. A desolate and dignified atmosphere made the scene dead silent, depressing and terrifying. However, at this moment, a strange light suddenly lit up. Everyone was amazed. Chi turned his head to look, only to see that the spiritual pagoda beside Zhao Qing released a powerful light. The light was dazzling, but it was as gentle as flowing water, wrapping towards Chang Tianhe's body like a moonlight sweeping away. This is... Tian, King Ming, Bo Wang and the others all stared at each other, and their expressions changed slightly at the same time. Chu Yan, this Chang Tianhe is really lucky. King Ming looked at the puzzled Chu Yan, and explained. This spiritual pagoda is actually the Nine-Soul Pagoda. In ancient times, it was said that it was a heaven-level Taoist artifact refined by devouring the souls of the people of the 9 clans. It is said that the ancient Soul clan specially used it to store the souls of the clansmen in the clan for thousands of years. After the soul of the cultivator enters this tower, it can be guaranteed not to disperse or become weak for 1,000 years. Now if all the souls of Chang Tianhe can be stored in it, in the future, as long as you find a good source of life and a good body, then he can reshape his body and soul and come back to life. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's spirits were lifted immediately, and his eyes suddenly looked at Zhao Qing, full of brilliance. This confidant actually brought such a heaven-defying treasure. #C3776, the chess piece is gone. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan suddenly had hope in his heart. Just now, he was still thinking about the way to revive Chang Tianhe, but he didn't expect that there was such a treasure, and the matter suddenly became easier. The spiritual source of life is a top-level spiritual treasure that is difficult to find for other cultivators, but for Chu Yan, it can still be found as long as you look for it. Chu Yan also has some experience in this matter. After all, she was resurrected before Yu Linglong. Although at that time Yu Linglong's soul and body were well preserved, now Chang Tianhe's body has been cut off, and it is somewhat difficult to find another suitable body. However, where there is hope, there is a way. At this time, suddenly there was a strange sound. Heaven's mysteries are infinite, and all laws have spirits. If there is a great opportunity, his life must not die. If this is the case, I will help him. At the same time as the voice sounded, a figure flew over from a distance, but it was a woman covered all over. The woman walked up to her, and without saying a word, she directly waved a piece of brilliance and threw herself into the spiritual pagoda. This woman is covered all over, and others don't know her, but Chu Yan does. She is none other than the descendant of Daojing mountain range, Xuanhuan. What a strong source of life. In this case, as long as you find enough soul power and physical body in the future, you can revive Chang Tianhe. Bo Wang looked at Sun Wanyang, smiled, and nodded. This scene was unexpected, but it was also expected. The situation in the current God's Domain continent is complicated, and the terrifying existence waiting to be watched by all parties is probably not just the Daojing mountain range. In the previous battle, Chu Yan had a slight advantage in the fight against Heaven, but after he almost fell into a demon, he showed an extremely terrifying potential power. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan, who was originally at a disadvantage and was not favored, may have finally reached the same starting point as Heaven. Really? Can stones really be resurrected? Chu Yan, do you think this is true? Among the few people, Zhao Qing's gaze instantly turned from ashes. Become extremely bright, as if grasping the last straw, asked. At this time, Chu Yan also looked surprised. After taking a long breath, he looked at Zhao Qing and nodded heavily. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan told Zhao Qing of all the conditions he had and lacked in Chang Tianhe, who had been resurrected before Yu Linglong and was still in Chang Tianhe. Immediately, Zhao Qing's face was full of joy, and he hugged the Nine-Soul Pagoda tightly in his arms. At this moment, the tears burst again, more and more than before. It's just that there is obvious joy and hope in the tears now, which is exciting. The Taoist realm powerhouses around looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. Although there are many things they don't understand, judging from the reactions of everyone in Chu Yan, it can be generally inferred that Chang Tianhe should not have fallen. Asshole. I can't even die like this. Isn't he just a god king realm? Before, his spirit and soul should be destroyed together, and then his body should be reduced to powder. If this is the case, even the great Luo immortal will not be able to save him. After escaping from birth, the supreme demon god who had just dived into the void roared angrily when he saw the scene below. It's really a 3-point destiny, and 7 points depend on life. We can only use Taoist skills and methods. It is difficult to completely annihilate Chang Tianhe's soul and body in front of Chu Yan. And who would have thought that a little girl doll in the supreme realm would have the Nine-Soul Pagoda, the most precious treasure of ancient times? Haisha's face was as usual, with a slightly gloomy expression, and said, "This time we have tried our best, and even almost fell. No matter what, the magic power in Chu Yan's body is at least 10 times more than before. At the same time, the most important thing is..." Turning slowly to look at the supreme demon god, Haisha grinned. "The most important thing is that this time it proves that our plan and direction are completely correct." When these words landed, the supreme demon god was startled first, and then grinned. "Good. Just a little bit. But this time it was just an attempt. If you are fully prepared next time, you will surely be able to make Chu Yan fall into the magic at once, and open the magic way of Yuan's lineage." At this time, on the other side, Daoist Xiaotian was lurking in the void, also smiling. "It's okay. It's okay. I don't need the old man, so the result should be considered pretty good." Daoist Xiaotian is extremely fortunate in his heart now, but fortunately he didn't make a move. Before Haisha and the supreme demon god made a move, others couldn't see it, but he naturally saw it in an invincible state. Those two guys were in disguise. The two ancient gods joined forces, and were almost killed by Chu Yan. If Yu Linglong and others hadn't woken up Chu Yan in time, the two would have been exposed in the end. If it were me, I guess the result would not be much better. If I really want to expose my identity, it will be difficult to get involved in Kunlun in the future. Of course, Taoist ancestor Xiaotian, who has lived for thousands of years, understands this truth. "This is the best way, old man. I also have a chance to witness with my own eyes that you have ascended to the top of the ruler." Ha ha ha. Daoist Xiaotian was extremely excited, humming a little song in his heart, while sympathizing with Haisha and the supreme demon god, at the same time began to sit cross-legged in the void, hurrying up to practice. One is to help Chu Yan protect the law, and the other is that the land of 10,000 sources is about to open, and I have to hurry up. At this moment, in the third dangerous place. Good. Very good. Wonderful. Tian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke at this moment, and the smile on his face became extremely rich. I didn't expect that everyone is blessed with great luck, even the rules of heaven are helping you. Congratulations. Chu Yan, you got what you wanted this time. When these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly realized that they all looked at the sky. Weird. During the whole process of the Changtianhe incident, this heaven seemed a little more indifferent. Moreover, smiling so brightly now, I'm afraid it's. Seniors, please escort her out, order Kunlun Mountain to send someone to pick her up, and return directly to Kunlun Mountain. Chu Yan turned a deaf ear to the words of heaven, and raised his head and said to Ji Chongxing and Mo Dongqing. Sun Daoyu, thank you. Then he cupped his hands and thanked the masked woman in midair. You're welcome. Just follow fate. Sun Wanyu nodded, turned around and left without saying anything. Chu Yan took a look at the other party's background, and didn't say anything more. There are some things, just remember them, and it doesn't make sense to say anything. Just like the one who spoke just now, what can I say? Now, your pawn is gone. Chu Yan turned around, and the aura of his cultivation began to increase continuously, and the power in his body rumbled, constantly urging. It's just trash. Tian Wenyan said with a smile. Then let me try your way of domination. Clang. The long sword roared, the sound of the sword was shocking. With the sword in hand, Chu Yan took a step forward, looking straight at the sky. #C3777 Kill the Sky. Standing there, Chu Yan's aura surged to the peak, Daoguang surged, and Daoda turned into the sky. Step by step, every step is like a heavy mountain, every step out, it is a heavy power, every step is majestic. A familiar sense of coercion descended again, sweeping out, suppressing all the Daoist realm powerhouses present, making them feel relieved at the same time. So far so good. This is Chu Yan's ordinary imposing coercion, not the magic power, just now, so they can feel relieved. Call out. Chu Yan moved, and his body turned into a sharp light like the shadow of a sword, which instantly merged with the sword in his hand, and the light of the heavenly sword appeared, cutting straight to the sky. Wherever the sword light passes, the void is cut, the rules are broken, and the space-time chaos is annihilated. We're here to help you. Yu Linglong and Lin Meng stared at the sky with angry expressions on their faces. Seeing Chu Yan make a move, they couldn't bear it anymore, and they all used their unique moves and rushed forward. Follow Chu Yan and kill that day. The powerhouses of the Kunlun lineage also roared and roared, turning into a crowd and displaying Taoism. In this battle, the situation was reversed. In today's day, one person is completely passive in the face of attacking crowds. Even if he was one of the four great Kangas back then, he has not recovered his cultivation after all, and is only at the peak of the Daoist realm. Facing such a situation, even if you are powerful and besieged by so many people, consumption can kill you. Ha ha ha. Chu Yan, you are not being kind, so many people bully me, an old man. With a loud laugh, Tian waved his hand. Roar. Ho ho. In an instant, the breath of the sky passed by, and in the mountains below, various peaks, forests, and the earth exploded, and huge beasts rushed out, turning into a wave of beasts, rushing to kill all the strong men of the Kunlun lineage. At a glance, there are so many ferocious beasts, like a lake tide. The cultivation base of each monster has reached the Taoist realm. And there is a spirit pattern suspended above each monster's head, covering their heads, obviously controlled by some kind of secret technique. In this God's domain continent, there are also beast master cultivators, but they have never seen this kind of manipulation secret technique, and it is even more impossible to control so many Dao realm monsters at once. All cultivators know that the stronger the monster is, the more difficult it is to control. If you are not careful, the demon soul will bite back, which can directly destroy the soul and make you instantly become the meat of the monster. Therefore, like Tian manipulated so many monsters at one time, I am afraid it is also related to the way of domination he cultivated. Ling Long, Lin Meng, there are just so many monsters that can help you break through. Don't worry about me, I can deal with him alone. Chu Yan glanced at it, and immediately said in a voice transmission. Good. Yu Ling Long and Lin Menghuang talked without any hesitation, turned around with the others, and rushed towards the wave of monsters. Breaking through the invincible realm is the key. This time, there are quite a few Taoist realms from the Kunlun lineage, all of whom aim to break through the invincible realm. Now that there are so many monsters here, it is just a matter of taking this opportunity to break through a few more. That's right, that's right. When Tian saw those people turning around, he couldn't help but chuckled and nodded. His aura began to increase slowly, and he looked up at Chu Yan. The next moment, his aura instantly changed, the smile on his face disappeared, and he changed into a calm and majestic expression. Under the surging aura of the overlord like an emperor, he instantly seemed to be the lord of the world, looking down at the world. Swish! The figure was sharp and good, and the thunder shook thousands of miles, bringing the phantoms of the heavens, and collided with Chu Yan fiercely. The booming air explosion exploded, the sky and the earth shook, and the void trembled. The Supreme Covenant War broke out completely at this time, and everyone was fighting to the death. In the crisis, they were looking for a chance to make a breakthrough. If they stepped out in one step, it would be a world of difference and achieve invincibility. One sword. Chu Yan's swords united with one another, and the sword's intent and momentum were pushed to the extreme, cutting all attacks into powder. In the next breath, the eternal power in his body and the immortal god and demon art were simultaneously operating. Combined with the power of Dao Tu, the three merged together, turned into an incomparably majestic force, and blasted straight down. During the attack, Chu Yan found that the fused power was a little more blocked, not as easy to use as before, and its power was obviously weaker. After the previous breakthrough in my cultivation base, the new strength has been greatly improved in all aspects, and there has never been a regression. It seems that I almost fell into a demon just now, resulting in an imbalance between the wills of the two kanges. Chu Yan pondered in his sea of consciousness. You must know that before Chu Yan fused the new power, he successfully fused the two Tsangzhu willpowers to a delicate balance. Now, because of the breakthrough in the immortal god and devil art just now, this balance has been broken, and it can barely maintain its operation, but its power is naturally affected. Now the eternal power is only cultivated to a small level, and the upper part of the eternal life god and devil kung fu has been cultivated. I'm afraid it will also break this balance. The Lord's light. Tian's eyes have been staring at Chu Yan, and of course he also found that Chu Yan's new power is not as good as when they fought before, and suddenly the seal changed, and he attacked again. The mighty holy light condensed into substance, like a light blade, slashing straight at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's mind moved, and the fusion power in his body trembled suddenly, vibrating unexpectedly. The new power is shaken for the first time. Although the other party is one of the four Tsangzhu, this is definitely not normal. Sky Reaper technique. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and thousands of phantoms flashed out while he was rushing. Dominate Knife Town. Tian raised his hand and held the light blade in his hand. The body of the blade instantly turned black, releasing monstrous magic breath, and slashed towards Chu Yan again. When the knife passed by, Xuanhuan hissed, as if a wave of overwhelming demon clouds surged. Boom, boom. The immortal god and devil art in Chu Yan's body was pulled, burst out instantly, and rushed out of the fusion power, causing the new power of the fusion of the three to fall apart directly. Immortal God and demon art, eternal power, and Tao too return to their respective positions, and there is no power of fusion. In particular, the immortal God and devil art became extremely irritable, as if it had been blasphemed by the devil's breath from the outside world, roaring to rush out and tear it to pieces. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the smiling sky opposite him. This sky, obviously happened. What should I do now? Chu Yan pondered in his heart. Chu Yan. Boing's voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. I find that you seem to have forgotten your own way now. My own way. Chu Yan was stunned, and suddenly a spiritual light flashed in his sea of consciousness. That's right. After having fusion power, you seem to be like other cultivators, starting to pursue powerful Taoism and strength, forgetting your own way against the sky. Warriors are invincible, soul warriors are invincible, you have been invincible all the way. Grow in the battle, break through in the weak. He is stronger than you, isn't it just the breakthrough opportunity you need? #C3778 Ming Wang 9 Domain Array. In a word, simple and clear. However, the effect on Chu Yan is enlightening, and it is like a lonely sea leading a lamp. When Chu Yan raised his head again, the corners of his mouth curled up, and the light in his eyes became clearer. At this time, a large map of God's domain continent behind Tian was rotating, a little bit of brilliance was shining, and the original power was constantly overflowing and pouring into Tian's body. Now, let's fight. Chu Yan let out a soft drink, and all the powers of the immortal god demon art and Tao too in his body stopped. Eternal power erupted and poured into the sword body, and the Haotian sword immediately released a sword sound that shook the world. Ming Wang, the 9-domain formation. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is like electricity, and at the same time of sound transmission to King Ming, he directly activated the 9-realm star atlas. Yes, my lord. King Ming's figure returned to his place, and instantly returned to the core of the 9-region star atlas, sitting cross-legged like a Buddha, with traces of power connected to the entire 9-region star atlas. The next moment, the 9-realm star map, which was originally suppressing 2 ancient Tao treasures, exploded suddenly, devouring the 2 ancient Tao artifacts in one bite, turning them into a nebula, and returning to Chu Yan's side. Boom, boom. The powerful aura swept across like a gust of wind, covering Chu Yan's body completely. The 9-domain formation is the strongest formation method of the 9-domain star map formation. The 9 secret formations are combined into one. It was created by Wu Tiandi, and it is specially used to enhance the power of the eternal ancient power and forcibly upgrade it to the eternal ancient sage. Body. Although Chu Yan's current strength is at most 30% of his strength, the power of the 9-domain formation is enough to sweep the world. Now, Chu Yan is going to forcibly upgrade the eternal saint physique so that it is comparable to the strength of the immortal god and demon art. Not bad. You reacted so quickly. But, you are not afraid that your strength will drop, and you will be killed by me first. There is still a smile on Tian's face, as if the victory is in his hands, and the old god is always there. You talk so much nonsense. That kind of trick is useless to me. You have no chess pieces. Chu Yan fell to the ground. Stepping out with big strides, Tao light gushed out from his whole body like a tide. Hee, I just kindly remind you that you let me down so much. With a sigh, the sky raised his hand and pressed it down with a wave. The majestic power of the law was full of majestic power, as if the heaven and the earth were adjudicating and slaughtering all mortals. Chu Yan suddenly felt a huge pressure, and the crisis in his heart was overwhelming, but he didn't have any intention of giving in, so he raised his hand and punched out. Boom. 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 Gangwei is like a tide, and there are frenzy and huge waves in all directions. The Xinqi in Chu Yan's body was tumbling, and the backlash force continued to explode in the body, causing the internal organs to bleed continuously. One sword. Chu Yan's sword is ready. Even if the body is injured, he will use all his strength to slash out with a sword, directly attacking the sky. In the next battle, just as heaven said, Chu Yan was at a complete disadvantage, and blood was cut out of his body by the blade of the ruler, bleeding continued, and his robe was completely stained. The current appearance caused Yu Linglong and Lin Meng to be extremely worried, but Chu Yan said that they would not be allowed to intervene. Worrying is nothing but worrying, but they know that it is impossible to change the decision made by Chu Yan, so they can only support it with all their strength. Boom! Boom! Various battle rages continued, resounding throughout the third dangerous area, and the entire dangerous area was trembling. All the bosses who came to watch the battle were all shocked. He didn't even dare to step into it and watch the battle at close range. Various powerful wills collided in the third dangerous land, causing the entire void in the dangerous land to tremble. Under the powerful force, the will of the world in the third dangerous land suffered a lot of trauma, and it may take a long time to repair it. After this battle, no cultivator would dare to set foot in this dangerous land. Time passed, 3 days passed. The entire third dangerous land was almost reduced to ruins, with blasted space-time turbulence everywhere, and the mountains, rivers, and land below were also devastated, full of cracks. As the Wu Tianzuan tripod who opened the third dangerous place, after changing the rules of heaven and earth, it also suffered some damage. Compared with the last time, the Supreme Covenant this time was opened by Wu Tianzuan, but the result was very different. The last time Empress Xiantian competed with all the powers in the world, all the powerhouses in the Dao Lord realm had reservations, so naturally they would not fight with all their strength, and the battle would not be so fierce. But this time, what broke out between the Kunlun lineage and heaven was not only the Supreme Covenant to break through the invincible realm, but also a battle for the domination of the world, an absolute battle of life and death. Therefore, this battle can definitely be called the most violent and dangerous battle in God's domain continent in the past 1,000 years. Suddenly, in the third dangerous place, a gust of wind gushes out suddenly. Xuanhuan and a strong man at the peak of the Taoist realm simultaneously rose with a glow. Invincible rules. These two people actually took the lead in gaining the opportunity of invincibility, and they were about to break through. In a general Supreme Covenant, if there are 5 invincible breakthroughs, that is quite good. According to the ordinary Supreme Covenant that occurs once in 100 years, there are usually only 2 or 3 people. Now here, the 2 broke through at the same time at once, and the battle is still going on. In the next day, because of the chance of a breakthrough, the battle became more intense, and the power between heaven and earth was extremely turbulent. Among them, Yu Linglong, Lin Meng, Ji Chongxing and the other 3 Taoist masters were the most ferocious at peak killing, and naturally they also ushered in a breakthrough opportunity, and the sky fell. This opportunity to break through one after another has already accepted 10 of them, impacting the soul of every Taoist realm powerhouse, instantly making their eyes go red. At the same time, Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and other 8 breakouts all retreated to the border of the third dangerous land, and kept an eye on this situation on the battlefield while breaking through. Including them, everyone's eyes were on Chu Yan and Tian. In the 5 days of fighting, Chu Yan has been at a disadvantage, with no less than 10 physical injuries, and he was almost severely injured several times. Fortunately, he has many means and can avoid it in time every time. However, Bo Wang and King Ming knew that during the battles of these few days, Chu Yan's aura of eternal power was getting stronger and stronger, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. What does this mean? Of course, it is Chu Yan's opportunity to break through the invincible state, and it should be coming soon. On the opposite side, the breath of the sky is also getting stronger in the battle. These two have maintained an equal improvement speed, and no one is more obvious. Therefore, the strong and big bosses present are all looking forward to knowing who will break through to the invincible state first. At that time, there may be a mutation. Tian practiced the way of domination, and above the Zhangzhou realm was the legendary Dominator realm. Even in the ancient times when martial arts was at its peak, there had never been a strong Dominator realm. According to historical records and rumors, the battle of the four great masters was most likely for some kind of opportunity to break through the master. But now the dominant way cultivated by Tian has an absolute advantage in this aspect. Even if it is improved by 1 point, it is a great breakthrough, not weaker than breaking through the invincible state. Therefore, in the past few days, Tian's harvest is much greater than that of Chu Yan. The life and death battle is what every cultivator in God's domain continent desires in his life. #C3779 Grateful. Since the peak period of martial arts in the ancient times, every martial artist has been constantly looking for his opponent. The existence of this kind of opponent can make your martial arts practice more effective. Even if it is a hostile relationship, it doesn't matter at all. Although not every warrior can find it, everyone knows how important it is to find a suitable opponent. This is a kind of aggressive time when martial arts must be contested. If there is no such opponent, the loss of will and heart will be even more terrifying than no chance. Chu Yan, thank you very much. In the past few days, my way of domination has broken through. Tian suddenly opened his mouth, and the large map of the gods behind him kept trembling, and half of the general map symbolizing the land of the gods had stopped. This means that Tian, currently at least in contact with half of the gods' domain continent's small domain's original power, has been integrated into his way of domination. Breakthrough. Hearing this, the faces of many experts present all changed. Chu Yan, it is said that you are in existence with great luck, but now it seems that this is not the case. With a warm smile on Tian's face, he continued. Since this is the case, then I can no longer let you be my opponent. I believe you can understand. After saying this sentence, the bigwigs present finally realized that this day might really be a breakthrough. Really? If that's the case, then I should thank you too. At this time, the Tao light on Chu Yan's body suddenly exploded, releasing a dazzling light like a star. At the same time, the eternal power in his body shot up into the sky in an instant, more than 10 times stronger than before. In addition, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a large area of wind was surging, and a phantom appeared, constantly merging with his eternal holy book. At this time, the eternal power in Chu Yan's body has finally reached the state of great accomplishment. Now, he needs to use the power of Eternal Ancient to condense a green lotus that belongs to him. As the body of Eternal Ancient Holy Body, he has reached the perfection state. Seeing this scene, Tian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, not bad, it really didn't disappoint me. If that's the case, then let's compare and see who breaks through to the invincible state first. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan said lightly at the corner of his mouth. Just what I want. The next moment, the immortal god demon art and Tao map that had been silent for a long time in his body burst out again, and began to quickly merge with the eternal power. Boom. 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 All kinds of air explosions exploded, and under the tremors in the void, the faces of the Taoist realm powerhouses who were fighting in the surrounding area changed slightly. I saw that Chu Yan, who had been at a disadvantage and suffered injuries all over his body, had completely changed at this moment. Compared with heaven, there was no slight difference in his power, and even a little stronger. Call out. The long sword soared into the sky, and the Haotian sword turned into a beam of sword light, hitting the sky directly. The monstrous power falls, and the powerful sword strikes out, shattering the void of the sky and the earth. The power is astonishing. Good. Seeing this scene, Tian nodded in approval, and at the same time waved his hand, turning the blade into golden light, and a large shadow of the blade appeared. This time, the scale of the battle between the two has increased several times. However, no one saw that heaven was in the middle of the battle, constantly sending out a series of thoughts. The time is now. If you make a move now, whether you can get it in the end depends on your own chance. Time passed. This battle lasted for 3 days. The battle between Chu Yan and Tian became more and more fierce. Originally, the two of them occupied the void battlefield for several miles, but now it has expanded to a range of 10 miles. The entire sky and the earth are full of murderous intent and power, and the time and space are turbulent, and other strong men dare not approach at all. The battle between these two people was completely beyond the scope of the Taoist realm, and the other Taoist masters dared not approach them no matter how brave they were. The strong men of some forces even made up their minds to quietly arrange a hidden teleportation array, blasting the strong hostile forces into the teleportation array, and instantly appeared at the core of the battlefield where Chu Yan and Tian fought. Without waiting for that person to react, within just 3 breaths, he was directly blasted into flesh and blood by the terrifying might of the two fighting. At this moment, everyone realized that the fighting power of these two people was so terrifying. Therefore, the surrounding Taoist realms began to consciously stay away from the fighting range of the two, fearing that they would be affected by accident. Not to mention that no one would think, go up to help, or make a sneak attack, that is almost indistinguishable from courting death. Even close to it will fall, not to mention that if two people find out that they are attacking, even the peak Taoist realm will die. At this moment, suddenly a ray of light flickered outside Chu Yan's body. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan immediately retreated 10 miles away. The invisible wind howled, picking up the sound of flowing in the void. On the horizon of the sky, the power of rules gathered in large quantities and fell towards Chu Yan, causing the complexions of the powerhouses present to change at the same time. Chu Yan is about to break through. When Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and others saw this scene, their eyes lit up. Finally going to break through. The Taoist cultivator of heaven, who was hidden in the void, also had a slightly happy face and his eyes glowed. It's a pity that the two of them didn't decide the winner. Some bigwigs who existed in horror and peeped here looked disappointed. Ha ha ha, good. Tian let out a loud laugh, showing no sign of disappointment. You and I have a good fight. Now that you are going to be sudden, then wait until we are in the invincible realm, and then fight again. At this time, the golden robe was completely torn, swinging in the wind like rags, and blood was all over his body, making him look quite embarrassed, but the warm smile and sunshine breath did not weaken in the slightest. Since it is said to be happy, it is better to have it to the end. Now we have the last move, how about the result? The flames in Chu Yan's eyes were burning, and the fighting spirit was like a tide. The opportunity to break through the invincible realm has come down, and the mind is over. There is no winner or loser at this time, and when will it be? Oh. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Tian was a little surprised. At this time, Chu Yan is making a breakthrough, and if he doesn't practice hard to make a breakthrough and consolidate his foundation, he even wants to fight against himself. The last trick is to do your best. If you accidentally lose or get injured, it will affect your breakthrough. This Chu Yan is interesting. Since little friend Chu Yan is interested, then come. As soon as Tian waved his hand, the golden knife came back again, and his complexion instantly retracted, becoming majestic. The way of domination had begun to activate, and at the same time a large amount of original energy appeared in the surrounding void and poured into the body. At this time, Chu Yan was also mobilized by his luck. The Haoyan sword in his hand trembled continuously, and the powerful sword intent seemed to impact Ling Xiao, shattering the world in all directions into nothingness. The new power in the body was fusing at a frantic speed without reservation, and one gold and one silver eye pattern emerged at the same time. #C3780, the might of the blue armor. Seeing Chu Yan's state, Tian smiled slightly. This is still the trick. Behind him, the map of God's domain continent was running, and the power of dominion and power of origin were also rapidly merging. At this time, Chu Yan and Tian were both unleashing their strongest combat power, and they didn't hold back anything. It depends on one move. A sword in the sky. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes shot brightly, and his figure disappeared instantly on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Tian's head, and he raised his sword and chopped it off. Everything is false, I walk alone in the sky. With a roar from the sky, the map of God's domain spun around behind him, a large amount of original power burst out, and the golden knife in his hand shone with dazzling light, and he raised his hand and slashed towards the sky. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosion made the whole world shake. Two incomparably terrifying forces collided together, like a collision between a god and a demon, evenly matched and hostile to each other, trying to wipe each other out completely. Qingjiao, violent. Suddenly, a cry came out in Chu Yan's heart, and a figure as tall as a mountain broke through the void in an instant and stood between the sky and the earth. Chu Yan's fighting power broke out again in an instant after the Qingjiao melted, and his strength was doubled. It's been a long time since I used the Phantom of the Isle Master, and this battle is at the right time. Hong Lidian. Seeing Qingjia's appearance, Tian's face froze suddenly, but he quickly recovered. War God Lidian, you actually have his blessing. Not bad. But, so what? Heaven's hands formed seals, and the endless source of power rolled over the sky, turning into a cloud of source, suppressing the entire third dangerous land while rolling. This is the power of the source, the power of the same root as the small domains of God's domain continent, and the root of the power of rules. Therefore, when the source power manipulated on the day is greater than the source power of the third danger, the third dangerous place will naturally be suppressed, and even the rules of the world will change accordingly. This is almost the maximum power that can be used at the current cultivation level. The violent air waves tumbling, quickly dissipated, and everything subsided. All the powerhouses present looked up, watching Chu Yan and Tian retreat at the same time at the center of the fight. However, Chu Yan retreated nearly 100 steps, and then retreated a full half a mile. This time, the result is easy to judge. Call. Chu Yan exhaled a long breath, staring at the sky with a pair of eyes. His whole body was tense, and his eyes were full of monstrous light. With this move, Tian, one of the four great lords, was finally suppressed by him. The two fought against each other this time, and the battle lasted for nearly 8 days. Of course, Chu Yan knew the power and terror of Tian. Not only is he powerful, but he also has many means, and the strength of his whole cards has never been encountered before. Whether it's Taoism secret skills, combat experience, martial arts comprehension, etc., Tian who wakes up 10,000 years later will be much better than himself. Therefore, in this battle, Chu Yan was devoting all his attention to it, without any slack. Because Chu Yan knows that the sky is different from himself, and when he breaks through to the invincible state and the Zhangzhu state, all kinds of combat power will naturally increase accordingly. But I still need to practice, I need to find opportunities to consolidate my cultivation. The gap in the middle can only be balanced with 10 times the effort. Especially his way of domination and the way of origin, these two whole cards are too strong. I am afraid that after the invincible state and the Zhangzhu state, the power will really be revealed. Moreover, with his original power, it seems that there are not too many Decree Jade Buddhas collected so far. When there are more, then. It seems that I don't need to remind you. Bo Wang felt the fluctuation of Chu Yan's mind and soul, and smiled lightly. Originally, he was worried that after Chu Yan gained the upper hand in this battle, he would underestimate the opponent. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about it. After Chu Yan won half a trick, he paid more attention and seriousness, which made Bo Wang very satisfied. Well, after the invincible realm, he will become stronger, and I need to be stronger too. Pressure and opponents are the most important cornerstones on the road of martial arts. You are no worse than him, or even better than him. Don't just look at what he has, because you will have those sooner or later, but what you have, I am afraid he will live for 100,000 years, there will be none in 1,000,000 years. Remember, you can only defeat him in the end if you surpass Wu and Xuanhuan back then. After Bo Wang finished speaking, he looked at Chu Yan, quietly. Well, I remember it. Chu Yan nodded, his mind gradually calmed down, and he retreated beyond the boundary of the Supreme Covenant, sitting cross-legged. The sky in the distance saw Chu Yan's expression, but smiled wryly, shook his head slightly, turned around and left the boundary, and sat cross-legged to practice. This confrontation is the first time the two have faced each other. Now there are results, but it is also a beginning. After a period of time, both of them sank into the cultivation and consolidation of the breakthrough, and the original fighting strength gradually began to calm down and recover. The rays of light from all directions continued to gather towards the two of them, pouring into their bodies, and their aura rose. At this time, Chu Yan's body undergoes tremendous changes. The body of divine consciousness appeared in the world of Sea of Consciousness. In front of the world of Sea of Consciousness, in front of a large gray mist, Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, his breath was surging, and he shouted loudly. "Give me, break!" The voice was like thunder, and a peerless sword condensed on the body of consciousness, with the will as the front, slashed fiercely at the gray fog in front of him. There is no chi storm or strong power, just like cutting a stone with a knife. After cutting in, it keeps going deeper, rushing into the depths of the gray fog. As time passed, when the sword light cut through the entire gray fog, everything shattered. The gray fog in front of him quickly disappeared, and the eyes suddenly opened up. When things will come naturally, the realm will naturally break through. Call out. In Chu Yan's eyes, gold and silver eyes burst out, and the true energy in his body began to lose its shape. Unexpectedly, even the breakthrough is at the same time. Tian from the outside world turned his head to look at Chu Yan, feeling the change of true energy in his body, he couldn't help but chuckled. Before his words fell to the ground, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Huh! Including Chu Yan, the two raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the sky. On the sky, in a large sea of tumbling spiritual clouds, a powerful force appeared, instantly dyeing it black, like a magic cloud. This is a catastrophe, Chu Yan thought. However, that demonic cloud kept changing, and even devoured the demonic clouds of other people around him, and began to merge and strengthen himself. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses present were instantly dumbfounded. There is also such a catastrophe, who will take the initiative to attack other catastrophe clouds, and strengthen himself after fusion. Is this Jian intelligent? This is absolutely not normal. Before everyone could react, the ever-growing magic cloud rolled and began to rush toward where everyone was. Not good. It's coming. Many Taoist realm experts, especially those who have just broken through, all of them turned pale, with fright. Even a fool can see that this robbery cloud is not normal, and it may be extremely powerful. If it hits their heads, it may be wiped out immediately, and there is no chance to resist. Is this invincible realm so difficult to break through? #C3781 Robbery. No one has ever seen such a catastrophe. The cultivators present are all in the Taoist realm, and even higher cultivation realms. They have personally experienced and seen a lot of catastrophes. But no matter what the catastrophe is, no matter how powerful it is, there is still a limit. But the cloud of robbery that is constantly devouring and growing in front of me, after only a few breaths of time, has completely covered the sky and the sun, and the edge is completely invisible. Covering the entire sky, completely blocking the sun and the sky, like a catastrophe. This is the robbery cloud that broke through the Taoist realm. All the bosses present were stunned and completely dumbfounded. In any case, retreat quickly and exit this battlefield, the farther away from Chu Yan and Tian, the better. This was the thought that came into the minds of all the strong men at the same time, and they all began to retreat rapidly. Such a robbery cloud, I am afraid that the remaining power and thunder that exploded can blast them into powder. The catastrophe has come, the opportunity to break through has disappeared, and it is meaningless for them to stay here to fight. The next thing is to watch the excitement. That's right. I didn't expect that you and I would come together at the same time and become one, so let's go through the catastrophe together. Tian chuckled, completely unconcerned, jumped up and went straight to the sky. Do not care. Chu Yan didn't think too much, and jumped up. Boom. 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 The sound of thunder exploded and echoed in the robbery clouds in the sky. The first layer of clouds appeared, the thunder was tyrannical, the sky and the earth trembled, and the second layer of clouds appeared, just like the ups and downs of a layer of mountains. In less than a moment, there appeared the 9 layers of terrifying clouds, which were in line with the wrath of the 9 layers of thunder. Break! Chu Yan and Tian went all the way to the sky, and wherever they passed, all kinds of thunder and electric columns were constantly cut by the two, without any obstruction at all. When he was in front of Jiayun, all the murderous intentions and restrictions attached to the newly formed catastrophes between heaven and earth have been chopped into powder by the two of them, and there is no longer any threat. But at this time only the 9 mountains in front of him remained, rumbling and mighty. Cut! Chu Yan shot the long sword in his hand, and with one sword, Tianhong startled the night, cutting the first 3 layers of clouds directly into 2 sections, and impacting towards the 4th layer of clouds. And the sky held a golden blade, and also stabbed out with one blade. The light of the blade pierced through the 4 layers of clouds, directly, and a huge cloud hole came out. This scene fell in the eyes of the strong observers below, all of them were stunned and their faces twitched. These 2 perverts. This is too perverted. Shouldn't the so-called crossing the catastrophe be in a defensive state? Be prepared, wait for the catastrophe to fall, and then resist it with all your strength. As long as you can survive the 9-fold thunder catastrophe, you will be considered a success in crossing the catastrophe. Isn't it the same for all cultivators in the world to break through all realms and overcome tribulations? But the 2 in front of them, holding their swords, came to Jiayun, slashing indiscriminately, and the thunder and robbery clouds were chopped off by them. In this world, there is such a thing. Cut. Broken. The crowd below were still in astonishment, but Chu Yan and Tian didn't stop for a moment. The long sword and the golden blade in their hands kept making shots, and in a blink of an eye, the 4 thunder clouds were completely shattered, leaving only the last cloud, which was still in the sky above. Boom, boom. The 8 layers of clouds exploded into violent winds and waves, sweeping across the world with astonishing power. The 2 were suspended in the sky, and the willpower in the sea of consciousness surged wildly, making a loud noise that shook the sky. The next moment, the physical bodies and sea of consciousness of the 2 began to undergo earth-shaking changes. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, endless violent clouds surged. This is an extremely mysterious force. After shaking all the power, it condensed together and turned into a mysterious crystal. This mysterious crystal tends to form, it is, the power of rules. In the entire God's domain continent, the entire road to martial arts, there is no one with the strongest power. Whoosh! The next moment, Yang Yan's aura and Tian's aura continued to increase, instantly breaking through the initial stage of the invincible state, and Xianjing stabilized and began to continuously improve. For God, this is just a recovery process. However, for Chu Yan, this is a huge improvement in cultivation level, and his strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Chu Yan, congratulations! With an indifferent smile all over Bo Wang's face, he looked at Chu Yan and said, The invincible realm is complete. To this day, I can tell you all the secrets about the origin of Kunlun Mountain and the origin of God's domain continent, how Kunlun Mountain was conceived in the first place. However, you must remember that only you know, and you can't tell anyone. At this moment, Boing's tone was extremely serious. Back then, Emperor Wu Tiandi gradually learned about it after breaking through the invincible realm, but now, Bo Wang is going to tell Chu Yan everything. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, he strictly adhered to this rule, without any loosening. It can also be seen from this that the seriousness of this matter. Okay. I will stick to it, senior. Chu Yan replied with a nod. When this God's domain continent was first born, there was no distinction between planes, and there was no distinction between God's domain continent and 10 directions star territory. It was just the most primitive source of power. When this power was born, it became stable, and then collapsed when it reached its peak. At that time, it exploded into dozens of small domains and various plane continents. With the passage of time, God's domain continent dominates, and the continents and worlds of the lower realm are divided into different levels. The Kunlun Fairy Mountain is transformed by the most primitive source of power among them. When these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly flickered. This Kunlun Mountain is so powerful. This is not to say that a Kunlun Mountain is equivalent to the power of a domain in God's domain, and even in terms of rank and formation period, it is a level higher than ordinary small domains. Strictly speaking, Kunlun Mountain is nothing more than a treasure, and it is comparable to a small world. The difference between Kunlun Fairy Mountain and Xiaoyu is still very big. Bo Wang seemed to see Chu Yan's doubts and astonishment, and explained. In terms of the quantity of the original power, Kunlun Mountain is similar to ordinary small domains, but in terms of quality and level, it is really one level higher, or even more. This kind of difference, you can understand as the difference of generation among the human race. The generation of Kunlun Mountain is higher than that of any domain. If you can cultivate to the peak of the Zhangzhu realm, you can control the original power of this part of Kunlun Mountain. Bo Wang stopped here for a while, observed Chu Yan's reaction, and then continued. Back then, in the battle between Wu and Tian, Tian relied on the way of the source, so that Wu couldn't kill him at all. In the end, Wu used the power of the source of Kunlun Mountain to let him defeat him, but it was only a defeat. That's all. I suspect that heaven can only be reborn from reincarnation after 10,000 years by relying on the original rules, while Wu and Xuanhuan, even if they are the winners, can still only disappear in the long river of time. The gap between the three lies on top of the original rules. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's heart trembled and his soul was shaken. #C3782, the treasure of the source. When Bo Wang said this, he glanced at the sky not far away, and said to Chu Yan through voice transmission. Don't worry. He only has the invincible realm now, and there are not many original rules that can be mobilized. If it is really a critical moment in the battle, you can use the original power of Kunlun Mountain, which is enough to deal with it. Also, Kunlun Mountain is one of the original treasures. With your current invincible cultivation level, you can already use it. It should be no problem to suppress and defend against some common killing moves. When Bo Wang said this, his tone was flat, but when it fell into Chu Yan's ears, it made him tremble again. Normal, ultimate move. Chu Yan took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Common killing move. This sentence is probably aimed at people below the Zhangzhu realm. Maybe it's even a normal attack in Zhangzhu realm. For an existence like Baoang, and an original treasure like Kunlun Mountain, the so-called normal attack can be trusted. Ghost letter. If others don't understand, Chu Yan will not know, but the eternal god army cultivated by Kunlun Mountain is of ordinary level to Baoang. But it's such an ordinary level, almost killing Zhou Tiandi. After returning to Kunlun Mountain this time, you can try to open the 9th mountain. As for the main peak, At this point, Baoang hesitated for a moment before continuing. I won't tell you now. I can only say that the main peak has a great relationship with the land of Xuanhuan. Land of myriad sources. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard this. Isn't the land of 10,000 sources in the 10,000 source palace? How could it be related to Kunlun Mountain? After pondering for a while, Chu Yan shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Given his current rank, it was reasonable for Bo Wang not to tell him. Just like what Bo Wang said just now, if you tell yourself in advance, maybe it will affect you, and you will switch to the original law of heaven. Thank you, Senior, I will try my best to open the 9th mountain. Chu Yan responded politely. Good. Baoang nodded, very satisfied. After that, Chu Yan began to deal with the events after the tribulation with all his strength, and a spiritual seal appeared on his forehead, which was the seal of Kunlun. At this time, Chu Yan could clearly sense that there was a mountain in the distance far away that was connected to his breathing, and it was within reach as long as he wanted to. From this moment on, Chu Yan officially became the Lord of Kunlun. Master, it's my turn. Seeing the mark formed on Yan Chuyan's brow, King Ming, who had been waiting beside him for a long time, finally spoke. My lord, you are now in the invincible state, and you may pour the power of rules into the 9-region star atlas, so that the 9-region star atlas can truly function. King Ming's words were clearly filled with a hint of eagerness, as if after waiting for 10,000 years, he finally had a chance to restore the glory of the 9-region star chart. Good. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly, and without any hesitation, he began to operate the newly condensed Xianjing, pouring the power of overflowing rules into the 9-realm star atlas. Hum. A sound of Xianming sounded, and a huge star sea map slowly unfolded behind Chu Yan. Compared with the previous 9-realm star map, this map is more than 10 times larger, with countless stars shining, and at the same time, the biggest difference can be seen at a glance. The scorching sun and Haoyue competed for brilliance in the sea of stars, and at the same time released endless rays of light, covering the sky and the earth. Next, with the scorching sun as the center, 3 scorching sun formations were formed, and with the Haoyue as the center, 3 Haoyue formations were formed, and the stars all over the sky were combined to release the 3 star formations. The scorching sun, the vast moon, and the stars each have 3 large formations, a total of 9 formations, which are connected to each other to form a super-large formation. This is the real core formation of the 9 domains formation. Unlike before, it only had its shape but no spirit. Boom. Boom, boom. The 9 territories star map suddenly trembled, and slowly began to rotate. The 9 large formations moved first, causing all the stars in the sky to start to rotate, as if a huge beast was slowly waking up. Those who are strong in the invincible realm can run this map to about 50%. In Chu Yan's eyes, 2 seas of sun, moon and stars emerged at the same time, and his heart was full of surprise. It is worthy of being one of the 2 great treasures of Emperor Wu Tiandi. If this is to use the 9-realm star map, there is no treasure in the world that can rival it. With this treasure alone, Chu Yan's combat power has increased by at least 30%. This is still 30% of the increase in cultivation base and strength after just breaking through the invincible state. If calculated according to the original strength, it is at least double the combat strength. This is also too scary. After starting to operate, Chu Yan immediately retracted the 9-realm star map, his breath restrained, his gaze swept to the sky not far away, and he found that he was still in the process of improving his breath, so he returned to his cultivation. Xianjing has just formed, and now is the critical time to consolidate it. The power of rules is the strongest combat power, and there can be no mistakes. At the same time, the power of the rules needs to be integrated into the Eternal Eucharist, the immortal God Demon Art and the Tao map, and the time is not short. Next, 3 kinds of power continuously flashed on Chu Yan's body, one after another. Especially Dao too, with thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, the speed of expansion and transformation is extremely fast, and soon formed a turbulent Dao breath. Of course, the power of rules has played a big role in this, otherwise it would take at least 10 years for Chu Yan alone to make Dao 2 change here. At the same time, after the eternal saint body and the immortal god and devil art were integrated into the power of the rules, earth-shaking changes also took place. Among them, the transformation of the immortal god and demon art goes without saying. With the blessing of the previous Qingyin, after breaking through to the invincible state, the improvement and transformation of the immortal god and demon art is almost a matter of course, without any resistance. As for the eternal holy body, a new green lotus needs to be condensed as the foundation of the eternal holy body. The power of rules played a main role here. After the fusion of various forces, a phantom of a green lotus with colorful gold borders slowly appeared. Almost at the same time, Chu Yan could feel that the changes in his physical body were extremely obvious. It seemed that the rules of the world and the power of 10,000 ways were no longer a threat. The 10 holy bodies are really powerful. When I hit the Zhangzhu realm, the power of rules will be finalized. What power of rules should I use? A thought suddenly rose in Chu Yan's heart. Zhou Tiandi's space rules, Wu Tiandi's eternal rules, heaven's original rules and rules of domination, and Empress Xuanhuan's rules of reincarnation. Chu Yan knows a little about the power of these rules, but he can't walk the same path as them, he must walk out of his own rules. Forget it, it's not yet time, don't think about these things. Chu Yan shook his head, and stopped thinking about it, and continued to practice with concentration and consolidate his cultivation. At this time, Chu Yan didn't know, but a special thing happened. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the green seal released a very weak green aura, which suddenly flickered. What? In an instant, Chu Yan, Ming Wang, and Bo Wang woke up at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. #C3783 Qingyin wakes up. The green seal moved. Bo Wang was in the sea of knowledge, looking at the quiet Qingyin with a solemn expression, and said. He awakened on his own. Chu Yan's mind instantly raised his throat. Chu Yan knows the strength of Qingyin best. Almost every time he makes a move, he can suppress all major crises with a sweeping attitude. For Qingyin, it is as easy as blowing dust. Moreover, Qingyin is completely out of his control, and once or twice to save face, he will communicate with himself half a sentence, without the slightest awareness of occupying other people's sea of consciousness. All of this is based on strong strength, otherwise, Chu Yan would not pay so much attention to it. Call out. Suddenly, a piece of colorful mysterious light was released from the green seal, rushing out like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Chu Yan's mind. Chu Yan didn't have time to react, his consciousness trembled, and he fell into chaos. After Chu Yan regained consciousness, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world of consciousness. This is a world of colorful mysterious light, from the sky to the earth is covered with a layer of faint colorful glow, like a fairyland and a heavenly palace. Under Chu Yan's feet is a piece of colorful soil, reflecting a large area of brilliance. Where is this? Qingyin's world. With a puzzled look on his face, Chu Yan used the power of will to condense a blade of will, stabbing at the soil at his feet, but a ball of sparks sprang out without leaving a mark. Just kidding. This blade of will was taught by Qingyin, and after breaking through the invincible state, it can be regarded as more than doubled. But now, even the ground under his feet can't be hurt. Is this still soil? Sure enough, it might be Qingyin's small world, it brought me here, why? Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and walked forward. This colorful world. The area is huge, and there are mountains, rivers, forests, but it is empty, with nothing. It took Chu Yan flying for nearly an hour before he saw a tall mountain in front of him. It seemed that the mysterious light was more prosperous, and there was a faint image of a dragon vein. It wasn't until Chu Yan got close that he discovered that the mountain was actually made of colorful crystals, like a whole piece of colorful crystals. But on such a colorful crystal, there are large tracts of spiritual plants growing, each of which is mysterious and radiant. These should not be Fanpin. Although Chu Yan didn't know him, but after scanning with his spiritual sense, he found that the aura in these spiritual plants was amazing. He tried again with the blade of will in his hand and found that it was harder than the soil. In this way, even if you want to dig, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. But if he shot with all his strength, it might cause a lot of damage. If Qingyin got angry, it would be troublesome. After staring for a long time, Chu Yan finally gave up on these spiritual plants and walked up to the top of the mountain. Along the way up the mountain, there was nothing special about it, and no monsters or beasts were even found. It felt like an ordinary mountain except for the colorful glow. When he was about to reach the top of the mountain, Chu Yan looked up and found a Taoist temple in front of him. On this Taoist temple, there is not even a trace of colorful rays of light, which looks extremely different in this world. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan strode to the Taoist temple and raised his hand to push the door. This entry directly caused Chu Yan's heart to tremble fiercely, and he was stunned on the spot, and even took a sharp breath of air. I saw that at the moment of opening the door and looking at it, the inner space was obviously another small world. With a glance, within 1,000,000 miles, it turned out to be a sea of bones. Bones of various colors gathered together, like a sea of bones. How many people have to die? This is a space with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. To form such a large-scale bone sea, I am afraid that hundreds of millions of souls are needed. But Chu Yan knew very well that God's domain continent was strong in everything except one, which was sparsely populated. The God's domain continent, composed of dozens of small domains, is not even comparable to the number of creatures in the 10-star domains and one world. Therefore, the Bone Sea world in front of him cannot possibly belong to the God's domain continent. Unless, since human history, all the bones of all living beings are gathered here, it is possible to form such a scale. Chu Yan's consciousness swept over, and he was surprised again. Because he discovered that the skeletons here were not ordinary people before they were alive, and each of them had the aura of cultivation above the invincible state. What a joke! Really? Billions of invincibility. What world is this? Chu Yan was completely shocked. There are so many invincible realms, including a large number of Songzhu realms. Such terrifying powerhouses are piled up here like dust, and they can't see how powerful they were before they were born. In other words, this is not the world of God's domain continent at all, but a completely different world. Come to the world of Qingyin. Chu Yan didn't dare to imagine, combined with the horror of Qingyin, this possibility is really possible. Where did this green seal come from? It seems that King Ming and Bo Wang know it, and so does God. Just when Chu Yan was puzzled, a baby-like voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. What's so strange about this? Isn't it just a pile of dead bones? My Zhouxing's master is so weak. When this sentence sounded, Chu Yan immediately reacted. Zhouxing. You are the spirit of the Qingyin weapon. What exactly is the Qingyin? Where did you come from? Chu Yan asked quickly. It was rare for the spirit of Qingyin to speak, and it seemed that he wanted to chat. This was a good opportunity. Of course it's a weapon spirit. I'm not a tool spirit, are you? As for coming there, guess what? As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan was dumbfounded. This tool spirit is a bit naughty. I guess you came to another world, you must be a treasure of a great power, and you have a special mission, right? Of course, Chu Yan is guessing randomly, which is basically the case for the above treasures. Master, you are so smart, but this is boring. Zhouxing laughed again, and this time he laughed very happily. It seems that it has never thought about it, and it really let Chu Yan guess directly. It is like a game in itself. Then you came to me this time, because… Chu Yan didn't intend to talk to this little naughty, so he seized the time to ask about business. Otherwise, when Qingyin gets upset, he turns around and runs away, and if he wants to ask next time, he doesn't know when he will have to wait. I'm looking for you, of course something has happened. Qingyin seemed a little unhappy when Chu Yan interrupted the game and said directly. You have broken through to the invincible state now. When you go back to the land of 10,000 origins, look for more of these crystals. After one sentence was finished, the void fluctuated, and a picture appeared in front of Chu Yan. It was a colorful crystal, and there seemed to be 3 different auras flowing in the crystal, which looked extremely mysterious. What kind of crystal is this? What does it do? Can it help you recover or improve? Chu Yan firmly remembered the appearance of the crystal, and asked at the same time. Recover. Does Master Ben Xing still need external force to recover? Anyway, as long as it works, you just need to look for it. Qingyin seemed a little unhappy. This sentence immediately made Chu Yan depressed. #C3784 special space. The mischievousness of the Qingyin spirit made Chu Yan feel a little dazed. I don't know how Chu Yan is doing now. That place, can you go up? Chu Yan raised his head and pointed, and in the void, not far away, 9 rays of light condensed together, like a ladder, and he didn't know where it led. You are only invincible, you can't go up at all. I will send you back. Zhou Xing curled his lips, with a disgusted expression on his face. The next moment, the void fluctuated, and a large piece of ripples rippled out, covering Chu Yan, and disappeared instantly on the spot. Chu Yan, wake up, wake up. What happened? As soon as he came back, Chu Yan heard 2 urgent voices in his ears, calling him constantly. It was Bo Wang and King Ming who were staring worriedly at Qingyin in the distance, and at the same time they were transmitting voices from their spiritual consciousness, trying to wake up Chu Yan. The strength of this Qingyin, the 2 of them naturally knew. If Chu Yan breaks through the invincible state now and can activate Qingyin, then his strength will definitely be several times stronger. I'm fine. Just now Qingyin. After Chu Yan briefly explained the situation to the 2 of them, they immediately frowned. Crystal. I haven't even seen this before. There is this in the land of 10,000 origins. The 2 looked at the crystal screen released by Chu Yan, and shook their heads at the same time, completely unaware. Back then, the 2 of them had followed Wu Tiandi into the land of myriad origins, and even went to the depths of the land of myriad origins, but they had never seen crystals like this exist. Or, the shape of this crystal is so ordinary that they didn't pay attention at all back then. After 10,000 years, if they were asked to recall the situation in the land of 10,000 origins, they would not be able to recall it at all. However, since Qingyin said that there is one in the land of 10,000 origins, and asked Chu Yan to find it, it is naturally unmistakable, but everyone does not know what the function of this crystal is. Chu Yan, Qingyin asked you to find this crystal. I have no objection. However, if you have penetrated into the core area of the land of 10,000 origins, don't take this matter too seriously. Self-protection is the most important thing. The core area of the land of myriad origins is full of dangers. If you are distracted to find something, you may fall into it. But if Qingyin is willing to help at that time, then it's okay. Bo Wang pondered for a moment, then spoke to Chu Yan. There was no sound transmission at all, so he just said it directly, as if he was afraid that the Qingyin over there would not be able to hear it. Regardless of these, it is a good thing that Qingyin took the initiative to find the master. When the time comes, play by ear, that's right. King Ming was more casual, but looked at Qingyin not far away from time to time, his eyes flickering. Chu Yan nodded, keeping their words in mind. Then, while the 3 of them were chatting, Chu Yan began to continue to consolidate his cultivation. After an hour, the aura on Chu Yan's body began to settle down, and a powerful invincible aura surged in all directions. As this aura passed by, the faces of the Taoist realms around them all changed greatly in shock, and their spirits trembled. This is just great. Originally, it was only a suppression of strength, which made these Taoist masters afraid. Now with the addition of realm suppression, it directly made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. This Chu Yan, with his current strength, is probably at the top of the God's domain continent. If he estimates it casually, he may now have the combat power of the peak of the invincible realm, which is not comparable to the ordinary invincible realm. Up to now, no one will foolishly think that Chu Yan has just broken through. It is only in the early stage of invincibility. The next moment, a force of heaven and earth rules fell, sending Chu Yan out of the third dangerous place. At the same time, Tian was also teleported out of the third dangerous land, and the supreme covenant between the two of them was completely over here. Chu Yan glanced at the sky not far away, and found that his cultivation had reached the invincible level. This advantage is much greater than his own. He is recovering his strength, and Chu Yan is breaking through step by step. As soon as the bottleneck and shackles were broken, Tian's advantage played an amazing role. Congratulations, little friend Chu Yan, you must be able to use Kunlun Mountain. Tian saw Chu Yan looking at him, smiled lightly, and said, "It seems that I have to hurry up and collect more small domains, otherwise I'm afraid the next time we meet, I won't be your opponent." Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't take it seriously, shook his head and said, "The words of a generation of Tsangzhu are too modest. I don't think you will be able to recover to the peak of invincibility in a short time. That is the real invincible world." Hearing these words in Tian's ears, he immediately laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, my little friend, listen to what you said. I will try my best not to kill you when I return to the land of 10,000 origins." When this sentence fell to the ground, although the two were smiling when they looked at each other, the murderous intent and hostility in their eyes couldn't be more obvious. Land of myriad origins. It may take hundreds or even thousands of years for other cultivators to break through to the invincible realm before they can find the opportunity to break through the Tsangzhu realm. But for Chu Yan and Tian, this matter is not necessary at all. Go back and enter the land of myriad sources, and practice in it for a few years. Maybe when you come out, you will already be in the Tsangzhu realm. Chu Yan. Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and others flew over from a distance, looking at Chu Yan. All of them looked happy. "Congratulations, little friend, breakthrough invincibility." Daoist Xiaotian also flew over, cupped his hands from a distance, and then swept his eyes, looking at the sky not far away. "Ancestor of heaven cultivation. You." Seeing the Daoist Xiaotian appearing, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. "Young friend Chu Yan, forgive me, I'm not hiding the truth. I have been sneaking here. The original plan was to prepare for the last moment and kill Chang Tianhe. At the same time, I also broke through the guardian for my little friend." Daoist Xiaotian didn't hide anything, he told the truth. Telling this matter by yourself, and being found out by Chu Yan later, the result is very different. Sure enough, Chu Yan was not surprised when he heard the words. He nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, senior." Chu Yan naturally understood the thoughts of Xiaotian Daozu and others, so he couldn't say much. If it were him, even what Chang Tianhe said earlier made it difficult for Chu Yan to judge what was right and what was wrong. If Chang Tianhe is really devoured by the Sky Jade Demon, perhaps his fall is really the best ending for him. "You're welcome. You don't blame me, I'm already grateful." This sentence is really true. When Daozu Xiaotian said it, he had a wry smile on his face. Otherwise, he would not have greeted all parties in advance, even Empress Xiantian. "Chu Yan, then you can talk to them, I'll take my leave first." Tian said something to Chu Yan, turned around and left. "Chu Yan, do you want to?" Yu Linglong looked at the figure that Tian left, and said through a voice transmission with her spiritual sense. At this time, their side is extremely powerful, and there is Xiutian Daozu here, so many invincibles against him, the victory is huge. No. I'm afraid the days have been calculated in advance, so it doesn't make much sense. Chu Yan shook his head and said. Then shall we go to the land of 10,000 origins now? Yu Linglong asked further. #C3785 Xiantian change. For the land of 10,000 origins, Yu Linglong and other newly promoted invincible realm powerhouses naturally yearn for it. This is also the case for Chu Yan, so he turned his head to look at Xiutian Zudao, when he was about to say something. Suddenly, a divine consciousness appeared in the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan glanced at it, and his face changed drastically. The one who sent the message was none other than Lingjue Daozu. Chu Yan, just now Xiantian, got an ancient book. After practicing, he suddenly changed his temperament. He injured me and fellow Daoist Bahuang, and left suddenly. There may be a big problem with this matter. While Chu Yan was still pondering, one message after another kept coming from the sea of consciousness. It's all Daozu Lingtian, Daozu Bahuang and others, all about this matter, and every big boss seems extremely worried. This thing is very weird. Could it be that heaven is messing around again? By what means is Zisu's soul occupying Xuantian's sea of consciousness? For a while, Chu Yan couldn't judge at all, and was suddenly a little confused. The most troublesome and worrying thing still happened. Ever since Empress Xiantian awakened Zisu's reincarnation, Chu Yan has been worried about Zisu's soul. If it really happened, would he want to fight Xiantian? No. This is absolutely not possible. Chu Yan took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. I'm afraid this matter didn't reach that level. If it was really Zisu, and it was arranged by the heavens, Xiantian would have killed people directly at that time. Lingtian Daozu and Bahuang Daozu are old-fashioned, invincible realms. If they fall, it will have a great impact on the Kunlun lineage. God will not know this. So, there may be other reasons for this matter. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, consciousness flies like flying. Of course, this is just guesswork. Chu Yan is just trying to analyze the good and bad directions as much as possible. What's going on? Xiutian Daozu and others. Seeing the change in Chu Yan's face, he immediately understood something, and asked quickly. There is something wrong with Xiantian, just now. Chu Yan told everyone the message he had received. His face was solemn and gloomy. What? And this matter? Daozu Xiutian, Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and others, including King Ming and Bo Wang, all changed their expressions drastically. This is not right. King Ming and Bo Wang knew the sky better, so they held the same view on Chu Yan's deduction. By the way, don't you and Xiantian have a spiritual consensus? Baoang asked suddenly. In the ancient times, the consensus of spirits and souls was relatively common. Now, because of the communication jade talisman, fewer people use it. But now the situation is special, and the secret skills of the ancient times can also be used. Now, I'll tell you the secret technique of mind-soul consensus. You can enter Xuantian's sea of consciousness with this method. Try to communicate with her directly. Just as Bo Wang was speaking, a faint fluctuation resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Xiantian is also using the ancient secret technique to contact me. This time, Chu Yan didn't hesitate any longer, and quickly practiced the secret skill passed down by Bo Wang, and began to try to resonate with the soul of Empress Xiantian. When Chu Yan's handprint was formed, there was a sudden fluctuation of the soul in the sea of consciousness, which belonged to the soul resonance that Empress Xiantian had completed with Chu Yan a long time ago. After a wave of fluctuations, a beautiful figure began to blur and condense, appearing in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. This figure has delicate features and a beautiful appearance, like an iceman, exuding a penetrating cold air, making Chu Yan feel a chill in his heart the moment he connects with the resonance of the soul. Xiantian. Zissou? Chu Yan asked. Bo Wang and King Ming stood on either side of Chu Yan's spiritual body, staring at each other closely. Between Empress Xiantian and Chu Yan, because of the soul consensus, they can naturally connect with each other. There is no need to send jade talismans to achieve soul contact. This kind of soul connection is limited by distance and space, but after removing these two restrictions, it is much easier to use than the jade talisman of communication. For example, when you are retreating from the jade talisman of communication, you can hardly feel the message from the jade talisman of communication. Only after the retreat is over, take out the jade talisman of communication to check, can you find out who sent you a message during the period of retreat? Moreover, the urgency of the message can only be distinguished by sending messages continuously. In principle, it is no different from ordinary messages, so the jade talisman for communication is widely used, but the connection between soul and soul is much stronger than it. It's just that, because of the closeness of the soul connection, the two sides sometimes worry about affecting the other's cultivation. For example, when the opponent is comprehending, shutting down the death test, or fighting, a message suddenly flashes across the sea of consciousness, which will of course cause a certain impact. Under such circumstances, like Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian, they generally do not have regular contact. Even if something happens, just send a very short message, try to avoid the danger caused by this situation. This kind of soul connection has advantages, but it also has disadvantages. Sometimes sending a message is like sinking into the sea, and you don't even know what state the other party is in. The only thing that can be proved is that if you send a message and the other party does not respond, at least it means that the other party has not fallen. If the other party falls, the other party can also sense it immediately. Under such circumstances, the relationship between Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian is extremely close, and there is no worry that someone will take advantage of Empress Xuanhuan's communication jade talisman. But now, Chu Yan's spirit message and the appearance of a figure made Chu Yan stunned on the spot. There is no change in appearance, she is Empress Xiantian. But the moment this figure appeared, Chu Yan could be 100% sure that this was definitely not Empress Xiantian. Not only because of the understanding of Empress Xiantian, but also because of the special reason for the soul connection between Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian. Once the other party's spirit is abnormal, it can be sensed immediately. This is not only Chu Yan, but even those who are attached to Chu Yan's Sea of Knowledge and the Soul King Ming and Bo Wang feel something is wrong. Although it was not as direct as Chu Yan's feeling, he also felt something was wrong. So the two of them have been staring at this figure, sizing it up carefully, sensing the difference in each other. At least they, like Chu Yan, were extremely suspicious of the figure in front of them. It's okay if they are friends, but if they are enemies, it will be troublesome. Especially before, regarding the first reincarnation of Empress Xiantian, Tian and Chu Yan had talked about it, and it sounds like the situation is not ideal. Empress Xiantian was also more confident about this, so she never told Chu Yan much, but Bo Wang and King Ming kept reminding Chu Yan. Therefore, when the figure in front of him suddenly appeared, the three of Chu Yan were still startled. With icy eyes, willow-thin moon eyebrows, and a dusty temperament, it seems that the goddess of ice and snow descended from the sky, and that snow skirt is her symbol, which is basically unmistakable. However, what Chu Yan and the others saw was a faint smile on Empress Xuantian's face. This is wrong. #C3786 Moon Shadow Wutian. That Qianying looked at Chu Yan and the three of them for a while, and then bowed in a bow. Little girl has seen 3 seniors. My father often talks about the 3, and they are all people he respects. Under this salute, the faces of Chu Yan and the others sank instantly. Perilla. It seems that something really happened. Xuanhuan's sea of consciousness was still occupied by Zissou. Maybe this is the result of heaven's layout in advance, so when Shantian awakened to reincarnation, he didn't worry at all. Where is Shantian? Chu Yan's face was icy cold, and he asked. Sister Shantian, the reincarnation skill is very powerful, and I am only a respectable cultivation base. It is impossible to occupy her sea of consciousness. Senior Chu Yan, please rest assured. When Zissou said this, she thought about it again, and then said. The reason why it can appear now is entirely because of some previous experiences, which may be similar to Sister Shantian, so it has caused some potential impact on her state of mind. When some introductions appear, such a situation will appear. After this explanation, Zissou nodded seriously, and the expression on her face was obviously that I had explained clearly. What introduction? Chu Yan asked. It should be the land of myriad origins. Sister Shantian seems to have obtained a treasure called Soul Release Bell. This Soul Release Bell is one of my mother's natal treasures back then, and part of my mother's will exists, so. Before Zissou could finish speaking, Bo Wang frowned and asked. Your mother? Moon Shadow Wutian. Hearing this, Zissou's big eyes immediately looked at Bo Wang, and then nodded after blinking twice. Well, my mother is Yueying Wutian. King Ming's brows became tighter and tighter, and he also said, didn't Yueying Wutian fall in the great battle back then? Her will. Could it be that there is a remnant soul on the Soul Release Bell? When Zissou heard this, she shook her head and said, I don't know about that either, between getting together and going away. I don't know how many souls have come in and out, and now after 10,000 years, the Soul Release Bell is also incomplete. I think it seems that the important bell pendant is missing. Maybe my mother's remnant soul is on the bell. Hearing this, Bo Wang immediately said, so, you want to? Zissou's eyes flashed twice again, and she said, yes. Of course I want to. So I'm here, and I'm here to find Senior Chu Yan, just to ask for something. What's the matter? Chu Yan asked. I heard from my father that Senior Chu Yan got the green seal, and it was also the treasure that my father and the 3 Zhangzhu adults wanted to get back then. With it, you can enter the depths of the land of myriad origins, and maybe you can find the ring pendant. So I want Senior Chu Yan to take me to the depths of the land of 10,000 origins, and I hope Senior will help me. Speaking of which, Zissou bowed again, with an extremely sincere attitude. Chu Yan was a little surprised at this moment. He looked at the other party and remained silent for a long time. This situation is quite complicated. 3 seniors, I know you have doubts and doubts, but I want to make it clear that I am not a bad person, and I am not on the same side as my father. I promise that I have not participated in any of his plans. On this point, I can make the oath of heavenly power. I am only a noble state, and the oath of heavenly power will work for me. Besides, my father is different from what you think. To him, maybe I am nothing at all, or else my mother wouldn't have. So, I won't be with him. Now I just want to make my mother's remnant soul recover, at least let her break away from the vows she made back then and enter the 6 realms of reincarnation. That's all I ask. When I finish this, I will kill myself and go, to find, Mother. May I? At this moment, tears rolled down Zissou's eyes, but there was a longing smile on her face. The expression of tears and the smile moved Chu Yan and the 3 of them together. This. Suddenly, Chu Yan felt that the girl in front of him seemed to be inexplicably similar to Shantian in a certain way. I don't know if it's the expression of tears and the smile, or the courage and expectation of self-destruction, which makes people feel pain. We need to discuss this matter. If you really think so, and plan to do so, then first make the oath of Tianwei, and we will discuss it carefully and give you an answer. Baoang glanced at Chu Yan, and answered Zissou. Without any hesitation, Zissou swore the oath of mighty power on the spot. The thunder exploded above the sky. This was the phenomenon that Tianwei's oath was established. After that, her figure disappeared from Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, without any sound or breath left. Chu Yan, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Seeing this, Bo Wang checked Chu Yan's sea of consciousness again, before asking. In that case, let's go to the land of 10,000 origins first. Chu Yan thought for a while, and answered. King Ming and Bo Wang were startled when they heard this. Logically speaking, the original few people were worried that the sky was secretly planning to target Empress Xiantian and let her be occupied by Zissou, thus becoming the next pawn. But now, according to what Zissou said, that was not God's plan at all, so things would be much easier to handle. Just like Chu Yan said, he himself is going to go to the land of 10,000 sources, true and false. He will naturally know when the time comes. What is certain now is that Zissou's cultivation is really only honorable. In this case, it should be possible to temporarily occupy Xuantian's sea of consciousness with the help of the soul release bell. Even so, the time will not be too long. When the time comes, Xiantian will definitely wake up and go back to the sea of consciousness. It will not be difficult at all. After all, the gap between the exalted realm and the invincible realm is too great, and it happened that Zissou was in Xuantian's body, and just happened to get her mother's natal treasure. Otherwise, Zissou wouldn't have had any chance. Just now, Chu Yan has been hesitating whether to take the risk of using the Sword of Will to kill Zissou's soul directly. However, that would be risky, and Zissou's going to the place where the bell pendant was located might not necessarily conflict with her plan. And according to her, even if Tian, Zhou, Wan Yuan Tian and others go to the place where the bell pendant is, they will die, and only Qingyin can do it. Therefore, there are risks in using the Sword of Will, and there may be special things about where Zissou is going. Under these 2 points, in order for Chu Yan to ensure the absolute safety of Empress Xiantian, the best thing is that Zissou can really kill her soul and dissipate by herself. This is Chu Yan's idea, which is slightly different from King Ming and Bo Wang. These two have lived for countless years, and they don't fully believe in this Zissou. Even if she has sworn the oath of heavenly power, she still doubts it. Unexpectedly, the remnant soul of Yueying Wutian still exists. Baoang and King Ming communicated with each other, feeling a sense of sadness in their hearts. This Yueying Wutian can be regarded as a strong man of the same era as them, although the end was not good. It is said that Emperor Wu Tiandi also had a good impression of Moon Shadow Wutian. But the beauty is unlucky, it has been like this since ancient times. #C3787, just swipe. From ancient times to the present, there are countless stories about that kind of political marriage. Among them, Yueying Wutian was one of them. After being forced by the family to marry Tian, Wu wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Yueying Wutian. A great lover's story, but in the end it cannot escape the tragic ending of fate. And Yueying Wuyue, the beauty genius of the ancient times, also went from blooming to decaying like a flower withering, and finally fell. Seeing Zissou now, and thinking of this legendary confidant, would make people sigh. Zhou Sheng, you should have heard what this girl said. Deep in the land of 10,000 sources, can you do it? Chu Yan pondered for a while, and said to Qingyin through sound transmission. What? What do you mean, can you do it? You actually asked me such a question. In the next breath, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, the Qingyin spirit blew up instantly, and began to scream loudly with a baby-like voice. Don't talk about the depths of the land of myriad origins, even if you turn the land of myriad origins over, it's a trivial matter. Don't worry. I let you go, and I will protect you. You don't need to ask about such trivial matters in the future. It doesn't matter if you run wild in the land of 10,000 origins. Remember, you don't need to ask in the future. Just remember to sweep. Hearing these words, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he cupped his hands. Okay, I understand, sweeping, right, thank you. With Qingyin's guarantee, Chu Yan was relieved. If others, including Kang Xujing, gave him a guarantee, Chu Yan would not believe it. But Qingyin's guarantee still has a lot of gold in it. Listening to the tone of the Qingyin spirit, there is no hesitation or scruples, let alone sweeping or not, according to what it said, at least protect the safety, there should be no problem. Chu Yan, what happened just now? Shoutian Daozu and others asked. Just now, Qingyin and I. After telling you Linglong, Shoutian Daozu, and others about the conversation with Qingyin. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This should be much safer. Are you planning to go to the land of 10,000 sources now? Daozu Shoutian then asked. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Senior, don't worry, I still have a spirit treasure that can guarantee my safety in the land of 10,000 origins. As soon as these words came out, Daozu Shoutian twitched a few times. Okay. That's good. No. It's indeed the reincarnation of the will of the two great masters, and it's still, not bad. If that's the case, I won't ask any more questions, or I will send you to the land of 10,000 origins now land. I'm going too. Lin Meng said quickly. For her now, without Chu Yun, she has nothing to do when she goes back to Kunlun Mountain, or she is not interested in other things. So she just took this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with her husband. She has been thinking about her next rank, and even secretly thought that it would be even better if she could give birth to Chu Yun. No. Chu Yan turned his head to look, and immediately refused. It's not long since you broke through invincibility. It's too dangerous to enter the land of myriad origins now. I don't know how many people my treasure can protect, and how safe it is. Now I don't know. When these words came out, Lin Meng's face turned dark immediately. What do you mean, she has just entered the invincible state? It seems that you are the latest to break through the invincible state here. The total time did not exceed an hour, and I have broken through for almost a year. Lin Meng, what Chu Yan said is right. If we go now, it is not comprehensive, we should go back to Kunlun Mountain first, and practice hard to consolidate. Yu Linglong looked at Lin Meng and persuaded with a smile. At that time, Chu Yan will naturally let us go. They are very optimistic about Chu Yan's strength and talent. Maybe it won't be long before Chu Yan will become stronger and stronger. And if they don't practice hard, if they widen the gap, it will be bad. Moreover, this land of 10,000 sources is not like the Supreme Covenant, which is more dangerous. If they hold back Chu Yan, it would be a bit embarrassing. Okay. But Sister Shantian must be brought back safely. Lin Meng said again. Of course. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately after a few people chatted a few more words, the group turned and left, returning to Kunlun Mountain, while Chu Yan followed the Taoist ancestor Shoutian to the land of Xuanhuan. On the way, Chu Yan also sent a message to Zissou through the consensus of soul and soul. After Zissou received the news from Chu Yan, she was pleasantly surprised and thanked again and again. Chu Yan's journey is not short, so it's better to condense the eternal flower and hurry on the road. The immortal god and demon art has improved a lot. If the eternal flower is also condensed, it will be able to reach the Deshang realm by then. King Ming reminded Chu Yan Dao. Yes. Chu Yan nodded. The incarnation of divine consciousness entered the sea of consciousness, and began to cultivate with all its strength, while consolidating the profound crystal, it condensed the eternal lotus. Now that the cultivation base has reached the invincible state, this is a brand new beginning, and the power of the rules must be familiarized as soon as possible. At present, although the rules of gods and demons and eternal rules can only be temporarily enabled, this is also the rule of the second of the four great masters of the year power. Power is also extremely strong. Moreover, only after continuous familiarization and application can Chu Yan be able to condense his own rules as soon as possible. A day passed by in a flash. The two flew swiftly all the way, and after leaving the Sunset Canyon, they continued to tear apart the void and hurried on their way at an extremely fast speed. Half a day later, the two of them had arrived at the border of the land of 10,000 origins, and the tall golden gate towered like a heavenly gate. With just one entrance, there is such a terrifying power. Chu Yan looked at the golden gate and sighed in his heart. This kind of power does not require the power of enchantment and rules. It is impossible for cultivators below the invincible state to approach the golden gate. The green seal in the body seemed to feel something, and a blue light began to glow. When Chu Yan saw Qingyan's reaction, he was also determined, and went directly into the golden gate with Taoist Xiutian. After a few breaths, Chu Yan landed on both feet and entered a completely strange world. In an instant, a bone-piercing chill hit Chu Yan, causing Chu Yan's whole body to tense up, and his soul revived. This is a completely strange world. How strange is it? There are none of the world's aura and rules of heaven and earth that are familiar to the outside world, only thousands of chaotic breaths filling the world. In addition, Chu Yan could feel that there were powerful monsters and monsters on top of these messy auras, and they seemed to be sweeping with their consciousness, and he had already discovered him, an outsider who had just entered. Chu Yan's eyes were as cold as water, and his face was as watery. The sky is blue, the earth is clean, the mountains in the distance are undulating, and all kinds of spiritual plants are growing. The vitality here is extremely strong, and there is no danger at all. When I came in, I felt the same as you, I felt safe here. Hee. Daozu Shoutian saw Chu Yan's expression and smiled. #C3788 Burm. Good. Knowing that Xiutian Daozu was reminding himself, Chu Yan nodded immediately. Be careful, that's a must. This is the land of 10,000 origins, and it should be the most dangerous secret realm world in the God's domain continent, not one of them. Therefore, Chu Yan immediately began to operate Xinqi and Xianjing, but found that his power of rules was actually suppressed. This place has a beautiful scenery on the surface, and there is no sense of danger, but in fact, all kinds of murderous intentions and restrictions, as well as monsters, etc., are extremely terrifying, and will fall if you are not careful, including any stone here. It is possible to erupt in an instant, causing an invincible realm to fall. Daoist Shoutian was also preparing with all his strength, and at the same time he opened his mouth to introduce. He doesn't know much about this place, but he has been here at least once, and he knows more than Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan was running the pupil of the unicorn, sweeping all directions. Sure enough, within a black stone 10 steps away, there was a group of powerful strange fire. If one accidentally touched the stone, the strange fire might erupt instantly, and the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Yan still understands the strange fire. Although the strange fire in the black stone is not as good as his own God-defying flame, the emphasis is on suddenness. If the cultivator who has just entered is not careful and is really confused by this beautiful scenery, the possibility of being swallowed by the strange fire in an instant is still very high. Chu Yan, according to the information collected by several of their old ghosts, this land of 10,000 origins has been divided into upper, middle, and lower origins since the ancient times, namely the upper origin, the middle origin and the lower origin. Among them, the land of the source is the most mysterious, and there is almost no information. We just came in now. It is the land of the lower source that we directly enter. It is also divided into 5 areas from the inside to the outside. The border land, the outer land, the middle area, the inner land, and the core land. Take the peak cultivation base of the invincible realm as an example. If you sleep at full speed, you can reach the core land from the borderland in about 10 days. Starting from the borderland of the middle source land, you need double the realm, that is, it took more than 20 days to reach the core area of the land of Zhongyuan. This is all based on the standard of no danger and no stop. If you fall into a murderous intent or a forbidden formation on the road, it is possible to be trapped in it for the rest of your life. After saying this, Chu Yan's eyes flickered suddenly. This land of 10,000 sources is actually no smaller than the continent of God's domain at all. Based on the time and distance introduced by Daozu Shoutian just now, it is almost the same size as the continent of God's domain. An invincible realm needs several months to traverse the entire world. Of course, in God's domain continent, there is no need to worry about dangers and prohibition formations. Here, it is different, and you may need to be careful at every step. In this way, even if the distance is about the same, I am afraid that the time required to travel will be much worse. Chu Yan, with my current cultivation base, if I enter the middle area of the lower source land, I may be at risk of falling. We are late. If 5 or 6 invincible realms join forces, we can still break through. Of course, I know that you have a spirit treasure. You must be careful when you act alone. If something is wrong, you should retreat quickly. On this point, several of the old ghosts have reminded them, saying that the land of 10,000 origins seems to be more terrifying than the ancient times recorded in the historical data. It may be because it has not been opened for thousands of years, and there are more restrictions and dangers accumulated. As soon as these words were finished, a blue light surged in Chu Yan's body, sweeping across Chu Yan's whole body. In an instant, Chu Yan felt those chills and sense of crisis before, and they disappeared in an instant. As expected, this green seal didn't talk much, it just swept across it with a blue light, directly proving his words to Chu Yan. At the same time, he is obviously despising the Taoist cultivator in front of him, too rubbish. Taoist Shoutian didn't know about this, otherwise he might have to vomit blood. I am a dignified veteran of the invincible realm, but when I got here, I was despised by Qingyin. Okay. Senior, I will be careful. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, he turned his eyes to the black stone not far away, which was exactly the black stone with strange fire inside that Chu Yan found when he used the unicorn pupil to investigate. With a flash of figure, Chu Yan came in front of Haishi, but Haishi was still calm, as if it was really an ordinary black stone. However, Chu Yan will not be fooled, after all, he has seen through its murderous intent. When Chu Yan slowly lifted his foot and stepped on the black stone, a faint blue light flowed through Chu Yan's body, making the black stone completely unresponsive, showing no sign of an outbreak. Qingyin, can I do one thing? After trying it, Chu Yan was completely relieved, thought about it at the same time, and said. But before Chu Yan could finish speaking, Qingyin interrupted Chu Yan impatiently. Yaya said. Don't worry, I will protect that girlfriend of yours too. Girlfriend? Chu Yan was startled, then shook his head with a wry smile. Thank you. This Qingyin really doesn't know whether it is an existence that has lived for thousands of years, or whether the age calculation of the Qiling is different from that of the human race. Next, Chu Yan and Shoutian Daozu headed towards the depths of the lower source. Along the way, Chu Yan kept trying, wanting to know more about the danger of this land of 10,000 sources, and at the same time understand Qingyin's strength. After testing several restrictions, Chu Yan did not experience any abnormalities. After that, Daozu Shoutian said to go to find Daozu Linjue and the others, while Chu Yan separated from him and acted alone. All the way to the depths of the land of the lower source, all kinds of murderous intentions and restrictions are becoming more and more powerful, and some even form a joint trend. One is not scattered, and the other is hidden in it. In addition, Chu Yan also discovered some powerful monsters, which are extremely powerful, and they all guard some treasure lands and treasures. The cultivation base of these monsters is not lower than the invincible level, and most of them are at the peak level, so they are not easy to mess with. As for Chu Yan, as long as they don't take the initiative to attack them, They seem to have little interest in Chu Yan, but are fully on guard to prevent Chu Yan from snatching their treasure land or treasure. As long as Chu Yan doesn't do anything, there will be almost no confrontation with them. This is Chu Yan. If you switch to other invincible realms, seeing the treasure land and treasures guarded by these monsters, I am afraid that you will not be able to move your legs, and the battle will be inevitable. This sandy land should be the boundary line between the land of the lower source and the land of the middle source. After 9 days, Chu Yan appeared in front of a long strip of sandy ground. After feeling the difference between the two sides of the sandy ground, he made a preliminary judgment. That's right. This sandy place is not simple. It's called meteor sand, and there are some sand monsters gathered in it. Anyone who gets close to the sandy place may be attacked by them. Bo Wang in the Sea of Consciousness introduced. #C3789 offering sacrifice to Tsongshan. It's not far after passing the sandy land, but the place where the 9 Song lords worshipped the heavens. It's called the Tsongshan Mountain. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Sacrifice to Tsongshan. This means that it should be a place to pay homage to the sky. Looking up into the distance, he saw the edge of the sky, and saw a huge shadow looming indistinctly. Chu Yan raised his foot subconsciously, just stepping into the sandy area. In an instant, a powerful air force broke out from under the sand, rushing up a large column of air, and directly hitting the sky. This breath is extremely powerful, and it seems to have a certain relationship with this world. Yes, after offering sacrifices to the heavens, there will be the Tsangzhu. Boing's words made Chu Yan's eyes shine even brighter. Really? This Tsongshan Mountain is the place where the breakthrough to the Tsangzhu realm is located, otherwise, not everyone is qualified to pay homage to this firmament. Master, I know that Jitsang Mountain is not originally in the land of myriad origins. King Ming also spoke. Back in the ancient times, there was a place called Famu River on the continent of God's domain, which was the place of chance to break through the invincible Taoist realm. Later, a strong man discovered an abnormality in it, joined forces with many strong men to attack, and after breaking through the space of the boundary wall, he discovered the place of Xuanhuan. At that time, after the first batch of Tsangzhu realm sacrificed to the heavens and achieved the Tsangzhu realm, they joined forces to forge powerful Taoist treasures, and after fusion, they formed the current Tsongshan Mountain. As a place for future generations to break through the Tsangzhu realm, to worship the sky. This sacrifice to Tsongshan Mountain contains the rules and original power of the first batch of Tsangzhu realm powerhouses, so it will be of great reference to future cultivators who break through Tsangzhu realm. After listening to these introductions, Chu Yan couldn't help but nodded in his heart. I also have some understanding and ideas about breaking through the Tsangzhu realm. Is there any problem in offering sacrifices to Tsongshan for 10,000 years? Chu Yan asked. After all, it's been such a long time. In addition, the land of 10,000 origins has not been opened for 10,000 years. If something happens, like Haotian Zunding, it is damaged or incomplete, then there is no chance. Of course, no problem. This Jitsongshan is in a sealed state. Only by gathering more than 20 invincibles can we have a chance to jointly open the seal. When the seal is not opened, Jitsang Mountain is completely closed, and there is no possibility of problems. After King Ming finished speaking, Chu Yan nodded. Chu Yan, Tianhe Wanyuanshan is now alive, and they should try their best to open this Tsongshan Mountain, restore the Tsangzhu realm cultivation level, and then attack the dominant realm, so they will definitely encourage all forces in the world to come here. Jitsongshan opens the seal. At that time, you can also follow the trend. After all, there is no way for one person to open the seal. When Baoang said this, he reminded him. Good. Chu Yan kept this matter in mind. After crossing the sandy land and officially entering the area of Zhongyuan, Chu Yan continued to move forward without stopping for a moment. Compared with the previous lower source land, this middle source land is indeed much more dangerous, and the intensity of various restrictions and murderous intentions has increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, the concealment of these murderous intentions and prohibitions is even more terrifying, and even the pupils of the unicorn cannot detect them. Fortunately, Chu Yan has a green seal to protect his body. Even if he steps on it, there is no danger. While communicating with Zissou to determine the core direction she was pointing at, Chu Yan kept revising his forward route. I don't know how long it took. Chu Yan's figure stopped suddenly, and the eyes shot out. Just now, the Qingjia god of war in his body seemed to fluctuate suddenly. After stopping, Chu Yan summoned him without any hesitation. The moment Qingjia appeared, with a tall body, he turned his head directly and looked towards a direction in the sky, as if there was something there that particularly attracted him. The list of gods. Bo Wang opened his mouth and looked in that direction as well. Qingjia is also one of the gods, so when he is close to the list of gods, he will be attracted. This list of gods, which Chu Yan had heard before, is a stele with the names of the 10 gods in ancient times, recording the prestige of the 10 gods in ancient times. Therefore, Chu Yan could also understand why Qingjia reacted, and took it back without thinking too much. However, Chu Yan didn't notice that when he took back the Qingjia god of war, a strange color flashed in Qingjia's eyes, and there was a wave of aura. Qingyin on the sea of consciousness seemed to have noticed something, moved slightly, glanced at Qingjia, but didn't care, turned over and went back to sleep. Chu Yan continued to move forward, rushing all the way, and 9 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Chu Yan had already reached the middle area of the land of Zhongyuan. On the edge of the distant sky, a tall snow peak rose from the ground, straight into the sky, as if connecting the sky and the earth. Is this the Zhongshan mountain? Chu Yan looked at the snow peak, and the cold air hit his face, but it made Chu Yan's blood boil. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's soul shook, and a thought came out. In the snow body in the distance, a stream of light flew through the air, and fell in front of Chu Yan in the blink of an eye. You came. Zissou was wearing a snow skirt, her long hair was spread out, and her eyes were shining slightly. It was obviously completely different from the last time they met, and even her tone of voice carried a clear sense of intimacy. Chu Yan frowned slightly. I'm sorry. Because Sister Xuanhuan's experience and soul have been affecting me during this period, sometimes I can't tell who I am. After being forced back by Chu Yan's eyes, Zissou quickly apologized. She and Chu Yan are only in a cooperative relationship, and they also occupy the sea of consciousness of Empress Xiantian. Strictly speaking, it is not an exaggeration for Chu Yan to kill her. Such a relationship, how close is it? As for Zissou's explanation, Chu Yan could barely accept it, and turned his head away from her to look at the majestic snow peak. This little girl, dressed in a snow skirt, with black hair hanging down her waist, made Chu Yan feel a little dazed in terms of appearance and temperament, including her eyes. This absolutely shouldn't be, so Chu Yan simply didn't look at her. No problem. Chu Yan looked at Xiefeng and asked directly. Where is the bell pendant? Hearing this question, Zissou's eyes obviously flashed with disappointment. The next moment, she quickly took out the treasure of the soul release bell, poured her true energy into it, and the soul release bell trembled slightly. In that respect, it's also the direction leading to the depths. In terms of distance, about 6 days. Zissou said to Chu Yan after taking back the soul release bell. Chu Yan nodded, and sent a voice transmission to Qingyin. Swish. A ray of blue light emerged and landed on Zissou's body, causing Zissou's complexion to change immediately. It's so powerful, I feel relieved all of a sudden, this treasure is so powerful, can I enter the core with it? Zissou looked at her bluish skin, and at the same time shouted happily, all in a curious tone. Well. When you pass through the prohibition and monsters, with it, there will be no problem. Great. Then we can definitely find the pendant. The little girl was so happy that she rushed over, holding Chu Yan's hand and shaking it constantly. #C3790 Scary. 3 days later, Chu Yan and Zissou went to the depths of Zhongyuan land together. Once here, the speed started to slow down. As soon as one enters the depths, it is obvious that the effect of the blue light is weakening. After passing through some powerful restraints, even the blue light body protector will activate these restraints. However, after the restriction was triggered, it seemed that Chu Yan and the two could not be seen, and they broke out in all directions. Looking around, they returned to the restriction with a puzzled expression. This is more scary. Although there is no danger, but the outbreaks from time to time are also frightening. You must know that the several prohibitions they triggered were significantly more powerful than any previous prohibitions. If there is an accident, the consequences will be disastrous. In addition, Chu Yan also discovered that Zissou's personality is completely different from Xuantian's. If Xiantian usually behaves like a piece of ice, then this Zissou is like a beam of sunshine. Even in such a situation, it doesn't affect her every breath of happiness at all. Even Chu Yan was infected by her character. Through some exchanges, Chu Yan revealed that Zissou's martial arts talent is so high that it is far beyond what a peerless genius can describe. For any Taoism and secret skills, she almost only needs a little bit of instruction, and she can learn from one to another, and the comprehension speed is extremely fast. And the two people getting along during this period, coupled with Zissou's personality, made the relationship between the two of them a lot closer. Not long after, the two arrived at a valley. The surrounding mountains were full of big trees, and all kinds of treasures were growing. Monster beasts roared in the forest, guarding all kinds of powerful treasures and treasures. Of course, there are so many crises and prohibitive killing opportunities in such a place, any one of which can cause the strong to fall instantly. Suddenly, the eyes of the two looked at the same place. This seems to have passed by just now, and now it's back. This is a labyrinth formation. Zissou opened her mouth. There was no trace of worry on her small face, but a hint of novelty on the contrary. It should be. The pupils of Chu Yan's unicorn are activated. With a dazzling light shining, he strode out and walked to the front. Continue to walk forward for a while, and return to the original place again. It seems that not only the labyrinth, but also the illusion and will maze. It is very difficult to break through the fusion of the three. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at the surrounding environment. This turned out to be a trap. Fortunately, there is no killing intent or restriction in the trapped formation, otherwise, I am afraid it will be troublesome. Break! With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, endless true energy gushed out, blasting out into the surrounding void. Chu Yan has practiced both illusion and will secret skills, so he has the confidence to break through here. Boom! The violent sound exploded, and a huge gap opened above the void, revealing the bottomless chaotic darkness. A large strand of breath gushed out from the chaotic darkness, like a rope, entwined towards the two of them. Not good. Chu Yan's face changed. The binding force was extremely powerful, far beyond his power range. There was no time to think about it. Chu Yan directly activated the new power, pushed it to the peak state, and wrapped Zissou at the same time. Call out. The two of them retreated rapidly, and in an instant, they were 100 miles away, and they collided with a big mountain, making a sound that was earth-shattering. The qi and blood in Chu Yan's body were tumbling, and this wave of shock had caused a lot of shock to him. Are you okay? Chu Yan asked. Well, it's okay. Zissou shook her head, her big eyes were full of light. For her, this is rare. When she is in danger, someone protects her. Her experience, no matter what dangers and difficulties, she faced alone until she fell. Chu Yan turned the unicorn pupil and looked around. The environment here is very different. With his unicorn pupil, he can only see 100 paces. Ho 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 ho. The roar of the beast resounded, and blood exploded in all directions, and an astonishing power shone in front of it, as if a large wave of beasts were crazily approaching. Moreover, the surrounding wind was raging, and the sound of piercing the air like wind blades sounded, as if a world-ending storm was about to hit. Go! Chu Yan pulled Zissou and ran at high speed, and at the same time blasted out a series of secret skills to suppress the surrounding void. Even if you know that everything here is an illusion and interference from the soul, but if it is too real, it will still have an impact. After all, carelessness is the difference between life and death, if it is not an illusion. The restrictions and large formations in this ghost place are intertwined, and various combinations erupt at the same time. I have seen many before. This level of difficulty is extremely high. Even after being hit by the strong wind, I can clearly feel the tingling pain. If this is an illusion, no one can judge whether it is true or false. Chu Yan was also able to judge this illusion because he had practiced these types of secret skills and Taoism, coupled with the inheritance of the will of the Tutsangju himself. Let me just say, don't look for small things, huh? Such a big trouble. Qingyin was awakened by Chu Yan's sea of consciousness fluctuations, just about to complain, when she suddenly saw the surrounding situation. She was also shocked. That bastard set up such a big trap in the land of Zhongyuan. Did he deliberately prevent me from sleeping? That Chu Yan, I'm sorry, I just took a nap, you listen to me now, go west. When Chu Yan heard this, he immediately turned his eyes and looked around. Without any hesitation, he pulled Zissou up and rushed towards the west. With a loud bang, with Chu Yan's physical strength, he forcibly knocked the mountain to the east out of a deep hole several miles away, but it was difficult to go any further. The west is not right either, sorry, it should be the south. Chu Yan. After nearly an hour, Chu Yan and Zissou finally rushed to the side of a small lake, and the two fell to the ground at the same time, panting violently. Too dangerous. Even the power of rules in Chu Yan's body was almost exhausted. This level of traps might have been set up for the strong in the Tsangju realm, and they were not expected to fall into it. If it wasn't for Qingyin's guidance, even though he made several mistakes, he finally rushed out. Zissou got up from the ground, her two big eyes were full of excitement, and she didn't feel any worry or fear at all. You are adventurous. Chu Yan looked at her with doubts on his face. This girl is so courageous, she really stepped on the line of life and death just now, and now she is still so excited. Of course not, I just like this feeling. I used to face it alone except for my mother. This time I have someone to accompany me. It feels good. Hearing the ancestral home, Chu Yan was a little silent. After all, Zissou is also the daughter of the four great Tsangju, but it sounds like she is not as good as a child of an ordinary family. Well, don't worry, I will accompany you in any danger along the way. Chu Yan thought of Chu Yan, and immediately spoke to Zissou cautiously. Hearing this, Zissou smiled immediately, like a small wild flower blooming on the side of the road, bathed in sunshine, very warm. Next, the two continued on the road. #C3791 A place of no wish. 3 days later, Chu Yan and Zissou arrived at the deepest part of the land of Zhongyuan. This time, the effect of the blue light was weakened again, and the two had to be more careful. Zissou took out the soul release bell, followed the guidance of the soul release bell all the way, and kept moving forward. Just in that direction. 2 days later, Zissou stopped, her face full of surprise. Chu Yan looked up at the cloud, and saw a valley surrounded by 3 mountains in front of him. Whether it is a mountain or a valley, everything is pitch black. At this time it was getting late, and there were stars in the sky, and the land of 10,000 sources was full of starlight. But these starlights can't shine in the mountains at all. Chu Yan could see and feel that there was a powerful aura surging here, and the strength of this aura far exceeded the powerful restraining power they had encountered along the way. Master Ming, is this place Wuhun Mountain? Bo Wang opened his mouth and asked, tentatively. It looks very similar. According to the legend, there is no starlight to dye the mountains of 9,000 miles. It is a place without wishes, a place where it is impossible to make a wish. King Ming looked at the situation in front of him and answered. Master, you and Tian and others came to this place of no wish at the beginning. This place is very strange. When you entered for an hour, you were all blasted out. Later, a strong man heard about it and came to test it out, and he fell, directly here. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and walked in. However, as soon as he took a step, he was grabbed by Zissou. Huh? What's wrong? Looking back at Zissou, she saw her frowning, her face tense, and she kept shaking her head. Don't worry, Qingying said it's okay, then everything will be fine. Hear this. Zissou shook her head again and said. No, I'm not worried about this. There was some hesitation on the small face, which made Chu Yan a little confused. Then why are you? You can find your mother's spirit right now, shouldn't you be happy? Along the way, the little girl was always happy, and Chu Yan always thought that it was because the little girl was about to meet her mother, but she never expected that when she got there, the little girl. Thank you. The little girl suddenly bowed and said to Chu Yan. Without your help, I wouldn't be here at all, thank you very much. Chu Yan smiled lightly and replied, no need to do this. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Zissou finally nodded, then pursed her lips, carefully, and thought for a long time before opening her mouth and saying. Senior King Ming and Senior Baoang, I beg you, let me stay alone with Chu Yan for a while, is that okay? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of King Ming and Bo Wang suddenly became strange. Can? The two of them didn't hesitate, and nodded immediately. Their aura was restrained to the extreme in an instant, and completely disappeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. This time, Chu Yan was a little surprised. What the hell is going on with this little girl? She was fine all the way, how did she become like this when she got here? Zissou looked at Chu Yan, her big eyes became extremely bright, and the corners of her mouth were raised lightly, showing a very sweet smile. This time, Chu Yan became even more sluggish. Chu Yan, I always wanted to leave and go to the outside world, but my father didn't agree, and my mother also said that it was dangerous outside and didn't allow me to go out. Then I finally got out into the world and found darkness, cold, and fear everywhere. At that time, my heart died very early. After I reincarnated, I didn't expect that Sister Shantian gave me another chance to see this world again. I found out that everything was wrong before. Or not all of them, this world can be very beautiful, very beautiful. Although this land of 10,000 sources is full of dangers, but because of you, this period of time is already the whole of my life. Whether it's because of Sister Shantian or something else, I must thank you for treating me during this time, good. Zissou said these words with rare prudence and seriousness, as if these words were the most important words, and one word could not be wrong. Hearing all this, Chu Yan felt inexplicably sad. Chu Yan, let me tell you another secret. The little girl quickly returned to her usual appearance, and smiled at Chu Yan. Actually, Sister Shantian has always regarded you as the most important person, and she is willing to form a Taoist couple with you. He. She also wants to have a child. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan was stunned on the spot. However, Sister Shantian is so strange, she just keeps it in her heart and doesn't say it. Why is that? Why else? The famous 10,000 years glacier empress of God's domain continent has traveled thousands of miles of ice and boundless snow country. Of course it was because he couldn't speak, and it was impossible to speak. Chu Yan, you are a man, you should take the initiative. The little girl said here, her big eyes rolled a few times, she walked up to Chu Yan in a few steps, and leaned her whole body towards Chu Yan. This is the physical body of Empress Shantian, how dare the little girl do this? At this time, Chu Yan was completely frozen there, completely stupid. Perilla. Chu Yan. Zisu's face was hazy, her big eyes were full of mist, and her face was full of red. Under the faint starlight, it looks like a flower in mist, like a dream. Sister Shantian is sorry, then I will replace her and let her and myself give it to you. As soon as the words landed, her hand wiped the long skirt on her body. Such a move was too bold, but it came from her heart, and there was another heart in her. For her, her life is like a wild flower on the roadside. When it blooms, it begins to wither. In this case, why not keep the best ones here forever? At this moment, the starry sky is bright, everything is silent, and even the sky and the earth are covered with a faint star veil. Time and space seem to have been frozen and not in motion. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was completely blinded, and when Zisu was about to take further action, Chu Yan suddenly woke up. Can't. Raising his hand to block, he blocked Zisu, who was completely exposed, one step away. Zisu was a little dazed, looking at Chu Yan, she was completely stunned. Actually. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness still couldn't function normally, and he couldn't speak clearly. A look of disappointment flashed in Zisu's eyes, and then she smiled again, and said, "Well, I was just joking." After saying this sentence, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, it seems that such a thing is still not suitable for me. Of course it is not suitable. Compared with cultivation and martial arts, Chu Yan is absolutely invincible in the entire God's domain continent regardless of his talent or understanding. But the way of heaven is fair, which also makes Chu Yan not so talented in these aspects. Okay. It's good to get used to it, slowly. Zisu smiled, and then stretched out her jade hand, pulling Chu Yan up to the mountains. Then let's go there first. After finishing speaking, the two held hands and walked towards the mountains. Chu Yan was stunned again. #C3792 wasted. Half an hour later, Chu Yan and the two crossed the mountains and entered the land of no wish. As soon as he stepped into the range of Wuhun land, Chu Yan's pupils shrank fiercely, and his whole face changed. I saw that everything here was shrouded in darkness, and streams of blood-red light were flying in the void, reflecting terrifying figures in the depths of the darkness, quietly dormant. This feeling is a kind of fear from the heart, as if two ants broke into the lair of the big monster, and they will be crushed into powder at any time. Click. Suddenly, the blue light on Chu Yan and Zisu exploded nearly 3 times. The blue light possessed the body, burning like a blue flame, reflecting a piece of light within a radius of 10,000 steps. In the vast darkness, the two cyan flames looked extremely eye-catching, which was completely inconsistent with Chu Yan's temperament. Qingyin, this. Before Chu Yan could speak, Qingyin interrupted directly. I'm afraid, my master is here, let them know. This sentence immediately made Chu Yan speechless, and there was no way to continue talking. As soon as you step here, you can feel that there are countless terrifying existences in this wishless land, and those blood-red streamers flying in the void are their overflowing breath. From the moment Chu Yan and the two stepped into the place of no wish, they stared at them like a group of hungry wolves, but they just held back for the time being and did not make a move. Qingyin's actions immediately stimulated them to breathe a little harder. This place is about 10,000 miles away from where the bell pendant is, which is considered very close. But after walking a few steps, the powerful restriction triggered would be extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Qingyin's high profile, which increased the concentration of the blue light, I am afraid that these restrictions will cause troubles for Chu Yan and Chu Yan like the previous sleepy array. Pendant. Zisu's face was flushed red, and she looked extremely excited. After the threat of the restriction was removed, her speed became faster and faster. But in less than half an hour, the two arrived in front of a small altar. Etc. Seeing that Zissou was about to go straight up, Chu Wei grabbed her directly. There is something wrong with this altar. When these words landed, Zissou recovered from a start, nodded quickly and said, "Well, I'm so excited." Chu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. Of course he understood her mood. After all, it is very likely that he will be able to meet his mother soon. Turning the pupil of the unicorn, Chu Yan carefully looked at the altar in front of him, pondering in his heart. Immediately, a consciousness flashed, and at the same time the sound transmission said, "Ming Wang, Bo Wang, 2 seniors." This sentence sounded almost instantly, and the surprised voices of the two resounded in the sea of consciousness at the same time. "No way. It's only an hour, you're too fast." "Master, it shouldn't be, you can't." Both Bo Wang and King Ming were stunned. They all had surprised expressions when they woke up from a deep sleep. "Impossible." Anyway, Chu Yan is also an invincible cultivation base, a reincarnation of the will of the two great masters, in this matter of men and women, 1 hour. This is obviously not right. You. When Chu Yan heard what the two of them meant, his face flushed and the corners of his eyes twitched. "What are you thinking? Nothing happened at all, okay?" When these words came out, the two old men were stupid at the time. "What? Didn't happen? No way. Master, you are too wasteful, such a good opportunity, and 2 at a time, you just missed it." "That's right, Zissou is Tian's daughter. If she becomes a Taoist companion, then Tian will probably feel, ha ha ha." "Yeah, not to mention Zissou, Empress Xian Tian is the #1 genius in the God's domain continent in 10,000 years. If she double cultivates, the child she will give birth to in the future will be the most beautiful." "Maybe." The two old men, completely ignoring that Chu Yan couldn't stand it, and they looked like their elders hated iron and steel, and began to complain about Chu Yan's prodigal behavior. "You say you, it's fine if you don't look for it yourself. This one came to your door on its own initiative. In terms of appearance, cultivation base, and family background, it's not bad at all. From now on, the Kunlun lineage will always spread its branches and leaves." The two majestic reincarnated masters, Chu Yan, who will attack the Dominator realm in the future, have only one child so far, which is completely inappropriate. As far as they are concerned, one is touring of the 9 realms star map, and the other is the mountain spirit of Kunlun Mountain. How will this child inherit in the future? After this nagging, it took Chu Yan 100 breaths of time to calm down slowly. Chu Yan stood there twitching, but it was the first time he realized that these two old seniors were quite powerful. "Seniors, let's not talk about this for now, take a look at this altar." As soon as he got the chance, Chu Yan quickly changed the subject, pointing to the small altar in front of him and said, "This looks familiar. I seem to have seen it there." King Ming and Bo Wang turned their heads to look unwillingly, glanced at it, and were immediately taken aback. "Yes. This is a heavenly treasure, it seems to be called, according to the soul altar." "Chu Yan, don't look at it as small, this is the legendary temple of heaven. It can suppress the soul of any cultivator below Zhangzhou realm. There is no time limit." When this sentence landed, Chu Yan was stunned. Temple of Heaven. Chu Yan had seen a good altar in the 100 Thieves clan before, but it took thousands of years to build it. Now, there is a temple of heaven in front of him, which is comparable to the existence of the sky and Taba. That's not at the same level as Haut Yin Zunding. "Master, it is not difficult to break open this altar." When King Ming waved his hand, a stream of light sank into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, which was a secret technique. It is not difficult to say, this is also the secret skill that King Ming just happens to know, otherwise, you can go there to find it. Chu Yan closed his eyes and pondered for a while, nodded to Zissou, and walked to the altar. Flipping hands means that one after another handprints are condensed, and a burst of true energy is poured into the altar according to the secret technique. It is said that the soul altar did not resist at all, and soon trembled, releasing a dazzling red light. As soon as the red light appeared, all the blood-red streamers flying in the surrounding void stopped in unison. All the horrifying eyes gathered on Chu Yan. In the next breath, a gale suddenly appeared, surging above the void sky, like a precursor to a storm. Zissou waved her hand, took out a blue-purple long sword, and looked around vigilantly. But Chu Yan didn't care, and continued to activate the secret technique. After a full 100 breaths of time, the soul altar finally floated from the ground and slowly rose towards the sky. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Zissou, "Hurry up and restore the soul release bell, we have to get out of here as soon as possible." As he said that, he pointed to the bell pendant that was held down on the ground below the altar, spoke, and at the same time raised his feet and walked, reaching out to take out the bell pendant. However, the moment he touched the bell pendant, the entire Wuwu land shook violently. #C3793 Wenchang Tower. Boom. 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 All kinds of earth-shattering air storms exploded, with overwhelming power like mountains and seas. All kinds of lights burst out, countless darkness rolled, and black waves rose up. Chu Yan and Zissou's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Even King Ming and Bo Wang were shocked. This aura is too frightening. Just a little bit of residual power can make them smash into powder, not to mention the overwhelming tide of terrifying power here. Boom, boom. At this time, it was as if a mountain had collided with this hopeless place, and the sky and the earth with a radius of 10,000 miles instantly turned into a chaotic world, and all kinds of turbulent currents of time and space swallowed everything. The invisible terrifying forces gathered together and turned into a rope, attacking Chu Yan and the others. Chu Yan was vigilant in his heart, feeling as if a god and ghost were making trouble between the heaven and the earth, trying to completely destroy this small world. Slayer gun. Didn't see that this man was covered by me. Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? Zhou Xing's baby-like voice rang out, like rolling thunder and exploding in the sky, rushed out from the sea of Chu Yan's consciousness with a swoosh, suspended above the sky and released a towering green glow, instantly suppressing all directions. As soon as the green glow came out, the stormy waves that had just been raging between the sky and the earth were instantly shattered. Amidst the endless majesty, a huge golden gun, standing among the mountain ranges appeared, shining with golden light. The tail of the gun stood on the ground, and the tip of the gun pointed to the sky. After Qingyin appeared and suppressed all the mighty waves, the golden gun didn't have the slightest intention to back down, and even released the monstrous mighty waves again, sweeping towards Chu Yan and the others. Almost at the same time, a piece of sky suddenly exploded, and a huge purple light fell from the sky, like a beam of light falling from the heavenly palace, directly shining on the earth of the world. And in that huge beam of light, an incomparably huge purple stone pagoda, humming and spinning, descended from the sky. Wenchang Tower. Even if it was in existence as strong as Zhou Xing, it was suddenly taken aback. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Xing was stunned by the technique, a large amount of purple light was released from the 9-story Wenchang pagoda, which turned into a series of divine symbols, all of which rushed towards Qingyin. Damn. You too, I just came here for a casual stroll, and you actually joined forces to deal with me. It seems that I have been away for too long, and you are planning to rebel. Zhou Xing's voice was obviously angry, and he was angry at that time. To him, this is blasphemy and provocation. The next moment, the green seal erupted, and a bright blue light shot up into the sky, turning into two monstrous silhouettes of a dragon and a tiger, roaring to the sky. Immediately afterwards, the dragon turned and the tiger jumped, and rushed directly to the gun and tower. Boom, boom. The sky-shattering air storm exploded, and the sky and the earth shook. The terrifying existences in the land of no wish were all scared out of their wits, and hid back in the cave, trembling. Fundamentally speaking, although their strength is not weak, compared with Qingyin, Tushanlance, and Wenchang Tower, it is a kind of absolute restraint. Chu Yan and Zissou were like two dust particles in the shocking collision, unable to participate at all. But Chu Yan could tell that with the joint efforts of Tu Shinqiang and Wenchang Pagoda, the battle with Qingyin was actually a draw. Of course, Qingyin seems to have a slight upper hand. At this time in the land of no wish, all kinds of chaotic and turbulent currents have been smashed into powder, and endless dark flames are surging, like a sea of devouring flames, devouring everything. A fire dragon rolled in the sea of flames. Its power was astonishing, not weaker than the Tushan Spear and Wenchang Tower. Wuji Shansua. Why did you run out? Isn't your lair deep in the depths? You can't be here to deal with me. Zhou Shun cursed directly angrily. Boom. The fire dragon was the same as the previous two treasures. It didn't speak at all. The dragon body twisted, and it slammed down hard towards the green dragon's shadow. The dragon's shadow gathered by Qingmong was smashed into powder in an instant, and there was only one tiger shadow left on Qingyin's side, still roaring and roaring. This blow immediately reduced Qingyin's power by 30%. Another powerful treasure appeared, breaking the 2-on-1 balanced battle situation. At this time, if Qingyin wants to maintain the upper hand, the possibility is very slim. When Bo Wang and King Ming saw this scene, their expressions darkened at the same time. Zhou Xing kept cursing, and at the same time changed his voice to Chu Yan and said, Chu Yan, your cultivation base is too weak, and I recognize you as the master, and now I am no match for these three savages. And my strength has not recovered to the peak. Now I can't beat the three of them. Qingyin's tone was full of grievances. You got the bell pendant too. I'll take you out of here. Hurry up and get out of the range of the land of 10,000 origins. After finishing a sentence, Qingyin cursed again. These three savages, what kind of madness? Strange. A breath gushed out from Qingyin's body, covering Chu Yan and the two of them, ready to take it out of the unwillingness, and then let Chu Yan run away. As long as Chu Yan ran out of the range of the land of 10,000 sources, these three wild things would be helpless. After all, the land of 10,000 sources was their territory. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw that above the sky around the land of no wish, 4 pillars of gold, silver, purple, and blue 4-color light rose up into the sky, like 4 pillars supporting the sky, towering above the sky. 4 pillars supporting the sky array. Zhou Xing's face turned dark in an instant, and he roared directly. Damn, that bastard is going against me, and actually set up such a big formation. When the words fell to the ground, the 4 Optimus pillars shot out a strange light at the same time, and they all blasted towards Qingyin's body. Someone. Arranging formations. Chu Yan, Zissou, King Ming and Bo Wang's expressions all changed. Misfortunes never come singly. Qingyin is already in danger of facing the 3 supreme treasures alone, and at this time, there are still people behind to arrange a large formation. There was no time to investigate, and a large area of strange light flooded in, instantly engulfing Chu Yan and the others. Boom. Amidst the huge roar, Chu Yan's consciousness instantly fell into chaos and completely stopped functioning. Several hours later, when Chu Yan opened his eyes again, he found himself in the first domain of God's domain continent. There was Zissou lying beside him, and the strong pain came over, making Chu Yan feel as if all the bones in his body were broken. Zissou's aura was weak, similar to her own, but there was no danger. Chu Yan, who reacted suddenly, quickly entered the sea of consciousness and looked at the other 3. At this moment, both King Ming's and Bo Wang's spiritual bodies were very weak, as if they were in a deep sleep, but the green seal not far away was shrouded in 4 colors of strange light, and their aura was extremely weak. Zhou Xing. How are you? Chu Yan hurriedly yelled loudly, wanting to wake up Qing Yin, but the other party didn't respond at all, and instead woke up Bo Wang and King Ming. My lord, how is Qing Yin's situation? King Ming and Bo Wang woke up and asked quickly. #C3794, promise senso. The three of them were very worried about Qing Yin's situation. Seniors, what's Zhou Xing's situation now? Chu Yan's voice was low. Judging from this situation, he should be banned. Bo Wang's face was full of bitterness. He shook his head and said, looking at it this way, there should be someone controlling this behind the scene, maybe it's heaven, and we may have fallen into his trap. There should be something wrong with this Perilla. No matter it is Bo Wang and Ming Wang, they are extremely regretful about the place of no wish. Although Zissou made the oath, they never believed in Zissou. The heaven in the ancient times was the four heavenly lords, so there is naturally a way to break the oath. However, they think that the power of Qing Yin is completely unafraid. So when Chu Yan made his decision, they didn't directly stop them, they just reminded Chu Yan to be careful. After all, Zissou was only honored when she went alone. But no one thought that the place of no wish had already been arranged. Basil. Chu Yan turned his head to look at Zissou, his eyes were full of ice cold. Call out. The long sword trembled, the Haoyan sword was unsheathed, and the blade pointed directly at Zissou on the ground. The body of the sword instantly turned into jade, and the momentum of the sword will instantly condensed, ready to strike down Zissou's soul directly. Empress Shantian seemed to feel something, her eyelids trembled, she slowly recovered her consciousness, and woke up from a coma, her face was full of confusion. But soon, she felt a sense of crisis, and turned to look at Chu Yan, only to see the sword of will in his hand, and her face froze instantly. You are very good. You even fooled me. Now that you have succeeded, Qing Yin has been banned. Chu Yan looked at her coldly and said. At this time, Empress Shantian didn't have a trace of chill in her eyes, she was obviously still Zissou, said. No. I didn't lie to you. Really? Between talking. Her face was pale, and she shook her head desperately, waving a pair of small hands, as if trying to grab something. Chu Yan glanced at her, unmoved at all, and said. You don't deserve to be in her body at all. While speaking, the sword of will in his hand was raised high, and the power of will on the edge of the sword suddenly circulated, and the breath surged. At this moment, Zissou looked at the rising jade sword, and her whole body collapsed instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't speak any more, but slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, Chu Yan's hand stopped suddenly. At this moment, the void suddenly fluctuated, and a figure walked out of the void. I said this brother Qing is also amazing. He actually sent you here, which made me search for a long time. Tian had a warm smile on his face, and when he walked out of the ripples in the void, his face was indifferent, and when he saw the situation in front of him clearly, he quickly continued. Chu Yan, this is your fault. My daughter is very obedient and never cheats. She didn't lie to you about this time either. Regarding Tian's appearance, Chu Yan suddenly turned his eyes, looking at him with murderous intent. Father. Hearing Tian's words, Zissou's face was dull, her eyes straightened, and it took a full 3 breaths before she suddenly reacted, as if she understood something instantly. Why do you want this? Your mother died for you, yet you still have your mother's remnant soul as your pawn. At this moment, Zissou was completely enraged, she stood up from the ground, looked directly at the sky, and yelled angrily. From the beginning to the end, she never lied to Chu Yan, not a single word. She is very simple, and she died early, but that doesn't mean she is stupid. On the contrary, her intelligence is probably surpassed by few people in the God's domain continent from ancient times to the present. According to Tian and Boeing's understanding, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is the #1 genius in all ages. Otherwise, there would be no reincarnation relationship with Empress Xiantian. This time in the place of no wish, the soul of Yueying Wutian was forcibly dispersed by the sky, part of it was handed over to Zissou, and part of it was suppressed in the place of no wish. In other words, it wasn't something that was suppressed by the soul altar thousands of years ago in the place of no wish, but was forcibly dismantled by heaven recently and used for layout. As a father, he kindly told Zissou that Chu Yan's green seal could help her go to the depths of the land of 10,000 origins. Therefore, everything is logical, let Chu Yan and the others walk into the layout step by step. The final result, of course, is that Qingyin, which heaven fears the most, is completely banned. At this time, Chu Yan, Bo Wang, and King Ming also reacted, and their expressions changed at the same time. All of this is not difficult to find under Zissou's reprimand. Your mother's soul is just a remnant soul. Without the soul, it can't be revived at all. If it is used to deal with Chu Yan, isn't it just right? Tian had a casual expression on his face, and his tone was full of meaning, and there was nothing wrong with it at all. You. Zissou's body trembled, she put her hands on her chest and took half a step back, her face turned purple, as if something had stabbed her heart hard. Looking at the man in front of her, Zissou's eyes were full of disappointment. In his opinion, no matter whether it is himself, his mother, or even anyone in this world, they are all pawns. Chu Yan, who was standing aside, fully understood at this moment, and looked at Zissou with pity. This girl's life has always been spent in hurt and despair. God, the two of you are not acting again, will we be fooled for the second time? Bo Wang spoke, his voice was ice-like. Before Chu Yan went to the land of no wish, you were still breaking through the invincible realm in the setting sun canyon, that is to say, at that time you were only at the Taoist realm. It is impossible to go to the land of no wish with such a cultivation base, what arrangement? Besides, you don't know anything about Qingyin at all. How do you know that Godslayer Spear, Wenchang Pagoda, and Wuji Shansua, plus that four-pillar array, can deal with Qingyin? Don't you think there are many loopholes in this game? Hearing these words, Tian still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care. Senior Baoang, my layout is not something everyone can understand. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so I'll just talk about it casually. The smile on Tian's face was extremely bright, as if he had found something interesting. At this time, he didn't even look at Zissou anymore, but looked at Chu Yan excitedly, and said. Starting from the Tianyu demon, or Chang Tianhe, Chu Yan will definitely go to the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra, and then Qingyin will definitely help, and it must be the secret skill of the Sword of Will. These are not difficult speculate. However, when that sword went down, it killed 50% of the willpower of the heavenly jade demon. What does this mean? It means that Qingyin's skill has not recovered at all. And according to Chu Yan's cultivation base, the peak of the Taoist realm, all the power of the soul is exactly 50%. That is to say, Qingyin's blessing is based on the cultivation level of his master, that is, Chu Yan. How easy is this to calculate? #C3795 Bureau. At this time, the attention of Chu Yan and the others were all attracted by heaven. It has to be said that Tian's actions this day are more insidious and calculating than Bo Wang and King Ming estimated. That is to say, he has planned from the very beginning, even things like Tian Yuma and Chang Tianhe are his mid-game preparations for the next round. Good one of the Fort Songzhu. At this time, Chu Yan could probably feel it. Among the four great masters, Wu is good at treasures, Emperor Yuan is good at attacking, Zhou is good at saving his life, and this Tian is of course good at calculating. The four heavenly masters really show their abilities, and none of them is simple. Isn't it surprising? Ha ha ha. I can only say that you are too tender. There are so many fairy tales in this world, in my opinion, there are only cruelty and life and death. If you can see through this, Chu Yan, maybe you are really qualified to be my opponent. Having said that, he looked at Bo Wang in a blink of an eye, his face darkened, and he said. So, you may not believe it, but let me tell you, I know Qingyin better than you. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Chu Yan, Bo Wang and King Ming all changed. Chu Yan, without Qingyin, you can't get into my eyes at all now. Even if you practice Wu and Yuanhuang's whole cards to the peak, it's just repeating their path, but since I was reborn once, do you think I'm still afraid? So, for my goal, for the sake of banning the green seal, even sacrificing Zissou is worth it. His tone was indifferent, without any fluctuation, except for Zissou, who was not far away. His already trembling body trembled even more at this time. His face was completely pale, without any expression and color, like ashes, lifeless. God. You're beautiful. But no matter how you explain it, with your cultivation base at the Taoist realm at that time, it's simply not impossible to enter the land of no wish. Bo Wang, who was halfway through speaking, suddenly changed his face, his pupils constricted violently, and then he looked up to the sky, instantly unable to believe it. Ha ha ha, not bad, as expected of an existence that has lived for thousands of years, it's not too stupid. Heaven saw Boang's expression. Suddenly laughed wildly. At the peak of the Taoist realm, it is impossible to enter the land of no wish, but there is one person who can. My God. Although Wan Rongtian only has the peak strength of the invincible realm, and it is difficult for him to enter the depths of the unwilling land, he is different. Because this land of 10,000 sources is his home, his backyard. Wan Rongtian has lived in the land of myriad origins since ancient times, and his familiarity and understanding of this place far exceeds that of any other person. One can even boldly speculate that Wan Rongtian has been to every corner of this land of 10,000 origins. After all, during the tens of thousands of years that the land of myriad origins was sealed, he had nothing to do except explore the land of myriad origins. How could it be him? Bo Wang couldn't believe it at all. He had seen Wan Rongtian once before, and he didn't notice anything unusual. Moreover, since ancient times, Wan Rongtian and Heaven have always been at odds. Although they teamed up once during the Battle of the Four Great Lords, last time Wan Rongtian also explained that it was a deal. But now, what is it? Is it still a deal? Your business is endless, so the relationship between the two is not clear. Wan Rongtian, Heaven, you two awakened in reincarnation at the same time. The more Bo Wang thought in this direction, the more he felt something was wrong, and he was a little dazed. I don't know what to eat. Seeing Boang's expression, Tian sneered. So what if he has lived for 10,000 years, he is still the same old antique and stubborn? It's just interests, this continent, this world of martial arts, what else is there besides these two words? Wan Rongtian is at odds with me, why can't it be because of interests? Since it is interests, then everything can be changed. And it's very good change. So, he can only join hands with me. You should have heard of his character and experience. He can attack his own people. He and I are of the same kind. I really don't understand, what are you guys wondering about? There is a smile on the face of the sky, which is extremely bright. Let me tell you the truth, if I didn't join hands with Wan Rongtian, it would be impossible for me to ban Qingyin with my strength. This sentence is absolutely true, without any water. For today's day, there is no need to tell lies, because these people on the opposite side no longer have any threats. Moreover, saying these things now is also a kind of calculation, a kind of deterrence. The price paid this time is not small, it's easy to say, but the price they paid for killing God's Spear, Wencheng Tower and Wuji Shensuo, in order to move these three, plus the four-pillar formation, can they pay a small price? Especially Wan Rongtian, when he moved the four-pillar formation, he almost confessed himself to being in the four-pillar formation. Moreover, If these 4 statues did not target Qingyin in the end, then all the huge price they paid would be in vain, and it would be of no value at all. The strong are like this, dare to do and dare to bet. According to their calculations, only when the 4 gods act at the same time can they have a chance to ban the green seal. One of them is indispensable. This is a huge gamble. If you win, you will have everything. If you lose, you will pay a huge price. Now, the bet is won, and the bet is won. So Heaven is very happy now, otherwise he would not have come here from all the way to have a good chat with the 3 of Chu Yan. After all, even if my calculation is successful, I don't want to expose it so that future generations can follow. By the way, I'm here this time mainly to tell you 2 things. At this moment, Tian seems to have found the feeling of the ancient times, and the smile on the whole face has reached its peak state. It is so warm that it can almost be used as a scorching sun. The alliance between Wan Rongtian and I is very strong, and it will end when someone breaks through to the dominant realm. Besides, speaking of this, the sky stopped, and a large white light exploded with a wave of his hand, revealing a picture scroll. In the picture, there was a rumbling sound of anger, and the 3 of Chu Yan looked at it at the same time. I saw a small world in the picture. The mountains, rivers, forests, and oceans are all changing. All kinds of visions appear at the same time, stirring up a large area of violent riots. The moment Chu Yan saw this picture, his face froze. Is it familiar? Tian smiled brightly. This place, in the middle area of the land of 10,000 origins, seems to be called the Breath of the Gods. Wan Rongtian and the invincible realm of this force are working together to decorate this place well. At that time, the rules of this place will be more interesting. In the invincible realm, the power of rules is not only used for combat, but of course it can also be used as domains and boundaries. It is difficult for one person to change the rules of the world, but when there are many people, it is no problem to change them in a short time. At this time, Chu Yan saw in the picture, figures flying across the sky, flying towards the breath of the gods from afar. Among them are the Taoist ancestors of the 8 Desolation, the Taoist ancestor of Ling Tian, and the figure of the Taoist ancestor of Xiutian. #C3796 New Rules. Wan Rongtian hangs in the sky, holding a big knife, cutting the sky and cutting the sun, constantly modifying the rules of the world. The change of the rules, Chu Yan entered the breath of the gods, and immediately wiped out. This is the iron law, and all other rules take precedence. The change of the rules, those who possess the quality of the eternal holy body, will be directly obliterated. The change of the rules, the breath of the gods, is opened once a year. Changes in the rules. Let's all sue. The rules are established. One sentence is uttered, like the Sanskrit sound of heaven and earth, resounding through heaven and earth. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of those present and the surrounding powerhouses at the same time. Wan Yuantian's rule modification was mainly aimed at Chu Yan. What's going on? Xiutian Taoist ancestor and the others all had a sudden change of expression, with expressions of disbelief. How could Wan Rongtian set such a rule? In this way, as long as Chu Yan steps into the breath of the gods, he will be obliterated by the rules of heaven and earth in an instant, and there is no way to break through. The next moment, heaven in front of Chu Yan smiled and waved his hand, erasing all the pictures. See. This is just the beginning, but it's just some rules of heaven and earth, it shouldn't be able to stop you. But you have to think about it clearly. Without the green seal, if you enter the land of 10,000 origins and the breath of the gods again, I, Wan Rongtian and several forces will join forces. Ha ha ha, the whole world has become your enemy. Are you afraid? Of course, your talent is amazing, and you have the inheritance of Wu and Yuan. In a short time everyone will not be able to do anything to you. However, the breath of the gods is opened once a year, at most 10 years. The situation at that time. Think about it. Think about it. Don't worry, I can give you a chance to surrender. At this moment, the sky, with his hands behind his back and his chin slightly raised, is like the Lord of heaven and earth. The three major jade demons have all fallen, and now Chu Yan is qualified to be his subordinate, and it is equivalent to subduing Wu and Xuanhuan, which is also one of his goals. Su Air, take care. Glancing at the sluggish Zisu not far away, Tian waved his hand and turned to leave. Asshole. The faces of King Ming and Bo Wang were ashen. Song, so calculating. Chu Yan took a deep breath, clenched his fists lightly, his eyes were cold. It has only been more than a year since he appeared in reincarnation, but he has made repeated arrangements, causing himself huge troubles every time. Now, he even gave away his strongest hole card, which directly cut off his way to break through the Zhangzhou realm. It is worthy of being one of the Fourth Zhangzhou, which triggered the existence of the Battle of the Fourth Zhangzhou. Until now, Chu Yan finally knew the viciousness of these Zhangzhou. Suddenly, Chu Yan's soul trembled suddenly, as if an épée slashed down fiercely, directly hitting his soul. The next moment, the feeling of incomparable pain hit like a tide. It directly made him scream in pain. Boom! 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 The sound of the chi storm in the body exploded continuously, like a riot in heaven and earth. At this time, Chu Yan had traumas both inside and outside the body, and the bloody mouths burst and blood overflowed. The whole body's breath plummeted instantly, and the whole person became weak. Not good. Bo Wang looked at Chu Yan, and his expression changed drastically. Qingyin is connected with Chu Yan's spirit and soul, and their natal origins are of the same origin. Unfortunately, this great change has also caused great harm to Chu Yan. The next moment, without any hesitation, Bo Wang directly mobilized the original power of Kunlun Xianshan, and crazily poured it into Chu Yan's body. 9 domains reaching heaven technique. King Ming's reaction was extremely fast, almost at the same time as Bo Wang. The power of the stars in the 9 regions star map gathered into a tidal wave, rushing to all parts of Chu Yan's body, nourishing his physical body. The big thing is not good, Chu Yan has been hit hard, come quickly. Bo Wang saw King Ming make a move, so he quickly took the time to send out his thoughts. Chu Yan is like this now. If there is another trick in that day, or if he goes back and forth, the 2 spirit bodies can't stop him at all. Chu Yan. Zisu, who had been stunned by the side, rushed up suddenly at this moment, hugged Chu Yan, tears burst into tears, and the whole person cried into tears. My heart was full of self-blame and pain, and my eyes were as red as blood. After a few breaths, Chu Yan's roar gradually calmed down, and he fainted in Zisu's arms. At this time, his internal injuries were temporarily suppressed by King Ming and Bo Wang, but they didn't get better. Strictly speaking, if Qingyin didn't recover, his soul and body couldn't recover as before. Chu Yan. Zisu looked at Chu Yan in her arms with a bloodless face, her sea of consciousness was blank. Call out. Bo Wang's figure appeared in front of him in a flash, and he sighed, don't cry, he's just injured, he'll be fine after a while. Hearing this, Zisu suppressed tears, but the tears in her eyes were uncontrollable and kept rolling down. Bo Wang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. King Ming appeared, stood beside him, and shook his head at him. Chu Yan was only injured physically and spiritually. Although he could not recover to the peak, he could still recover more than half of it. However, this was all physical injury. And the little girl in front of her, the wound in her heart, is the one that hurts and hates the most. Killing. Punishment. It was completely beyond normal for a father to do such a cruel thing to his daughter. Even spirit bodies like Bo Wang and King Ming couldn't bear it. Half an hour later, on the edge of the distant sky, there was a sound of breaking through the sky. Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and the others, with anxious expressions on their faces, pushed their speed to the extreme all the way, tearing apart the void that penetrated the sky and the earth, and arrived quickly. You go back to Kunlun Mountain with us, Chu Yan may need to recover for a while. Bo Wang said to Zhisu. No. Zhisu put down Chu Yan gently, got up slowly, raised her hand to wipe away the tears in her eyes, and just stood there quietly, looking at Chu Yan in front of her all the time. I want to accomplish what I should do. That's what I promised Chu Yan. When I rest my mother's soul in peace, I will kill myself. Hearing this, Bo Wang and King Ming were taken aback, and just about to say something, Zhisu turned around and disappeared. Next, Yu Linglong and the others protected Chu Yan, and hurried back to Kunlun Mountain without caring about anything. At this time, they did not see a lonely figure walking towards the depths of the battlefield step by step, just like the background that Empress Shantian saw when she awakened her first reincarnation, walking towards Xiefeng step by step. 2 days later, Zhisu found a treasure in the depths of the secret realm, and found many treasures, but began to sit cross-legged to recover. This time she suffered quite a bit of trauma, but she knew that this physical body belonged to Sister Shantian, and she was just borrowing it. If you borrow it, it must be in good condition when you return it. While cultivating and recovering, he took the soul-releasing bell and the bell pendant at the same time, copied it with both hands, and began to fuse the soul-releasing bell, and integrated the bell pendant into the soul-releasing bell. Soon, a faint spiritual aura fluctuated, filling the entire secret realm. Zhigung began to fuse the soul-releasing bell, and also integrated a black crystal jade into the soul-releasing bell. Soon, an illusory figure flew out of the soul-release bell and appeared in front of Zhisu. Mother! Mother! At this moment, Zhisu's tears burst again. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C379713 song. The woman in front of her had clear and bright eyes, and when she looked at Zhisu, her eyes were full of tenderness. Mom, I have a lot to tell you. Raising her hand to wipe away the tears all over her face, Zhisu looked like a very wrong child. I was reincarnated. I met Sister Shantian and Chu Yan. Sister Shantian is so powerful. Her self-created reincarnation skill can reincarnate a soul like me in the first life. She is still the best in the world. That Chu Yan, I was very dumb. Before me, he pushed me away, but his talent is so powerful. There are two Tsangzhi reincarnation inheritance, more talented than me, just don't like to talk, but after we got used to it, we walked a lot of things. For a short period of time, Zhisu talked for a long time. Even the monster meat that Chu Yan roasted and some small animals she saw, Zhisu also told her mother very carefully. However, during the whole process, even if she continued to speak for most of the day, there was not a single word about the Father Heaven. Mother, Zhisu is leaving. The sky was getting dark. Zhisu glanced outside, then at the phantom in front of her eyes, and finally said with some reluctance. You still have an incomplete soul, but I believe that the reincarnation of heaven will definitely allow you to be reincarnated, and I will be your daughter at that time. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Zhisu was very serious when she said this. After watching for another 10 breaths, Zhisu struggled to form a seal with both hands, pressed a seal, and patted the soul phantom in front of him. The Dharma seal entered the soul, and the phantom of the soul began to dissipate like light smoke, releasing a faint soul light, shining a faint light on the entire cave. It seemed that this was the best she could do, and she wanted to use that little bit of warmth to make the daughter in front of her feel warm. Zhisu closed her eyes, tears rolled down again unstoppably, the surrounding wind surged, sweeping across her face and her body, as if blowing in the deepest part of her heart. In the next breath, a faint wave of spirit and soul overflowed from Empress Xuanhuan's body, and fireflies like a little bit of starlight were swimming around in this empty world, as if they were looking for something, but finally dissipated. Zhisu's soul is slowly overflowing from the body, leaving the sea of consciousness, like a rootless apple, a soul without an abyss, constantly disappearing in this world. Sister Shantian, and, Chu Yan, it's great to have you. I'm sorry. It's all Zisu's fault. It hurt you. In the next life, I will definitely be like a cow and a horse, and try to pay back everything. I wish you, as well as Sister Lin Meng and Sister Ling Long, 100 years of happy, together, always, happy. Looking up at the sky, a wisp of willpower escaped from the sea of consciousness and turned into a vow of the might of God, or a prayer of the might of God, echoing in the sky and the earth. Above the endless sky, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded, as if it was responding to something. Please bless Chu Yan, he must get better. The last sentence was too late to be uttered, it just sounded in the sea of consciousness, and it continued to echo for a long time. The moon sets and the stars sink. This night's night, lightless. Kunlun Fairy Mountain, Zijin Lake. At this time, Yu Linglong, Lin Meng and others, according to the big formation informed by Bo Wang and King Ming, were separated outside a giant 8 diagrams formation. On the core of the gossip formation, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed and his brows furrowed tightly, the breath in his body was weak, and the wounds on his body were recovering. It is easy to recover from the physical injury, but it is extremely troublesome to be injured by the soul. That's why Bo Wang and King Ming set up this big formation, preparing to use the origin of the 9 regions star map and the origin of Kunlun Xianshan to restore Chu Yan's soul injury. Using the source of the 2 great treasures will do great harm to them. But they know that as long as Chu Yan recovers, they can recover, even stronger. At this time, it is not the time for hesitation and reluctance, everything is focused on Chu Yan. Zijin Lake has been blocked, and the entire Kunlun Mountain has also been blocked. The outside world cannot detect the location of Kunlun Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain does not care about what happened to the outside world. The entire God's Domain continent has fallen into a rare period of peace. The forces of all parties are practicing and retreating, and the cultivators of all forces are discussing and exploring the sudden silence, obviously with a trace of tension. There is a kind of tranquility before the rain is about to come, and this tranquility gives people a sense of depression. Sure enough, a few days later, the most terrifying storm in the history of God's Domain continent swept across the entire world in an instant. All the forces and cultivators in the world were shocked by the news, completely insane. A few days ago, the land of 10,000 origins, the battlefield of breath of the gods. The first covenant of the Zhangzhu is over. My God! One of the strong Zhangzhu realm in the ancient times, the master of the 28th domain, the owner of the Wanyuan Palace, the first to break through the Zhangzhu realm and break through to the pinnacle of martial arts. Immediately afterwards, the Jing family of the 7 great ancient families broke through to the Zhangzhu realm, invincible in Duanfeng. Among the 7 ancient families, the skyscraper of the Su family is invincible, breaking through to the Zhangzhu realm. The 7 ancient families, Sun Wanyun of the Sun family, broke through to the Zhangzhu realm. 7 ancient families, Zhoujing of the Zhou family, broke through the Zhangzhu realm. The Order of Heaven in the ancient tomb is invincible, breaking through to the Zhangzhu realm. One of the 13 Dao lineages, the Bahuang Dao patriarch of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, broke through to the Zhangzhu realm. One of the 13 great traditions, the Taoist Tianqin of Pufa sect, broke through to the Zhangzhu realm. One of the 13 avenues, Taoist 9 treasures of Tianqian Digong, broke through to the Zhangzhu realm. One of the top 100 ancient clans, Daoist Ranbao of the spiritual clan, broke through to the Zhangzhu realm. Loose cultivator, Yaoyun is invincible, Beast Emperor is invincible, Tianlu is invincible, Tree Heart is invincible, breakthrough to the Zhangzhu realm. In just a few days, for the first covenant of the Zhangzhu, there were 13 invincibles who broke through to the Zhangzhu realm. When the news spread, the world shook, and all sect forces were blown up. It's terrible. What the hell happened? These 13 invincibles have all broken through to the Zhangzhu realm. Are you kidding me? It's fake. How much is the invincible realm in God's domain continent? Is it so easy to break through the Zhangzhu realm? Impossible. For 10,000 years in the God's domain continent, not one Zhangzhu realm has appeared. Once the land of myriad origins opened, there were 13 Zhangzhu realm all at once. This is ridiculous. Idiot. It's because I haven't been out of the Zhangzhu realm for 10,000 years, so I can get so many at once. Do you know that in the ancient times, every few years there was a Zhangzhu realm enshrined, and God's domain continent has so many years and so many years of invincible savings? How terrifying it is. That means the land of myriad sources has been opened, otherwise, they might still not be able to break through. Ha ha ha, this is the new era. Very good. I heard that the breath of the gods is activated every year, so when we reach the invincible state, can't we break through at any time? It makes sense. I have to practice quickly. I estimate that next year more people will break through to the Zhangzhu realm. That's right. There are ancestors of some powers who are still waiting and watching. In the whole world, there are waves of sound everywhere, and the sky and the earth shake. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3798 The world is in turmoil. The news spread, and the whole world was talking about it, with some old monsters as the main ones. Those god kings, supreme beings, and Taoist masters who have lived for thousands of years, many regretful intestines are green at this time. If they had known that the land of 10,000 origins was so fierce, they would have stopped making waves. If they practiced hard, they might have a chance to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. I'm afraid that the appearance of these 13 Zhangzhu realm will make this world turbulent. Some thousand-year-old antiques have a trace of doubt and sadness in their shining eyes. However, this storm did not last for 2 days, and another major event happened. It was rumored that Emperor Zhou Tian approached Wanrongtian, and after the battle between the two sides, Emperor Zhou Tian was severely wounded and fled in defeat. One of the 4 kanges of that year, Zhou Tiandi was beaten to shame by the newly promoted Kang's Hujian Wanrongtian. In this way, the original position of master is instantly rewritten. Wanrongtian ascended directly to the position of ruler of the world by beating Zhou Tiandi painfully. No one dares to rebel against this title. After all, the appearance of Wanrongshan brought the land of Wanyuan and Wanyuan Palace, and only then did the birth of the 13th Zhangzhu realm. Such a great contribution, plus he beat Zhou Tiandi painfully, so the position of ruler of the world is justified. At the same time, Wanrongtian summoned the world, and he formed an alliance with Tian. The two ancient powerhouses joined hands to advance and retreat together. Whoever is an ally with Chu Yan in this world is an enemy of him. As soon as this order came out, the world shook. 1. The Qing family among the 7 great ancient families, more than a dozen ancient families with 100 strong, plus the 10 unique sects of the highest orthodoxy, declared their submission to Wanrongtian. On the other side, even more shocking news came. The legendary ancient spiritual power, Daojing mountain range also suddenly appeared, and sits in the Sun family. This Dao realm mountain range was born, and his cultivation has directly reached the Zhangzhu realm Dasheng state, and his strength is overwhelming. Moreover, the Sun family immediately announced an alliance with the Jing family to live and die together. This seems to be the beginning. The world's major sects continue to announce various alliances. After the formation of alliances, large and small, they will directly attack. First, the Daojing mountain range was the leader, together with Duanfeng Zhangzhu, Liantian Zhangzhu, and Sun Wanyang. The 3 giants swept across and directly defeated the entire Zhou family. A generation of powerhouses, the previous patriarch of the Zhou family, faced off and fell instantly. The Zhou family had no choice but to submit to the Sun-Jing alliance. As soon as this news came out, some ancient forces and sects also announced their participation. At the same time, the spirit clan on the other side also showed a ferocious face. Led by Lord Qibaotsong, they started a great battle in the second domain to unify the top 100 ancient clans. The Qibaotsongzhu of the Lingzhu is so powerful that there is almost no enemy in his path. Every ancient clan must submit or be slaughtered, and there is absolutely no third result. In just 1.5 days, the spirit race finally completed the great unification. As a result, the entire structure of God's domain continent has undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, the strongest 13 great powers in Xinyu continent, now there are only 2 left, Pufa sect and Tianqian Digong. 99 of the top 100 ancient clans in ancient times were wiped out, and only the spirit clan remained. For a long time, among the 7 ancient families occupying the Daojing mountain range, there are only the last 2, one is Su Wang's family and the other is Sun Zheng's family. Currently, the most powerful force in the entire God's domain continent is of course the alliance between Wanrongshan and Heaven. The second is Sun Zheng's family, and the last is the Kunlun lineage. According to the subdivision of the world's powerhouses, the Kunlun lineage, the Lingzhu, the ancient tomb, the Pufazong, and the Shuang family of the Tianqian Digong are all evenly matched, and there is not much difference. A few days later, the first domain, the Sun family. At this time, the Sun family was full of joy, with lanterns and festoons everywhere, wearing red and green. In the place where the family is located, various rays of light and visions appear in the sky, various treasures and secret realms are opened, and endless mysterious light and immortality envelope all directions. Elders and disciples from other forces, such as the Jing family and the Zhou family, came one after another and entered the Sun family's residence one after another, creating a lively scene. Such a phenomenon of prosperity has not appeared in the Sun family for thousands of years. However, different from the lively atmosphere outside, in the grand meeting hall of the Sun family at this moment, the momentum is dignified. I saw that the old man with white beard and white robe, transformed into the Daojing mountain range, was sitting on the top seat. On the left is the new head of the Sun family, Xuanhuan, and the new head of the Zhou family, and on the right are the new heads of the Jing family, Difeng Songzhu, and Liantian Songzhu. The powerhouses below are all invincible powerhouses of the major forces, as well as suzerain patriarchs, including peerless geniuses like Sun Wanyang, who are also present. This new force is dominated by the Sun-Zhou alliance. There are not many people, about 40 people, and ordinary Taoist realms are not eligible to participate. This matter, that's it. The Daojing mountains opened their mouths, the voice was majestic, and they directly clapped their hands. Fellow Taoist Difeng and I opened the dojo and preached for 10 days. In addition, all the invincible realms will be closed for 3 months under the guidance of the 2 of us. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the audience were all different. Good. Master Difeng Song, Lord Lian Tian Song and Sun Wanyun all nodded. The face of the new head of the Zhou family was also flickering. Looking at the momentum of the Sun family, he could only sigh in his heart. Although he seems to be on the same level as them now, he has no right to speak at all. Basically, the big and small matters are decided by the Sun family, and he just nods at most. In addition, let's talk about the situation on Chu Yan's side. Our attitude must be settled, and we can't delay any longer. In the current situation, we can't stand on the side of Wanrongtian and be hostile to Chu Yan and the others. Instead, we should help them secretly. Daojing Mountain Range continued. This. Liantian Songzhu directly objected, Wanrongshan's combat power is currently the strongest, and with the cooperation of the sky, if nothing happens, the breath of the gods will open next year, and it will definitely break through to Songzhu realm. At that time, the strength of the sky probably surpassed the combat power of the 4 great heavenly masters in ancient times. Who in this world can compete with the enemy? I guess in the future, in God's domain continent, the two of them will be fighting for the position of master. It is only beneficial to make friends with them now, and to be hostile to Chu Yan according to their intentions, so I think we must express our attitude as soon as possible and take action against Chu Yan. In Chu Yan's hands, whether it is the Nine Realms star map, Kunlun Immortal Mountain, or Yuan Wang's things, anyone in this world who does not covet it, whoever can get it, may have the opportunity to participate in the future world domination battle. As soon as these words came out, half of all the strong people in the audience nodded. Now, if it wasn't for the Kunlun Immortal Mountain to block it, Wan Rongtian and Heaven might have already broken through the Kunlun lineage. The strength was too disparate, and Chu Yan had no chance at all. Moreover, according to Heaven rumors, that Chu Yan is now severely injured, and there is no possibility of recovery at all. If this is the case, it means that the Kunlun lineage has no backbone. Although there is a Bahuang Songzhu who has just broken through, after all, there is only one, which is not enough for Kunlun to gain a foothold. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3799 test. The situation of Chu Yan has been investigated by all major new forces, and the situation is similar to what Heaven said. Although they did not find Chu Yan, the Kunlun lineage has recently completely closed the mountain and does not communicate with any outside world, and does not even participate in what happens outside. In such a changing new era, with Chu Yan and Empress Shantian, the two most capable beings who can make troubles, there is no movement at all. This basically shows that the rumors of Heaven are true. Senior, you are our leader now. Your decision should not be too hasty, let alone have personal emotional factors, such as the relationship between your apprentice and Chu Yan. Even the heavenly Songzhu is in the Songzhu realm. At present, among the two alliances of Sun and Zhou, he is one of the three Songzhu realm powerhouses. Therefore, of course, he is dissatisfied with the position of the leader of the Daojing Mountain Range, especially if the Daojing Mountain Range says to help Chu Yan. It is not in line with his wishes. Daojing Mountain Range heard this, but did not speak, and turned to look at Sun Wanyang. At this time, her eyes were indifferent, and she didn't look at other people in the hall at all, as if all this had nothing to do with her. However, Lord Lian Tiansong didn't intend to stop. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a shout. Lian Tian, don't say any more. I believe that Senior Daojing Mountain Range made this decision for our alliance's consideration. The person who spoke was of course Difeng Songzhu. Hearing this, even the heavenly Songzhu still refused to accept, and said, Seventh sister, if we help Chu Yan, what good will it do us? Wan Rongtian offered many benefits. Difeng Wudi shook his head, and said softly, Lian Tian, let me ask you 3 questions. First, do you think our alliance will have the strength to compete with Wan Rongshan in the future? Secondly, the goals of Wan Rongshan and Heaven are both the Dominator realm. Do you think anyone in our alliance has the hope of breaking through the Dominator realm? Third, apart from Wan Rongshan and Heaven, who in this world has the hope of breaking through to the Domination realm? As soon as these 3 questions were uttered, Lian Tian's face froze instantly. Seventh sister, what do you mean? To be able to break through to Songzhu realm, Lian Tian is certainly not a fool, and instantly understood what Difeng Songzhu meant. Good. After lightly nodding, Lord Difeng Song turned around, looked at the big men in the hall, and said. Everyone, I don't know how powerful the dominant realm is, but Senior Tong Tian has seen it before. So, if Wan Rongtian or Heaven breaks through to the dominant realm, then this world is settled. Hearing this, the powerhouses present all nodded their heads. Both Wan Rongshan and Heaven are strong men who have already been in the Songzhu realm since ancient times. They wake up after sleeping for thousands of years, and their goal cannot be just the Songzhu realm. If that's the case, why wait tens of thousands of years? So, as long as you think about it casually, they may have found a way to break through to the Dominator realm. Otherwise, how could Wan Rongtian be so generous and directly open the land of Wan Yuan, so that 13 Kangjus were born in the world at once? Sit on an equal footing with yourself. There are such fools. You don't have to worry. I calculated with the seniors in the Dao realm that once someone from Tianhe Wan Rongshan breaks through to the dominance realm, they will definitely turn from alliances to enemies. This is not a bad thing for us, including Tianxia Qiangzong. Also, you must be clear about one thing. It is impossible for our Sun Zhou alliance to compete for the position of ruler of the world. Everyone must know this. So our goal is to survive and develop in this troubled world. Speaking of which, everyone should understand that only Chu Yan and Empress Xian Tian are the only ones who can compete with Wan Rongtian and Heaven for the position of dominance in this world. People are all from the Kunlun lineage, and the relationship is extremely close. It is impossible for Wan Rongtian and Tian to turn against each other. Even if we take a step back, Chu Yan can't suppress Wan Rongtian and Tian, so he should be able to reach a balanced state. At this time, he is at the most difficult and low point, and now is the opportunity to send carbon in the snow. As long as let him owe me a huge favor, that would be the best. Taking a step back, even if Chu Yan can't do it, or falls, then we can change our plan in time. After these words were finished, all the bigwigs present raised their eyebrows together and thought to themselves. Of course, if there are people present who have made up their minds to take refuge in Wanrong Tian Heshan and become eagles and dogs forever, they can think about the fate of the ancient taboo and Tianyu demon, and they can leave now. When he said this, Ling Guang shot out from the eyes of Emperor Feng Songzhu, sweeping the entire audience with the coercion of Songzhu realm. Leave? Is it possible? I am afraid that as long as someone dares to take a step out of this hall, they will immediately die. Ally. The Zhou family's 10,000-year foundation cannot be destroyed in her hands, that's why they formed an alliance with the Sun family. If Wanrong Tian or Tian ascended to rule the world, she would naturally bow her head, no matter if it was a servant or a dog, as long as it could continue the blood of the family, it would be considered the last way. But now, she still has to work hard. Because there is still a chance now. It seems that a man named Chu Yan is still alive. Senior Dao Realm, I was wrong. Don't blame me. Lian Tiansong bowed his hands in salute and apologized bitterly. Diffing Wudi is her seventh sister, and now she is fully supporting Daojing mountain range, so naturally he will not disobey. It doesn't matter, it's just that you don't understand Wanrongshan and Heaven. Daojing mountain range didn't take it seriously, and shook his head with a sad look on his face. Well, let's take this opportunity to tell you about Wan Rongtian and Tian's past and character, otherwise you may not accept it. When you get to know the real them, you should make the right choice. Next, the dense array of the main hall was continuously activated, and the entire meeting hall was completely isolated. The discussions continued, and various plans and layouts continued to be released. Almost at the same time, the Tianxian Digong and the Pufa sect were all in the process of deploying secret merchants. Taoist Nine Treasures is the patriarch of the profound Sky Palace. If the breath of the gods had not been activated, no one in this world would know that there is such a terrifying existence in the profound Sky Palace. In the hall, all the bigwigs and geniuses gathered together. Except for Wanrongshan and Tian, Sun Zhou's family, Su Wang's family, and the spiritual clan have basically sent news that they hope to join hands with my palace. An invincible realm below opened his mouth to continuously report the information of the jade talisman in his hand, including the strength of the forces of all parties, and the conditions for opening it. The strong men in the temple were all whispering in secret, discussing carefully, some looked happy and some were worried. One word from you, one word from me, from small whispers to quarrels, the whole hall quickly became a vegetable market. The Tianxian Digong has had such a good atmosphere for so many years. Stop fighting. Taoist Nine Treasures had a headache and shouted. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3800 situation. With the roar of Taoist 9 treasures, the main hall of the vegetable market in Tianqian Digong was instantly quiet. Our Tianqian Digong has never participated in continental disputes for so many years, and it is the same now. We continue to remain neutral, and we will not participate over there. Hearing this, some bigwigs in the palace frowned slightly. The current situation is not like before. In the past, Tianqian Digong was the most powerful force in the world, rich and powerful, not afraid of any opponents. But now it's different. Wan Rongtian and Tian Heshan were born, changing the pattern of the world. At this time, the Tianqian Digong is like a big piece of fat. If we still follow the previous principles, I am afraid that it will be difficult to be neutral or even protect ourselves. Remember, the new era has come, that's right. But no matter what, we will not be the pawns of either side. Continue to maintain our way of life in Tianqian Digong, at least we can guarantee the continuation of the family blood. Don't think about fighting for hegemony and keeping the false name of number 1 in the world. This kind of thinking is very dangerous. When these words came out, they immediately won the nods of approval from most of the bigwigs in the hall. The reason why their Tiangsuandi palace has been strong for thousands of years is that they do not participate in the conflicts in the mainland, the family blood keeps spreading, and the money is increasing, enough to train the next generation of geniuses. Such a prosperous world, of course, everyone needs to continue to maintain it. On the other hand, the Pufa sect is also planning. Pindao thinks that the world is in a catastrophe, so we have to do something. Let the world respect the Tao, spread Taoism and supernatural powers, and benefit the world. That's not necessarily true. Benjamin feels that Wan Rongtian and heaven will become the masters when they come back to the world. This cannot be changed. Compared with them, my Pufa sect exists like ants. It is better to belong to their sect and ride the wind. Wouldn't it be nice to get up? A Taoist, a real person, and a poor Taoist are constantly arguing in the hall, and no one agrees with the other. In the end, Taoist Tianqin had to speak. The things you said are all unacceptable. The world is in chaos. If you stand in line and stretch your head randomly, there will be great disasters. In my opinion, according to the law of Tianqian and Digong, we are neutral. In addition, the world is in chaos now, all sects are annihilated, and all living beings are confused. At this time, my Dharma school should open the mountain gate widely, and accept the powerful people from all over the world to enter my Taoist gate. Take this opportunity to spread the flames of the Taoist sect all over the land of God's domain. Eternal existence must be the eternal existence of the spirit, and the physical body will eventually decay, immeasurable venerable. When a Taoist name came out, Taoist Tianqin directly settled down, and everyone agreed without any objection. At the same time, whether it is the spirit race or the ancient tomb, Wang Su's family is negotiating urgently, hoping to make a plan as soon as possible to deal with the coming troubled times. Most of the forces and powerhouses still lean towards the Wanrongshan lineage. For Chu Yan, a plan has been made. Sunset Cloud Valley, the main hall of the Demon Emperor city. Yaoyun Wudi broke through to Tsangzhu realm. Finally someone could sit on the 3 thrones of Demon Emperor City Lord Hall. Haisha, the supreme demon god, the beast emperor invincible, the lord of the Demon Emperor City, and others sat on both sides. At this time, the status gap has widened. Lord Yayankang held a glass of high-quality blood spirit wine, looked at the people below, and said with a sneer. First Chang Tianhe, followed by Empress Shantian, so that the Lord can't fuse the golden body. Haisha, what's the result of your good ideas now? Boom. With a muffled sound, Lord Yaoyun Tsang slapped the armrest of the demon god's throne with his palm, making a loud resounding sound. The demon power on his body swept across the entire hall. At this time, the auras of Xie, the supreme demon god and others were swept away by the demon power of the Cangzhu realm, and instantly turned into dust. Under the disparity in strength, it is like the difference between heaven and earth, mountains and ants. Master Yao Yun, of course, this kind of result is not what I and everyone hoped for, but as long as we can find Empress Shantian, we can trust our plan. Xie smiled and spoke softly, but before he could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Lord Yao Yun's song. Shut up. After drinking this sound, the supreme demon god's eyes burst into flames, and he was about to speak, but he glanced at Xie, thought for a long time, and finally held back. Ever since the master appeared, the master has been making arrangements, but every time in the end, there is no result, which makes the supreme demon god somewhat displeased. Could it be that master is getting old? The other bigwigs in the hall, seeing this scene, all lowered their heads, not daring to speak out. In the age of the four great Kanges, when Emperor Wuhun was in power, Xie's status was much higher than theirs, and he was the absolute right-hand man of the Lord. Even before the opening of the Breath of the Gods, Xuanhuan's lineage was still dominated by Xie. But now, the situation has changed. In the current God's domain continent, new forces are constantly rising, but without exception, those who can control these new forces are all strong in the Cangzhu realm. Without the Cangzhu realm, it would be impossible to stand on its own as a sect or a trend, and the foundation would not exist. Xie's face was dark, but he managed to maintain a smile and said, Master Yao Yun, what is your opinion? Hearing this, Yao Yun snorted coldly again, with murderous intent overflowing in his eyes. Simple. Things are not that complicated, it's better to be simple and direct. Humph. As long as you can lure Chu Yan out of Kunlun Fairy Mountain, bring him here, and force him to fuse with the golden body, that's fine. Hearing this, Xie's face darkened instantly, and he shouted directly. Bold. Do you dare to attack the Lord? Do you want to disobey the Lord? The master is the master, and the servant is the servant. Even if Yao Yun and some of the bosses present are stronger than Chu Yan in terms of strength, but their bodies are different, this point can never be changed. Using a servant's body to attack a master is disobedience, and it will always be taboo in the God's domain continent and in the world of martial arts. Xie, what time is it now? You're still so old and stubborn. If it wasn't for you, if the Lord merged with the golden body before Wan Rongshan broke through, what would happen? Anyway, I did this for the sake of the Lord, and the Lord will naturally understand in the future, and will never blame me. Having said that, Yao Yun Wudi sneered, and then said. And Chu Yan is now not the real master. As soon as these words came out, the audience was startled. Everyone stared at Yao Yun Cangzhu and Xie with flickering eyes. Yeah. Isn't it? According to Chu Yan's current situation, it is true that his identity has been determined, but without the fusion of the golden body, he is not a real immortal god and demon. Strictly speaking, it is a little bit worse. However, everyone at the scene knew that this was just an excuse. The corner of the supreme demon god's mouth twitched, his eyes were ferocious, and finally let out a long breath of sulking. Instead of speaking, he looked at other people and nodded heavily. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone in the hall, and their eyes flashed. Of course, they all know that the meaning of the supreme demon god's nod is not to say that he really does not recognize Chu Yan's identity, but to say that he approves of Yao Yun Cangzhu's plan. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3801, Chapter 3801. Chapter 3801. Sunset Canyon, Secret Cave. Under the surge of spiritual energy, there was a humming and trembling sound in Empress Xuanhuan's body, as if some kind of power was awakening. Finally, after half an hour, Empress Xuanhuan's aura changed completely, and a pair of eyes slowly opened. The snow-colored pupils were full of doubts and absent-mindedness, with a hint of bewilderment. This is Sunset Canyon. The spiritual consciousness is swept out in an instant, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, and it is easy to detect the region and environment. However, the sea of consciousness is empty, without any memory. Isn't it in the land of 10,000 sources? Why did he suddenly come to Sunset Canyon? Suddenly, Empress Xiantian was stunned, and lightly raised her jade hand to caress her face. A touch of coolness slipped down her face, and a little dampness was obviously felt under the tentacles. This is tears. I actually shed tears? Empress Xiantian was really a little sluggish this time. Since she practiced martial arts, she has gone through many hardships and life and death. Even if she was seriously injured and dying, she never shed a single tear. So what happened? Empress Xiantian instinctively felt that something was wrong, but the sea of consciousness was empty, and there was no memory of the period from the land of 10,000 origins to the Sunset Canyon. Reincarnation Myriad Soul Art, Qi. Xiantian is Xiantian. Not long ago, he was the #1 lord of the Divine Realm continent. What a talent! Without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the reincarnation 10,000 soul art, and began to reverse the shape of time, chasing time, space, and time, and can also detect what happened during this period of time without memory. Soon, a picture appeared in Empress Xuanhuan's sea of consciousness. It was a snow shadow, with a sunny smile on her face. That's me. How could I? Before Empress Xiantian was stunned, another figure appeared, which was Chu Yan. The two held hands and walked together in the depths of the land of 10,000 origins. At this moment, Empress Xiantian blushed inexplicably, especially when she saw her physical body. She took the initiative to take off her clothes and lean towards Chu Yan. But in the next scene, the fool Chu Yan actually pushed himself away. Immediately afterwards, the picture continued to change, releasing the soul bell. Chu Yan was seriously injured, and Xie had killed herself. When the picture appeared in front of Empress Xiantian, her body began to tremble. Tushanlins, Wenchang Tower, Jiuxiao, the three great treasures teamed up to severely damage Chu Yan. Xiaomei frowned. The temperature in the entire cave began to drop continuously, and pieces of ice crystals completely sealed the surrounding cave walls. Angry, heartbroken like a knife. Sky. At this moment, Empress Xiantian had a blood-red color in her eyes, which was extremely murderous. Since she practiced martial arts, she has killed countless cultivators, but she has never hated a person so much. All anger. The berserk aura rushed out from all directions, sweeping across the entire Sunset Canyon. Countless big monsters, pale from fright, scattered and fled in all directions. Heaven, one of the 4 great lords of heaven, used Yueying Wutian as a pawn, and even tore down his soul after death, and used his daughter as a pawn to punish his heart and make him die. People. How could it be so bad? Even if it was Empress Xiantian, whose state of mind was like ice, it took an entire hour to suppress the anger in her heart. After that, she took out the jade talisman of communication and began to contact Yu Linglong and Lin Meng, but as soon as she took it out, she saw that the jade talisman of communication was full of various urgent messages. With a sweep of consciousness, Empress Xuantian's eyes tightened instantly. In just a short period of time, God's domain continent has undergone tremendous changes. You don't need to ask at all, you know what kind of environment and situation Chu Yan is in now, and Kunlun Xianshan is still closed. Chu Yan. A pair of jade hands clenched tightly. Empress Xuantian's face was solemn. Such a situation is extremely unfavorable to Chu Yan and Kunlun's lineage, and Chu Yan's green seal is banned. Of course she knows the role of Qingyin. Apart from Qingyin, Chu Yan only has some inheritances from Emperor Yuan and Emperor Wu Tiandi. Wan Rongtian and Tian are very clear about these things, so they can naturally deal with them calmly. Now Chu Yan, if he wants to win them, the biggest reliance is Qingyin. My first life, killed you again. Empress Shantian remembered that the last time it was because of herself, Chu Yan exposed her two trump cards of Emperor Wu Tian and Emperor Yuan to the world, and this time it was because of herself again that she fell into a huge predicament. Even her body began to tremble in self-blame. No, it must be changed. A powerful aura gushed out from Empress Shantian, shaking the air in all directions. But from there, next year, the breath of the gods will be opened again, and the Zhangzhu realm will be achieved. What she is practicing now is reincarnation thousand soul kung fu, which is her own self-created technique. Even if she breaks through to the Zhangzhu realm, she may not be able to fight against the giants Wanrongtian and Heaven in the ancient times. Gap. After all, it took tens of thousands of years for these two giants to cultivate, but how long did she have? Less than 1,000 years. In this case, she can help Chu Yan, too little. If you want to help Chu Yan, you can only be effective if you become stronger, if you are strong enough to compete with Wanrongtian and Heaven. How to become stronger? With her current cultivation level, it is as difficult as reaching the sky if she wants to improve her strength. In addition to the breath of the gods, is there anything else that can make her stronger in this God's domain continent? Before the appearance of the land of 10,000 origins, the Tao ancestors of various forces searched for opportunities for tens of thousands of years, but they did not gain anything at all. So for the current Empress Shantian, even if she has determination and perseverance, there is darkness in front of her eyes, and she can't see hope and direction at all. In the end, I found that I still can't do anything. At this moment, Empress Shantian was completely silent, and the surrounding space became silent. Etc. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across Empress Xuanhuan's sea of consciousness. When I met Wanrongtian before, he seemed to have said some secrets about the era of the fourth Zhangzhu. Back then, the three major Zhangzhu entered the depths of the upper source of the land of 10,000 origins and discovered the 10,000 origin pagoda. I still don't know what happened to the 10,000 origin pagoda. Empress Shantian has never forgotten this secret of 10,000 years ago. What did Tian and Wu meet in the land of the source? Since then, the battle of the four great Kangas broke out, and today and the next year, I am afraid that the battle between the four Kangas is just a cover, and Heaven and Wu have their own plans and secrets. Start layout. Decided. Empress Shantian stood up abruptly, her breath restrained to the extreme in an instant. At this moment, the famous Empress Shantian, who shook the world, is back again. Target, Land of Myriad Sources, Xuanhuan District. In the reincarnation of time just now, she saw the danger of Chu Yan and Zissou walking all the way in the land of Xuanhuan, and how terrifying it was even after reaching the land of no wish. In that case, if Chu Yan still has the Qingyin protection, in comparison, the land of Xuanhuan will only be more terrifying. However, she knew that she had to go. That's enough. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3802 response. Shangguanshan. Even in the ancient times, when martial arts in the gods' domain continent was at its peak, there was an absolute forbidden zone. This restricted area is not aimed at existences like the current martial Tao in the gods' domain continent, but only the invincible realm and the Tao master realm. It's aimed at Zhangzhu realm. So back then, Emperor Wu and Heaven broke into it, and after finding out the existence of Wangyuan Pagoda, they all retreated in defeat. It was also after that the gods' domain continent changed, and the battle of the four great Zhangzhu came. Of course, the so-called Wangyuan Pagoda is not the real name, but because it is the real core of the land of Wangyuan, so both Wu and Tian are called Wangyuan Pagoda. As for its real name, no one knows at all. For the current Empress Shantian, the invincible realm of God's domain continent is invincible at the same level, but for Shangguandi, a place where the Zhangzhou realm can fall is an absolute risk. Of course, the more so, the greater the opportunities and hopes. This hope and opportunity are even more reliable than the breath of the gods. After all, what the breath of the gods can give to Empress Xiantian is not enough for her to achieve her goal. Her goal is to go beyond Wanronshan, to reach the heavenly Zhangzhou realm, and once again become the #1 Zhangzhou in the world. For this goal, she is very clear about the risks and crises she has to bear. If you succeed, you win. If you lose, you die. Without it. On the other side, in the Kunlun Fairy Mountain. On the surface of the Zijin Lake at the foot of the fourth mountain, tumbling dragon veins leaped out of the level roaring and roaring. After traveling in the air for a week, they all rushed into the body of the figure sitting cross-legged on the lake. One after another, the dragon veins entered the body. Chu Yan's body trembled continuously, and finally his body trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, all of Chu Yan's injuries recovered as before. Whether it is physical injury or spiritual trauma, it will be fully recovered. However, Kunlun Fairy Mountain paid a huge price this time. The 39 dragon veins saved by Emperor Wu thousands of years ago were all consumed, leaving only the 3 or 4 smallest ones, barely maintaining the operation of the fourth mountain. Chu Yan. Husband. Not far away, Lin Meng and Yu Linglong were pleasantly surprised, and Chi appeared in front of Chu Yan in a flash. Thank you, everyone. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the women and the big men who had been guarding the lake at the same time, and thanked them. During this period of time, in order to recover from the trauma of the soul, according to the requirements of Bo Wang and King Ming, Chu Yan completely sealed the soul and restored it to its original state. This state is very dangerous. If even an enemy appears, Chu Yan can be completely wiped out with just one knife, and he doesn't even feel it, so he cuts off his vitality directly. There is no absolute safety guarantee for this kind of soul recovery method, and it is impossible to carry out it at all. Therefore, all the top combat forces in the entire Kunlun Xianshan gathered at the Zijin Lake during the period of Chu Yan's recovery. Defend it. Yu Linglong and Lin Meng didn't even blink their eyes for several days and nights. That is, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across the entire Kunlun Mountains, and suddenly found that on the top of the 9th mountain range, there was a majestic Dharma image, and the sound of preaching resounded through the entire mountain range. There are disciples and geniuses from all directions, gathered in the Kunlun Mountains, sitting cross-legged to enlightenment. Various visions of heaven and earth appeared, and Kunlun Fairy Mountain was full of mysteries. After Chu Yan broke through to the invincible state, as soon as he returned to the Kunlun Mountains, all the 9 mountains were opened, and now someone opened an altar on the 9th mountain to preach. That's the Lord of the 8 Desolations. Yu Linglong opened her mouth and said, before the breath of the gods in the land of 10,000 sources was opened, and the ancestor of the 8 Desolation Taoist broke through, now it is the Zhangzhou realm. This sentence immediately changed Chu Yan's expression. During this period of time, many major events have happened. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Yu Linglong carefully told Chu Yan all the things that shook the God's domain continent during this period. After he finished speaking, Chu Yan's face became solemn. Has the situation in God's domain continent deteriorated to this extent? Senior Baoang, my Kunlun Immortal Mountain is now. Before Chu Yan could finish asking, Bo Wang appeared and nodded to Chu Yan. Don't worry, Kunlun Fairy Mountain was conceived at the beginning of the world and connected to the origin of the mainland. No one could break into it in ancient times. After saying this, Chu Yan immediately felt relieved and nodded. Fortunately, there is Kunlun Fairy Mountain, otherwise the current situation would be extremely dangerous. Then Wanronshan and Heaven should also know the strength of Kunlun Xianshan, so after Kunlun Xianshan opened all the Prohibition Array defenses, they didn't come to attack at all. Otherwise, the Kunlun lineage might be extinct now. However, We can't turn this Kunlun fairy mountain into a cage and trap them in it forever. Moreover, Wanrongshan and Heaven probably have related plans for a long time ago, which is aimed at Kunlun Xianshan. At that time, how long will Kunlun Xianshan protect them? Next year, Tian also breaks through to the Zhangzhou realm, and with the addition of other Zhangzhou realms who break through together, there will probably be more. At that time, the two ancient giants will lead a pile of Zhangzhou realm to attack the Kunlun Immortal Mountain. How will they be cracked at that time? For a moment, the immense pressure fell, making Chu Yan's face more and more serious. The situation collapsed. Now, what should we do? Do the two seniors have any suggestions? Chu Yan looked at Baoang and King Ming. These two people also came from the ancient times, and they knew and were familiar with Wanrong and Tian. No matter what, Chu Yan knew that he must not sit still. Moreover, that does not fit Chu Yan's character. In the past few days, King Ming and I have been discussing with Ba Huang. The main issues are two aspects. Baoang didn't talk nonsense, and answered directly. First, when Heaven breaks through the Zhangzhou realm tomorrow, it may be a key node. At that time, the pressure that Kunlun Xianshan will face, I don't know if I can handle it. Second, next year's Breath of the Gods, if you can break through to Zhangzhou realm, maybe we still have a chance. Speaking of this, Bo Wang didn't show excitement, but shook his head helplessly. It's not that he is not optimistic about Chu Yan, and he will not be able to break through in the Breath of the Gods next year, but... My lord, in fact, even if you break through to the Tsang Lord realm next year, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. King Ming's words made all the bosses present bow their heads and shook their heads secretly. This is ugly, but it is the truth. During the period of Chu Yan's recovery, the Breath of the Gods was opened for the first time, and 13 Zhangzhou realms were born. The Breath of the Gods will be opened next year, and I am afraid there will only be more of them. Those 10,000 years of terror hidden in the depths are probably awakening now, which means that tomorrow's Breath of the Gods must be a group of demons dancing wildly, breaking through the Zhangzhou state. It is possible for the strong to double. At that time, it was the time when Mao Dun and the conflict really broke out, so what if there was one more Zhangzhou realm in the Kunlun lineage? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3803 target. My lord, the sky is very arrogant. He said that even if you have cultivated the eternal Eucharist and the immortal God and devil art to the peak of perfection, he doesn't care. When this sentence came out of King Ming's mouth, Chu Yan naturally knew what it meant, and nodded immediately. The whole card has long been a clear card, and in ancient times, Wanrong Tian Heshan was fighting with Wu and Yuanhuang. At that time, Wu Tiandi and Yuanhuang were both at their peak. So, as a result of our discussion, to resolve the crisis, it is not to wait for the Breath of the Gods and bet that there will be more Zhangzhou realm over there, but the land of the upper source. Speaking of this, both Bo Wang and Ming Wang had bitter expressions on their faces. What kind of opportunity and method is this? It is simply a road to death. Even if Wu Tiandi and Heaven stepped into it back then, they almost fell into the land of the upper source, and their minds changed drastically after they came out. The current Chu Yan is only at the invincible realm, isn't that? The land of the source. In Chu Yan's eyes, a flame rushed up and burned. Chu Yan. From all directions, Shoutian Daozu, Linjue Daozu, and others all surrounded him. The Bahuang Zhangzhou stopped preaching, descended from the 9th mountain, and appeared in front of Chu Yan. This sentence is life and death. Seniors, it's time to thank everyone. Congratulations to Master Bahuang for breaking through the Zhangzhou realm. Facing the big brothers, Chu Yan bowed and saluted. Chu Yan, there is no need to be like this between us. Do you understand the current situation in God's domain continent? Lord Bahuangcang asked. After Chu Yan nodded, Lord Bahuangcang continued, no matter what the situation in this world is, I will still support you with all my strength as before, and our Kunlun lineage is the same. In addition, it's not all bad news, at least there is one piece of good news. Huh? Good news? Chu Yan was taken aback. That's right. A few days ago, the Taoist clan came to join our Kunlun lineage. Huang Songzhu laughed. This time, Chu Yan was a little surprised. Speaking of which, the Dao-devouring clan has always had a very bad relationship with themselves because of the relationship with the Qingjia god of war. Under the current situation in the world, they did not seek refuge in Wanrongshan, but instead defected to Kunlun Mountain. Strange. Hehe, I also don't understand. Lord Huangsong smiled wryly, shook his head and said, a few days ago, the Spirit clan unified the top 100 ancient clans, and the Dao-devouring clan died in battle without surrendering, and finally gave up the clan land, and the whole clan fled, and now they are hiding in the 11th domain somewhere. After we got in touch with the invincible powerhouses of the Dao-devouring clan, we found that they were extremely sincere and joined us unconditionally. However, there is still one condition, they need you to promise them one thing in person. Chu Yan personally promised them one thing. What kind of condition is this? Chu Yan, some of us old guys have discussed it, and we all hope that you can go and talk to them. Daozu Xiaotian said. Hear this. Chu Yan nodded, this matter is necessary. It's rare for someone to come to join us in such a crisis. No matter what the request is, it's still necessary to talk. The point is that Chu Yan is also very interested in the thoughts of the Qingjia clan. In addition, we also hope that you can fight for Yuan Wang's department. Huang Songzhu and the others had a gloomy expression on their faces. For the Yuan Wang family, in the last contact, they had discovered that the main goal of Haisha and the Supreme Demon God is to let Chu Yan fuse with Yuan Wang's golden body. This move is like Empress Xuantian's first reincarnation awakening, and it carries great risks. If it weren't for the unfavorable current situation, they would not have mentioned this matter to Chu Yan. After all, those people are all subordinates of Emperor Yuan. Now they are all under the control of Master Yao Yunsong, and they understand somewhat of Master Yao Yunsong's character. It's just that such a force still has a great effect on the current Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Chu Yan. Bo Wang looked solemn, and said, Ming Wang, and I also want to tell you, now it is necessary to fuse Emperor Yuan's golden body. It can quickly improve your strength, and at the same time, it can greatly increase the strength of the Kunlun family. In a short period of time, Wan Rongtian and Tian will have some scruples. Moreover, you are going to the land of the source, which is also a guarantee for you. King Ming also nodded and said, My lord, you have to pay attention now, cultivate the eternal holy body to the peak of consummation in advance, and then fuse it with the golden body, and you should be able to consummate together. At that time, your physical body will be transformed twice, and it should be greatly improved. When Chu Yan heard this, he immediately asked, with a puzzled look on his face. If this is the case, will Emperor Yuan? Before he could finish speaking, Bo Wang and King Ming laughed at the same time, and said, If it was in the past, there might still be a possibility, but now you have not only practiced the 100 Stealing Heart Sutra, but also have the blessing of Qingyin's Sword of Will. I am afraid that Emperor Yuan has no chance. A situation like the Shantian Empress itself is a 1 in a million chance to collide, otherwise it would be impossible. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan immediately understood. Logically speaking, Bo Wang and King Ming were the last to see him merging with the golden body of Emperor Yuan. Since they didn't stop him now, they must be sure. Chu Yan absolutely trusted the two of them. Good. Chu Yan nodded, then turned around and said to Huang Songzhu and others. Seniors, please rest assured, this time I will bring the people over there. Hearing this, Lord Huang and the others breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and a smile appeared on their faces. Whether it is the Kunlun family or the Yuan Wang family, they all have a huge advantage and difference to other forces. That is the inheritance from the ancient times, and it belongs to the same era as Wanrongshan and heaven. And this point, the Bahuang Kangjus believe, is the key basis for competing with Wanrongtian and heaven for dominance. Without this basis, it is impossible. In this regard, most of the forces in the world are self-aware, and few really want to participate in the competition. At this moment, Chu Yan's messenger jade talisman shook. Chu Yan looked down and smiled immediately. What a coincidence, here we come. Haisha's message came, and Chu Yan checked it directly with his spiritual consciousness. Chu Yan, the situation in the world has changed at this time, and my subordinates are willing to come to meet you. Chu Yan was taken aback. Haisha and the others took the initiative to vote. This. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering in his heart. From the time he knew Haisha, Haisha basically addressed him as master, but this time he actually called him by his own name. This thing is a bit strange. Whether Haisha did this out of heart or on purpose, with Haisha's character, it was definitely not unintentional, and something must have happened. Chu Yan pondered for a while, but took back the jade amulet of communication, and did not answer directly. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3804 50%. The situation on Haisha's side is unclear, and Chu Yan needs to observe and wait. Now is not the best time to get in touch. At worst, the excuse that he is still recovering from retreat will be fine. Chu Yan, the patriarch of the Dao Devouring clan, is here again. Lord Bahuang said to Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan was just about to meet the patriarch of the Dao Devouring clan first, when suddenly, his heart suddenly twitched. In the depths of the soul in his body, the blue seal that had been banned for a long time suddenly glowed with a blue light. This. Chu Yan's face was shocked, and his consciousness transformed instantly. What's the situation? Bo Wang and King Ming also sensed the change, and hurried back to the Chu Yan sea of consciousness. Just glanced at it, and before they could see the situation clearly, they felt a monstrous tide coming, swallowing Chu Yan's will completely. Chu Yan's consciousness could only feel a whirl of heaven and earth, and by the time he reacted, his will had already entered a space of nothingness. This world is completely illusory, as if nothing exists, only infinite darkness and nothingness. Chu Yan. A baby-like voice sounded, with a trace of weakness, and at the same time as the blue light emerged, a vague figure appeared in front of Chu Yan. Zhou Xing. You are not banned. Why are you? Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment, full of disbelief. Forbidden, it is impossible to appear, it is similar to a state of sleep. Have you been lied to by the master? Even if you believe it, those two idiots will definitely not think of it. Zhou Xing's small face was full of complacency. In fact, its current state is not very good, so this burst of laughter obviously has a feeling of lack of confidence. Facts are facts, bans are bans. The proud situation he said did not happen. Of course, he was able to run out because there was still a remnant soul in Chu Yan's body. Twice before, Qingyin also felt the existence of that special remnant soul, but at that time he was so arrogant that he didn't care at all. But now, at the time of confinement, he had an idea to leave a back door on that remnant soul, but he also thoroughly discovered the secret of that remnant soul. He never thought that the remnant soul turned out to be. Of course, this cannot be said to Chu Yan. After all, after chatting with the remnant soul for a while, he also thinks that the remnant soul is right. Chu Yan, that. I can only come out this time, so. Thinking of that person, Zhou Xing's face was full of complacency, and he said embarrassingly. Zhou Xing, tell me quickly, is there any way to break the ban? Do you want to find the crystals you mentioned? Chu Yan asked quickly. Those crystals, cough cough, just to pass the boring time, some fun things I found, it doesn't have much effect on my ban. Zhou face. Reddish. Well. Chu Yan was stunned at that moment. Play. The corners of his eyes twitched violently twice, and Chu Yan had the urge to spank the ass of this poor kid from Master Zhou. In such a dangerous place as the land of 10,000 origins, he actually asked himself to help him find toys. Let's tell the truth. I have recognized you as the master. After we are tied together, my strength and your cultivation realm are also bound to death, so if you want to break through this forbidden solid, you can only wait for your cultivation base to break through to the master realm only after that. Having said that, Zhou let out a long sigh. Dominate realm. Chu Yan shook his head suddenly, with a wry smile on his face. Now even Songzhu realm has to wait until next year, not to mention Wanronshan and Heaven, who have worked hard for 10,000 years to dominate the realm. So I ran out this time just to tell you, don't try to help me untie the ban. Having said that, Zhou seemed to have thought of something, and he regained his complacent expression. After all, you are the current owner, so I'd like to be merciful and show you the way. As long as you can do it, you can trample 2 or 3 of those ants from Wanronshan and others to death with one kick. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and said, Please come forward, you give pointers. The title senior is really not suitable for a kid, so Chu Yan changed the title, you. Actually, Chu Yan, what you have now, whether it's the immortal god and devil art, or the eternal holy body, including Kunlun Mountain and the 9 Realms star map, no matter what, it's much better than Wanronshan and Heaven. So, what you lack is not these, but life and death. Those 2 ants have lived for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention that in the ancient times, they started to practice from the bottom, and they practiced all the way to the Songzhu realm at the top of the continent. Including this time, they also started from the bottom, not because you can't directly return to Songzhu realm after awakening, but for life and death experience. So, if you are better than them, you only need to go through as much or half of the life and death experience as them, and it is enough to trample these 2 ants to death. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then his eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded slightly. Seeing Chu Yan nodding, Zhou was even more proud, his little chin almost went up to the sky. I saw him not being able to see Chu Yan's waist-high virtual figure, but with 2 small hands on his back, showing the demeanor of everyone, he opened his mouth and continued to point out. With the current situation in the mainland, Wanrongtian and Heaven are probably also taking advantage of this period of time to improve themselves, so I guess they will choose the land of the upper source as the place of life and death training. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up again, which was almost the same as his previous judgment. The 2 seniors, King Ming and Bo Wang, also suggested that I go to the land of the source. Zhou nodded, and said, That's right. Those 2 old ghosts still know something. With your current cultivation level, if you enter it, the chance of surviving is almost 50%. But as long as you can come out alive, the strength improvement will be quite good. So, let me tell you a secret. About the depths of Xuanhuan, there is a shocking secret. Wanrongtian and Heaven, this time entering Xuanhuan, I am afraid they are also thinking about this. As long as anyone can break this secret, I am afraid that there will be absolutely no problem with the position of ruler of the world. These words once again verified the secret about Wanyuan Pagoda, and Chu Yan's eyes suddenly became hot. But Chu Yan, it's not that I don't like you. With your current situation, I'm afraid you'll be close to death. Huh? Didn't you say 50%? Chu Yan was startled. He said 50% just now, but now he is close to death. As the saying goes, babyface Mayday, change as soon as you say it. The land of the source is dangerous, but this time Chu Yan has recovered, and with the support of Bahuang Songzhu and others, it is still possible in his opinion. Well, Hee, if it was before, 50% would be fine, but now, Tushan, Wencheng, and Jitian are 3 rubbish guys who have angered me. If you feel that you have entered Xuanhuan if it's deep in the land, I'm afraid. Although these 3 garbage guys are garbage, they are absolutely sure to kill someone like Wan Rongtian. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly understood, and frowned slightly. Is there any other way? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3805 time. Zhou Sheng shook his head without even thinking about Chu Yan's question. No. He also wanted an answer to this question, and even thought hard about it for a long time, but had to give up. Walking against the sky like this, how could there be many roads to go? One is already pretty good. Chu Yan took a light breath, not surprised, at least there is still a way to go to the land of the source. Moreover, after Bo Wang, tomorrow, Zhou Sheng's proposal from the 3 too-old antiques, I believe this road is really feasible. After all, the breath of the gods not long ago gave birth to 13 Songzhu realm, and it was only in the land of Zhongyuan. Now, I not only want to go to the land of Zhongyuan, but also to go to the land of Shengyuan, looking for the chance to become the master of the world. This is not without experience and preparation. After all, Chu Yan has not only been to the land of No Wish, but also the deepest part of the land of Zhongyuan. The farthest place. No. I seem to know. Just as Chu Yan was thinking about his plan, his eyes suddenly lit up and looked at Zhou Sheng. Huh. You reacted so quickly. As expected, ahem. Zhou Sheng really didn't expect, that Chu Yan could think of it so quickly. You must know that he only answered 2 words no, absolutely no information at all. Good. Of course there is still a way, but this way. At the beginning, do you remember that when you were in the place of asking, the Dao Devourers were still chasing and killing you, but when your Wu Fa identity was exposed, they immediately changed their attitude. This sentence immediately made Chu Yan's eyes brighter. You mean, they can really, time reshape the ancient times? Chu Yan was stunned. Chu Yan didn't believe this statement at all when the Dao Devouring clan put it forward. Not bad. In fact, this path is the most suitable for you. What I said before is just to test your determination. Zhou Sheng put his hands on his back again, his chin raised high in the demeanor of a master. Reshaping time, going back to the ancient times, and then going to the land of Xuanhuan, Tushan, Wencheng and Jitian will not target you. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. In this way, the problem of a narrow escape is solved, and the state of 50% chance is returned. So, this time, you have to have a good talk with the Dao Devourers, talk seriously, there is no harm. Speaking of this, Zhou Sheng's phantom figure suddenly trembled, appearing a little unstable. By the way, there is one more thing. Remind you, I don't like Wu and Yuan, 2 big ghosts, but Yuan's behavior includes his subordinates. You have to be careful. Those 2 fake bullnosed in 3rd Guatemala last time were those black people. Sha and who is pretending to be. You watch out for them. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face suddenly sank. Haisha and the Supreme Demon God. They even wanted to attack Chang Tianhe. What is the purpose? It is to let myself fuse into the golden body as soon as possible. Okay. That's it. Go to bed first when you're sleepy, and remember to wake me up when you get to the domination realm. After saying a word, Zhou Sheng's illusory figure disintegrated instantly and disappeared into the void of heaven and earth. The gloomy world in front of Chu Yan collapsed instantly, and his spiritual body returned to the sea of consciousness. The first domain, the gate of absolute heaven sect. In the continuous mountain range, bursts of chi explosions exploded, and the terrifying power surged like a boiling tide, and within a few breaths of time, the entire mountain range was completely enveloped. Several hours later, a figure came out from the tide of heaven and earth, and the boiling aura all over his body was like thunder, and the color of the sky and the earth changed. This person is none other than God. Fellow Taoist Rong Tian, please help me get these 5 decree jade Buddhas. Tian laughed. Why don't you go yourself? Wan Rongtian stood not far away, watching him quietly, without any fluctuation in his tone or expression. It's because there is something urgent to deal with. You know, my little brother is still there. I'm living a new life now. Of course I should go and see it. Huh. He's still alive. Over there. Wan Rongtian's expression changed instantly, and he asked anxiously. Haha, it's inconvenient to tell you about this. Back then, there was a bit of a relationship between him and you. Let me tell you, my little brother probably won't survive. Why bother? I have fellow Taoist Lao Rongtian, I will definitely come back next month, and I will leave this place to you. After saying this, Tian laughed and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, in Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Chu Yan, what happened to Qingyin? King Ming, Bo Wang, and the others were extremely anxious. Although they knew it was impossible, there was still a glimmer of hope hanging over them. Even Bahuang Sangju and others looked concerned, looking at Chu Yan, especially Yu Linglong, with anxious expressions. Qingyin just said that the 3 treasures in the land of 10,000 origins, such as God of Slaughter and Wenchang, may attack me and tell me not to step into the land of 10,000 origins. Now I can only reshape time and go back to the ancient times. Road. After saying this, everyone present was startled. Reshape time. Back to ancient times. There is actually such a secret skill on God's domain continent. Both King Ming and Bo Wang's expressions changed, and their eyes flickered together. This is of course a good way. The key is that in the current God's domain continent, is there still time to reshape such means? Chu Yan, this matter is not necessarily, sigh. At this time, the 8 desolate Sangju suddenly let out a long sigh, and his tone was full of disappointment. Actually, we knew a long time ago that the Tao Devourers used this method a long time ago, when there was no land of 10,000 origins. They wanted to use the means of reshaping time to return to the ancient times and break through the Sangju realm. However, very soon few are successful. Of those who are successful, most of them have retreated in cultivation. The original strength of the Tao Devouring clan is extremely strong. It is because a few invincibles are reshaping time, and when they returned to the ancient times, they fell. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. This will fall. And according to the 8 desolate Sangju, the chance of falling is not low. However, when Qingyin mentioned this matter before, he never said anything about it. Well, why don't you meet the people from the Tao Devouring clan and listen to what they have to say? Chu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. All right. Let's go, I'll take you there. The Lord Bahuang Tsang waved his hand, and a large force of rules gushed out, enveloping everyone and disappearing into the Kunlun Immortal Mountain in an instant. After about half a stick of incense, the figures of Chu Yan and others appeared between the heaven and the earth in the 11th domain. Here, there is an endless ocean of mountains. The dark mountains seem to have no sunlight all year round, and the atmosphere is extremely hazy. The trees are dense, and they look extremely dark. This place is really a good place to hide. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3806, Devourer 1. In the dark mountain range, the pupil of the unicorn glanced at it, and saw a large formation connected to each other, hidden in the void. If someone breaks in randomly, it will definitely explode, and the consequences will be disastrous. Moreover, these large formations also isolate the outside world from the mountains, and they are not very close, so it is impossible for the spiritual sense to detect the hidden situation here. In such a mountain range, even the strongest in the invincible realm cannot exert their combat power here, and there is even a risk of falling. Patriarch Hong, Chu Yan, is here with me. I hope to talk about it. Lord Bahuangsong opened his mouth, and the sound was transmitted thousands of miles away. When the words fell to the ground, less than half a breath later, a ray of mysterious light rushed from a small mountain not far away, causing a large wave of air to surge. The mountain peak cracked, and a golden divine pattern shot up into the sky, sweeping the world like the eyes of heaven and earth. This is an extremely powerful immemorial divine pattern, with a murderous bite character. It is an extremely powerful immemorial Taoist treasure. Below it, figures appeared one after another, the leader of which was the current patriarch of the Dao devouring clan, with a group of people flying over quickly behind him. Huh! Chu Yan glanced. Except for those peerless geniuses and Taoist masters, the head of the patriarch Hong has an extremely powerful aura, but the vitality in his body is extremely weak. There is only one possibility for such a situation, that is, this patriarch Hong is seriously injured at this time. What happened? Patriarch Hong, you. Lord Bahuangsong also had a look of surprise on his face, and asked. A few days ago, he went to see Patriarch Hong, but he didn't notice that he was injured at that time, so he didn't see him for a few days. Fellow Daoist Bahuang, last time I got hit by the opponent's palm. I didn't expect that the injury would not recover, and it was getting worse. Patriarch Hong sighed, his face darkened, he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his eyes were shining, and he bowed his hands in salute. Fellow Daoist Chu Yan, forgive me, I'm hurt, I've lost my way, I'm neglecting you. Hearing this, Chu Yan hurriedly replied, Senior, you are too polite, how dare you work hard, Senior, you should go to see you. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong smiled wryly, shook his head and said. I really don't dare to be the one. Strictly speaking, the current patriarch of my Dao devouring clan should be you. As soon as these words came out, the complexions of all the powerhouses and geniuses present suddenly changed, and their eyes flickered. Chu Yan was also stunned. Just as he was about to ask, Patriarch Hong said directly. Chu Yan, everyone. Before discussing the matter, the old man must explain clearly, otherwise he will be ashamed. First of all, after our clan learned that you are the heir of the head of the Lydian Xiao clan, we shot you. Secondly, when my Dao devourers knew you were in danger, they didn't defend you. Before the land of the Yu clan was breached last month, we just returned the spiritual seat of the Patriarch Lydian to the Spirit Devouring Hall. These three things are all capital crimes. Having said that, Patriarch Hong was about to kneel down, and Chu Yan was so startled that he quickly raised his hand to support him. But no matter what Chu Yan insisted on, Patriarch Hong refused to get up, and finally gave Chu Yan a big gift, and then stood up reluctantly. Bahuang Songzhu and others saw this scene, and their faces changed slightly. Little friend Chu Yan, we are not heaven and don't have so many calculations. We do these things and say these things not because we want to influence anything, but now that our Dao devouring clan is at a time of life and death, the only one who can preserve the family line, hope, it's here with you, that's why it's like this. Speaking of this, Patriarch Hong sighed again, looked at the distant sky, and said. After the battle of the four great lords, our clan has become weaker, and one generation is not as good as the next generation. Many of our elders are thinking, why is this? Is it really because of the way we treated the young patriarch back then, and the punishment given to us by heaven? How mighty the young patriarch was back then, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 fighter under the starry sky. At that time, the Dao Eater clan was synonymous with powerful fighters. Who in the world would dare to disrespect them? But, good fortune tricks people, no one thought that the young patriarch would recognize him as the master. At that time, my Dao clan was so prestigious, how could we tolerate such behavior, and directly condemned the clan? This must be 9,000 years. For 9,000 years, the glory and vain dignity of our clan have been worn away bit by bit, and lost. In the end, some people in the clan reflected on it, but they were all suppressed. Only a few months ago, the catastrophe of genocide came. I finally realized it. My Dao-devouring clan has gone from prosperity to decline, not because of other reasons, but because we lie in the glory of the past and never refuse to wake up. Every word resounded like thunder. Unexpectedly, the clan of God of War back then finally woke up today. King Ming and Bo Wang looked at each other, filled with emotion in their hearts. Xingjia Hong Lydian, that is their life and death comrade in arms, what a deep feeling, especially after his death. He turned into a martial spirit to protect the way of Chu Yan after the reincarnation. This loyalty is rare in the world. And what happened to him naturally made Bo Wang and King Ming unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Now that they heard Patriarch Hong's words, they were naturally happy from the bottom of their hearts. The name of God of War as a traitor could finally be cleared. Boom! The next moment, the excited Chu Yan released Xingjia without any hesitation. A towering figure like a mountain, crushing the void, appeared between the sky and the earth, like a peak that lifted the sky. The majestic power of the gang swept away, sweeping the world, and the mighty fighting power immediately made the big brothers and strong men of the Dao-devouring clan present burst into tears instantly. They, who have just experienced the genocide war, of course know that this is the purest power of a warrior. If there are several such powerful fighters in their clan, why worry about foreign enemies invading? Senior Lydian is the greatest guide in my life, and I have always regarded it as my master. Chu Yan spoke with a solemn expression. Now, he has fallen, leaving only this remnant soul, which has turned into my Dao Zun Suzun. I believe that if he can see this scene with his own eyes, he will be relieved and worthy of heaven and earth. Thank you all. When these words landed, the eyes of Patriarch Hong and others present instantly turned red. The young patriarch, 10,000 years ago, was the most orthodox main line of the Hong family. After he left no blood and blood heirs, leading to the severance of the main line. Now the Dao-devouring clan is all branched to support the overall situation. Shall we talk about our alliance now? Chu Yan looked at Patriarch Hong, who was still looking up at Xingjia, and said softly. Although I have a very deep relationship with Senior Lydian, the matter of the alliance is related to the survival of the Kunlun lineage, so all aspects of the conditions can only be done businesslike. As for me personally, I fully support the Dao-biting clan. As soon as these words came out, Patriarch Hong's eyes turned even redder, and tears were about to flow. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely relaxed at this moment. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3807 Cooperation. Chu Yan and his party were led by Patriarch Hong very politely, and entered the current hiding mountain. Entering that small mountain, it really is a small independent world. Although the Dao-devouring clan is now in decline, it is after all the warrior royal clan back then with a very strong background. Within the eyes, there are countless strong men, Tao treasures, heaven and earth treasures, and magical soldiers. At Chu Yan's request, the group went to the Hall of Devouring Spirits first, and after paying homage to Hong Litian's Holy Spirit, they went to the Hall of Discussion. 8 Desolate Songzhu, Chu Yan. I believe you have already understood the current situation of our clan. After the two parties sat down, Patriarch Hong didn't talk nonsense, and said directly. We have already discussed in detail on our side. As long as you can agree to my 2 conditions, our Dao-devouring clan can be merged into the Kunlun clan, and we will live and die together. Hearing this, Huang Songzhu and Chu Yan looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. In their previous contact with the Dao-devouring clan, the Dao-devouring clan still had some reservations. Now that they said this, it was almost the same as the previous 3 sections. Such a situation is what Bahuang Cangzhu and Chu Yan are most willing to see. Okay. What are the two conditions of Patriarch Hong? Please feel free to ask. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. When Bahuang Cangzhu's words fell to the ground, Patriarch Hong's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his mouth and said, "The first condition is to hope that after our family integrates into the Kunlun lineage, we can be treated equally, and all warriors and geniuses can receive fair resources and status treatment. At the same time, we also hope that our basic safety can be guaranteed." As soon as these words came out, Bahuang Cangzhu and Chu Yan were startled. What kind of condition is this? This is almost the most common thing for the current Kunlun lineage. Although the current Kunlun lineage is dominated by Chu Yan himself has no influence, so the current Baiyu Xuanhuan and Sanhejiao are the main components of the Kunlun lineage. Because of this, the Kunlun lineage has always maintained a relatively ideal fairness and justice, which makes the sects and cultivators who joined are extremely satisfied. Therefore, for the Kunlun lineage, there is no problem with the condition proposed by Patriarch Hong. Chu Yan and Bahuang Cangzhu looked at each other, nodded slightly, and did not interrupt Patriarch Hong, but looked at each other, waiting for him to continue. The second thing. Patriarch Hong glanced back and forth between Bahuang Cangzhu and Chu Yan, with a hint of embarrassment and hesitation evident in his eyes. It seems that this condition is extremely harsh, and I am even embarrassed to speak. Actually, we want fellow Daoist Chu Yan to return to the ancient times with us. As soon as this remark came out, the 8 desolate Cangzhu, Chu Yan and other bigwigs from the Kunlun lineage were all taken aback. Everyone stared at Patriarch Hong with astonishment on their faces. Such an expression immediately made the corners of Patriarch Hong's eyes twitch a few times, and he quickly explained. Of course, as long as little friend Chu Yan is unwilling, we will never force it. Even if we haven't mentioned it, the alliance we mentioned before, no, the matter of merging into the Kunlun lineage. According to the previous discussion. However, if that's the case, there are some secrets in my family, and we can't share them. Please, little friend Chu Yan and Lord Haihan. As the patriarch of the Dao Devouring clan, he can let go of everything now, but only the core secrets of the Dao Devouring clan must be controlled. Therefore, the second condition proposed this time is also the relationship factor for him to take these core secrets. It's just that he also knows that it is extremely risky to go back in time and return to the ancient times, and Chu Yan is the head of the Kunlun lineage, so the risk is too abrupt. Patriarch Hong, what is the risk of the nobles going back in time and going to the ancient times? How long will it take? Lord Bahuang Cang glanced at Chu Yan, then turned to Patriarch Hong and asked. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong's eyes lit up first, and then he quickly opened his mouth to explain. You are worried about this matter, I fully understand, so I will definitely tell you the risks and details here. Okay. Please. On the other side, in the eastern district, in the endless sea. A figure is suspended above the sea, step by step, the tide is overwhelming. In the endless storm, this figure stands alone and is extremely conspicuous. At this time, if Chu Yan or Yu Linglong were here, they would definitely recognize at a glance that this was the Ji whom they had seen before. While walking, he stopped, in front of him was a flat boat, and standing on it was God. Ji fell on the boat, sat cross-legged and smiled lightly, come as soon as you come, and bring a tail, because I am afraid that Wan Rongtian will not know where I am. So that he can kill me. Tian Wenyan smiled slightly and said, with your current cultivation, it is difficult to kill you. I'm still afraid. According to the current situation, the two of you will be able to ascend to the top of the dominant position in at most 100 years, or 50 years. Ji shook the fan in his hand, turned his head to look at the void in the distance, and grinned in that direction. Wan Rongtian will not do anything at this time, after all. There is heaven, according to their agreement, after all, the two of them have not yet broken through to the domination realm, and they are still in a joint state for the time being. No one will take the initiative to break this situation and let the opponent benefit. You said that I will not succeed, I will definitely fall. Tian looked at Ji and sneered. The fate of heaven is all guesswork. Some guesses are more reliable, and some people guess randomly. You always remember the hexagram I calculated back then, and Wan Rongtian has been staring at me. What are you worried about? Don't worry, it seems that you are all reborn, which means that my calculations were not accurate, right? Hearing this, Tian's face suddenly flashed with glory, and said. So, the overall situation is settled. As soon as this question was uttered, Ji shook his head with a wry smile, and said, it doesn't matter what I said, why bother to try? No matter what, the answer should have been there long ago, maybe you all understand. Your opponent's green seal has been banned by you, and it can only be recovered after he breaks through to the dominance level, but I believe that you will not give him such a chance. Hee. Wan Rongtian, you two are very peaceful, I don't think he can stop your plan. After saying these words, Tian's face finally looked a little better, and he said with a smile. If that's the case, why don't you want to help me? It's really reached the step of my plan, which is the only great rule since the creation of God's domain continent. How wonderful. Ji shook his head again, still smiled bitterly, and said, I have nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter whether you help or not, neither Yueying nor Zissou wants to see it. It seems that you have been enlightened for so many years, but you have not even understood this basic emotion. It is really disappointing. There was a look of contempt on Tian's face. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3808 The big picture is set. Regarding the words of Tian, Ji expressed it very lightly, and replied. I didn't understand it, so you don't have to worry about it. I won't help you, and I won't help other people. After all, I want to live a few more years. The smile on Tian's face became wider, like the sun shining brightly. He said, ha ha ha, don't worry, you are my younger brother after all. In that case, let's stop talking, I still have some things to deal with. After saying this, the figure disappeared from the boat and merged into the tide of heaven and earth. Ji looked up at the sky, and after a long time, his eyes kept flickering. The bureau is settled. He murmured weakly, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His eyes traveled through thousands of years, as if he saw a torrent hidden between heaven and earth, which was not noticed by anyone, but quickly gathered momentum. At the same time, in the small mountain peak of the Dao devouring clan, in the conference hall. Everyone knows that Wan Rongtian is proficient in the rules of time and space. In fact, that is just a cover. What he is really good at is the rules of treasures. Patriarch Hong's words stunned all the powerhouses of the Kunlun lineage, including Bahuang Songzhu and Chu Yan, who were present. Treasure rule. That's right. The space-time rules he displayed also borrowed the rule power from an ancient treasure, and this treasure itself has powerful rule power. Wan Rongtian is good at the rules of the treasure, so he can use the root power of the treasure. The real space-time rules are one of the highest rules in the mainland. Like the rules of eternal, gods and demons, reincarnation, life and death, and fate, they are all one of the most powerful rules. However, in a sense, the space-time rules may go beyond other rules. The power of space-time rules, so far, has been practiced and applied by many strong people, like Zhou Tiandi and Wan Rongtian, but they have only touched the surface. One is used to save their lives, and the other is used to make themselves sleep for thousands of years, and their vitality never die. These are not real space-time rules, at most, they can only be regarded as a method of application. Bo Wang and King Ming listened to Patriarch Hong's words and kept nodding. Tens of thousands of years ago, an ancient invincible strongman accidentally obtained a secret book in the land of myriad origins. This book recorded everything about the rules of time and space, and all the information about the rules of time and space in the entire continent is different. 1% of the book. Several ancient clans sent powerful forces to comprehend and study this book together, and finally got some gains, and created the Altar of Time. The Altar of Time is extremely difficult to activate and requires a large amount of time crystals. Currently, the time crystals stored in our family can only support 4 people, reshaped to the ancient times. After the soul leaves the body, it is not like the usual separation, it is an absolute separation, so the body without a trace of the breath of the soul cannot absorb the spiritual breath of heaven and earth on its own, and must use a lot of natural materials and treasures to maintain the vitality of the body. So the current experience of our family is that time reshaping can be carried out above the Taoist realm, but in terms of safety, the invincible realm is the safest. As soon as Patriarch Hong mentioned the reshaping of time here, his whole body changed into glory and his eyes sparkled, as if he was a different person. Obviously, this Patriarch Hong should be one of the few experts who participated in the study of the Altar of Time. Little friend Chu Yan, I must tell you the truth. The Altar of Time is extremely dangerous. So far, a total of 8 members of our family have tried it, and only 3 have come back alive, and their cultivation bases have all fallen to the Taoist realm. Over the ancient tomb, there are 5 invincibles who used this method, but 4 of them came back, and one of them has been promoted to the peak of the invincible realm, and he has practiced the ancient way, and his combat power is twice as strong as that of the same level. Overall, the safety is about 30%. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. 30%. The chances are frighteningly low. You know, this is a method that uses the participation of the strong in the invincible realm, 30% of the safety, that is equal to 70% of the invincible realm. I am afraid that none of the current forces in the God's domain continent can afford such an effort. Even if it's dangerous, why did my cultivation level drop after I came back? Chu Yan thought for a while, and said somewhat incomprehensibly. You must know that the soul is not the power of the cultivator, and there are very few strong people who practice the way of the soul in the God's domain continent. Basically, the power of the cultivator is in the body. Since the physical body is well preserved, there is no possibility of a decline in cultivation, which is quite unreasonable. The main reason is that first of all, when the soul reaches the ancient times, it will be attached to other people. It's hard to say what kind of cultivation it is. It may be the supreme realm, or it may be the God King realm, or it may even be just started practicing. Warrior. Because there is no way to control this, so. Also, at present, our time altar can only reverse the spirit to the period between the 500 years of the ancient times and the 3,000 years of the ancient times, and there is no way to control the specific time. Heaven, Emperor Wu, Emperor Yuan, and Wan Rongtian, they began to rise around 2,000 years ago, broke through to the invincible state, and became famous in the God's domain continent. 500 years later, they broke through to the Zhongzhu state one after another. As soon as this was released, Chu Yan understood on the spot. At this time, the Altar of Time has the function of reversing time, but basically no factors can be controlled. It would be better if we went back in time to 2,500 years ago, in the ancient times. It was the peak period of martial arts in the ancient times, when 100 schools of thought contended, each showed their strengths, and martial arts prevailed in the mainland. But if it is reversed to 2,500 years later, it will be a tragedy. At that time, the battle of the 4 great lords was about to begin, and the situation on the mainland was tense, with constant fighting and killing among the various sects. When the battle of the 4 kingdoms really broke out, almost 9/10 of the sect forces in the entire mainland were wiped out. Under such a world-destroying storm, it is extremely fortunate for any sect or warrior to survive, so don't expect to improve your cultivation and strength. Then the reason why you are looking for me is. Chu Yan listened, pondered for a long time, and after gaining some gains, he asked. Little friend Chu Yan seems to understand. Yes, after thousands of years of exploration and experimentation, we have found that cultivators with the body of reincarnation can make the altar of time more stable, with a higher success rate and lower risk. So, after we heard about your Wu Fei's identity, we have been looking for you. Afterwards, after learning that you are the reincarnation of Emperor Wu Tiandi and Emperor Yuan, we can basically be sure that if you carry out time reversing, the probability and safety will be much higher, and even a stable time channel can be created. After Patriarch Hong said this, he couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up suddenly, and walked back and forth in the hall, as if he was thinking, and also seemed to be finalizing. At least we have deduced that a strong man with reincarnation status should be able to control time when time goes backwards. After all, after reincarnation, it can be regarded as establishing 2 points of connection between the present and the ancient times. With these 2 points as the connection, you can create a miracle. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3809, how about? After the words were finished, there was silence in the entire hall, so quiet that it was almost audible. Except for a few heavy breathing sounds, there was nothing. Everyone was looking at Patriarch Hong with complicated expressions in their eyes. In the end, everyone's eyes followed Patriarch Hong to Chu Yan. Just if, Patriarch Hong's words are true and can be realized, then Chu Yan has the advantage of the reincarnation of the 2 great masters, and the advantage in reversing time will be extremely huge. Others may only have 2 points connected by 1 line, but he has 4 points connected by 2 lines, which more than doubles the security. More importantly, with Chu Yan's current state and talent, as long as he can accurately locate the time, there are too many time periods to choose from. As long as the period after the 2,500 years after the outbreak of the Battle of the 4 Great Masters of the Zhangzhou was avoided, it can be said that the entire ancient era was defenseless for Chu Yan. Patriarch Hong, I want to know, I know very clearly, what you just said is just an estimate or speculation. Lord Bahuangsong's expression was extremely cautious at this moment, staring closely at Patriarch Hong. That's right. I won't hide anything about this, because we have limited conditions, and we can't try it. Patriarch Hong also knew that the matter was of great importance, so he answered in the affirmative. However, for ordinary time reversal, we have carried out thousands of times, and calculated based on these experiences. I insist that my speculation and judgment are accurate. Everyone knows the situation of little friend Chu Yan. If it is used in time reversal, I believe it should be able to increase from the original 30% to at least 60%. And the time is still determined. This advantage is huge. It's even more important than safety. In principle, if the timing of reversing time is wrong, even if it's safe, it's tantamount to failure. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience nodded. Good. In the Battle of the 4 Great Lords, there are no sect forces and warriors on the mainland, and the survival rate is only 1/10, which is more dangerous than time reversal. Such a narrow escape can almost be directly equated with failure. About time. I want to ask. Chu Yan said. According to previous experience, if the spirit goes back to the ancient times, it can stay for 50 to 100 years. After reaching the limit, the power of time and space will come down and forcefully bring you back to the flesh. Patriarch Hong knew the importance of this point, so he introduced it carefully. In addition, because of the instability of reversing time, coupled with the impact of the 2 original forces, space-time chaos and other factors, we found that 50 years in the ancient times was equivalent to about 1 year here. 100 if it is a year, it will be about 2 years. This point is extremely accurate, and there is basically no big error. At this time, Yu Linglong couldn't help but said, Senior, if this is the case, then if we go back to the ancient times and kill Wan Rongtian and heaven before they rose up, what about the current situation? Everything will change. As soon as these words came out, the 8 desolate Songzhu laughed immediately, shook his head and said, "Rules are just rules. It cannot affect other rules, such as fate and reincarnation. Each has its own rules, and the power of any single rule cannot affect other rules. Unless you are strong enough to control all the rule power." Hearing this, Yu Linglong nodded, as if she understood something. That's right. The space-time rule is passing, it is not static. You can find a period of space-time rule in the past and enter it, but it can't change the other time-space that has flowed, so it only affects that period of time-space alone. It's like being overwhelmed with water, you can do anything to it, but you can never get it back into the basin. In addition, there are some things that need to be understood. The influence of the ancient times on the present is basically within the control of the rules of time and space, including your spirit being shuttled away by the rules of time and space, which is also one of the scope of the rules of time and space. So your soul is naturally restricted by the rules of time and space. For example, if you want to kill Wan Rongtian and Tian, or tell them things that have not happened in the rules of time and space, that is impossible. Because the rules of time and space do not will violate myself. Whether your soul is affected or bound by the rules of time and space, in any case, the final result, nothing can be achieved. Otherwise, my Tao devourers wouldn't. Having said that, Patriarch Hong stopped, with a wry smile on his face. Everyone basically understands this meaning, and there is no need to say anything more. In that case, then. Yu Linglong shook her head, a little disappointed. In her opinion, if she can take this opportunity to kill Wan Rongtian or Tian directly, it means that all crises and troubles will be resolved, and there will be peace in the future. Actually, since it is a rule, there are loopholes and gray areas. For example, some things you said and did in the ancient times will still have some impact on the future. Actually, you are powerful, or you have improved the power of the rules, and you can also break through the shackles of the rules of time and space. Of course, the price is very high. Anyway, the strong man in our clan once caused a catastrophe because of this incident. Chu Yan deeply understood Patriarch Hong's words. Everything in this world has a price. If there is no price, the result will be more dangerous and disastrous. Now, what our family knows is this. Having said that, Patriarch Hong stopped, looked at Chu Yan, Bahuang Songzhu, and others, and continued. Even if the land of myriad origins is opened now, and the breath of the gods can break through to the Songzhu realm, our Tao devourers will still stick to our judgment. It is even possible that only by going back to the ancient times can we break through to the final. Dominate the realm. At that time, my Tao devouring clan will surely regain their glory. The redness on Patriarch Hong's face had reached its peak at this time, and his body could still be seen to be injured. Little friend Chu Yan, I don't know what do you think? When this sentence was spoken, everyone in the audience, including the powerhouses of the Tao devouring clan, looked at Chu Yan. This time altar plan has almost exhausted the strength of their whole family, and it is still considered a bottleneck state. If Chu Yan agrees to them, it will prove that all their previous investments and directions are not wrong. But if Chu Yan is unwilling this time, or fails, then it will be difficult for them to find a suitable candidate for the next step. Patriarch Hong, do you mean that even if it is the identity of Chu Yan's double reincarnation, or the reincarnation of the two great masters, there is only a 60% chance? Lord Bawanking glanced at Chu Yan, then said. Is the probability too low? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3810 prepare. Chu Yan, who was the main person, didn't speak directly, but Bahuang Songzhu spoke first, throwing out all the questions. This kind of behavior can be regarded as a kind of analysis and also a kind of rejection. In this case, it's hard for the person involved to speak. As a bystander and possessing a considerable weight, the 8 desolate Songzhu is the most suitable to speak. And in terms of time, 1 year is extremely precious, and it may even be 2 years. According to what Patriarch Hong said just now, in the history of your attempts, it seems that no one has succeeded. What's the current situation on the continent? 1 year later, when the breath of the gods is activated again, once the sky breaks through to the Songzhu realm, it will definitely. These words stopped here, and there is no need to say any more. Of course, what's more important is that Chu Yan's eyes flickered and turned his head slowly at this time, as if he had already thought about it, so everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yan again. Senior Bahuang, I think about it, try it once. As soon as this remark came out, the bosses of the Dao Devouring clan were all excited. Real. An anxious look suddenly appeared on the face of the Lord Bahuang Tsong, and he reminded Chu Yan, this matter is not a joke, nor is it an ordinary calendar. Once it fails, everything will be destroyed. This is absolutely true. In a sense, Chu Yan's decision this time even affects the fate of everyone in the Kunlun lineage. Everyone, this road is the best choice. There may be other ways to enter the breath of the gods in a year and forcefully break through to the Songzhu realm, but such a breakthrough is just a breakthrough, it cannot defeat Wanran Heshan in one battle. The most ideal thing at that time is that there will be a stalemate. In the end, we must break through to the dominance realm faster than anyone else. In this respect, our disadvantage will be even more obvious when compared with Wanrong Tian He Tian. After all, they come from the ancient times, and they have been in the Tsang Lord realm for thousands of years. Look at the breath of the gods this time, breaking through 13 Songzhu realms at once. The reason is the same. After thousands of years of accumulation, it is much easier to break through than other people of the same level. So, this time we can only win by odds. This is a gamble. Just like all the forces in the world have gambled, we have to take a big gamble. Win. You are the master, and the world is safe. Defeat. It's worthless, and life will be ruined. When these 2 words fell to the ground, the faces of all the bigwigs present changed. Bet. Lord Bahuang, Daozu Shoutian, Patriarch Hong and others seemed to understand something instantly. Good. Everyone in the world is betting, including Wanrong Tian, the 7 ancient families, the top 100 ancient families, and the 13 orthodoxy. In the face of such a big situation in the world, all the powerful and powerful are betting. That being the case, if others can afford to gamble, why should Chu Yan do it? Good, very good. Daozu Shoutian looked at Chu Yan with approval all over his face. Since little friend Chu Yan has such awareness and courage, then we old guys, what else to worry about? As soon as these words came out, all the bosses in the audience nodded slightly. This. Lord Bahuang Tsong took a long breath, finally held back, shook his head and said, Chu Yan, everything is up to you to decide. When he finished speaking, Chu Yan had already got up, and bowed his hands in salute to all the bosses present. This is a decision and a determination. Bahuang Songzhu and others took no less risk than himself after their own decision. Under such circumstances, none of them objected or raised objections, and they made their own decisions. At this time, it is enough to see that the Kunlun lineage is really advancing and retreating together. Patriarch Hong and other strong men of the Dao Devouring clan all had happy expressions on their faces and were determined in their hearts. Patriarch Hong, about the alliance. Chu Yan turned to look at Patriarch Hong, and brought up the main issues of this discussion. Ha ha ha, no problem, from today onwards, I, the Dao Devouring clan, will join the Kunlun clan, and there will be no more each other. Patriarch Hong is the one who gained the most this time. Of course, from now on, he is also one of the supreme elders of the Kunlun lineage. The other powerhouses of the Dao devouring clan also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. Little friend Chu Yan, other things are easy to talk about, or the name should be rated first. Patriarch Hong seems to really not care much about the integration of the Taoist clan into the Kunlun lineage, but more about the altar of time. What quota? Chu Yan was startled. As I said before, this time the time is reversed, and there are a total of 4 places. As the last cooperation, if our Taoist clan takes 2 places, then you can go to another person here. As soon as these words came out, before Chu Yan could react, an invincible realm from the Dao devouring clan's face changed drastically, and he said anxiously, "Brother, why do you still insist? You can't go, your current body." Before he could finish speaking, Patriarch Hong immediately became angry and shouted directly, "What's wrong with my body? It's just a small injury. It will recover naturally after using some natural resources and treasures in 3 to 5 days at most. Such a good opportunity is a gift from God. We have waited thousands of years for this opportunity. It has nothing to do with me. Clan. My Kunlun lineage survives and dies, how can I not go? Even if you die, you have to die in the ancient times." As soon as this remark came out, the audience was stunned. There were still people on the Dao devouring clan who wanted to persuade them, and they all shook their heads and smiled wryly. This matter sounds simple, but it is also more complicated. Chu Yan agreed to go, but if Patriarch Hong is not with him, it will be fine if nothing happens. If something happens, how will the Dao-biting clan gain a foothold in Kunlun in the future? This is really a major event related to the survival of the whole family, and the bigwigs present also understand this truth. Senior, let people admire you. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said to Patriarch Hong, "It's nothing. It's a small matter. Anyway, I will definitely go. Who else is on your side?" I. Without waiting for Patriarch Hong to finish speaking, Lin Meng and Yu Linglong spoke together, and the moment they raised their hands, they glared at each other at the same time, instantly angry. "Sister, don't argue with me, I'll just go with my husband." Lin Meng's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity, how could she miss it? Maybe after Gong Chu Yan lives and dies alone this time, their affairs will be settled, and it is even possible to bring a little Chu Yun with them when they come back. "Sister, you still need to support the affairs of the Kunlun lineage. I don't have a job, so I can just go with Chu Yan." Yu Linglong had just made a breakthrough, and coupled with her clear relationship with Chu Yan, she didn't have any position in the Kunlun lineage, while Lin Meng took care of a lot of things. "That's not okay, sister, my things are trivial, how can they be compared with big things?" Lin Meng was also in a hurry, and kept winking at Yu Linglong. "Sister, what you said." Yu Linglong seemed to have made up her mind and refused to let her go. "Stop." Chu Yan was completely dizzy, and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop. "This time is dangerous, you don't have to argue, you can't go." The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3811 quota. No. It is extremely rare that after the 2 women heard Chu Yan's words, they directly refused, without any hesitation. "You can go, why can't we?" Lin Meng gritted her teeth, with a stubborn expression on her face. This time, Chu Yan had a headache, thinking about how to make the 2 girls feel better. At this moment, Shou Tiandaozu stood up and said with a smile, "You don't have to fight in my ear. No matter which one of you goes this time, it's not fair. Why don't you let the old man try it? I also want to experience the peak of martial arts in the ancient times." As soon as these words came out, the 2 women immediately attracted hostile gazes. The 2 of them hadn't decided the winner yet another one participated. "You also have to think about Chu Yan, this time Chu Yan is under a lot of pressure, if you bring one of you, I'm afraid he can't let go at all. How can such a situation and mentality impact the Zhangzhou realm? Hearing this, Yu Linglong and Lin Meng's expressions froze immediately, their silver teeth clenched. They turned to look at Chu Yan, and finally let go and said, "If that's the case, then fine. We won't go." As warriors, they knew it, and Daozu Xiutian was right. "Chu Yan, you have to promise me that you must come back. Lin Meng, I, Chu Yan and Sister Shantian will all be waiting for you in Kunlun Mountain." This sentence transmitted the sound of spiritual consciousness, which immediately warmed Chu Yan's heart. "Okay. I will definitely come back." Lin Meng snorted with an unhappy face, and said, "Don't worry, Sister Linglong and I will definitely make a breakthrough in Breath of the Gods after a year, and Kunlun Mountain will also be optimistic about it. When Wanranshan Heishan is destroyed in the future, we can forget about these things. Come back or not, it's up to you." This angry sentence immediately made Chu Yan smile awkwardly and said, "Okay. I promise to come back." Seeing this scene, Bahuang Zhangzhou and others immediately smiled and said, "Since everything has been settled, there is no need to talk about other things. We are all in Kunlun Fairy Mountain, waiting for your return." This time it was parting. Some of the bigwigs gave treasures, and some gave talismans. Anyway, as long as they were good things, they all took them out and handed them over to Chu Yan and Xiutian Daozu. Not long after, everyone left one after another and returned to Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Chu Yan thought for a while, and also passed a divine sense to Empress Shantian. Empress Shantian at this time, Zissou must have dissipated and Shantian woke up, but she did not take the initiative to contact herself. "Little friend Chu Yan, please follow me." Patriarch Hong arched out a token, raised his hand, and a void passage appeared behind the main hall. Chu Yan took a deep breath, followed into it, and his face changed drastically when he glanced at it. This is a huge desert with a radius of hundreds of miles. Countless sands are densely covered with various large formations, densely packed with various combinations and arrangements, which makes the first-timer almost dazzled at first glance. For such a huge project, I don't know how much resources the Dao Devourers invested and how long it took. But at least, the results are astonishing. Chu Yan is amazed by the terrifying aura that fills the small world. The level of aura here is at least 10 times higher than that of the outside world. In addition, various small visions appeared around the desert. Chu Yan glanced at them, and they were all illusory visions. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning conformed to the rules of time and space. Flying forward for a certain distance, Chu Yan saw a golden altar standing like a mountain. This altar was at least 1,000 feet high, inlaid with pieces of mysterious crystals, and constantly released mysterious breath. "Little friend Chu Yan, I have to tell you something here." Patriarch Hong stood there, looking at the biggest secret in the clan, the 1,000-foot-tall altar, and said at the same time, "If the person we possess is killed in the ancient times, then our soul will also fall. This is the greatest danger. But there are advantages too." Having said that, Patriarch Hong took out 2 jade talismans and handed them to Chu Yan and Xiutian Daozu Dao. After all, the primordial era was the peak era of martial arts. There were many sects there were countless strong men, and there were countless geniuses. It is not comparable to our era. For thousands of years, we people who have returned to the ancient times have been trying their best to collect information about Wanrangshan and Heaven, Wu Tiandi, Yuan Wang and other 4 strong men in the era of Zhangzhou, all information, including their when did you practice what skills, when did you get a heaven-defying opportunity, and all the information about your growth. Hearing this, the eyes of Chu Yan and Daozu Xiutian lit up together. If they get this information, they can take targeted actions based on the past historical era. In this way, not only can the crisis be resolved, but also opportunities and treasures can be grabbed. That's really a huge advantage. Of course, the Battle of the Four Great Lords caused some information to be lost, and the information we collected is not too much. Patriarch Hong pointed to the jade talismans in their hands, and reminded. The information in this kind of jade talisman violates the rules of time and space, so you can't take it with you. You can only write it down. I'm going to restore my vitality now. I can set off in about 3 days. Chu Yan nodded, but Bo Wang and King Ming said in unison. Patriarch Hong, let Chu Yan and Xiao Tian go with you, and you won't need to send back voices at that time. Hearing these two voices, Patriarch Hong was startled and looked up. You are. I had heard the voices of these two people before, but there were too many people at that time, and Patriarch Hong didn't ask when they were talking about business. A lot of things from the ancient times have disappeared in the long river of history, but it just so happens that the two of us are quite familiar with the ancient times. King Ming laughed. The Dao Devouring clan really has a lot of good things, such as this Jinhu, who recovered from his injuries. The entire lake of heaven and earth spiritual liquid is the liquefied body of heaven and earth spiritual breath, which has nearly 10 times the benefits for the recovery of the physical body. Patriarch Hong sat cross-legged in the golden lake, constantly running the method of asking, swallowing these heaven and earth spirit liquids into his body. The Dao Devouring clan's practice of asking questions is precisely the devouring rules, which has innate advantages for cultivation, and of course it also includes recovery from injuries. The premise is that there are enough natural materials and earthly treasures for you to devour. Another strong man of the Dao Devouring clan, Hong Lei, sat cross-legged next to Patriarch Hong with his hands in seals, and was also constantly cultivating. Both of them are in a state of cultivation, but there is a hint of joy on their faces. From the beginning to the end, they were very eager to reach an agreement with Chu Yan and let Chu Yan participate in the plan of reversing time. Therefore, they actually forgot one of the most important things. Then Wu Tiandi's 2 treasures, the Kunlun Mountain and the 9-region star map, both have weapon spirits. Although these 2 weapon spirits were born at different times, their spiritual wisdom existed when the treasure appeared, so their memories almost contained a complete history of martial arts in the mainland. Speaking of familiarity with the ancient times, no one in this world can surpass them, including Wanrongshan and Tianhe. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3812 Historical Records. Patriarch Hong didn't think about it, but it doesn't mean that Chu Yan didn't think about it. Even since just now, Chu Yan has been discussing with the 2 10,000-year-old antiques. My lord, judging from the current situation, the structure of the ancient times is different from the present. When you were in the Taoist realm before your reincarnation, the strength of the 10,000 clans in the God's Domain continent was extremely strong, especially the top 100 ancient clans. Almost, they are all strong Songzhu. The Dao Devouring clan, the Spirit clan, the top 10 ancient clans, even have dozens of Kangjus in charge. In addition, the 13 Dao lineages did not exist at that time, but the Songzhu Taoism is the main one. The so-called Songzhu Taoism means that every Songzhu is qualified to establish its Songzhu Taoist power. Such a Songzhu Dao has a total of 9 schools, and each faction dominates one side. As for the current 7 ancient families, there were a total of 9 families at that time, but they were not too strong. Compared with the Songzhu Taoism and the Baigu ancient clan, they were worse. Also, there are various forces in various large and small domains. The most powerful ones are the 4 halls, 1 sect, and 1 mountain. Their suzerains, sect masters, and the like are all strong in the Songzhu realm. There were so many disciples, and after the outbreak of the Great War, all of them fell. While King Ming and Bo Wang were talking, Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the Lingyao Lake, constantly practicing. Such a good thing is of great benefit to improving the cultivation base, and Chu Yan had just recovered before, so he just took this opportunity to consolidate it. At this time, Chu Yan and Daozu Xiutian were also practicing while listening to the introduction of King Ming and Baoang with full concentration. In 1939 in the ancient calendar, you before your reincarnation broke through to the Taoist realm. 1 month later, a secret realm named Ariai Road opened in the 10th realm. Of course, this secret realm is relatively ordinary, but it never occurred to me that a Taoist realm surnamed Ling got a divine crystal here, and his cultivation exploded all the way, directly breaking through to the Zhangzhou realm. In the year 2001 of the ancient calendar, in the 5th dangerous land, a man named Huge Zhangzhou issued a reward order. Whoever can help him find a pair of ancient books, he can help the other party 3 times. The book is called Xuanhuan Chronicles. This book should be in the library of the Lord of Blackwater City. In the year 2005 of the ancient calendar, there was a clan war between the 2 Zhangzhou Taoists. This kind of small clan war broke out, which was not noticed at first, but no one thought that the weak chaos the Tao of Heaven actually wiped out the mighty Tao of Tao Tian. Later, King Ming and Bo Wang talked to each other, constantly telling various news about the ancient times and the peak period of martial arts. These news, after they experienced it, were basically secrets that no one knew at the time, but now it has all become history, and the story from beginning to end can be carefully told. For example, in the Wangguoji, countless strong men from the entire 5th dangerous land were mobilized at that time, and it took countless time to find the position. Now it is just a sentence to say it here at King Ming's place. Regardless of whether this information is useful or not, tell Chu Yan and the others anyway, in case it is useful. Chu Yan, Hong Patriarch Hong Jun, Hong Lei, and Xiutian Daozu were all listening carefully and taking notes silently. All of them were extremely excited. It is a great opportunity for them to meet any of these things. The narration of King Ming and Bo Wang is like a long river of history unfolding in front of Chu Yan, and every event is like a wave in this long river, constantly blooming. Time keeps passing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. King Ming and Bo Wang are spirit bodies themselves, so they don't feel tired, so they talked endlessly for 2 days. Sometimes, the two will complement each other, presenting one thing in detail in front of the 4 of them. Especially some big opportunities, in today's world, will definitely shock the whole world. It is the goal of Chu Yan and the others this time, so they will explain it more clearly and carefully. All kinds of secrets and gossips are constantly being revealed, and some historical mysteries that people did not understand before are gradually revealed in front of them. This time, Chu Yan finally understood Wu Tiandi, Yuan Wang, Tian and other people before they became the 4 great lords. All kinds of life and death, legends, setbacks, etc., they experienced, beyond everyone's imagination. My lord, if you really want to go to that era, there is one thing you need to pay special attention to. At that time, in the south of the first domain, there was a supreme Tao treasure, called the Hunting List. Like the Kunlun Immortal Mountain, this item was transformed from the original power of the God's domain continent, and possessed infinite power. Of course, it is much, much worse than Kunlun Fairy Mountain, haha. King Ming was only halfway through when he saw Bo Wang glaring at him angrily. His expression seemed to want to eat King Ming raw, without seasoning. Who is King Ming? The Wanyan old antique instantly understood that he had said something wrong, and hurried to make up for it. It's a little bit close, but there is a spirit in the sky, leading the martial arts. There is some truth to this statement. Chu Yan can accept it when the time comes. After Bo Wang finished speaking, he looked at King Ming again. Hey, the main function of this treasure is to include all the invincible powerhouses in the world on the list. As long as they are on the list, they are eligible to participate in the Huntian Wuji refinement. The benefits are huge. It is said that many of the strong men on this list have broken through the shackles and directly achieved the cultivation level of the Zhangzhou realm in the Huntian Wuji training. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Chu Yan and the others changed at the same time. This Hunyuan list can actually allow warriors to break through to the Zhangzhu realm. That's not equivalent to the role of a land of 10,000 sources. The most important is. Just when the four of them were astonished, King Ming said something astonishing again, saying, "Back then, Wu, Tian, Yuanwang, and Wan Rongtian all occupied the first position on this list. After 6 months, they were qualified to enter the depths of Hunyuan Wuji refinement. The few of them were there and gained incomparably huge. Emperor Wu's eternal rules, the way of ruling the heavens, the land of 10,000 sources in Wan Rongshan, and Emperor Yuan's magic skills are all completed in there." When this sentence fell to the ground, it was like a thunderbolt, shaking the four of them in unison. "What? This? Oh my God!" The four of Chu Yan exclaimed in unison, shaking their souls. "This Hunyuan list is so powerful. Could it be that Bo Wang called it Hunyuan Ha Spirit, leading martial arts, before? It is equivalent to saying that the current powerful Zhangzhu realm are all achieved by the Hunyuan ranking. Unfortunately, when the Battle of the Four Zhangzhu broke out, the heaven wanted to monopolize this ranking, and the Hunyuan ranking resisted, and the heaven destroyed it. Otherwise, how could the current martial Dao continent decline like this?" Bo Wang shook his head and sighed, as if he felt some sympathy for the loss of the treasure. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3813 set off. Although Bo Wang seemed to disdain this Huntian ranking on the surface, even though they were all original Dao treasures, Bo Wang still highly recognized its function and power. Chu Yan, when the time comes, this list will definitely rush to the front, the higher the better. Regarding this point, after listening to the introduction just now, Chu Yan naturally remembered it in his heart. There is one more thing about this Hunyuan list. About 2,100 years ago, a reward order suddenly appeared on the Hunyuan list, looking for a purple-eyed woman. This task is extremely vague and impossible to find out, so let it go. But in the next 10 years, Emperor Wu found a woman with purple pupils in the 28th domain. Unfortunately, when she found it, the woman was already dead. But when the 3 days were up, Bo Wang and King Ming also explained in detail all the major events between the 1,500 and 2,500 years of the ancient calendar. Seniors, thank you. With the information you have provided, there will definitely be a big harvest this time. Hong Jun stood up and bowed to Bo Wang and the two of them. In the past 3 days, he has been recovering from his injuries, and at the same time listening to these secrets, his whole body has recovered 7 or 88. Little friend Chu Yan, this matter is already prepared, then let's start. Afterwards, the four left Linghu Lake and went to the altar. All the spiritual formations in the entire desert have been opened, and the huge altar in the middle also emits monstrous light. The four of them went directly to the top of the altar, feeling the huge profound power above the altar, and their faces changed slightly. Little friend Chu Yan, you sit in the middle of this altar, and when the big formation is in operation, all the power in your body can be released. Hong Jun was extremely excited at this moment, and his speech was a little unstable. Good. Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't say much, and landed directly in the middle of the altar, sitting cross-legged. Hong Jun, Hong Lei, and Daozu Shoutian sat in a triangle around Chu Yan, surrounding Chu Yan in the middle. The laws of heaven and all spirits, 9 revolutions of heaven and earth, changes of the earth, changes of the sky, time and space, reverse. After uttering one word, thousands of thunderbolts exploded in the sky, as if the sky and the earth were in rage, and endless catastrophe erupted. The next moment, an incomparably huge mysterious light descended from the sky and bombarded the entire desert, causing the tides of the sky and earth to explode like huge waves. The entire desert began to tremble, and all the large formations below seemed to be infused with infinite power, all bursting out with terrifying mysterious light. Not only that, the void above the entire desert was completely shattered, the entire area was chaotic and turbulent, and countless space-time vortices appeared, and began to swallow each other, and finally merged into a huge vortex, suspended above the sky. Seeing this scene, without any hesitation, Chu Yan directly exploded all the power in his body, and in an instant, a terrifying power rose to the sky. The moment his aura erupted, the altar below him erupted at the same time, and the aura of one person and one altar merged with each other at this moment, blasting towards the huge space-time vortex above the sky at the same time. Chu Yan, King Ming and I are restricted by the rules of time and space. We cannot go back, and Kunlun Xianshan and 9 regions star map cannot be used. When you get there, it's all up to you. Be careful. Baoang and King Ming stood far away on the edge of the desert, seeing that the altar had been activated, they reminded them. Okay. Don't worry, Senior, I will triumph. Because of the burst of power to the extreme, in Chu Yan's eyes at this time, 1 golden eye and 2 pupils were burning like flames. Seniors, I sent a message to Empress Xiantian a few days ago, but she didn't reply. Please remember to let Lord Bahuangsong pay attention to her situation. After Chu Yan thought about it, he said again via voice transmission. Rest assured. Bo Wang and King Ming nodded. At this time, the huge chaotic vortex over the entire desert began to rotate at an astonishing speed, and everything between the heaven and the earth began to be swallowed. Boom! After 10 breaths, the entire altar of time erupted with an incomparably terrifying power, as if all the power gathered in the desert formation poured out at this moment, rushing straight into the chaos, an indescribably huge mystery power, born in the shock, enveloped in all directions. Chu Yan was wearing a long robe, flying in the wind. The gold and silver spirit patterns in the eyes kept flickering like stars. God, Wan Rongtian, just wait. With a murmur, the storm swept over, making a huge roar that devoured the sky and the earth, and everything in the sky and the earth disappeared. In the ancient calendar, 2,000 years. God's domain continent, the 5th domain. This is one of the 10 large domains that gathered a large number of inheritance and influence in the ancient times. Every year, a large number of cultivators gather from all over the mainland, looking for opportunities here, changing their fate against the sky, and breaking through to rise. However, every year, there is a powerful forbidden area, and the secret realm is opened, attracting countless cultivators to gather. Daming Mansion is a secret cave mansion. When it is opened, the number of cultivators who come to look for opportunities will not be less than 1,000, and the cultivation base of the strongest is around the Tianzuan realm. However, today's Daming Mansion is a little different. In the depths of the secret realm, the breath suddenly exploded, like 3 floods sweeping through. The pressure and breath passed by, constantly colliding with the sky, the earth, and the void, blasting out ripples in the void. All kinds of void rules and the space-time rules behind them collided with each other, making loud rumbling noises. After going on for a full hour, the entire depth of Daming Mansion gradually calmed down. This sun's combat power is not weak, and compared with those masters of the universe, it is not much worse. A voice sounded, and the breath was extremely strong. That's right, he actually entered the heavenly venerable secret realm. After 2 days, his cultivation base has been completely improved, and he may be able to become the Lord of the universe, and then hit the invincible realm. Another voice also spoke, talking about the same person. Of the 2 strong men who opened their mouths, one was tall, with spirit patterns shining all over his body, and the other was a peerless woman with an enchanting figure. The cultivation bases of both of them are at the peak of Taoist realm, and their strength is very strong. Not far in front of them, a young man was lying in a pool of blood in this impoverished household, and the vitality in his body disappeared rapidly. The inheritance of Songzhu realm, what a pity. The man with the spirit pattern looked at the corpse on the ground with a look of regret. Brother, it's better not to touch him. If the leader knows, it will be troublesome. The woman spoke, her voice was a little cold. This time the task was issued by a strong man of Dao Tian Taoism, our leader. It didn't say it clearly, but the meaning is already obvious. The strong of Dao Tian Taoism are not something their leader can offend. Hearing what the woman said, the man nodded and said, Junior sister, I'm just talking, hee, but junior sister, I heard that the leader has recently made up his mind to stick to that guy named Tian. Is this true? The woman nodded and said, It's true. Ha ha ha, great, with the relationship of heaven, we have a chance to teach. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3814 Suyu. I heard that this heaven has been approached by many forces recently, wanting to cooperate with him and establish a relationship with him, but they were all rejected. The man continued, with a look of astonishment in his words. Certainly. The woman nodded, thought for a while and said, Now it's not only Tian, but also Wu, Xuanhuan and Wan Rongtian, who have just broken through to the invincible state, and broke through the top 100 of the Huntian list in one fell swoop. This has never happened before. It has never happened, and the next time that Songzhu battlefield opens, they are afraid that they will break through to the Songzhu realm. A strong man like Tian will naturally not be inferior to others, and will definitely establish his own power. Our leader supports Tian now, and puts Tian on the basis of equality and cooperation. Hearing this, the man's face was suddenly shocked. Equal cooperation. Our leader is a strong man in the Songzhu realm. Even if this heaven is powerful and amazingly talented, it is only in the invincible realm. When the woman heard this, she shook her head and said, Forget it, I won't tell you these things. We are not qualified to comment on what the leader thinks and does. Let's leave now. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the two turned around at the same time, and walked outside, but after taking a few steps, Chi-Chi's body froze suddenly, and his steps froze. Huh. When the two stopped walking, Chi-Chi turned to look behind him. I saw that a powerful vitality suddenly surged in the body of the young man who was lying on the ground. It was an indescribable, unknown source of vitality that appeared from nowhere, but instantly repaired all the injuries in the young man's body. In the next breath, the young man's eyes slightly opened. This is where. I'm there. There was a moment of confusion in the young man's eyes, but soon there was a bright light, and the light of two spirit patterns, one gold and one silver, flickered. In an instant, the aura of the soul fluctuated, and the strength of the physical body exploded. Under the conflict between the two, they quickly merged. This is a success. Chu Yan's eyes were full of surprises, thunders exploded in the sea of consciousness, and the whole sea of consciousness was shaking. Countless memory fragments erupted wildly in the sea of consciousness, impacting the newcomer's soul, and also allowed Chu Yan to quickly understand the situation of the original owner of this body. Suyu, one of the top 10 Songzhu Taoism in the fifth domain, and an ordinary disciple of Dao Tian Taoism, asked to become a master 9 years ago. According to his memory, the current time is exactly 2,000 years in the ancient calendar. At this time, Tian, Wu Tiandi, Yuanhuang and Wan Rongtian, the four powerful Songzhu realm powerhouses of later generations, have only just broken through the invincible realm for several years. This time is exactly the best time and era discussed with Patriarch Hong and King Baoangming before. Huh. Unexpectedly, you have mastered a secret technique of feigning death. It's just that you haven't practiced enough. You woke up before we left. A cold voice sounded. The man with the spirit pattern and the enchanting woman erupted with a monstrous momentum at the same time, shaking the entire cave, buzzing and trembling. Murderous intent. Moment. Chu Yan felt it, and there were still people around here. Concentrating his mind and suppressing his excitement, Chu Yan turned his head to look at the two figures not far away, his eyes flashed, and a memory with hatred appeared in his sea of consciousness. Affected by this memory, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes for an instant. Suyu is also considered one of the geniuses in the Daotian Taoism. Not long ago, he founded Songzhu realm inheritance, and the opportunities are endless. If there were no accidents, according to Suyu's talent, it would not take long for him to break through to the invincible state and become a core disciple of Daotian Taoism, with limitless martial arts. However, it was Suyu's sweetheart Li Yuner who actually colluded with Bai Li Gui, the core disciple in the sect, to betray Suyu. As soon as this incident happened, when Suyu was grieving for love, he didn't expect his sweetheart to invite him to Daming Cave Mansion. This place was the place where the two met for the first time, and it was of great significance. When Suyu was emotionally hurt, he came here without the slightest precaution, but in the end, his life was lost here. Of course, Li Yuner and Bai Ligi did not act personally, but invited the two killers of the Shadow Blood cult, who were standing in front of Chu Yan at this time, to attack Su with two enemies in one. Yu Hong killed on the spot. What I want is naturally Suyu's. Songzhu's inheritance. The only thing in exchange for true love is dog shit. You are a poor person. Since you have met me, let me help you end it. After Chu Yan understood all the memories, he shook his head and sighed softly. What are you saying? The man with the spirit pattern on the opposite side said with a joking smile on the corner of his mouth, Are you scared crazy? The enchanting woman smiled and said, Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, finish him quickly, and annihilate his body and soul this time, otherwise the ghost knows what secret skills he has. This Songzhu realm inheritance is really a good thing. There are many secret skills. Okay. Leave it to me, junior sister. As soon as the sentence fell, the man with the spirit pattern and the enchanting woman moved at the same time, turning into two afterimages, one left and one right pounced on Chu Yan. Two incomparably powerful Taoisms were released, and the power was astonishing and earth-shattering. As mercenaries, when they deal with ordinary warriors, they try their best to use methods such as assassination and sneak attack, and rarely kill them head-on. However, this time is special to this Suyu. Because they knew all Suyu's weaknesses and flaws in his skills clearly. Otherwise, it would not be easy to kill a genius of Daotian Taoism who was still in the Taoist realm before. But when they fought for the first time before, they killed Suyu without much effort, and they were all proud of knowing Suyu's weaknesses and flaws and his skills in advance. As for how these came from, it naturally came from Suyu's sweetheart. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he saw the two people rushing to the left and right. His face did not change at all, the true energy in his body burst out, his body rolled like a thundercloud, and he raised his hand and punched out. Henggu is shocking. The moment the punch was thrown, Chu Yan only felt a surge of rebellious energy in his body, which almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Only now did he realize that he was reversed in time, only the soul came over, and the body was still in the original era. In this way, the eternal power, immortal god demon art, Dao Tu, Haotian sword, etc., are all gone. A sword in the sky. As a strong man in the invincible realm, Chu Yan fought all over his body. He grew up from life and death. When he was in crisis, he reacted instantly, using his fingers as a sword, and waving a sword that soared to the sky. Boom. Hearing a sound of shock, under the storm, the power of the gang exploded, rushing to the sky and attacking the earth. Chu Yan only felt his chest, as if he had been hit by a cow, his blood was constantly churning, and the breath all over his body was retreating, and he retreated a full dozen steps before barely standing still. This physical body is extremely weak, and it was hit by a death blow before. Even if Chu Yan's soul descended, the huge vitality made him recover a little bit, but it was not enough to recover to the peak state. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3815 First Battle. With one attack, Chu Yan didn't take any advantage, and even suffered a lot. The new environment, the new physical body, had no time to adapt, and the battle broke out. Ha ha ha, this kid wanted to kill himself, and he actually fought us. The man with the spirit pattern had flashing tattoos all over his body, and he was smiling very happily, as if he had encountered some interesting game. In this way, it can be regarded as bringing some fun to this meaningless task. However, after one move, the kid seemed to be unable to do so, so he could only go here. Boy, die. Without any hesitation, as a mercenary, he has a strong sense of purpose. He must kill the target with the fastest efficiency. Using one more move is a crime. After uttering a word, Ling Wenzi and the enchanting woman attacked at the same time, displaying powerful ancient secret skills with one knife and one whip at the same time. The entire cave was shaking, as if the sky was falling apart. Among these two attacks, there was an extremely powerful evil spirit, which caused the ghosts all over the sky to hiss. Suyu's weakness is that he is extremely weak against evil spirits, and any attack with evil spirits will cause him more damage. And these two happen to be good at the way of evil spirit, and they aimed specifically at Suyu. This physical body is still awkward. Chu Yan stood there, agitating the true energy in his body, and while evolving into sword intent, he was also trying to evolve other visions. Suddenly, in the void in front of him, a long sword of true energy appeared, with a golden light shining on the blade. Xuanhuan sword. Long time no see. Looking at the golden light on the sword body, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly. This human treasure has always been nourished in his sea of consciousness and soul. With the improvement of his cultivation base, its strength has not improved at all, but Chu Yan can feel that it is completely different from before. Clang! The sword body trembled, as if responding to Chu Yan, and at the same time a touch of jade light appeared on the sword body. The essence of the jade light quenched, making Chu Yan's eyes brighten immediately. The sword of will merged. Chu Yan never thought that the sword of his will would merge with the Xuanhuan sword after experiencing the reversal of time. Or after he practiced the sword of will, Xuanhuan's sword has been changing in this direction. No matter what, the Xuanhuan sword in Chu Yan's hand is a completely different human treasure. This is power of will. The faces of the spirit pattern man and the enchanting woman both changed drastically. You have such a strong will. This? Impossible. Just when she said these words, powerful willpower and mighty imperial prestige swept away, smashing all the evil spirits around into dust. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice sounded from the opposite side. One sword. Clang. The entire cave was shrouded in sword light, golden with a touch of jade light and blood-colored sword energy. Fill the sky and the earth. The sense of crisis in the hearts of the man with the spirit pattern and the enchanting woman exploded like a tide, and without any hesitation at all, the two of them unleashed all their strength and trump cards. But, it's still too late. The raging sword energy, like a dragon with sword intent, roared and roared, annihilating everything. In less than a breath, screams sounded. Heavenly Yin and Ghosts walk, 9 turns of Yin and Yang. The man with the spirit pattern and the enchanting woman had experienced countless lives and deaths. Facing a desperate situation, they directly used forbidden techniques. On the two of them, 9 auras erupted at the same time, instantly blasting their bodies, and their flesh and blood flew flying. This is a kind of escapism. One sword. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, a wave of swords filled the sky instantly, and the anti-god flames rushed out of his eyes, turning into a sea of flames, burning the entire void into red and white. However, wherever Anai Xinyan passed, the two phantoms were still running wildly, as if they were completely unaffected by Anai Xinyan. In the ancient times, there were indeed many capable people and strange men. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and he cut out a sword in the sky in an instant. Using his body as a sword, he rushed to the top of the two of them, raised his hand and punched it down. Rule power. Boom. The powerful energy exploded, and thousands of silk threads flashed out in the void. You're not, Su. At this moment, the man with the spirit pattern and the enchanting woman discovered something at the same time, but before they could shout out, the entire virtual figure was instantly blasted into dust and scattered in all directions. The berserk majesty surged in all directions, and Daming Cave Mansion was impacted by this force, shaking and shaking, constantly. Call. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Chu Yan couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. The trauma to the physical body was too severe. In order to kill these two people, he had to use the power of the rules, and the result was that the physical body was backlashed, and the wounds added to the wounds. Chu Yan turned his head and saw a storage jade talisman on the ground. Memory fragments flashed in the sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan immediately knew that this was Suyu's Songzhu realm inheritance, and it was originally the spoils of the two people who were killed just now. Suyu's misfortune was also caused by this jade talisman. The inheritance of the Songzhu realm should be considered ordinary in this ancient era, but if it is placed in our era, it may be. Shaking his head, Chu Yan took back the stored jade talisman, sat down on his legs, and began to practice. A faint aura of heaven and earth surged in, enveloping Chu Yan's body, and between inhaling and swallowing, the concentration of the aura of heaven and earth continued to increase. The level of heaven and earth aura here is probably more than 10 times that of Chu Yan's era. No wonder so many strong people in this era have emerged. At this time, Chu Yan's consciousness was flying like flying in the sea of consciousness. He kept thinking, and quickly became familiar with this new identity. Half an hour later, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and 50% of the injuries in his body recovered. Tianin. The double knots were sealed, and an invisible wave gushed out instantly, shooting out into the surrounding void. This is a seal specially taught to Chu Yan by Patriarch Hong before. With this seal, after the four of them returned to the ancient times, they would not have misunderstandings or even life and death battles, because of their new bodies and unfamiliarity with each other. Leave quickly. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan used his body skills and disappeared instantly on the spot. 3 hours later, Chu Yan appeared in a huge mountain range. After careful investigation one by one, he found an excellent place. After setting up various powerful restrictions and spiritual formations, Chu Yan began to recover from his injuries again. Although this time the timing is ideal, this physical identity is far from ideal. This is a cultivator who has just stepped into the Taoist realm. His strength is not strong, and his body has been severely injured, which caused a lot of trouble for Chu Yan to start. Of course, the bigger trouble is that what he practiced was the Daotian Taoism's method of asking, which didn't exist at all later, so Chu Yan didn't practice it. In addition, all practitioners of Daotian Dao lineage mainly focus on Dao of Dao, and there is no overlap. Although Chu Yan's talent is good, he can re-enlighten and practice, but it is too time-consuming. If you really want to recultivate, of course it is to re-repair the powerful skills such as the immortal god and devil art, and the eternal saint body is too closely connected with the physical body, so it is impossible to practice now, and without the cooperation of the 9-realm star chart, the eternal saint body the strongest power is not comparable to the immortal god demon art. Therefore, Chu Yan finally chose to rebuild the immortal god and devil art as the foundation of the ancient times. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3816 Heaven's Fury. Time passed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chu Yan first recovered all physical injuries, and at the same time completed the first chapter of the immortal god and demon art, so that he can exert the power of gods and demons and operate the rules of gods and demons. In addition, Chu Yan recultivated the law of warfare, the 8 Desolation Xuanhuan Sutra, and other methods of inquiry, and once again condensed a talisman diagram in his body. Chu Yan's current combat power is more than 10 times stronger than the original Suyu, but compared to his previous self, he is more than 10 times worse. In the 2000 years of the ancient calendar, many things happened in the first year. It seems that there were more than 30 major events. Among them, one named Tiger Gutsongzhu issued a mission, which seems to be in the 5th dangerous land. Chu Yan kept pondering, and then his eyes became brighter and brighter. The conditions offered by the Dragon Gutsong Lord are extremely attractive. As long as you can find Wan Guizhi, you can make 3 shots, and there is no limit to 3 shots. Such conditions are exactly what Chu Yan desperately needs at present. Since Chu Yan just arrived, his cultivation level is so weak, and he already has enemies like Li Yun and Bai Ligi. A reliable help will have a huge effect. Having killed 2 dark mercenaries before, I imagine that Li Yun and Bai Ligi will know that they are still alive soon. This is the ancient times, there are many masters from all sects, and geniuses are everywhere. With my own identity and strength, I am afraid that there will be countless falls every day, just like a drop in the ocean, and the fall will not cause any splashes. The 3 chances to use the mobile phone in Songzhu realm are equivalent to 3 life-saving talismans, which can help him resolve 3 crises. There is still about half a month left, let's study this Songzhu inheritance first. Chu Wei pondered for a while, and his mind sank into Suyu's jade talisman. An extremely powerful coercion exploded like a thunderbolt, blasting into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness in an instant. Songgu's voice reverberated throughout the sea of consciousness, as if the god of heaven and earth was speaking. I am the Lord of Heaven's wrath, and I will leave a copy of the Saber Intent inheritance. Whoever obtains the Saber Intent and cultivates to the perfection level can break the Jade Talisman restriction and become my true successor. As soon as the words landed, the coercion of the Sea of Consciousness changed suddenly, turning into a figure and appearing. This person is illusory, but extremely powerful, holding a straight-bladed long knife, standing there like a god of the void. When the sword is raised, it is like a thunderbolt crossing the border, and thousands of troops and horses are galloping. Every move has the power of chaos and the universe, which is extremely powerful. Wherever the sword passes, there must be a powerful sword intent left behind. These sword intents are not rigid, but flow like dragon shadows, continuously gather together, and finally turn into an extremely huge sword dragon, roaring to the heavens. The horror of this sword power is far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. What a terrifying sword intent! At this moment, Chu Yan finally understood why the ancient era was called the peak era of martial arts. At least in his era, there was no one who could use the sword intent to such an extent. In comparison, it was extremely difficult for him to display such a sword intent in his peak state. This has nothing to do with cultivation. It's completely the realm of the way of the sword, it's just how far you go. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan held the Xuanhuan sword and kept making moves, learning every move. Although he was not one of the swordsmen, such an opportunity was too rare. This is a sword art created by a generation of sword intent powerhouses. It is by no means comparable to ordinary Taoism. Even in the skills of the Zhangzhu, it is probably an extremely strong existence. Chu Yan's whole mind was immersed in it, and it took him 8 days to comprehend it with his talent. Afterwards, the jade light of Xuanhuan sword in Chu Yan's hand flashed violently, and one side of the sword disappeared, turning into a long straight-edged knife, which continued to solidify and become stronger. Another 5 days passed, and with the sound of the sky-shattering dragon scorpion blasting the Xuanhuan sword in Chu Yan's hand, Wanmeng roared, and the sword's aura soared to the sky. Heaven's wrath sword judgment, the training is complete. With a wave of his hand to retract Xuanhuan blade, Chu Yan took a long breath and slowly restrained his breath. See if the time is up. Taking out a jade talisman, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness penetrated into it. This jade talisman belonged to Suyu originally, and it was named Wanzuan Ling. It was created by the 10 major Zhangzhu Taoists in the world today. It is used to release various news, and ordinary practitioners will carry it with them. Chu Yan swept his consciousness and found a golden message appeared in the 5th dangerous area. Huge Zhangzhu bounty order, anyone who finds Wang Guizhi will be rewarded with 3 chances to use his mobile phone. This reward order will last for 9 years, and martial artists of any faction status can go to the Tiger Star Mansion to accept the mission. After a glance, Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and his figure turned into a shock, soaring into the sky. At this time, the 5th dangerous land is also boiling because of this special reward order. Powerful people from all sides are asking for news about Wang Guizhi, and 99% of them have never heard of this treasure in the God's domain continent. Because it was Lord Tiger Gudsong who issued the reward order, not only some big powers and strong men, but also some cultivators of small powers were eager to try. After all, this is a reward for finding treasures, and the requirements for cultivation and strength are not high, but the rewards are astonishing. Even if you are lucky, you can get 3 promises from the Tiger Gudsongzhu, and it will be a simple matter to wipe out a small sect force with a wave of your hand. Not to mention, with the help of the Lord Tiger Gudsongzhu, he broke through some powerful secret realms, obtained shocking opportunities, and soared into the sky ever since. Therefore, the entire 5th dangerous land, including some surrounding areas, was all attracted by this reward order. Heian City, an ordinary city of warriors, at this time a large number of cultivators are discussing in restaurants, streets, and other places. Including the city lord of Heishui City, who also woke up from the retreat and summoned his strong men to discuss urgently. At this time, Chu Yan, relying on Suyu's memory, had already arrived in Heishui City. Walking on the street, there is a prosperous scene on both sides of the street, and there are so many strong people in the city. Compared with his era, it is really different. The Blackwater city itself is transformed by a Dao treasure. The buildings and streets in the city have powerful restrictions, and they are connected to the core formation of the entire city, which can be said to be like an iron barrel. Even if it is an invincible powerhouse, it may be difficult to break through this city. After walking for a while, Chu Yan gradually became familiar with the situation, and Chu Yan directly released his consciousness, covering the entire city. With a sweep of consciousness, there are actually 5 invincible experts in this city. Among them, there are 3 in the city lord's mansion, 2 in the early stage and 1 in the Desheng state. This invincible in Desheng realm should be the lord of Heishui City. After Chu Yan understood the situation, he began to ponder in his heart and think. If you want to get Wang Guizhi, it is best not to outwit and not be discovered by anyone, otherwise it may cause some unnecessary troubles. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3817 Blackwater City. Can't grab by force, can't rely on stealing. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. There is a way. Immediately, Chu Yan strode towards the city lord's mansion, and soon reached the gate of the city lord's mansion. Stop. Who are you? At the gate of the tall city lord's mansion, 2 guards holding spears stopped Chu Yan, pointed the spears directly, and shouted at Chu Yan. In this Blackwater city, someone actually dared to directly break into the city lord's mansion. Under Dao Tian Taoism, Suyu, an inner disciple, has something important to ask to see the city lord. Please report it. Chu Yan cupped his hands as a salute, and said politely. At the same time, he took out the jade talisman and handed it over. A guard stretched out his hand, probed the jade talisman with his spiritual sense, and quickly confirmed Chu Yan's identity. His expression changed instantly. My lord, wait a moment, I will report to you immediately. After returning the jade talisman, the 2 guards quickly put away their spears, and one of them turned around and ran towards the mansion, apparently with a much better attitude. In less than a moment, the guard returned and politely invited Chu Yan in. Chu Yan nodded without hesitation, strode into the city lord's mansion, and walked along the main road towards the living room. This city lord's mansion is not too big. It covers an area of about 1,000 acres. There are hills, rivers, lakes, and forests. Everywhere is full of spiritual energy. Beasts and birds are singing, and there is a scene of spiritual energy. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept over, and at the same time, Qilan's pupil looked around, and soon found that there were prohibitions and large formations everywhere in the city lord's mansion, which were connected to each other. If this happened indiscriminately, the consequences would be serious. After arriving in the living room, Chu Yan saw a tall figure sitting on the main seat, with a mark on his face, which was very special. On the left and right of him were an old man and a young man. Su Daoyu is a guest from afar, and I welcome you on behalf of Heishui City. The Lord of Heishui stood up and bowed to Suyu with an extremely polite and bold attitude. Under Suyu, I have met the Lord of Heishui City and the 2 priests. This time I came uninvited. Excuse me. Chu Yan also saluted politely, and said, You Taoist Su are too polite. You are an inner disciple of Dao Tian Taoism. It is my blessing to come to my Blackwater City. The Lord of Heishui said politely again. You don't have to be too polite, fellow Taoist Su. I just don't know, what advice does fellow Taoist Su have for coming here this time? The old man sitting next to the city lord asked. When this sentence fell, the city lord and the young man looked at Chu Yan at the same time. Both of them were asking questions. The 5th dangerous land is not considered powerful, so an inner sect disciple of Dao Tian Dao lineage does not have a low status here, and Suyu's current cultivation base has broken through to the Taoist realm. I am afraid it is only a matter of time before he becomes a core disciple. Heishui City can survive in this troubled world, relying on being slick and cautious. Of course, in such a small city, there are usually no powerful warriors coming, so the Lord of Heishui City and others also know that Suyu should have something to do. I will not hide from the 3 seniors. I just got at Sangju Daobao not long ago. This treasure faintly points to the treasure house of Heishui City. It should be related to a certain treasure in the treasure house of your mansion. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the city lord of Heishui immediately lit up. Sangju Daobao. The city lord, the old man and the young man looked at each other, and the eyes of the 3 men were shocked at the same time. Sangju Daobao is a heavy treasure, and there is none in the entire Heishui City. I didn't expect the Suyu to get one. This is a great opportunity. This is also the identity of Dao Tian Taoism, otherwise, I am afraid that the Lord of Heishui City will have the idea of killing and seizing treasure on the spot. Being able to communicate with the Sangju Daobao is probably not easy. Su Daoyu, as an inner sect disciple of Dao Tian Taoism, can definitely ask the elders or masters of the sect to come to my Blackwater City and take it directly. The young man sitting next to the city lord frowned. He originally wanted to say take it away, but in the end he said, take it away. Dao Tian Taoism is not something that he, a little Haishuiching, can offend. Don't make fun of the 3 seniors. It is naturally impossible to take it with my cultivation base. If I inform the elders in the sect, it will be even more difficult to say who will get the result in the end. Chu Yan's answer made Haishuiching nod slightly. That's right, what Chu Yan said is the truth, and now the various sects are fighting openly and secretly, and they are not clean with each other. Fellow Taoists who said this, are you afraid that the 3 of us will be malicious? With your cultivation, it is not difficult for the 3 of us to want. As soon as the Lord of Heishui said these words, a vague murderous intent surged in the void instantly. Hearing this, Chu Yan chuckled and said, City Lord, there's no need to do this. You should be very clear that even if you attack me, the treasures on this body, including the treasures in your treasury, probably have nothing to do with you. And, how do you know that I didn't leave some means behind, such as secretly contacting someone from the sect in advance? Besides, if you really want to do it, you want to kill me, it's not easy. As soon as these words came out, the aura on Chu Yan's body exploded directly, and the coercion of the monstrous magic way hit the entire city lord's mansion like a tide. Not only that, a tall phantom of gods and demons appeared in the air, and a pair of blood eyes swept across, looking at the three of the city masters. Their expressions suddenly changed. The rules of gods and demons. The expressions of the three lords of Heishui City changed at the same time. Suyu in front of him is not cultivated in the Taoist realm, and he can display the power of rules. This is at least the power of rules that can only be exerted reluctantly in the invincible realm. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a genius of Daotian Taoism. Suyu is so young, it is really amazing that he can practice the way of gods and demons to such a level. The Lord of Heishui laughed loudly, and the murderous aura in the entire hall disappeared completely in an instant. The so-called gods and demons are respectful titles, but to be honest, they are nothing more than demonic cultivation. Such a genius is even more conspicuous in a powerful sect, so the Lord of Heishui believes that this Suyu's status in the Daotian Dao lineage is probably not low. Since this is the case, then there is no need to say anything else. I will also open the skylight to speak brightly. I would like to ask fellow Daoist Su, if you want to take that treasure, what can we get in Blackwater City? Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly, and replied preparedly. Songju Saber, upper part. As soon as these words came out, the three lords of Heishui City's eyes lit up first, then shook their heads and said. Fellow Daoist Su, this is only the upper part. Chu Yan shook his head directly and said, the three seniors are not making a small weapon, but after getting this inheritance, they have already made an oath that they can only teach half of it at most. If the three feel inappropriate, then cancel the transaction. Farewell. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan bowed his hands, turned around and left without a trace of dragging away, appearing extremely straightforward. This time, the Lord of Heishui City was a little confused, hesitated for a moment, and quickly called out. Fellow Daoist Su, wait. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3818 Tiger Star Mansion. The Lord of Heishui sighed softly, and said to Chu Yan, who turned around. Fellow Daoist Su already has a well-thought-out plan, so why bother? Half of it is half of it, it's better than. Halfway through the conversation, he stopped talking. To be honest, half of Songju's cheats are already considered good, and with the addition of this Suyu's favor, it is not a big loss. As for what good things can be found in the treasure house of Heishui City? If you really want something good, those strong people don't come to your door every day. Therefore, this transaction is not too much of a disadvantage. On the surface, it is not a small advantage, and the only loss is some face. The three of them thought about the same thing, and they laughed lightly when they looked at each other. It's just that they didn't know until later that what Suyu took from their Blackwater treasure house turned out to be Wanguizhi. Since then, the eyes of the three invincibles in Heishui City have been red for a full year, and they walk like a thunderstorm, roaring when they see people, as if they can eat the people they meet at any time. Thank you. Chu Yan bowed his hands and smiled. Immediately afterwards, according to the general rules of the transaction, the two parties began to make an oath of heaven. The Lord of Heishui City was very straightforward, or he knew that there was nothing valuable in the treasure house of this city, so he took Chu Yan directly to the treasure house. How could a good thing be put here? Of course it was carried in the storage jade talisman. What can be placed in the treasure house can only be some ordinary goods. However, after all, it is a treasure house of a city, and there are still a few good things, such as earth-level Tao treasures, heaven-level treasures of heaven and earth, etc., which can still be worth some money if they are put outside. City Master Heishui, I can't confirm these 10 treasures for a while, can I give them all to you? Chu Yan waved his hand and pointed to the dusty spiritual treasures on the shelf beside him. Yes. Fellow Daoist Su can take whatever he likes, as long as he soars into the sky in the future, don't forget about me. Ha ha ha. This sentence is the fact that Chu Yan is tied to owe him a favor. If you can exchange a few treasures full of dust for this, it is definitely worth the money. Chu Yan nodded and smiled, and collected the 10 spirit treasures, including Wan Guizhi, into his storage jade talisman. Immediately, he took out half of the Sky Fury Sword Judgment he had obtained earlier, and handed it to the opponent. After a few polite words, Chu Yan left Heishui City directly. After this transaction, he might not have the chance to see the 3 lords of Heishui City again in the future. The theory of favor is probably just his own wish. Go to Tiger Star Mansion now. Chu Yan didn't intend to stay, just in case something changed later. He flew directly towards the Tiger Star Mansion. Tiger Star Mansion is extremely far from Heishui City. With Chu Yan's cultivation base, he flew for more than half a day before slowly stopping. In the ancient times, the Zhongzhou realm powerhouse stayed here. With a glance. In the sky ahead, above the large expanse of spiritual clouds, a huge palace lays horizontally. Various visions of heaven and earth are suspended above the spiritual cloud palace, and the most obvious one is a large expanse of star sea. In the surrounding void and sky, due to the floating and moving of the sea of spiritual clouds, the sound of howling winds is formed, resounding through the clouds like the roar of a sky tiger. The roar of clouds and tigers, coupled with the anomaly of the star sea, should be the origin of the name of this Tiger Star Mansion. The place where the Zhongzhou realm powerhouse lies is really extraordinary. I don't know how the Dao Tian Taoism and other great forces and the mountain gates exist. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, searching the memory fragments in the sea of consciousness, but there was no memory of Dao Tiandao's rule of the mountain gate. After a little recovery, Chu Yan flew towards the Tiger Star Mansion. Approaching the mansion of the Zhongzhou, Chu Yan could clearly see that strong men from all directions flew towards them with the light of a startling rainbow. Among these people, there were god kings, supreme beings, and Taoist realm powerhouses, and even invincible. There was a constant flow of people entering and leaving Tiger Star Mansion, and it was very lively. The reward order issued by Hugut Zhongzhou before is very clear. To accept this task, you must first register for the task at the Tiger Star Mansion before you can be regarded as accepting the task. Now that the reward order has just been issued, those strong men who are close to Tiger Star Mansion, of course, rushed here, and even came to inquire about the situation in advance. Of course, Chu Yan mixed in the crowd and entered the Tiger Star Mansion. There are hundreds of wide streets in the mansion, many palaces and buildings, all kinds of fairy mountain caves are complete, powerful cultivators retreat in them, and detailed clouds and visions are constantly rising from these caves, just like a fairyland. The number of treasures collected in this Tiger Star Mansion is no less than dozens. Chu Yan identified the direction and walked towards the central square. The central square is already crowded with people. A large number of cultivators gathered here, and they are all receiving task cards and registering in an orderly manner. On the large open space on the left side of the square, there is a small building standing, which is where the task is handed in, but there is no one at this time. Chu Yan glanced left and right, seeing the difference between the two sides. He raised his feet and lined up behind the registration desk. Time is not urgent now, first follow the rules of huge Zhongzhou, and then talk about it after registration. Half an hour later, it was Chu Yan's turn. After handing in a Shinjing, he got the task token, and Chu Yan also got a jade charm, on which he wrote information and patterns about Wan Guizhi. Chu Yan glanced at it, and after confirming that it was correct, he left the registration office and walked directly towards the mission building. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded. Suyu. Chu Yan turned around after hearing the sound, and saw a woman in a long black dress standing there among the crowd, looking at him in astonishment. Probably because of the black dress, this woman's skin is extremely white, like suet, and her temperament is like a clear spring. Beside the woman in the black dress, there was a slender young man in a robe, who was also looking at Chu Yan. When these two people appeared in the eyes, Chu Yan's eyes flashed suddenly, and memory fragments flashed out in the sea of consciousness. A feeling of incomparable resentment filled Chu Yan's entire heart in an instant, crowding the blood in his whole body, making the blood in his whole body seem to be boiling. Li Yun, by Ligi. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a cold light in his pupils. Unexpectedly, in such a big Tiger Star mansion, there are countless cultivators in the square, and I would meet the two of them. It seems that there is really a kind of heaven in the dark, which is running. Suyu, I didn't expect you to be able to kill two dark local mercenaries. Your strength is slightly stronger than I imagined. Bai Ligi looked over and spoke with a sneer. Suyu, it seems that you were careless before, but if you are in the same school, I advise you to hand over the Cangzhu Jade Talisman, it will only benefit you. Otherwise. There was no emotion in Li Yun's beautiful eyes, and he said, I can ask Senior Brother Bailey to let you live. Otherwise, the next time Tianziho mercenaries make a move, you will die. With so many cultivators present, these two men threatened Chu Yan with their mouths, but they didn't even use their spiritual consciousness to transmit their voices, and they spoke directly. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3819 Knife Day. Therefore, when the two opened their mouths, they attracted eyes from all directions. Master Bailey. This Bai Ligi seems to be a core disciple of the Dao Tiandao lineage, and his father is also the deputy suzerain of the Dao Tiandao lineage. That's right, I heard that his father's cultivation has reached Cangzhu realm. It's been more than 20 years. The Cangzhu Taoism is still complicated, but in a place with so many people, they open their mouths to threaten the same sect. The Cangzhu Taoism is fiercely competitive, just like life and death. It is a kind of experience in itself. All major Cangzhu Taoisms are like this, which inspires the disciples to compete for victory. Therefore, the rules are big and small. There are rules within the sect. Don't think about any fellowship, you will die miserably. This Suyu, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Seeing this scene, the cultivators around shook their heads in disgust. Such a situation is rare among the major sects, but it is not uncommon either. Listening to these discussions, this Bai Ligi didn't care at all, and just stood there proudly, looking at Chu Yan opposite with contempt, his eyes full of disdain. Yuner said, if you want to save your life, that's fine. But you hand over the jade talisman, then kowtow to me to make amends, and you are not allowed to step into the 5th dangerous place again. This is the condition. Otherwise, When he said this, Bai Ligi turned his head to look at Li Yun, obviously talking to Li Yun, as if the Suyu on the opposite side couldn't get into his eyes at all. This obviously has a hint of trampling, because when Suyu knew that Li Yun was hooking up with Bai Ligi behind his back, he once scolded Bai Ligi in the Zonman Square in front of all the disciples of the sect. Now that Bai Ligi has seized the opportunity, of course he has to find this place, and trample on him even more ruthlessly. A little Suyu, but one of the countless inner disciples, dare to fight himself. You asked to kowtow to apologize. Chu Yan sneered in his heart, looking at the other party, feeling incredible. It seems that the more powerful the martial arts flourishing age in this ancient era, the more these ghosts and monsters, there is really a relationship between the two. The chances of meeting him just now are not low. Since martial arts flourished in this ancient dynasty, there are naturally more young masters of the 2nd generation of martial arts like Bai Ligi. Go away, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Chu Yan shook his head, waved his hand and said to the two, turning his head directly, not bothering to pay attention to the two. If it was because of Chu Yan's temperament when he was young, he might still compete with them, but now that Chu Yan's cultivation base and realm are different, there will still be a youthful and frivolous temperament. When the matter here is over, I will deal with these two guys when I have time later. After all, it is Suyu's heart not. This Suyu is actually called Bailigi. Get lost. All the cultivators present were so shocked that their faces changed slightly. In their view, this Suyu's cultivation base can only be recalled in the Taoist realm, and the way Bailigi and the other two treat Chu Yan shows that Chu Yan's status in Daotian Taoism is much lower than theirs. Now Chu Yan's words are obviously provocative. Isn't this courting death? You, let me, get out. Bailigi's pupils shrank instantly, and they were all flashing with coldness. Li Yun also looked shocked, looking at Chu Yan with doubts in his eyes. It seemed that this person was not the Suyu he knew at all. Okay. There is something. Suyu, this is your own courting death. After Bailigi finished speaking, his body burst out with qi, and the violent power surged in all directions. Chu Yan took a step forward, his eyes were full of black breaths, and the mighty magic power burst out instantly. Just when Bailigi was about to burst into anger, Li Yun suddenly pulled the hem of his clothes lightly, and shook his head at him. Suyu is very scheming. You want to provoke me, and then be suppressed by the rules of Tiger Star Mansion. Dreaming. You'd better not leave Tiger Star Mansion, otherwise, I'll let you know how life is worse than death. Beside him, Li Yun also had cold eyes, and said, Suyu, you are still so stupid to use such a trick. Hearing these words, Chu Yan sneered, and it felt like a waste of time to even answer them this time. Seeing Suyu's reaction, the expressions of Bailigi and Li Yun instantly became furious. Even being ignored, this guy dared to ignore them. Brother Bailey, what's going on? Who are you angry with? At this moment, a voice sounded, and a man wearing a fire robe and a tiger's head with huge star eyes on his chest came striding forward. Behind this person, followed by a man in the same attire, but the tiger head on his chest was smaller. Elder Gua. When Bailigi heard the words, he turned his head to look at the cloud, and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot about this important relationship. They know each other. Now that Suyu is finished. There are 5 hall masters in the Tiger Star Mansion. All of them are invincible and powerful, and they are all important ministers of Lord Hugutsong. Under the 5 hall masters are the elders. There are 20 in total. All of them are invincible, and they are usually in charge of the affairs of the entire Tiger Star Mansion. From the perspective of Bailigi and the elder of the Tiger Star Mansion, the relationship between the two seems to be very good. Elder Gua, you came just in time. Bailigi greeted him with a smile at that time, and while bowing his hands in salute, he pointed at Chu Yan and said, This guy insulted me and wanted to kill me. I don't know if there is any way to deal with it according to the rules of Tiger Star Mansion. Hearing this, the practitioners present all twitched at the corners of Chi-Chi's eyes. This method of the villain to sue first is really high. The facts are obvious. Chu Yan is only Dao Master Realm cultivation base, and his status is not as high as yours in Daotian Taoism. You even said that people scolded you and wanted to kill you. Are you insulting your own IQ, or are you insulting everyone's IQ? However, he has a prominent status, so he dares to say that. It is enough to talk about reason and talk about fists. Elder Gua, as long as you let me teach this kid a lesson, I will thank you very much. I owe you a favor. Under the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness, Elder Gua's eyes lit up instantly. As soon as he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his face immediately turned cold, and he shouted, You dare to cause trouble in my Tiger Star Mansion, you are so bold. According to the rules of our Dragon Star Mansion, you will be detained for 5 days as punishment. Having said that, Elder Gua directly waved his hand and said, "Come on, lock him up." After saying a few words behind him, the ordinary disciples of Tiger Star Mansion came from all around the square and rushed directly to Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned immediately and said, "Elder Gua, isn't it that you, an elder, are not afraid of affecting the prestige of Tiger Star Mansion by acting like this? You can easily ask the people present, who is in charge? 'Cause trouble. Are you the elder of Tiger Star Mansion, or his Bailigi elder?" As soon as these words came out, Bailey Gue and Li Yun suddenly laughed. This Suyu dared to resist even the elders of Tiger Star Mansion. He was so stupid. When did the world of martial arts talk about reason? It has always only talked about strength and status. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3820crazy. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Elder Gua's gaze was instantly as cold as ice. This elder has been in Tiger Star Mansion for many years, and he has always been fair and just. Since you question this elder, I will convince you today. After saying this, he turned around directly, glanced at the crowd around him, raised his finger and pointed at a cultivator, and asked, "Let me ask you, is this person going to attack Bailigi just now?" The Taoist realm who was clicked was startled, and quickly replied yes. Elder Gua pointed to another supreme realm, asked the same question, and got the same answer. "Elder, that's right. This guy is so bold, if you don't come here in time, Elder, he would have done something to Master Bailey just now." After asking several cultivators, not only did they get affirmative answers, but they also charged Chu Yan with more crimes. If the cultivators who just came over saw this scene, they would definitely think that Chu Yan was wrong and violated the rules of Tiger Star Mansion. Good method. Chu Yan glanced at those people, shook his head and said. The few people Elder Gua asked were either Taoist masters or Supreme Realm, and they were not stupid. How could they offend Elder Gua and Bailigi, just to help Chu Yan for justice? Now, you have nothing to say. In front of this elder's wise eyes, you have nothing to hide. Take it now. Elder Gua ordered again. As soon as this sentence fell, the disciples of the Tiger Star Mansion who had been surrounding all around immediately rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan burst out with magic breath all over his body, and his figure flashed instantly, appearing directly in front of the mission hall, not far away. How dare you escape? Elder Gua, let me help you take him down. Bailigi saw that the opportunity was ripe, but that Chu Yan resisted openly. How could such an opportunity be missed? Haha, fellow Taoist Bailey, don't worry, it's fine. Elder Gua laughed loudly and said, the elders of the mission hall have always had a bad temper. If he breaks him like this, he will be abolished directly. Hearing this, Bailigi's eyes lit up and he smiled jokingly. Since this is the case, then wait and watch a good show. It is even more interesting than doing it yourself. How did he escape to the mission hall, that direction? The cultivators present were all full of doubts. It stands to reason that the task hall is now empty, unlike the crowds at the registration office, who are more likely to use escape. This young man must have been insane and ran into the mission hall when he was in a panic. This behavior is too stupid. As a result, it goes without saying that his whereabouts are like the lice on a bald man's head. They are very clear, and there is no possibility of escape. As long as he is caught by Elder Gua, because of his relationship with Bailey Gue, he may be tortured alive for more than 3 days. Whoosh! Chu Yan turned into an afterimage, and his speed was like lightning. After a few flashes, he rushed to the gate of the mission hall, and a large group of disciples from the Tiger Star Mansion chased after him. There was a lot of movement. Who is so bold? Why are you making trouble in front of my mission hall? No surprises. What everyone was expecting happened. A thunderous roar sounded, blasting the entire void. In an instant, a terrifying coercion hit the entire square from the mission hall like a tide. In addition, clusters of gas gangs erupted in the sky above the mission hall, and under the vision flying into the sky, the power was astonishing. This power alone was enough to blast and kill ordinary Taoist realm early-stage powerhouses. Chu Yan and the disciples who were chasing after him all froze. If he moved again at this time, he might be killed directly. No one dared to ignore such a warning. Report to the hall master, this person is deliberately causing trouble, we are about to take him down. Unexpectedly, he fled to the mission hall in a panic and disturbed the hall master. Elder Gua stepped forward, and while bowing to salute, he opened his mouth and said, "Humph. Wait till you die." Seeing this scene not far away, Bailigi felt ecstatic in his heart. This kid made things worse and provoked one of the 5 hall masters of Tiger Star Mansion, and it would definitely not end well. You plead guilty. In the sky above the mission hall, a thunderous sound resounded through the sky. Master, what Elder Gua said is not true. I came to the mission hall not to escape, but to hand in the mission. Chu Yan opened his mouth with a calm expression on his face. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was stunned, and everyone was stunned. What? He said he was here to turn in the quest. What a mission. It can't be. Wang Guizhi. In everyone's sea of consciousness, there was a roar, and everyone stood there sluggishly, safe and stupid. In the whole square, there was a dead silence. Ha ha ha, Suyu, I think you are really crazy. Bailigi was the first to react, laughing wildly. In this Suyu's hand, there will be the ambition of Wang Gua. What a joke. I didn't see so many people queuing up to register for the task in the square. You must know that it has only been 2 days since Lord Tiger Gutsong released the reward. At this time everyone has not even completed the registration, you just said you have completed the task. It's really shameless to talk about a Taoist realm. If it is so easy to find, the Lord Tiger Gutsong needs to issue such a rewarding reward. Not bad. I think this person may be crazy. He is looking for death. He dares to make up anything in order to survive, without looking at who the other party is. That is one of the 5 hall masters of Tiger Star Mansion. The reaction is fast, but it is also fast to seek death. Ha ha ha, the head of the mission hall is not a good-tempered person, he will definitely kill himself if he acts like this. The cultivators in all directions, after realizing it, all of them were full of jokes. This is typical, shoot yourself in the foot. When Li Yun saw this scene, he also sneered, and his heart was full of pride. Fortunately, I reigned in the precipice and chose Bailigi later, otherwise I would have been dragged down by the Suyu. You mean, you have, the map of all nations? With a bang, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the main hall, with gray hair and a tense face, sweeping away with coercion. Chu Yan looked up and saw that this person had a golden robe, a huge tiger head on his chest, and a pair of tiger eyes sparkling. Good. Chu Yan looked at the other party, waved his hand, and a book appeared in front of him. Let the hall master check it. When this sentence landed, the hall master's face changed instantly. He glanced at Chu Yan and took out a token. After infusing his true energy, the token released a golden glow, rushing towards Wang Guizhi in front of Chu Yan. Although I haven't seen Wang Guizhi, the palace master has some tokens, so don't tell the truth. If this Wang Guizhi is false, today you will not only have to bear the punishment of making trouble, but also suffer from the Wuhun in my Tiger Star Mansion, and the pain of tearing your soul from the emptiness. The mission hall master stared straight at Chu Yan, his eyes full of sternness. Spirit tiger tearing soul. Hearing this, the cultivators present gasped in unison. This torture is well known in Tiger Star Mansion, not to mention cultivators in the main realm, even if they are in the invincible realm, they would be worse off than die if they suffer this torture. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3821. It turned out to be true. As soon as the head of the mission hall opened his mouth, it was the punishment of tearing the soul of the tiger spirit, which made all the cultivators present look pale. Be sure to obey the rules and don't commit crimes. Every cultivator is in the sea of consciousness, constantly warning himself. Good. Great. When Bailigi heard this, he smiled ferociously. At that time, when Elder Gua executes it, he must follow to see. This expression of Suyu's life would be better than death. At this moment, a tiger roared suddenly from the token in the hall master's hand. What? The master of the mission hall and the cultivators present all froze. The task token actually reacted. Not. There is no need for the cultivators present to guess. The next moment, a shocking light erupted from the token, rushed into the sky above the clouds, and exploded into the sky. Ho ho! The roar of the tiger shook the sky, and thousands of thunderbolts gathered together, turning into a gigantic thunder tiger vision, roaring into the sky. What happened? All the cultivators present looked shocked and looked up at the sky. I saw, above the sky, a thunder tiger as huge as a mountain was running above the thunder clouds in the sky, with momentum like a tide. Is this the real Wanguezhi? The mission hall master was stunned, staring blankly at the abnormality in the sky, dumbfounded. If it wasn't for his duty just now, he would never have taken out the token to test it. Just as other cultivators thought, they would only think that this Suyu fled into the mission hall to lie that he had the ambition of 1,000 kingdoms to avoid it. The purpose, of course, is to avoid Elder Gua's punishment. This is impossible. Many of the cultivators present exclaimed. Especially Elder Gua, Bailey Gue, and Li Yun, their eyeballs were about to fly out, and they stood there dumbfounded. This scene is definitely a vision. Even the entire Tiger Star mansion was trembling, and the coercion from the sky kept falling, sweeping the whole mansion like a gust of wind. High above the sky, a tall phantom appeared, following behind Lei Hu, charging continuously, and finally evolved into a force of thousands of troops, as if 10,000 nations were fighting, with momentum like a rainbow. The next moment, a figure appeared in the void, as tall as a mountain, and as powerful as thunder. See. Lord Huge Songzhu. The master of the mission hall came to his senses, and quickly pointed to the void to see the Tao. This is the Songzhu from the ancient times. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the huge mountain-like figure above the sky, and felt the will and coercion released by him. Sure enough, the strength of the Songzhu realm powerhouses in the ancient times was far from comparable to Zhou Tiandi and the others. This is the Lord Tiger Gutsong personally coming. The cultivators present. Chi gasped. The Lord Tiger Gutsong came in person. That can only show that the Wanguezhi that Suyu just took out is really impossible. Absolutely impossible. Elder Gua, Bailey Gue, and Li Yun, the three of them shook violently, and their faces turned pale instantly. A little Suyu actually found Wanguezhi within 2 days. How did you do that? Very good. My seat's reward order has just been issued, and I have already found Wanguezhi. Very good. That fellow Taoist found it. Lord Tiger Gutsong looked at the square below and said. Report to my lord, this Wanguezhi was handed over by this little friend. The mission hall master didn't dare to neglect, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and lifted it to Suyu in front of him. Huh. Dao Lord Realm. The majestic figure in the sky glanced at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of astonishment, and then asked. Where did you find this book? Chu Yan bowed his hands and replied, the younger generation found it in the treasure house of Heishui City. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators present were stunned. What? The treasure house of Blackwater City. Such an important treasure, priceless, was found in the treasure house of a small town. So that's the case, I didn't expect it to be so dusty. Hu Guozhangzhu was very moved, and then waved his hand to take away Wang Guozhi in front of Suyu, saying, "Little friend, since you have found Wang Guozhi and completed the bounty offer, according to the previous promise, within the scope of this seat's ability, I can make 3 shots for you. This is the order of the 3/8 Tiger Star, you accept it, you can use it when you need it, and this seat will naturally know." While speaking, 3 tiger head tokens fell from the sky and landed in Chu Yan's hands. "Because my little friend completed the bounty so quickly, I will reward you in addition. You can go to the land of Tiger Might and practice for a month. They will take you there, so let this matter be over, and I will tell you first." Having said that, Huge Songzhu was about to turn around and leave, and his figure began to blur. "Senior, wait a moment," Chu Yan said. "What's the matter?" Huge Songzhu asked after a pause. "Senior, I want to use a Tiger Star token right now, and please make a move for me," Chu Yan replied. "Good. Very nice. Since you want to find someone to assassinate yourself, and now you are threatening yourself, then let's settle the matter. This matter, I also promised Suyu, it must be done. Now, just use 1-shot token." The cultivators present looked at Chu Yan with doubts in their eyes. You know, this is an opportunity for the Tiger Guozhangzhu to make a move, not to mention how many chances and secret treasures are guaranteed, at least it is a life-saving talisman. Use it now, doesn't that mean waste? What opportunities, treasures, or dangers that need to be saved in the Tiger Star Mansion? Even if Bai Ligi threatened Chu Yan before, but now that Chu Yan has completed the reward offered by Huge Songzhu, his identity has changed. Bai Ligi would definitely have scruples if he wanted to take action against Chu Yan. What's more, Chu Yan only needs to tell the mission hall master to clean up Bailey Gue, without wasting the token of Huge Songzhu once at all. What are you going to do? Su, let me tell you, my father is the deputy suzerain. If you dare, my father will not spare you. Bai Ligi was not stupid, he understood what was happening in an instant, and quickly scolded. Little friend, are you sure? Huge Songzhu looked at Chu Yan with his usual expression, and just asked. If someone offends you, you can ask several hall masters to uphold justice for you, and there is no need to use a Tiger Star token. Because of Chu Yan's speedy completion of the task, Huge Songzhu was extremely polite to him. Thank you, senior, for reminding me, I have made up my mind. Chu Yan bowed his hands and saluted without any hesitation. Good. It is indeed a bit wasteful to use a Tiger Star order to deal with such 2 people. However, for Chu Yan, Suyu's physical body is now used, and it is necessary to solve the cause and effect for him, and the more beautiful the solution, the better. Based on this, Chu Yan felt that it was worth using a Tiger Star token. Okay. Make your request. Master Huge Song looked at Chu Yan for 2 breaths, then nodded. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3822 Let's see. Hearing Huge Songzhu's clear answer, Chu Yan suddenly had a bottom line in his heart, turned his head to look at Li Yun and Bai Ligi, and said. He, and him, kill him. This one, senior, you can figure it out. He pointed to Li Yun and Bai Ligi, and finally to Elder Gua. Suyu, you. Bai Ligi, Li Yun, and Elder Gua suddenly changed their expressions, and their pupils shrank sharply. Can. Huge Songzhu remained expressionless, turned his head to look at Elder Gua, raised his finger and popped it out. A ray of mysterious light shot straight out and instantly entered Elder Gua's body. Chi chi chi. In the next breath, all the cultivators in the audience saw that Elder Gua's face was distorted in an instant, and he was in great pain, followed by bloody mouths bursting open, and blood continued to overflow. Although this move did not directly kill Elder Gua, it has seriously injured his physical body. It is not difficult to retreat in cultivation, and he will suffer from physical pain within 3 years. After all, this is the Tiger Star Mansion. As Lord Hutsong Song, he would not kill his own people at will, but it is okay to teach him a lesson. It's your turn. Turning his head again, looking at Li Yun and Bailey Gue, huge Songzhu's voice resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge palm came out of the air and pressed down. Boom, boom. Under the 2 loud bangs, the entire void where Li Yun and Bailey Gue were located was shattered into powder, and the terrifying power surged. Both Li Yun and Bailey Gue frantically circulated their true qi, desperately resisting, and constantly consumed all kinds of whole cards, but this was just leftover energy, and the real palm prince had not yet come down. Suyu, I was wrong. For the sake of our previous relationship, please forgive me this time. The sense of crisis in his heart caused Li Yun's soul to completely collapse, and he quickly spoke. But just as she finished her words, the palm prince had already fallen, and her entire body was instantly blasted into a piece of flesh and blood. Spare her. That is simply impossible. After she betrayed Suyu, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to let her go. If you dare to betray, you will have to bear the consequences. Suyu, you will. Bai Ligi was a little longer than Li Yun for half a breath, but he didn't even finish a sentence, and his palm prince fell at the same time. Boom. A terrifying force exploded on him, and at the same time a monstrous light rushed into the sky. Father, save me. When Bai Ligi saw the light rushing up and turned into a tall figure, he roared quickly. At the same time that figure soared into the sky, it bumped its head against the palm prince that fell from the sky, instantly smashing the palm prince into powder, turning them into a tidal wave that rushed to all directions. Songzhu Daofeng. Seeing this scene and the tall figure, the cultivators present all exclaimed. In particular, some powerhouses in the Supreme Realm and the Divine King Realm, whose cultivation base was slightly weaker, were directly knocked away by the 2 waves of air, causing them to fly upside down and bleed from the corners of their mouths. Senior Tiger Leather. I don't know where the dog offended you, and I want to kill you. Standing in the air, Songzhu Daofeng bowed his hands in front of huge Songzhu, with an extremely polite attitude. Even if they are both in the Songzhu realm, there are still differences. Huge Songzhu, who reached the peak level 300 years ago, and ranked high in the Huntian ranking, even in the entire God's Domain continent, he is one of the few strong men. However, Daofeng Songzhu is only the deputy suzerain of Dao Tiandao, and there is a huge gap between the two. Little friend, please explain. Huge Songzhu's face was still indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in his expression when he saw the appearance of Blade Songzhu. Hearing this, Master Daofeng Song suddenly turned to look at Chu Yan. Father, this person is Suyu, a disciple of my sect's inner sect. He has obtained its Songzhu inheritance. I want him to hand it over. I didn't expect him to refuse, so I taught him a lesson. I didn't expect him this time. I found Wan Guozhi. Bai Ligi hurriedly transmitted his spiritual sense to explain the situation to his father. Lord Daofeng Song glanced at him. Of course he knew what his son was, and said he was teaching him a lesson. He was afraid he would kill him. It turned out to be little friend Suyu. Lord Daofeng Song suddenly smiled, and said, since we are from the same clan, why is this so? I know that I am definitely wrong, but today I apologize to you on behalf of him. When I come back, I will punish you severely to him. In addition, I will immediately report to the suzerain, promote little friend Suyu as a core disciple, and add a year's training opportunity in the Holy Land of the sect. Do you think this can be handled? Speaking of this, Lord Daofeng Song thought for a while, then said quickly. In addition, Suyu, you can rest assured that this matter will be cancelled in the future, and you will never cause any trouble. Hearing this, all the cultivators present nodded secretly. As Zhangzhu, with such a polite attitude, it is considered a great face to a small disciple of the sect, and he also gave such a great benefit, this matter should be considered over. However, Chu Yan stood there with a cold expression on his face. Bai Ligi wants to pass the test like this. Dream. No matter how the Lord Blade Song apologizes and compensates, can Suyu's life be compensated? When he possessed himself, Suyu had lost his vitality and had already fallen. At this time, even if Suyu was here in person, he would probably be even more angry. Little friend, I think it's reasonable to handle this matter like this. Huge Zhangzhu also looked at Chu Yan and persuaded him. If you can't kill the senior, then let's give up on this first Tiger Star token. Chu Yan replied. As soon as these words came out, Tiger Good Zhangzhu's expression changed instantly. Can't kill. A joke. This seat is for your own good. If you offend your deputy suzerain to death, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the future. As far as I am concerned, the blade cannot enter my eyes. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and said, Thank you, Senior Huge, but the relationship between me and them has reached the point of life and death. They must be killed. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in the sky, and all the cultivators present were shocked. Must kill. This Suyu really doesn't want to be in Daotian Daotong anymore. Father! Save me! Bai Ligi's face was terrified, and he roared loudly. He didn't worry about it at all, he came in person with the will of his father, and believed that Lord Hugutsong would give some face, and Suyu would be afraid. But now, Huge Zhangzhu has already given face, but Suyu has no fear at all. You! Lord Bladesong's complexion changed instantly, and anger rose in his eyes. Extreme arrogance. He has already lowered his status, begged with confidence, and offered many benefits, but this son actually wanted Lord Huge to take action. Fellow Daoist Blade, I'm sorry about this. Lord Huge Song raised his head and said a word, thousands of tigers erupted on his body at the same time, and countless tiger shadows soared out of the sky. With a wave of his hand, the power of endless rules merged into all the tiger shadows, turning into a peerless tiger god, roaring down. The sky and the earth are faint, and the sword shakes the sky. Master Daofeng Song's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed the strongest sword intent, slashing towards the rushing tiger god. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3823 Battle of Xuanhuan. Boom, boom. The shocking air storm exploded and resounded throughout the sky. Even if Huge Zhangzhu and Daofeng Zhangzhu are fighting with their wills, and they are not fighting in person, but such a collision of moves and the power they unleash will still make the practitioners present fly away at the same time. Guayer, let's go. Lord Bladesong's eyes were blood red, and he roared loudly. Bai Ligi woke up suddenly, turned over his hands, and began to perform a forbidden technique of escapism. In front of me, you still want to leave. Seeing this scene, Huge Zhangzhu immediately waved his left hand, and a large tiger shadow roared and rushed down. The monstrous tiger might descended, impacting all directions. Boom! Master Daofeng Song's face changed, and the body of the phantom was a little wobbly, which was too much pressure for him. Suyu, Hugo, I will never forget the revenge of killing my son, just wait. Roaring up to the sky, Lord Daofeng Song's entire body of will exploded, turning into a circle of terrifying gang chi. Father, don't. When Bai Ligi saw this scene, his pupils burst into tears. It's over. It's really over now. At this moment, Bai Ligi's whole body was trembling, and his eyes were full of fear. At this time, the fear in his heart finally exploded. Before, he relied on his father's life-saving talisman, but he didn't expect to be completely violent now. But in this world, there are regrets and ifs. The next moment, the tiger's shadow fell from the sky and hit Bailey Gui's screaming body, instantly exploding a mass of flesh and blood fireworks. The airwave rolled and moved violently, and Bailey Gui, who was in the center, disappeared completely. This person is extraordinary. The invincible experts present turned to look at Chu Yan with strange expressions on their faces. If this matter were changed to anyone, it would not be the result. It's over. Among the crowd, the few people who had just helped Elder Gui identify Chu Yan were ashamed and trembling. Everyone, Wang Guizhi is over, please leave. Huge Songzhu turned his head to look at the square, said, and then turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his spiritual sense said. You should know what Dao Tian Taoism will do next. I can guarantee your safety in the Tiger Star Mansion. When you leave, I can find a few hall masters to escort you. Hearing this, Chu Yan cupped his hands and replied, Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan didn't really care about Hu Songzhu's reminder, of course he knew the result. But for Dao Tian Taoism, neither he nor his predecessor, Su Yu, has any good impressions now. Moreover, Chu Yan has heard the historical materials of Bo Wang and King Ming, that this Dao Tian Dao system will be wiped out in less than a year. Senior, there is something. Chu Yan thought of historical materials. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said. About the opening of the land of 10,000 origins next month, it seems that there will be some changes. Hu Songzhu heard this, his eyes flashed suddenly, he smiled lightly and nodded. I didn't expect you to know the changes in the land of 10,000 origins even though you are only in the Dao Master realm. Let me tell you. Chu Yan nodded, and said, It is said that there will be a secret realm, and there is an ancient tower in it, which is very powerful. Hearing this, Huge Songzhu nodded and said, Okay, I'll make a note of it, and if I encounter it, I will charge it. After finishing speaking, Huge Songzhu turned and left, and the body of Wolf dissipated. He didn't care about what Chu Yan said. God's domain continent lacks everything, except for all kinds of gossip, most of which are just nonsense. Little friend, Su Yu, don't be offended by how offended you were just now. At this time, the master of the task hall appeared in front of Chu Yan, and bowed his hands politely with a smile on his face. There was an obvious look of approval in the eyes, which was completely different from before. He has always had a weird temper, which is why he was sent to an important place like the mission hall, where there are almost no people. Hall master, you are being polite. Chu Yan replied. Little friend, Mr. Huga said just now, let me take you to the secret realm of Tiger Star Mansion, and practice for a month, let's go now. Just as Chu Yan was about to nod his head in agreement, suddenly an invisible force formed and enveloped his whole body, making him feel bone-chillingly cold. This time, he was completely frozen, unable to nod his head at all. Senior, may I ask where this place of Mighty Tiger is? When he said this, the thought that flashed through Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was not to go, not to go. The body began to slowly regain consciousness, but when he said a word and tried to nod again, the stiffness in his body, the feeling reappeared. This is interesting. Chu Yan didn't expect such a situation to happen, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Obviously, according to the rules of time and space that Bo Wang and King Ming said, this place of Mighty Tiger may affect the rules. Before Chu Yan took Wang Guizhi, changed the task reward of Huge Songzhu, and even killed Bai Ligi, it didn't affect the rules of time and space. But now, there is such resistance in a place of Mighty Tiger. You don't know the land of Tiger Might. The mission hall master looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment. Then let me tell you, the Tiger Mighty land of our Tiger Star Mansion is a well-known treasure land in the 5th dangerous land, and it is not bad at all compared to the holy land of Dao Tian Taoism. Moreover, there is an extremely pure breath of Tiger's power in this place of Tiger's power, which contains the ultimate will power. It is of great benefit to the body, will and soul of the warrior. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. Such a place is perfect for him. Then there will be Hall Master Lao. Chu Yan said politely. Good. With a wave of his hand, the Hall Master opened a void passage and strode into it. The cultivators in the square were full of disappointment and were about to disperse. When they saw this scene, they all looked envious but full of regret, so they could only leave gradually. However, most of the cultivators themselves just come to try their luck, or to experience it. Not long after, a message spread in 5th Dangerous. Wang Guizhi was found by a man named Suyu. Oh my god, I also heard that this person really got 3 Tiger Star tokens from the Lord Tiger Gutsangzhu after he got them, and he killed Bai Ligi who had a grudge on the spot. TSK, this Suyu is so courageous that he even shot at his deputy suzerain. Have you heard? His Wang Guizhi was found in the treasure house of Heishui City. What? Oh my god, don't let the Lord of Blackwater know about this, or he will cry to death. Ha ha ha, who said no? All kinds of news spread, and the cultivators of the 5th Dangerous Land all remembered a name on this day, Suyu. At the same time, Dao Tian Dao Tong also announced to the outside world that his disciple Suyu would be expelled from the sect for killing his fellow sect, and issued a reward order. In addition, of course, powerful masters were also sent to gather at the gate and surroundings of Tiger Star Mansion, waiting for Suyu to come out with murderous looks on their faces. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website.